Enough, you need not give so much.
Please young master, Lu, take some back. Shinzhong looked at the 20 jin of rice Lu Wei handed him and felt a bit overwhelmed. Lu Wei chuckled with a generous air, just take it.
It seems your family is facing difficulties. Hurry and bring the rice back. Don't worry about Wan Wan while she's here. If you encounter any trouble, come to me without hesitation. Whatever I can help with, I won't refuse. Shinzhong, moved to tears, kept thanking. Thank you young master Lu. You are truly a kind person. Lu Wei smiled but said nothing. Was he a good person? Perhaps. But a good person wouldn't be kind to others for no reason. He also wanted something. Ding. The host's actions have earned Shen Wanwan's favor. Favorability 10. Current favorability 50. Lu Wei smiled. This was his goal.
After sending Shinzhong off, Lu Wei returned to the carriage with Lu Ruyan and Shen Wanwan.
Ruyan, go cook some porridge for Wanwan and add a bit of meat and eggs. Back in the carriage, Lu Wei gave the order to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan sighed inwardly.
The young master clearly favored Shen Wanwan more. She wondered if life would be harder for her from now on.
She couldn't blame the young master.
A woman with a child could hardly compare to a young girl. She only hoped the young master wouldn't abandon her.
Shen Wanwan quickly waved her hand upon hearing Lu Wei's words. Young master, I don't need it. I'm not hungry. Having just arrived and done nothing, she was flustered by the offer of porridge with meat and eggs. Lu Wei smiled reassuringly. Don't be shy. This is your home from now on. We may not have much else, but there's always enough to eat. I have only one request. Whatever I give you, you must accept. Don't refuse. Do you understand?
Shen Wanwan nodded hesitantly. I understand, young master.
Lu Wei nodded. If anything happens back home, you can tell me. I'll help if I can.
From now on we are family, so there's no need to be formal with me.
Thank you, young master. Shen Wanwan thanked him sincerely.
At this moment she truly felt lucky to have met such a kind young master.
Little did she know Lu Wei was a little disappointed. After all that meticulous care, he still didn't gain any favorability.
Maybe he had earned too much today. So it stopped increasing.
Alright, take a rest. I have some things to attend to and need to go out. Yes, young master. Alright, don't be so formal. Rest well.
Lu Wei waved his hand and turned to leave the carriage. Seeing Lu Ruyan bent over working her curvaceous figure facing him, his heart skipped a little faster.
Alas, being in the merchant convoy was really inconvenient. There were people all around, and the young wife and Yang Xiaovu, both of high cultivation, were watching. Any slight move he made, they would be the first to know. No, he had to think of a way. He couldn't just keep enduring like this. Pondering this, Lu Wei arrived near Yang Ziya's carriage. Boss, are you there? I need to talk to you. What is it?
A lazy voice came from inside the carriage.
I'll come in and talk. There are a few things I need to discuss with you. Yang Xiaohu frowned upon hearing this. She really didn't want to see that infuriating Lu Wei. But if there was something important, she might miss it. After a moment of hesitation, she said, then come in. Lu Wei skillfully climbed onto the carriage, pushed the door and entered.
Yang Xiaohu was reading at her desk. Seeing Lu Wei enter, she asked directly, what is it?
Lu Wei knew he wasn't welcome, so he didn't waste time and got straight to the point. 3 things. First, I need a carriage.
Yang Xiaohu nodded. I'll have someone send one to you later. One carriage was nothing to her.
Lu Wei continued. Second, I need a sum of money now, either silver, gold, or spirit stones. Yang Xiaohu's expression remained unchanged, and she simply asked, how much? As much as you can. Give me everything you have. Yang Xiaohu nodded without hesitation. All right. It will be sent to you along with the carriage. But I don't have much on hand right now. We can withdraw from the bank when we reach the city. Now it was Lu Wei's turn to be surprised.
Seeing Yang Xiaohu agree so readily, he couldn't help but ask, aren't you going to ask what I need the money for?
Yang Xiaohu said calmly, it's your own money. You can do whatever you want with it. I said I would give you the entire Yang family, and I won't break my word. I hope you won't either. To be honest, Lu Wei admired this woman's decisiveness. If it were him, he might not be able to do the same. Of course, he also knew that people were not alike. Some could be the richest while others could only be beasts of burden.
He knew his own abilities. Without his cheat he would be nothing more than a slightly stronger ox.
Don't worry. I will keep my promise. Best if so, Yang Xiaohu said indifferently.
Lu Wei did not argue with her but continued. The third matter is that I discovered a monster among the group of refugees.
Yang Xiaohu was taken aback. A demon beast. What kind?
Lu Wei shook his head. Not a demon beast but a monster, a skin-changing fiend. It must be a spy planted by the demon race.
And it has set its sights on me, planning to use me as a gateway to infiltrate the caravan. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu had to take it seriously. How did you find out?
Lu Wei retorted testily. How?
What do you mean how?
I found it with a magnifying glass, Lu Wei said sarcastically.
Of course I saw it with my own eyes. How else?
Yang Xiaohu was furious at his rebuttal. This bastard couldn't maintain a good image for 3 seconds before revealing his true colors. However, at this moment Yang Xiaohu couldn't be bothered to argue with him. A monster infiltrating the caravan was no trivial matter, she had to get to the bottom of it.
Lu Wei shook his head. How would I know its cultivation level? I'm just a weakling at the first realm. It was sheer luck that I even detected it.
There's no way I could see through its power. But creatures like that are usually not highly cultivated and they have obvious weaknesses that are easy to counter.
Yang Xiaohu frowned upon hearing this and pondered for a moment.
After asking Lu Wei for the details, she devised a plan. Since you plan to buy it tonight, you might as well lead it to a secluded spot. I'll ambush it there, capture it and find out its purpose.
Lu Wei thought it over and agreed.
Whatever this creature's purpose, since it had targeted him, it was best to deal with it quickly to avoid complications.
They discussed the strategy in detail.
Since Yang Ziya's cultivation could not be exposed, Lu Wei would act on the surface while she attacked from the shadows.
To be safe, Lu Wei went to prepare.
Such creatures were born from yin and evil qi, so they were most vulnerable to objects of pure yang and extreme positivity. Lu Wei's blood was vigorous, his body like a furnace, his very presence was repulsive to such fiends. So he drank nearly half a bucket of water and filled several bottles with his holy water for emergencies.
The holy water also contained his blood, making it even more lethal to the fiend. Yang Xiaohu frowned in disgust when she heard about his preparations. Even without that, I won't let it hurt you. Trust me.
Lu Wei shook his head. Better to rely on myself than on others.
What if you fail? I'd be in deep trouble.
Better to be fully prepared.
Seeing this, Yang Xiaohu did not press further. That evening the caravan halted and set up camp. Lu Wei began setting up his trap.
After he finished, Yang Xiaohu arrived.
All set. I'll bring the fiend now.
You hide first.
Lu Wei clapped his hands and said to Yang Xiaohu. She stepped back in revulsion. Fine, go. I don't want to stay here a second longer.
Looking at the holy water everywhere, Yang Xiaohu felt the air reek of urine.
Lu Wei took the prepared rice and headed straight for the refugee camp.
The old madam had been waiting for Lu Wei for a while. When she saw him approaching, she plastered on a flattering smile and came forward.
Master Lu, you're finally here. My girls almost pined away for you. Lu Wei did not want to waste time on pleasantries. All right, I'm short on time. Here are 10 caddies of grain. If you accept, I take the girl. If not, forget it.
The old madam's smile stiffened.
Young Master Lu, that's not right. We agreed on 50 caddies. This is far off. Lu Wei's eyes turned cold, his voice flat. I'll ask you once, yes or no. No nonsense. He had no patience for such people.
The old madam was intimidated by his icy stare. Just as she was about to speak, a seductive voice came from inside the tent.
Mother, please grant your daughter's wish. The madam sighed dramatically. Very well. I'm too soft-hearted. And you are my most precious daughter. I'll take the loss today. Thank you, mother.
The door pushed open and the courtesan, delicate and gorgeous, emerged.
She cast a shy glance at Lu Wei and bowed slightly. Greetings, Master Lu. Lu Wei instantly put on a lecherous expression. My lady, you are too kind. Come home with me quickly.
The courtesan blushed and said softly, I am at the master's disposal.
Please be gentle with me. Gentle, of course. Let's go. Lu Wei led the way.
The courtesan followed behind. After a few steps, Lu Wei suddenly turned back to the madam you come to as her escort.
My woman shouldn't leave without a family send-off.
The madam had no way to refuse since she had just claimed to love her daughter so much.
Reluctantly she followed.
Before long the three arrived in a forest clearing. Young master, the scouts report that manager Zhang has not returned, his mission has failed. A thunderous crack, the severed head in his hand exploded. Yang Xian's eyes blazed with fury as he ground out two words through clenched teeth: worthless. He had never imagined that even with 200 elite assassins and a third-rank martial cultivator leading them, the operation would still end in utter failure. Within the entire Yang family, few had attained the third rank, and now one lay dead, leaving him utterly unable to account for the loss before the elders.
Young master, the patriarch summons you.
At those words, Yang Xian's wrath receded like retreating tide. He wiped the blood from his face. I'll change my robes, I'll be there shortly.
Master Lu, are we not joining the merchant caravan?
Where exactly are we headed? The madam glanced warily at the pitch-black forest surrounding them, an inexplicable chill creeping up her spine. Yet behind her, the demon disguised as a courtesan smiled inwardly. She had been searching desperately for just such an opportunity to replace Lu Wei herself. She hadn't expected Lu Wei to bring her here. This was nothing short of divine providence.
Ha.
I've prepared a gift for the young lady right here.
Ha. How thoughtful of Master Lu, to cherish beauty, to truly care for a delicate flower.
Marrying my daughter to you was indeed the wisest decision I ever made. The madam's face crumpled into layers of exaggerated smiles, so many creases they made one's skin crawl. Lu Wei ignored her entirely, walking calmly to a nearby tree and smiling faintly. The gift has arrived. With that, he yanked a pre-arranged rope. Whoosh! Instinctively, both the madam and the courtesan tilted their heads upward, only to be drenched by a sudden torrential downpour. The madam stood frozen. Her first thought, is this young master insane? Dragging them deep into the woods at night just to soak them in cold water.
No, this wasn't water. The scent was all too familiar. She'd drunk it often in her youth.
Just as she opened her mouth to demand an explanation from Lu Wei, a shriek pierced the air behind her. It was a sound like fingernails dragged across glass, piercing, grating, unbearable. She whirled around, and what she saw sent her bladder releasing in sheer terror. There stood the courtesan, once radiant as spring blossoms, now torn open, flesh flayed, blood streaming down her body, revealing coarse black fur beneath her ruined skin, a starving wolf wearing human flesh.
Ow!
With a single lift of its arm, the demon shed its human guise. It was a mountain spirit, a wolf-born yokai corrupted by malevolent Yin energies until it twisted into monstrous form. Unlike ordinary wolf demons who crawled on all fours, this creature stood upright like a man, its hind legs bearing its weight while its elongated forelimbs ended in desiccated razor-sharp black claws. Its eyes burned crimson with cruel malice, its fangs gleamed with a ghastly bloodthirsty pallor. You dare seek death? The wolf demon spoke, and in the same breath slashed its claw. Thud! The madam's head vanished in an instant, dissolving into a mist of crimson vapor. Lu Wei drew his sacred blade instantly, every sense sharpened to a lethal edge. Though the demon's disguise had been stripped away, its true strength remained nearly unscathed. His holy water served only one purpose: to force the demon's true form into revelation. Its capacity to wound was negligible. Only the trace amounts of his own blood secretly mixed into the solution carried any real effect. Alas, Lu Wei had yet to cultivate the supreme yang body, or even retain the purity of a virgin's essence, so his blood held little power.
Had he mastered the jade-bone golden body sacred canon, even a single drop would have racked the demon with excruciating agony.
The wolf demon granted him no reprieve. With a violent thrust of its hind legs, it launched itself skyward, leaping straight toward Lu Wei, its talons arcing like scythes of the reaper aimed directly at his skull. Should those claws strike true, Lu Wei's head would suffer the same fate as the madam's.
Clang!
A sharp ringing clash of metal, and Lu Wei was hurled backward, flying through the air. He crashed onto the snow with a heavy thud, rolling several times before coming to rest. His arms screamed with pain, muscles trembling violently, his chest ached with dull, suffocating pressure, and a thin line of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth.
This wolf demon was at least a peak second-rank cultivator, if not stronger, for Lu Wei had not even withstood its first strike.
Wiping away no blood, he scrambled upright and lifted his gaze toward the beast. The demon had not pressed its advantage. Instead, it stared at its own forelimbs, eyes wide with shock and fury. Of its 10 razor-sharp claws, 3 were now grotesquely truncated. 3 severed fingers lay scattered where the 2 had clashed moments earlier. Force, after all, is reciprocal. Though its claws were hard as forged iron, they were no harder than iron itself. Yet Lu Wei's sacred blade cut iron like silk, and under such immense impact shattering those claws was inevitable. Gazing upon the stumps, the demon's rage erupted like wildfire, its voice dripping with icy savage venom.
I will tear you limb from limb.
With that it lunged forward, ready to rend Lu Wei to pieces.
Lu Wei knew full well he stood no chance against it. Pride abandoned, he cried out desperately for aid.
Xiao Huyan, why do you still hesitate?
What are you waiting for? Hearing that name, the wolf demon recoiled inwardly. Could this youth truly have an ally hidden nearby? Uncle Qin, what are you doing here?
Yang Xiao was stared in surprise at the sudden appearance of Qin Feng. Upon hearing his words, she instantly understood he had been secretly protecting her all along. A warm wave of gratitude rose within her heart. Thank you, Uncle Qin.
What a formal child you are. Why so distant?
I've watched you grow up. Inside my heart you're no different from Pinner herself.
How could I possibly rest easy until you reach Yunzhou safely? Yang Xiaohu smiled and nodded.
Yes, I'll honor and care for you just as Pinner does.
Qin Feng burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Excellent.
Then I shall have 2 daughters. Yet above all else I only wish for you to live a safe, peaceful and truly happy life. Beneath those gentle words lay an unspoken plea for her to abandon that impossible dream. But after living so long, her very existence had centered on one purpose: rescuing her mother.
How could she ever let go? I will, Uncle Qin. Once I bring mother home, I'll settle down quietly and live a blissful life.
Qin Feng sighed deeply.
Ah, you stubborn child. Very well, I won't press you further.
Just remember this: only by preserving yourself can you accomplish what your heart desires. And yet, the Qingxiu Fox clan had stood unshaken for 1,000 years. Its power was no trifling matter. I know, Uncle Qin, please rest assured.
This had been her sole unwavering obsession since childhood. Even death held no sway over her resolve. Just then Lu Wei's desperate cry for help pierced the air. Yang Xiaohu's expression shifted instantly. Uncle Qin's arrival had distracted her and she'd completely forgotten about Lu Wei.
She glanced over. Lu Wei stood battered and bloodied, his lips stained crimson, clearly already wounded. Without another word to Qin Feng, she rushed forward to aid him. But before she could take a step, a folding fan blocked her path.
Uncle Qin.
Qin Feng chuckled softly, his face alight with undisguised amusement. No need to rush, wait a moment. Let the boy endure some hardship first. Last time he insulted me so brazenly, I spared him only out of respect for you. Now surely you'll allow me a chance to vent my grievances. Yang Xiaohu's voice sharpened with urgency. Uncle Qin, this man is vital.
If anything happens to him, my own life is forfeit. He must not fall now.
If you wish to vent your anger, I'll find you another opportunity, but right now he must be saved. Hearing this, Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly.
What extraordinary lineage could he possibly possess? Yang Xiaohu replied urgently. Now isn't the time for explanations, let me save him first. I'll tell you everything afterward. Don't fret, look.
Qin Feng gestured toward the battlefield where Lu Wei clashed with the wolf demon. Meanwhile, Lu Wei, having called out once and received no response, felt his heart lurch violently.
Has this woman schemed something else again? Could she intend to kill me and seize my secret techniques, or uncover the truth behind my astonishing cultivation progress? Was the wolf demon merely her instrument, a pawn wielded to strike unseen?
Given her ruthless decisiveness, such a plot was hardly implausible.
Damn it, I underestimated her. I've been played.
No, surrendering passively was unthinkable. Relying on others was futile. He would fight with everything he had. Lu Wei seized a pill, disregarded its value and swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact with his tongue, surging as a torrent of potent spiritual energy through his limbs and meridians. With a thunderous roar, his cultivation ascended, breaking through from the first realm directly into the second. The wolf demon scanned the surroundings, no allies in sight. Seeing Lu Wei's sudden surge of aura, it felt utterly deceived. Furious beyond reason, it lunged without hesitation, claws bared, fangs bared, straight at Lu Wei. Teeth clenched, grip tightened on his long blade. Lu Wei met the assault heat.
When two warriors meet on a narrow path, victory belongs to the braver.
There was no retreat. Both stood at the second realm and Lu Wei fought as if his life hung by a thread. Spiritual energy erupted like storm winds. Snowflakes exploded outward as their figures collided with bone-shaking force. With a thunderous cleave, Lu Wei brought his blade down, a blinding arc of silver light slicing through the swirling snowstorm, aimed straight at the wolf demon's skull. Sensing the lethal intent, the beast recoiled instinctively, refusing to parry Heaton. Instead, it swiped sideways with a clawed paw, seeking to knock the blade aside. But Lu Wei's swordsmanship had matured in an instant. He altered his stroke, swinging downward into a horizontal slash, tilting the blade to intercept the demon's descending paw with its razor edge.
The wolf demon possessed no martial artistry, only raw primal instinct. Realizing too late that its paw was hurtling toward the blade's edge, panic flared, but withdrawal was no longer possible.
It strained to withdraw, strength desperate to avoid having its paw severed clean in two. With a sharp shhhk, the blade sliced across its palm, blood spraying like crimson mist. Though the limb remained attached, a long deep gash now marred its flesh. Lu Wei pressed his advantage, blade shifting again, sweeping low toward the demon's throat. The gleaming white arc cut through the blizzard, cold and merciless, radiating chilling intent. The wolf demon roared, closing the distance in a blur, reaching not for the blade but for Lu Wei's wrist. Seized that hand seized the sword, and Lu Wei would become a toothless tiger, powerless and exposed.
That's the spirit explosion pill. Yang Zia's expression shifted in shock. He knew well its devastating effects. If Lu Wei ingested it, he would either perish or suffer grievous injury. Should Lu Wei be wounded, her meticulously laid plan would surely collapse, a prospect she could not tolerate.
No, it is not the spirit explosion pill.
Qin Feng's usual nonchalant demeanor vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. Hearing this, Yang Xiaohu exhaled faintly in relief. Yet doubt swiftly resurfaced. If not the spirit explosion pill, then what is it? What other pill can temporarily elevate one's cultivation?
Qin Feng gazed intently at Lu Wei, whose spiritual energy surged with startling intensity, and spoke solemnly. Observe his chi, pure, uncluttered and utterly refined. Though this surge is transient, his control over it is seamless, as if commanding his own limbs, no trace of stiffness or strain. Such mastery is utterly impossible for the spirit explosion pill. Moreover, consuming that pill invariably ravages the body with sudden violent power, causing even the mildest reaction to manifest as blood seeping from all 7 orifices. Yet Lu Wei stands as though untouched, no discomfort, no distress. And most tellingly, he swallowed only a single pill, yet ascended an entire major cultivation realm, a feat wholly beyond the spirit explosion pill's capacity. Qin Feng, a seasoned frost sublimation realm expert, may have possessed modest innate talent, taking decades to reach the 4th realm, but longevity had granted him vast experience.
With a single glance, he discerned Lu Wei had not taken the spirit explosion pill.
Uncle Qin, please spare us the suspense. What is that pill?
Yang Xiaohu urged urgently. She cared little for what Lu Wei consumed, even excrement would have drawn no concern.
What mattered was whether he would be injured, and thereby derail her plans. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng replied with deep solemnity, if my intuition serves me, he has taken the spirit ascension pill.
Yang Xiaohu furrowed her brow, racking her memory, yet the name evoked no recognition. Spirit ascension pill. What kind of pill is that? Will it kill him?
Qin Feng offered a wry smile. Certainly not.
The spirit ascension pill is an exceedingly rare 5th rank elixir. Its refinement is extraordinarily complex, demanding ingredients rarer even than those required for 6th rank pills. Thus, though ranked 5th, its value eclipses that of many 6th rank elixirs. Even our Qingling sect's central sect, the Qingling sword sect, possesses none. I myself witnessed its use only once long ago during the celestial ranking contest, when a disciple of an overseas immortal sect deployed it. Yang Xiaohu's astonishment deepened. She had never imagined Lu Wei would possess so extraordinary a pill. Yet reflecting on his uncanny nature, it somehow felt less surprising. Simultaneously, her confidence in his ability to resolve her bloodline affliction strengthened markedly. Then, what are its precise effects? Yang Xiaohu asked curiously. A spark of keen insight flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Legend holds it grants the user a temporary ascent of 1 full major cultivation realm. Moreover, it leaves no adverse aftereffects. Instead, it fortifies the physique and confers permanent subtle gains in cultivation. But this is not its greatest virtue. Its true power lies in deepening Dao insights and shattering cultivation bottlenecks. Take myself, I have lingered at the peak of the 4th realm for years. Were I to possess but a single pill, I might coalesce my golden core and ascend to the 5th realm without delay. Yang Xiaohu stood dumbfounded. To aid breakthrough across a major realm's bottleneck alone rendered this pill nothing short of miraculous. Who is this Lu Wei? What lineage does he hail from to wield such a priceless elixir? Suddenly Qin Feng slapped his thigh, his face contorted in bitter regret. Had I known the boy carried such a pill, I'd never have stopped you. To waste a spirit ascension pill like that, how utterly tragic. If only it were mine. I'd serve him as a bodyguard, not for a year but for 10. He had already grasped that the youth bore an uncommon background. Not merely the spirit ascension pill, but even the blade he wielded neared the rank of a spirit artifact.
Yang Xiaohu glanced at Qin Feng, her expression oddly amused, yet understanding. She could well empathize. The chance to break through to the fifth realm had hovered before him and slipped away. Such remorse truly could curdle one's very entrails. Nor was Qin Feng alone in his longing. Even Yang Xiaohu felt her pulse quicken. Her own cultivation had stagnated at the peak of the third realm for far too long. Might this pill allow her to transcend that barrier and ascend to the fourth realm? In the past, acquiring one, from Lu Wei by persuasion or otherwise, had seemed plausible. Now, however, hope had all but vanished. Her failure to intervene just now meant he likely harbored profound resentment toward her. Her intuition proved accurate. Lu Wei seethed inwardly, wishing only to cleave her in two. As for offering her a spirit ascension pill, not a chance, not even for poultry. By now Lu Wei's battle against the wolf demon had reached fever pitch. The beast lunged to seize his treasured blade, only to grasp his wrist with shocking ease. The wolf demon itself recoiled in disbelief. Could it truly have captured Lu Wei so effortlessly? Already it envisioned wrenching off his arm or snapping his wrist outright. Deprived of that razor-sharp iron-slicing blade, the youth would be utterly at its mercy. Yet then, it saw Lu Wei smile. A sharp thwip. The blade pierced flesh. The wolf demon felt a searing pain in its lower back. Glancing down, it saw the youth gripping a dagger buried deep in its fatal acupoint. The wolf demon tried to demand how this treacherous human had known its fatal acupoint, and how such a razor-sharp dagger could pierce what should have been impenetrable. For that spot was the hardest point on its entire body, harder even than its fangs or claws. Even Lu Wei's treasured saber could not breach it. After all, it was the fatal acupoint, the single point whose rupture meant certain death. Naturally, every measure had been taken to protect it. Thus every demon or fiend during cultivation devoted extraordinary attention to fortifying this acupoint, often shielding it with rare treasures precisely to guard against sudden ambushes. Yet it never imagined that the very acupoint it had painstakingly cultivated would be shattered so effortlessly, leaving it no chance even to utter a final word before perishing. Lu Wei gazed upon the fallen wolf demon and finally exhaled in quiet relief. His earlier ferocious assault had been a ruse to convince the beast he intended brute force combat. In truth, his strategy had been set long before strike the fatal acupoint without warning. Thanks to the ancient master's manual, Lu Wei already knew precisely where that acupoint lay. And the dagger he wielded for the ambush was no ordinary weapon. It was in fact the strongest artifact currently in his possession, retrieved from a corpse. Originally an exceptionally sharp blade, it had undergone one refinement by Lu Wei, transforming it instantly into a spirit-imbued artifact. With such a weapon and his second realm cultivation, breaching the demon's fatal acupoint was effortless. Lu Wei knelt and swiftly opened the demon's carcass, extracted a single item, then departed without hesitation. In the distance, Qin Feng and Yang Xiaohu watched stunned. He actually possesses a spirit artifact. In the cultivation world, spirit artifacts were exceedingly rare. Even Qin Feng, after decades of accumulation, owned only two. As for the Yang family, their ancestral treasure, the very soul of their clan, was a single spirit artifact. Such was its rarity and value. Yet Lu Wei, a mere first-realm cultivator, wielded one. Yang Xiaohu stared at Lu Wei's retreating figure, her impression of him growing ever more enigmatic. Who was he truly? But now was not the time for speculation. Reconciliation came first. At that thought, she let out a wry, helpless smile. This situation had spiraled far beyond expectation. Neither she nor Qin Feng had anticipated that Lu Wei possessed both ascension chi pills and a spirit artifact enough to slay the demon outright. That demon had surpassed him by an entire major realm, and yet fell in an instant. She had originally planned to intervene at the critical moment, saving Lu Wei just in time, satisfying Qin uncle's grievance while preserving their relationship. But now Lu Wei needed no rescue, making reconciliation infinitely harder. Given his stubborn mule-like temperament, winning him back would prove formidable. Uncle Qin, what do we do now? Yang Xiaohu asked, utterly at a loss. Qin Feng offered an awkward, uncertain smile. He too had no answer. Had Lu Wei remained the same timid first-realm youth, they wouldn't have agonized so. A minor cultivator's resentment held little weight. But now everything had changed. He possessed ascension chi pills. To them, those pills were irresistible. Securing them demanded diplomacy, not disdain. Worse still, they dared not resort to force. He was too mysterious, too unpredictable. Without knowing his origins, no one dared act rashly. Offending some hidden powerhouse would mean not just death but annihilation of their entire bloodline. Suddenly Qin Feng's eyes lit up, as if inspiration struck. I've got it, we'll do this. Yang Xiaohu's expression turned faintly embarrassed. This,
will it even work? Qin Feng puffed out his chest confidently. Trust me, it's foolproof. I won your aunt's heart with this very method. Hearing that, Yang Xiaohu relaxed slightly. After all, she had no other recourse. When it came to charming men, she possessed precisely zero experience. Very well, I'll follow your lead, Uncle Qin. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at the demonic beast encampment preparing to invade Yunzhou, the horde rested. Under the pitch-black night, they required no torches or campfires, merely lying still upon the snow. At the vanguard, the leader of the Taipan clan sat cross-legged, absorbing lunar essence to cultivate. Suddenly, a wooden talisman on his person exploded violently, shattering onto the frost-laden ground. The Taipan leader glanced down, and his eyes blazed with uncontainable fury. Cursed humans! You've slain another of my clan's scouts. When I capture you, I'll flay your skin and tear your tendons from bone. Meanwhile, Lu Wei gathered his spoils and headed back toward camp to confront Yang Xiaohu. That venomous, ruthless woman had nearly cost him his life. Though he'd sustained only minor injuries, nothing life-threatening, he had lost one Ascension Chi pill. He possessed only 10 such pills, each irreplaceable, each a lifeline in dire moments. To lose one against a mere second-realm demon left him heartbroken, as if his very blood were draining away. Just then, clashing sounds erupted ahead, and a figure hurtled straight toward him. Lu Wei's heart leapt in alarm as the two combatants unleashed torrents of battle radiance. Wherever their energy swept, boulders shattered and mountains trembled. Peering closely, Lu Wei recognized one of them instantly: Yang Xiaohu. Her opponent was a black-robed figure masked from head to toe, his cultivation level no less formidable than hers. This was the first time Lu Wei had ever witnessed Yang Xiaohu unleash her power. The delicate fair-skinned hand she raised to strike sent a palm blast that reduced an ancient tree to splinters in an instant. Lu Wei recoiled in shock. If such force struck him directly, would he fare any better than that shattered trunk? Perhaps Yang Xiaohu hadn't abandoned him deliberately, perhaps she'd been pinned down by this adversary all along. Just as Lu Wei began to suspect he might have misjudged her, the black-robed figure lunged toward him without warning, leaving no time to react, and seized his throat with iron grip. Ha ha ha. Miss Yang, is this young man your beloved? The figure's voice was deliberately distorted, gravelly, low and hollow. Lu Wei's pulse spiked. Brother, you've got it all wrong. I'm not even remotely connected to her. If you doubt me, I'll curse her 8 generations of ancestors right now, just watch. The monstrous beast earlier had at least been within reason, but this airborne cultivator who matched Yang Xiaohu blow for blow was undoubtedly a peak third-realm expert. Lu Wei didn't even entertain resistance, he surrendered outright. Yang Xiaohu's expression darkened upon hearing Lu Wei's words. What an infuriating wretch. Even the black-robed figure nearly choked on his own breath, inwardly cursing, this brat truly has no decency. Is that so? Then let me crush him like an insect. What say you, Miss Yang? With those words, the figure tightened his fingers around Lu Wei's throat. Lu Wei seethed inwardly. What in the 9 heavens did I ever do to you? Why treat me like an ant beneath your thumb? Don't! Yang Xiaohu cried out, her face paling. Ha 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 ha. The black-robed figure erupted into triumphant, mocking laughter. Still denying it. For days I've watched you both in silence. This boy enters and exits your carriage as though it were his own home. Your private carriage, where not even a male fly dares alight, is open to him alone. And yet you claim no bond exists. Not even a ghost would believe that. Lu Wei's breath caught. He realized the figure had been observing them for days. No wonder he'd chosen this precise moment to strike. So he truly hadn't misjudged Yang Xiaohu after all. She must have been detained by this very foe. He had to save himself. Now. As Lu Wei racked his mind for a way out, a sudden wave of exhaustion washed over him, as if he'd entered the serene, hollow stillness of the sage's hour. His heart lurched. His spirit-ascending pill's effect had just worn off. Immediately afterward, a gentle warmth surged from his limbs and meridians, steadily strengthening his body. Then, a crisp chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have broken through to the body-refining abdominal chi realm. Awarded 5 free attribute points. Lu Wei hurriedly opened his system interface. His eyes widened at the displayed stats, constitution and vital chi. He hadn't expected a single spirit-ascending pill coupled with a minor realm breakthrough to yield such dramatic gains. When his vital chi had last been restored by 500 points, his total had stood at barely 700, and his constitution only just over 200. With his current vital chi and constitution, he now surpassed ordinary abdominal chi realm cultivators by more than double, yet none of it mattered. What mattered was escaping this life-threatening predicament.
Just as Lu Wei pondered how best to allocate those 5 free attribute points to turn the tide, the distant sky blazed to life, the stars overhead flared with sudden electric brilliance as if recharged by celestial currents. Then, starlight erupted. Beams of radiant spiritual energy shot forth, streaking directly toward Lu Wei and the black-robed figure. Seeing them, the figure gasped involuntarily, the stellar treasure-splitting sword light. Lu Wei suddenly froze. Why did that voice sound so familiar? Those streaks of light resembled meteors from the heavens, dazzling and brilliant yet filled with lethal intent. When Qin Feng saw those sword lights, he was so shocked that he forgot to conceal his voice, his eyes nearly popping out. The star-splitting sword light was one of the ultimate skills of the Qingling sword sect. Harnessing the power of the stars, it amplified the might of swordsmanship, powerful and versatile, capable of gentleness and ferocity, unpredictable to gods and demons alike. Despite being a master of the fourth realm, he never had the chance to learn such an ultimate skill throughout his life. It didn't matter that he hadn't learned it, but he never expected that one day he would be targeted by the ultimate skill of his own sect. In the blink of an eye, those sword lights appeared before him. Qin Feng's face changed dramatically, and he no longer cared about playing along with Yang Xiaohu in the act of a beautiful woman saving a hero. He directly threw Lu Wei towards Yang Xiaohu and hurriedly drew his precious sword to defend himself. Boo! 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 The 4 consecutive sword lights collided, causing the ground to shake and the air to tremble. Within a radius of dozens of meters, the surging sword energy flattened everything. The snow on the ground was blasted into the sky and slowly fell back down as if a heavy snowstorm had struck. After receiving Lu Wei, Yang Xiaohu quickly retreated hastily, leaving the spot. Lu Wei felt himself enveloped by a fragrant breeze, soft and comfortable, making him reluctant to leave. Then a dizzying sensation struck, causing him to instinctively hold on tightly. Before he could enjoy it enough, he felt himself flying again. Then with a thud, he crashed to the ground. When he opened his eyes, he saw Yang Xiaohu glaring at him, her beautiful face flushed with anger. Feeling awkward, Lu Wei coughed lightly. His figure was indeed perfect, a score of 99 that was no exaggeration. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, who had been attacked by the star-splitting sword light, finally revealed his true appearance after the explosion. He appeared in tattered clothes with burn marks all over. The mask on his face had disappeared and his hair was disheveled, some even singed and curled. When Lu Wei realized that the person who had just threatened him was Qin Feng, his eyes widened. He looked at Qin Feng, then at Yang Xiaohu, feeling a bit dazed. What was going on? Wasn't the relationship between Yang Xiaohu and Qin Feng not very good? How could Qin Feng disguise himself to ambush Yang Xiaohu? He never expected that this was a play orchestrated by Yang Xiaohu and Qin Feng, all to help Yang Xiaohu mend her relationship with him. Seeing that the situation was exposed, Yang Xiaohu flashed a hint of embarrassment in her eyes. Not daring to meet Lu Wei's probing gaze, she turned her head away. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly cupped his hands towards the sky and said loudly, "I am Qin Feng of the Qingling sect, not knowing which esteemed master has graced us with their presence. I failed to welcome you from afar. I hope you will forgive me." However, the response to him was utter silence, evidently indicating that the person had no intention of showing themselves. Qin Feng also understood that those sword lights just now were meant to save that brat Lu Wei. Now that brat was saved and he had exposed himself, the person wouldn't strike again. However, not striking didn't mean the matter was over. If he dared to harm Lu Wei again, the one hidden in the shadows would definitely take action. Qin Feng let out a bitter smile, having found nothing that happened today was within his expectations. It completely caught him off guard. Looking at Lu Wei, Qin Feng sighed, hesitated for a moment, then approached Lu Wei and awkwardly smiled. "A little brother, Lu Wei, that was just a joke from me. You don't mind, do you?" Lu Wei looked at Qin Feng, then at Yang Xiaohu, and finally caught on. It turned out that what had just happened was their act. So when he was in danger earlier, they had been watching from the sidelines, having no intention of intervening. Realizing all this, Lu Wei felt an intense anger within. However, he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he wore a smiling facade. Those who truly knew Lu Wei understood that this smile meant he was genuinely angry. "Senior, you are too polite. It is truly an honor for a junior like me to have you joke with me. I'm actually quite pleased. How could I blame you?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was taken aback that Lu Wei would be so generous. He immediately laughed heartily. "Hey, what, senior? If you don't mind, you can just call me Big Brother." Qin Feng didn't notice Lu Wei's unusual attitude, but Yang Xiaohu was able to see it. She had a basic understanding of who Lu Wei was. He wasn't someone who would let things slide easily. She couldn't help but wonder how he was holding a grudge against her and Qin Feng. If he were to play tricks while she was breaking the bloodline restrictions, it would be disastrous. Thus, after some biting her teeth and thinking it over, Yang Xiaohu grabbed Lu Wei and said directly, "You come with me." Lu Wei was held by Yang Xiaohu, unable to break free, yet he pondered the ins and outs of the matter. Before he could figure it out, Yang Xiaohu brought him back to the carriage. She pressed Lu Wei onto the seat and began to explain the events that had transpired. She did not hold back and spoke the truth. After listening, Lu Wei smiled and said, "All right, I believe what you said is true. It was Qin Feng who wanted to teach me a lesson, hence blocking you. Now let me ask you, did you secretly wish to take the opportunity to teach me a lesson as well?" After listening to Yang Xiaohu's account, Lu Wei realized that what she said was likely true. However, he had no intention of forgiving the two. Being deceived like this could not simply be overlooked, or he would become known as someone who forgives too easily. At this moment, Lu Wei felt quite upset.
Ultimately, this incident stemmed from his own insufficient cultivation.
Whether it was Yang Xiaohu or Qin Feng, from the very beginning they had not taken his feelings or thoughts seriously. Others could easily teach him a lesson or choose to save him. The reason Yang Xiaohu explained all this to him was merely out of concern that he might not help her break the bloodline restrictions.
Did she truly care about whether he was angry? Lu Wei firmly believed she did not.
This world operates on strength. Everything is dictated by one's power. If you possess strength, you have friends and others will value your emotions and care for your feelings.
Without strength, you are merely an ant that can be squished or molded in the eyes of others.
Though Lu Wei felt a sense of humiliation and indignation, he was also powerless. The only way forward was to strive to enhance his own strength.
Seeing Yang Xiaohu rendered speechless by his question, Lu Wei already had his answer in mind.
He said nothing more and turned to leave. As for his dealings with Yang Xiaohu, he would continue, for the wealth and various cultivation resources of the Yang family were what he desired. Each party took what they needed, and that was all. No personal emotions were involved. Upon returning to his carriage, Lu Wei immediately sought his little wife rushing toward him. Zhou Muxue looked at Lu Wei with concern and asked, "Where have you been at this late hour? Why do you look so disheveled?
Are you hurt?"
Seeing this scene, Lu Wei's cold heart finally felt a hint of warmth. His little wife's acting skills were not very impressive and appeared somewhat stiff. Without a doubt, those sword lights just now were her doing. Lu Wei did not expect his little wife to be so formidable. Even with the same level of cultivation, Qin Feng felt completely powerless before her. Lu Wei stepped forward and hugged his little wife tightly.
This sudden action startled Zhou Muxue, who was about to push him away. Lu Wei, with deep affection, said, "Thank you. Having you is truly wonderful."
Zhou Muxue's movements froze slightly and a happy smile appeared on her face, momentarily forgetting to push Lu Wei away and allowing him to hold her.
Ding!
Zhou Muxue's love for you surged, increasing your favorability by 5 points.
Current favorability 90 points.
So shy, a secret hug.
A mischievous child's voice suddenly rang out not far behind them.
Startled, Zhou Muxue hurriedly pushed Lu Wei away, her face flushed as she ran off without looking back. Fuming, Lu Wei was ready to chase after the troublemaker Lu Xiaoxiao.
Lu Xiaoxiao yelled and ran away, leaving a trail of clear laughter in the night.
From a distance, Yang Xiaohu watched this scene through the carriage, involuntarily revealing a hint of envy in her eyes.
"Mother, wait for me. I will definitely help you escape, even if it costs me my life."
Yang Xiaohu stared blankly at the night sky for a long time, lost in thought. For some reason, she suddenly felt a sense of discomfort when recalling the embrace between Lu Wei and Zhou Muxue. Furrowing her brows, she returned to her desk and picked up a book to read.
However, after reading for a long time, she could not focus.
Her mind kept recalling Lu Wei's resolute gaze when he left and his gentle, affectionate demeanor toward Zhou Muxue. On another note, after playing around with Lu Xiaoxiao for a while, Lu Wei returned to the carriage, preparing to cultivate. He had just reached the returning abdominal realm, which primarily involved tempering the internal organs. With strong organs, the body becomes robust, hence this realm is incredibly important. He had just consumed a spirit elevation pill, which not only raised his cultivation but also significantly improved his skills in both the dragon elephant suppression art and the jade bone golden body scripture.
This single pill was equivalent to a month of intense training.
And this was for him. For others, it could mean a boost of 300 in physique and vitality, which was equivalent to the growth from the foundation establishment realm to the returning abdominal realm.
This made Lu Wei yearn to consume another pill, as the speed of enhancement was simply exhilarating.
However, considering the rarity of the spirit elevation pill, he ultimately decided against using it to boost his cultivation. Opening the system, Lu Wei began to ponder where to allocate these 5 attribute points. After reviewing from top to bottom, adding to other attributes did not seem to have much effect, only adding to comprehension would yield some results. However, when Lu Wei saw the experience points for the returning abdominal realm, he hesitated again. Currently his experience points stood at 14001500. This meant that only an additional 100 proficiency points were needed to advance to the 6th grade Blood Exchange realm.
Achieving the Blood Exchange realm would only require 5 attribute points.
After much thought, Lu Wei decided to allocate these 5 attribute points to comprehension. The remaining 100 experience points required for advancement could easily be attained with some effort today. There was no need to waste 5 attribute points.
After enhancing his cultivation, he would have 5 additional attribute points which he could then allocate entirely to comprehension.
Once comprehension improved, he could leverage the skill training space to enhance his skills. He set a small goal to elevate the 3/blade to the master realm.
Young master, Mr.
Luo has arrived. Lu Ruyan's voice came from outside the carriage. Lu Wei's eyebrows lifted faintly, his provisional master had come. Lu Wei stepped out of the carriage and saw Luo Yan standing nearby, his sole remaining arm still wrapped in bandages.
Master, what brings you here?
You're still recovering, there was no need to come in person, a messenger would have sufficed.
Luo Yan frowned and countered, did something happen between you and the eldest young mistress? Did she send you? Lu Wei asked coolly. Hearing those words, Luo Yan instantly knew something had transpired between them.
Bound by loyalty to his master's household on one side and bound by duty to his disciple on the other, he could not remain indifferent.
What exactly occurred? Lu Wei sighed. Master, please stay out of this. What did she ask you to convey?
Luo Yan fell silent for a moment, then wondered, had the two truly grown intimate only to fall into discord?
If so, indeed, he had no place interfering. After a pause, Luo Yan said, the eldest young mistress sent me with a carriage, and inside it lies 10,000 taels of silver. She also instructed me to tell you if it proves insufficient she will find more. Only then did Lu Wei recall he had requested these very things from Yang Xiaohu earlier that afternoon.
Her delivering them now was likely a test of his intentions.
Refusing would mean their arrangement had collapsed.
Accepting signaled room for reconciliation.
Lu Wei certainly had no quarrel with wealth, he urgently needed funds to activate his practice space and advance his cultivation.
One may quarrel with anyone, but never with oneself.
Very well. I accept the gifts.
Please inform her I shall fulfill my promise, and the more silver the better.
Alas, Luo Yan sighed, though I know not what transpired between you and the eldest young mistress, I hope, should the matter not be grave, you might yield somewhat for my sake. Understood.
You may return and deliver my reply, I imagine she waits for it.
Very well, I take my leave. Luo Yan departed without hesitation, swift and decisive.
Watching his master's retreating figure, Lu Wei shook his head helplessly. His master was unbending to a fault, yet such rigidity was emblematic of this age. Men like him were legion.
He truly said that.
Yang Xiaohu's eyes shimmered with quiet anticipation.
Luo Yan nodded.
Word for word.
Relief softened her expression, she had feared today's incident might jeopardize their agreement. Thank you, Uncle Luo.
Your wound hasn't fully healed, please rest at once. I'll have some healing medicine sent to you shortly.
Many thanks, young mistress. Luo Yan hesitated, clearly holding back words.
Uncle Luo, speak freely, I see you have more to say.
Yang Xiaohu perceived his restraint at once. Young mistress, Lu Wei grew up in a remote mountain village, untamed, unrestrained.
His temperament is wild and unbridled.
Should he ever offend you, I beg you not to hold it against him.
And should he truly commit some grievous folly, tell me, I shall discipline him myself.
Though phrased as censure, Luo Yan's words were plainly an appeal for leniency, a shield not a blade. Yang Xiaohu sighed. Uncle Luo, you've misunderstood.
It isn't he who wronged me, it is I who betrayed him.
He's angry with me now. Luo Yan's brow furrowed deeply, betrayed Lu Wei. Could it be?
A surge of fury ignited within him.
He bowed sharply to Yang Xiaohu. I shall take my leave now.
And with that he strode off seething.
Yang Xiaohu watched his back, utterly bewildered. What had just happened to Uncle Luo?
It seemed he was storming off to settle accounts with someone.
She guessed correctly, Luo Yan was indeed seeking retribution.
Lin Xiaolin sat in his tent drinking heavily, these past days had weighed upon him with unusual heaviness. That thorn in his eye, Lu Wei, hovered incessantly around the eldest young mistress's carriage. A man and woman alone together, no one would believe nothing had passed between them. Rumors had swept the caravan, the eldest young mistress and that youth shared an unusually close bond. Even glances cast his way had grown strange, charged with veiled mockery, as though he'd been cuckolded.
Yet he could do nothing against the boy. Just as he drained another cup and schemed feverishly how to eliminate him, a furious shout erupted outside the tent. "Lin Xiaolin, you wretched cur! Come out this instant! Today I shall sever your deluded lustful head from your shoulders." Stunned and disoriented, Lin Xiaolin blinked. What madness possessed this brute now? "I've done nothing these days." Even my thoughts remained unspoken. How could he possibly know? "Filthy dog, come out or I'll cleave your tent along with you." Damn it, does he think I fear him? Reeking of wine, Lin Xiaolin stormed out, blade in hand. Within moments the two clashed in furious combat. When Yang Xiaohu received the news, her face cycled through every hue of consternation. She finally understood why Luo Yan had stormed away in such wrath. After Luo Yan left, Lu Wei parked the carriage and instructed Lu Ruyan to set up another tent, as Shiwu Xiaoya and Chen Wanwan would be staying in another carriage. The original carriage was already a bit cramped for 4 people, and adding Chen Wanwan clearly wouldn't fit. Unless they pile on top of each other, but even if Lu Wei wanted that, he had to consider his image. After all, his little wife was watching right beside him. 10,000 taels of silver filled half of a carriage. 1 tael per minute amounts to 10,000 minutes, which is just about a week's time. It may seem like a lot of time, but realistically, without proficiency, practicing for a week wouldn't yield significant results. Fortunately, the practice space wouldn't tire him or leave him hungry. As long as he could endure mentally, he could keep practicing. However, Lu Wei wasn't in a hurry to recharge with so much silver. It would be a loss if he didn't find a way to return some. As for the target for returning the silver, only his little wife and Bai Linger could accept such a large amount. Bai Linger definitely wouldn't do, as there was no reason to give her so much silver. Although his cheap father-in-law was greedy, if someone were to give his wife 10,000 taels of silver, he would likely be grumbling internally. Moreover, Lu Wei had already decided what he would give her tomorrow. It would have to be his little wife. Ultimately, silver was a mundane object. Although it was related to cultivation resources, it belonged to the lower tier of such resources. He wondered if his little wife could return all 10,000 taels. Coincidentally, he hadn't returned anything to her today, so he would take this silver to her. As for the reason, he had already thought it through. Regardless of whether his little wife accepted it, he had to make her take it. Shortly after Zhou Muxue returned to her tent, she heard Xiao Huan inform her that Lu Wei had arrived. Stepping out of the tent, she saw Lu Wei busily unloading items from a carriage. She had become accustomed to Lu Wei bringing things over every day. Today she was still wondering why he hadn't brought anything. She hadn't expected that so late he would still deliver. Looking at the boxes, which seemed quite heavy, she couldn't help but ask, "What are these?" "These are our family assets. I'm entrusting them to you, so make sure to keep them safe." Lu Wei deliberately didn't specify what they were to avoid Zhou Muxue rejecting them. Zhou Muxue didn't have time to ask. Lu Wei's words made her little face flush. After delivering all the silver to her, Lu Wei hurriedly left with the carriage. Even if Zhou Muxue wanted to refuse afterward, the return had already been processed. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaohu watched the entire scene unfold. She felt a strange displeasure in her heart. Using her money to give to another woman, was that something a person could do? She seemed to have forgotten that this money she had previously said belonged to Lu Wei. Lu Wei returned to the tent with excitement, quickly opened the practice space in the system and began preparing to train his skills. The 10,000 taels of silver had been fully returned, multiplying to 500,000 taels. Converted to time, that equated to 347 days, nearly a year. If practicing for 7 days yielded no results, practicing for a year should definitely show significant effects, right? However, before practicing his skills, Lu Wei first opened the system interface. He allocated 5 free attribute points to comprehension to assist in enhancing his understanding during skill training. After preparing everything, Lu Wei set aside some of the 500,000 taels as a reserve in case he needed silver elsewhere, while the rest was added to the practice space. Once the recharge was complete, Lu Wei directly entered the practice space. As darkness enveloped him, he found himself in a pure white space. In an instant, the operational methods of this space involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Here he could transform the space into any form he desired, be it a prairie, ocean, valley, or volcano. Various environments could be chosen freely. Moreover, various weapons could be altered at will with their weights adjustable. A variety of animals could also be conjured, but the animals created were not real beings and had no actual effects. They were merely illusory phantoms. Lu Wei conjured a long knife identical to his treasured blade and selected a prairie terrain. In the distance, herds of cattle and sheep grazed, and with a gentle breeze Lu Wei began practicing his sword techniques. His current 3/ technique was at the minor completion realm.
His experience was 554 out of 1,200. According to his previous pace, he would need to practice over 600 times, with each session lasting 3 minutes, totaling 32 hours. However, after Lu Wei practiced once, he discovered a pleasant surprise: he could now earn 2 points of experience for each session of the 3/ technique. Upon reflection, Lu Wei found the reason. It was likely due to his comprehension being raised to 64 points, which had increased the speed of skill training. This meant he could master the 3/ technique in just over 10 hours. Lu Wei was instantly filled with motivation and began his training. After practicing for over 10 rounds in one breath, Lu Wei sensed that something was amiss. In this space, although his body never knew fatigue, however, it severely tested a person's mental endurance. The scenery here could be freely adjusted, but deep down one knew it was all an illusion. Only by constantly wielding the blade could one grasp the reality. This training was exceedingly monotonous, truly not something an ordinary person could endure. But for the sake of power, no matter how difficult or dreary, one had to practice. Yet after a long time, such feelings would inevitably lead to some irritation. Lu Wei gritted his teeth and persevered. In this cannibalistic world, without strength one was nothing, merely a target for bullying. Only overwhelming strength meant everything. Unknowingly, all the tedium and irritation gradually faded away. Lu Wei immersed himself wholly with only one thought in his mind: to train endlessly. After an unknown amount of time, a notification sound from the system snapped his thoughts back. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 3/ blade technique has reached the great perfection realm, rewarding 5 attribute points. Please check. Lu Wei heard the system notification, paused for a moment, and said allocate it to comprehension. He then opened the system for a glance. 3/ blade 03500 great perfection. 3,500 experience points, 2 points per round, totaling 1,750 rounds. Each round takes 3 minutes, summing up to 5,250 minutes, about 3.5 days, which isn't a lot. Lu Wei casually closed the system and resumed practicing. Unknown to him, as he just entered the training space, his master Luo Yan had already engaged in battle with Lin Xiaolin. Both were equally matched in cultivation. Luo Yan had more battle experience, but he bore injuries. Lin Xiaolin was unscathed yet failed to gain much advantage. Unknowingly, both had ignited true flames of battle. Their moves gradually became more fierce, filled with killing intent. Upon receiving the news, Yan Xiaohu naturally sent someone to intervene. However, with both having ignited true flames, each aimed to kill the other, leaving no room for retreat. At this moment, whoever stopped would be the one to perish. Yan Xiaohu, unable to act publicly, could only helplessly ask Qin Feng for assistance. But Qin Feng was clearly unreliable, otherwise he wouldn't have concocted such a melodramatic scenario of a beauty saving a hero. Don't worry, leave this to me, I guarantee it will be fine. However, since they are ignoring your commands, they must be punished. Let them fight for now. Once they have learned their lesson, I will secretly intervene to save their lives. Yang Xiaohu hurriedly explained, it doesn't matter whether Lin Xiaolin lives or dies, but Luo Yan must not come to harm. He is Lu Wei's master and he is very loyal to the family. Uncle Qin, you cannot let him get hurt. Upon hearing that Luo Yan was Lu Wei's master, Qin Feng felt a twinge of doubt. What exactly was this kid's background, and why did he choose a guard as his master? However, Lu Wei possessed the coveted spirit elevation pill in his hands. If there was a chance to gain a favor, he certainly wouldn't let it slip by. Rest assured, you can count on me for this. Before Qin Feng could finish his words, the battle between the two suddenly took a turn. In the previous moment, Luo Yan fiercely slashed through Lin Xiaolin's attack, then swept horizontally with his blade. Lin Xiaolin, exerting force beneath his feet, instantly retreated to evade the strike. However, at that moment a bright flash of blade light surged from behind him, slashing towards Lin Xiaolin from an extremely bizarre angle. Lin Xiaolin had completely not anticipated an ambush from behind, especially at such a tricky angle. He attempted to dodge, but his retreating form had not yet stabilized, leaving him with no leverage. In a moment of crisis, he could only try to avoid critical areas like his head. Swish! The blade light flashed and a spray of fresh blood erupted. Although Lin Xiaolin evaded a fatal strike to his head, his entire upper body was cleaved in two. For a moment he was caught off guard. When he looked down and saw that he had been sliced from his left shoulder to his right rib, an overwhelming fear and disbelief flashed in his eyes. Am I really going to die like this? How could I die so carelessly? Even if I am to die, let it be a noble death in a duel against a strong opponent. To die from an ambush like this, I am not reconciled at all. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, yet nothing came out. He could only swallow his last breath, filled with unwillingness. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden turn of events. No one had expected that someone would ambush Lin Xiaolin and kill him in an instant. Everyone turned their gaze towards the figure holding the knife. It was a young man wielding a long blade, his expression cold yet imbued with a hint of roguishness. At that moment his eyes were indifferent, as if he had just killed not a person but a mere chicken. Yang Xiaohu was also stunned by this scene. When he saw the young man who had acted, he frowned slightly. Xin Feng, however, murmured at this moment, "This kid really doesn't give me a chance to repay any favors, but why does his blade technique feel a bit off?"
As the party involved, Luo Yan was also taken aback by this scene. Upon recognizing the assailant, his expression changed dramatically. "You, how did you? You've acted rashly. Hurry, come with me to beg forgiveness from the young mistress."
Luo Yan spoke in frantic anguish, heedless of the blood still seeping from his wounds. Having slain the caravan's head guard, even he would surely face punishment, let alone Lu Wei, a mere temporary escort.
Yet Lu Wei seemed not to hear at all.
With unhurried composure he sheathed his treasured blade, cast a glance toward Yang Xiaohu's carriage and strode away without looking back. Just as Luo Yan prepared to give chase, Xiao Baihe, the young mistress's personal maid, came running over. By the young mistress's decree, Lin Xiaolin conspired with mountain bandits, betrayed his duty and deserved his fate.
Dispose of his corpse, let all proceed as usual.
As she finished speaking, Xiao Baihe glanced at Lin Xiaolin's bisected body, a fleeting trace of regret flickering in her eyes. Such a promising mark, barely played with for a few days and already gone.
Sigh, time to find the next target. Luo Yan stood stunned by the young mistress's order. What? Lin Xiaolin was a traitor. So Lu Wei wasn't guilty, he'd earned merit instead.
No, recalling everything that had unfolded that day, Luo Yan gradually pieced it together. Clearly the young mistress was shielding Lu Wei, but why had she claimed to have wronged him?
Surely it wasn't because of Lin Xiaolin. In that moment Luo Yan felt as though his skull were tightening and itching fiercely. Meanwhile Lu Wei returned directly to his own tent after slaying Lin Xiaolin. Luo Yan's mind itched, Lu Wei's ached.
His headache stemmed from severe spiritual depletion, for within the skill practice realm it was not his physical body that entered but his spiritual form. Thus prolonged practice continuously drained his spiritual energy. After elevating his sword art to the proficient level, Lu Wei sensed his reserves growing critically thin. Glancing at his system interface, he saw only 4 points of spiritual energy remaining, well below normal human capacity.
Rest and replenishment were imperative.
Fortunately his sword art had just reached the perfect tier, so Lu Wei exited the practice realm outright.
Upon achieving perfection, the system awarded attribute points.
This time, however, the reward was not 5, but 20 full attribute points. Previously advancing from grand accomplishment to proficiency had granted 10. That was double the reward he'd received when progressing from minor accomplishment to grand accomplishment.
Lu Wei allocated all 10 points to insight, bringing his total to precisely 79.
Once his insight reached 79, Lu Wei noticed his cultivation accelerated markedly, where each cycle once yielded 2 experience points had now granted 3. Moreover, with every cultivation cycle, deeper realizations welled up spontaneously in his mind, where before he'd been like a block of stubborn wood, now clarity flowed effortlessly. Yet although his cultivation speed had increased, the experience required to ascend from grand accomplishment to perfection had also surged to a staggering 10,000 points.
Lu Wei calculated carefully. Practicing relentlessly, he estimated roughly 1 week would suffice to reach the perfect tier.
That pace was undeniably extraordinary, even discounting others. Consider his makeshift master Luo Yan, who after decades of practice had barely attained proficiency. For Lu Wei to achieve perfection in just 1 week was an achievement rarer than phoenix feathers or unicorn horns.
Every minute delayed meant lost opportunity and lost value. Prepared and resolute, Lu Wei resumed grinding his skill uninterrupted for 7 days straight.
Along the way he encountered hardship, tedium, agitation, and the suffocating despair of solitude in an empty realm. On several occasions he nearly stepped out to rest and ease the strain, yet each time he held firm. For he feared that even a single lapse would breed complacency. Once the habit of retreat took root, the moment cultivation grew tedious he'd instinctively seek escape, and then how could he ever advance? So he pushed himself relentlessly, gritting his teeth strike after strike until the system chime rang out, ding. Congratulations, your martial technique 3-strike blade has ascended to the perfect tier.
20 attribute points awarded. Please confirm receipt. At that sound Lu Wei collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Though this realm demanded no physical stamina or chi, he existed here as a spiritual entity, and spiritual exhaustion ran deep. Though the drain was gradual, akin to going over 10 days without sleep, it had finally overwhelmed him. His spiritual energy had dwindled to just 4 points. He immediately allocated 10 points to restore his spiritual energy, easing the pressure. The remaining 10 attribute points he invested entirely into insight. Thus his insight surged past the threshold of 80, matching his innate constitution exactly. Surveying the experience required to ascend from perfection to mastery, he found it demanded a full 30,000 points. With insight now at 80, his cultivation speed quickened further. At this rate, attaining mastery would take approximately half a month. Lu Wei shook his throbbing temples. In his current state, continuing cultivation was impossible. He needed to step outside, recover his spiritual energy, and return refreshed. With that thought, he vanished from the practice realm in a shimmer of light. Back in the tangible world, he drew a deep, steadying breath. There was undeniable comfort in the solidity of reality. No matter how long one stays in the skill practice space, only a moment passes outside, therefore everything before him remains unchanged. Lu Xiaoxiu, Lu Ruyan, Shen Wanwan, and Wu Xiaoya were chattering in the nearby carriage, discussing something unknown. At that moment, Lu Wei heard the sounds of a fight from outside, thinking that someone was attacking the merchant convoy, and hurriedly stepped out of the carriage to investigate. He discovered that it was his master fighting with Lin Xiaolin, and his expression changed instantly as he grabbed his treasured blade and rushed over. Lu Wei had long harbored murderous intent towards Lin Xiaolin, but unfortunately he had never had the chance to act. After all, this guy was a second realm expert. Without using a spirit elevation pill, he was certainly no match for him. The difference between the first and second realms was far greater than that between the second and third realms. The second realm can actually harness spiritual power, while the first realm relies solely on physical vitality. The gap between the two is qualitative, not something that can be compensated by quantity. Of course, if a first realm practitioner is powerful enough to become a formidable body cultivator, it is not impossible to fight beyond their level. For example, Lu Wei now had a physique and vital energy close to that of a second realm warrior, and in a sneak attack situation coupled with his perfect level swordsmanship, it would not be said to be easy to kill a second realm expert, but the success rate would be quite high. Upon reaching the back of the crowd, Lu Wei quietly observed the battle between the two, fully employing the breath-holding technique to conceal his presence and slowly search for an opportunity. After waiting for a while, he finally found an opportunity, bursting forth with all his strength and executing a single slash. With perfect level swordsmanship, the blade was sharp yet silent, its movements flexible and changeable. In addition to the sneak attack, no matter how Lin Xiaolin tried to evade, Lu Wei had ways to adjust his blade's momentum. The outcome was unsurprising. With one surprise attack, Lin Xiaolin was cleaved in half. This kid's swordsmanship has some skill. It seems he has at least reached the proficient level. Xin Feng looked at Lu Wei's swift and variable swordplay, unable to help but praise it. Yang Xiaohu frowned upon hearing this proficient level. Just now, when he fought that second realm demon, his swordsmanship was clearly only at the minor accomplishment level. How could he have reached proficient level in such a short time? I've heard of ascension in cultivation. Can martial skills also ascend? Is it possible that he had an epiphany just now? How coincidental is that? How many secrets does this guy have? Returning to his carriage, Lu Wei simply lay down to sleep. Resting is the best way to restore one's mental energy. Meanwhile, in the remote western desert state, resources are scarce and the environment is harsh. Apart from seeking certain specific spiritual materials, few are willing to come here. Some individuals are also cultivators who committed serious crimes elsewhere and had to hide here due to offending others. Gradually, this place became a haven for evildoers. Some shady organizations also seized the opportunity to establish power here. Among them, the infamous Shiyu sect, primarily focused on assassination, was founded here. As a well-known assassin organization on the continent, it is said that the master of Shiyu sect is a 7th realm grand cultivator proficient in the art of assassination. It has 5 branches, each led by 6th realm cultivators of exceptional strength. The leader of the northern region branch, Mo Xingjuan, possesses extraordinary demonic arts and kills indiscriminately. He once slaughtered an entire city. In the end, he was besieged by righteous forces and had no choice but to hide in Shiyu sect as a branch leader. Has there been any news from the shadow? Not yet. He is probably caught in the chaos. However, he has completed his task. He's still somewhat useful. Give the order to prepare. Once the demon clan begins their attack on Yunzhou City, it will be our time to strike. Understood. The next day, as the sun rose high, Lu Wei finally woke up from his slumber. He had slept very comfortably and felt fully refreshed upon waking. Feeling the movement of the carriage beneath him, Lu Wei opened the door curtain and happened to see Lu Ruyan driving the cart. What time is it? Lu Wei casually asked. Hearing Lu Wei's voice, Lu Ruyan hurriedly turned back and said, "Young master, it's just past noon." He didn't expect that he had actually slept until nearly noon. "Young master, would you like to eat?" I can prepare something for you.
Lu Wei waved his hand. No need, it's almost noon, let's eat together. Lu Wei said this and directly returned to the carriage, taking advantage of the free time to restore his mental energy and continue practicing his swordsmanship, striving to reach the master level by the end of the day. He then began to practice the breath-holding technique, aiming to elevate it to the proficient level.
Opening the skill practice space, Lu Wei continued to practice his swordsmanship.
According to the time in the practice space, as long as he practiced for half a month, his swordsmanship should reach the master level.
Unbeknownst to him, a week had already passed in the practice space.
Lu Wei felt that he had consumed quite a bit of mental energy, so he exited the space. His experience progress had risen by half and he planned to restore his mental energy before practicing again in the evening. Now the only thing holding him back was his mental energy, which was only at 30 points. He decided that next time he gained attribute points he would first raise his mental energy.
Young master, the young lady sent someone to look for you.
As Lu Wei stepped out, he heard that Yang Xiao had sent someone to find him. Raising an eyebrow, he wondered what this woman wanted from him.
Gotta tell her to wait a moment.
Lu Wei changed his clothes, took the prepared items and got off the carriage, heading first to the Zhou family. After some polite exchanges, Lu Wei successfully gifted Mrs.
Zhou 50 body refinement pills, earning 500 points in physique, thus balancing his physique and vitality.
Both had broken through the 1,000 mark, reaching nearly the second realm level. When it came to Zhou Mushui, things became a bit challenging as he had already given her quite a bit in recent days. He had sent her all kinds of pills, he certainly couldn't gift her hundreds of pounds of rice. Thinking about it, he realized he didn't seem to have anything of high value on him.
It seems I need to go and ask Yang Xiao for some resources.
After bidding farewell to the Zhou family, Lu Wei made his way towards Yang Xiao's carriage. Yang Xiao had observed everything, but she was surprised to find that she wasn't particularly angry. It seemed she had expected it all along and had grown accustomed to it. Soon Lu Wei arrived at the side of the carriage.
What do you need me for?
You are my guard, can't you be summoned without a reason?
Oh, I forgot to tell you, I'm planning to resign.
What do you mean?
Yang Xiao frowned. I mean, I'm quitting.
Lu Wei stated bluntly.
Why? Are you still upset about yesterday? I apologize to you.
Yang Xiao gritted her teeth as she spoke. It was the first time in his life he had apologized, and that feeling was quite frustrating. Lu Wei chuckled, that's not it, mainly you have no money to pay me, so of course I'm quitting. Hearing this, Yang Xiao was confused. How do I not have money?
Your little salary doesn't mean much to me. Have you forgotten? You promised to give me everything from the Yang family.
So all your money is now mine, including this carriage you currently live in. Yang Xiao froze, not expecting this guy to be so shameless, and immediately rolled her eyes at him. You wish. Before you fulfill your promise you can use the money, but it means it's all still yours. Only upon completing your promise will everything truly be yours, and I will not touch a single bit.
Lu Wei retorted, you didn't say that back then.
Yang Xiao countered, what did I say? I only said it would eventually be yours, you can use it, but I never said it was yours now. Alright, fine, if that's the case then I can use the money in advance. I can just take the money to spend, so why should I work as your guard to earn money? Yang Xiao nodded, you have a point, I forgot about that part. Then let's add a clause to the agreement. You must fulfill your duties diligently as a guard to access the finances, otherwise you won't get a single cent.
Lu Wei couldn't help but think that this woman was truly wicked. Fine, I won't resign for now. I need some cultivation techniques, so give me some.
Since it will all eventually be mine anyway, I won't be polite. The sooner I get it, the sooner I can utilize it.
Yang Xiao didn't make things difficult for Lu Wei and directly asked, what techniques do you need?
Whatever you have.
Martial arts, alchemy, crafting, anything related to cultivation is in short supply.
Lu Wei shrugged, looking like he was making a lion's demand. Yang Xiao, hearing this, thought Lu Wei was just trying to provoke her, so she advised, don't be greedy, having one good martial art is enough and it's unnecessary to practice multiple techniques. Lu Wei shrugged, you don't need to worry about that, I have my own methods. Yang Xiao narrowed her eyes, this mysterious guy, one day I will extract all your secrets.
Come on in. Hearing this, Lu Wei stepped directly into the carriage.
As soon as he entered, Yang Xiao pointed at a row of bookshelves and said, first row third book, second row third book, third row sixth book, and after pointing to several books she added, these are all manuals related to cultivation, remember to return them after reading.
Lu Wei glanced around and collected them one by one. Return them? That was impossible, these are my things, why would I return them?
Actually, Yang Xiao, who wasn't very keen on these manuals, it was just that thinking of this guy giving her things to other women made her uncomfortable.
Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading back. With the items in hand, Lu Wei didn't plan to stay long and prepared to leave immediately. Yang Xiao, who immediately responded upon hearing this, "What do you mean there's nothing else? You are my guard, are you not going to protect me properly? Where do you think you're going?"
Lu Wei rolled his eyes. "You're so much stronger than I am. Do you really need my protection? You should protect yourself. I have things to do. See you later."
With that, Lu Wei jumped off the carriage and ran away.
He planned to head back and study these manuals so he could arrange for their return later.
Jiang Chen flipped through the cultivation methods he had brought back from Yang Shouhu, ultimately nodding in satisfaction.
As expected of a young lady, she is extravagant. Among the 6 cultivation methods, aside from 2 technical methods for alchemy and weapon refining, the remaining 4 are all of the Xian level. 9 Heaven's Mystic Art is a cultivation method for the Gathering Qi realm, while the other 3 are martial skills. The Gathering Qi methods and the 2 technical manuals could be set aside for now as they were not needed at the moment. After some contemplation, Jiang Chen decided to put away Meteor 13 Swords and Blazing Fire technique, leaving only Swift Wind movement. Currently he had 3 attacks with his sword, but he lacked a movement technique, making him less agile and swift during battles or while traveling. Jiang Chen reviewed the Swift Wind movement several times and his 80-point comprehension advantage became evident, allowing him to grasp the technique quite quickly. He then directly opened the skill practice space to begin practicing this movement technique. However, Jiang Chen did not practice for long and left once he reached a beginner's level. After that he stepped out with the Swift Wind movement in hand. "Miss, the young master is here again," Xiao Huan said cheerfully as she rushed into the tent, addressing Zhou Muxue, who was reading and cultivating. Hearing this, Zhou Muxue shot her a glance, saying, "He's here again, don't say that in the future." Saying this felt as if she was displeased with Jiang Chen's arrival, which made her somewhat uncomfortable.
"Yes, Xiao Huan understands. Would you like to go out to see him?"
Zhou Muxue hesitated and replied, "No, just let him in."
Ha!
Xiao Huan doubted her ears. The young lady actually allowed a man into her tent, which was no different from entering her boudoir.
Zhou Muxue shot Xiao Huan another glare. "Hurry up and go." Oh, Xiao Huan hurriedly ran out.
Jiang Chen did not expect that his young wife would invite him into the tent. He had always wanted to come in before, but with that cheap father-in-law watching, he never had the chance. Now that the old man was not around, he had to seize the opportunity. Upon entering the tent, he was instantly greeted by a faint, refreshing fragrance different from the alluring scent in Yang Xiaohu's room. This was a subtle and somewhat cool aroma that invigorated the spirit and cleared the mind considerably. Seeing Zhou Muxue look at him shyly, Jiang Chen chuckled, "My dear wife, I've come to see you. Have you missed me after not seeing me for an hour?" Zhou Muxue felt her face heat up from Jiang Chen's teasing and replied, "You always talk nonsense. Who would miss someone after just an hour?" Jiang Chen smiled, "A day apart feels like 3 autumns, an hour apart is equivalent to several months, so of course I must miss you." Zhou Muxue lightly pondered Jiang Chen's words, "A day apart feels like 3 autumns. That's a beautiful line. Where did you hear it?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately became smug. He had originally thought this was a cultivation world where he could not flaunt his previous life's poetry, but now that his young wife was interested, he had to show off.
"What do you mean where I heard it?
You don't know your husband. I'm a well-known poet across 10 miles and 8 villages. Poetry and verses come to me easily, I guarantee on-the-spot creation."
Zhou Muxue giggled at Jiang Chen's playful antics. "You say so? Then let me test you. What if you can't come up with anything?"
Jiang Chen patted his chest. "If I can't come up with anything, you can do whatever you want with me." Zhou Muxue smiled with pursed lips. "All right, then you should compose a poem with the theme of the sword."
"Wait a moment." Jiang Chen interrupted Zhou Muxue. "What's the matter?" Zhou Muxue looked at Jiang Chen in confusion. "I just promised that if I can't come up with something, you can do whatever you want, but if I can, you should agree to one of my conditions, right?" Jiang Chen grinned at Zhou Muxue. Zhou Muxue lightly nodded. "That's only fair. Tell me, what condition do you have?" Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. "My condition is simple. From now on, whenever I give you anything, you must not refuse, as that is my heartfelt intention." Zhou Muxue was slightly taken aback by Jiang Chen's words. She had expected him to propose something embarrassing and shy. She did not expect such a peculiar condition. What a wooden-head person! Even when given a chance, he doesn't know how to seize it. He usually behaves so badly, but why can't he turn around when it matters? "All right, I agree," Zhou Muxue said with a smile. Seeing her agreement, Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy and let out a big sigh of relief.
In the future there would be no difficulty in giving Zhou Muxue gifts, he wouldn't have to rack his brain for excuses anymore.
Good, it's settled then, the theme is the sword, right? That's simple. Wait, I'm not finished yet, I said the theme is both the sword and snow.
Zhou Muxue looked at Jiang Chen with a cunning gaze, purposely trying to make it difficult for him. To make you realize your potential.
Fine, no problem.
Jiang Chen said, frowning as he paced back and forth, then clapped his hands and declared, got it.
Zhou Muxue looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Got it. Then recite it for me to hear.
She didn't believe that he could come up with a good poem in such a short time. In the golden goblet, fine wine worth 10,000 coins. On the jade plate, exquisite delicacies worth a fortune. Stopping my cup and tossing my chopsticks aside, I find myself unable to eat, drawing my sword and glancing around, my heart filled with confusion. To cross the long river ice blocks the stream, I yearn to ascend the Taihang mountain, snow covering the peaks. Leisurely fishing by the green stream, I suddenly dream of sailing beside the sun.
The road is difficult. The road is difficult.
There are many diverging paths, where do I go now? The strong winds and waves will eventually relent, I shall hoist my sails to brave the vast sea.
Drawing my sword and glancing around in confusion. Yearning to ascend the Taihang mountain, snow covering the peaks.
Such good poetry, though I harbor frustrations, yet I am not stingy at all. It is grand and magnificent, with great waves and splendor.
Is this poem truly your creation? Zhou Muxue gazed at Lu Wei with sparkling eyes as if she had discovered a treasure.
Lu Wei chuckled, thinking to himself that since there could never be a poet immortal like Li Bai in this world, he might as well make his poetry flourish here. Coincidentally, though this world lacks the Yellow River, there is a long river nearby, and there lies a mountain range called Taihang.
My humble work is nothing to mention, Lu Wei said with a smile, but his proud demeanor showed no hint of humility.
Zhou Muxue could not help but want to laugh as she turned to ask, however, I sense there seems to be some unfulfilled ambition in your heart. Could it be that you have some worries?
Can you share with me?
Lu Wei suddenly remembered that this poem could be likened to one of Li Bei's most challenging meals in his lifetime, with a turbulent experience leaving him troubled. Alas, it's really nothing, it's just that my cultivation is too low, making me susceptible to manipulation. Though my aspirations are high, my fate is fragile like paper, inevitably causing some bloom. Zhou Muxue, upon hearing Lu Wei's words, thought he was unhappy with his role as a guard for the merchant caravan. She then advised, but has something happened with the caravan?
If you are unhappy, you need not continue. Your family is not without money or provisions.
Zhou Muxue had never had a good impression of that incredibly seductive woman and had long wanted to persuade Lu Wei to stop.
Yet she worried Lu Wei might think she was meddling, hence she had kept silent.
Lu Wei shook his head and let out a bitter laugh. In this world, no matter where one goes, how could it be smooth sailing? If one gives up or avoids difficulties, then what is there left to do? Zhou Muxue, upon hearing this, looked at Lu Wei with a hint of tenderness and said softly, with me here I can protect you from grievances. Lu Wei, hearing this, chuckled and gently pinched Zhou Muxue's fair little face.
Zhou Muxue's pretty face flushed slightly but showed no intention of avoiding it, merely gazing at Lu Wei with affectionate eyes. How could I hide behind my little wife and live off her? Then how can I still be considered a man? As long as when I need warmth you can bring me a cup of hot tea, and when I need shelter from the rain you can provide me with an umbrella, that would be my greatest happiness. Out there in the world, those dangers I shall shield you from. Zhou Muxue opened her mouth, wanting to say that her cultivation was sufficient to protect Lu Wei, and if it really came to it she still had her master. But thinking of her master's admonition, if her cultivation were exposed she would have to return to her sect. At that time she would be separated from Lu Wei, which she did not want, so she ultimately kept silent. Lu Wei, observing Zhou Muxue's hesitant demeanor, smiled lightly and comforted her. All right, don't worry about me, I'm doing quite well now, having food and drink, and with you this beautiful little wife, what more could I want? If you encounter difficulties, remember to tell me. All right, by the way, today I brought you something again. What is it? Zhou Muxue curiously asked.
Lu Wei took out the swift wind body technique and handed it to Zhou Muxue. It's a martial skill. I've already learned it, it's too unsafe to keep it in the carriage, so I'm giving it to you. You can take a look when you have free time. If there's anything you don't understand you can ask me. Zhou Muxue listened to Lu Wei's words and secretly laughed. With your low-level cultivation you still want to guide me in cultivation? If you knew my cultivation level you'd probably be astonished.
All right, then let's keep it here.
Lu Wei pinched Zhou Muxue's fair little face and smiled. Very obedient.
All right, I have matters to attend to, so I'll leave first and come back to see you later.
Zhou Muxue gazed at Lu Wei with eyes full of affection and softly reminded, all right, you must take care of yourself.
Rest assured I'm off now.
As Lu Wei spoke, he waved goodbye and turned to leave. Zhou Muxue watched Lu Wei's departing figure for a long time before returning to her bed, flipping through Lu Wei's swift wind steps. This low-level martial skill of the Xian rank was something she had never encountered before. The techniques her master taught her were at least of the earth rank, and the methods were even of the heaven rank. After skimming through it with her extraordinary comprehension, she understood it quite well. Setting the book aside, she secretly pondered whether to give Lu Wei some higher-level martial skills. But what if her master found out? Wouldn't that punish Lu Wei? Perhaps she should ask her master the next time they meet. Yang Xiaovu watched Lu Wei running about excitedly and felt a surge of anger. This guy had just obtained a technique and already sent it to his fiancée. He really knew how to be considerate. Lu Wei had no idea he was being watched by Yang Xiaovu. After returning to the carriage, he immediately extracted the recently returned technique. This time it was a full 50-fold return. What kind of powerful technique would it yield? Ding! The host has triggered a 50-fold return for the target. Zhou Muxue's advanced skill Swift Wind Body Technique, receiving the spiritual level skill Shadowless Phantom, which is now stored in the system space and can be claimed at any time. Claim. In an instant, a wealth of information flooded into his mind. Having experienced this several times, Lu Wei was fully prepared to handle it with ease. The return skill has one advantage: it is directly instilled, allowing instant comprehension. However, executing it still requires some practice, just like other skills. The time for skill installation is very short, taking just a few seconds. After receiving the skill, Lu Wei directly entered the skill practice space to begin his training. The sword technique can be set aside for now. This body technique must be improved quickly. The proficiency of the spiritual skill is 3000 after initiation, with a minor achievement reaching 5000. Lu Wei wasn't aiming for a higher realm, he just wanted to enhance the body technique to minor achievement first. Then he would continue to improve the sword technique, and once it reached mastery he could temporarily put it aside. Mastery represents the pinnacle, a level seldom achieved by others. Skills at the mastery level can generally enable one to fight beyond their rank. Spiritual level skills are very difficult to cultivate. Even with Lu Wei's 80 points of insight, he could at most increase his proficiency by 2 points each time. Thus it would take 12 days in the space to elevate this skill to minor achievement. Within the space, as a shadow flickered incessantly, Lu Wei's mastery of the body technique became increasingly proficient. This body technique is indeed a spiritual level skill with outstanding effects during movement. An average person could barely catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for elevating the skill Shadowless Phantom to proficient level, rewarding 5 attribute points. Alright, skills above heavenly level grant attribute point rewards upon leveling up. Now Lu Wei was even more motivated to practice. Finally, before his mental energy was exhausted, he elevated the skill to minor achievement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for elevating the skill Shadowless Phantom to minor achievement, rewarding 10 attribute points. Opening the system interface, Lu Wei contemplated how to allocate the points. A total of 15 free attribute points adding to his bone and insight would only yield 1.5, which is of little use. So he decided to add it to mental energy, as his mental energy was the fundamental reason restricting the speed of skill cultivation. Adding these 15 points would increase his cultivation speed by 50. Without hesitation, Lu Wei allocated all 15 attribute points to mental energy, raising it to 45 points. Adding 15 points to mental energy made Lu Wei feel significantly better. He no longer experienced the dizziness from staying up for several nights. In the afternoon, Lu Wei went to Yang Xiaovu to continue his duty. Though it was called duty, in reality he was taking a big nap. Yang Xiaovu looked at Lu Wei, who was sprawled across 2 chairs sound asleep, with a speechless expression. Is this guy here to protect me or just to take a nap? The originally quiet environment for reading was now disrupted. She really wanted to send him back. However, after thinking it over, Yang Xiaovu remained still, quietly observing the peacefully sleeping Lu Wei. An involuntary thought arose in her mind: this guy looks quite good when he's asleep. Yang Xiaovu was startled by her own thoughts. What am I thinking? How could this insufferable guy be good-looking? Shaking her head to dismiss the strange thoughts, she continued to lower her head and read. When Lu Wei woke up, the sky was already completely dark. As he opened his eyes and saw the unfamiliar surroundings, he was momentarily dazed before realizing that he was in Yang Ziyahe's carriage. Is this how you serve as a guard? Yang Xiaovu said mockingly upon seeing Lu Wei awake. Lu Wei did not respond, but instead asked, how long until we reach Yunzhou? Yang Xiaovu was unsure why Lu Wei suddenly asked this, but she still replied, 3 days.
Only 3 days left. Time passes so quickly, I must seize the moment to cultivate.
Upon reaching Yunzhou, I plan to continue south until I find a sufficiently safe place to stay for a while. I will elevate my cultivation level and then find a place with more beautiful women to charm and indulge in some returns. I see that camp has already begun to be set up outside and Lu Wei was just about to leave the carriage. Then I heard Xiao Baihe from outside say Miss Lord Qin Feng has arrived.
Lu Wei and Yang Xiao who exchanged glances before looking away.
Both were curious as to why Qin Feng had come at this time, had he not always been hiding in the shadows.
Quickly invite Uncle Qin in, said Yang Xiaohu.
Lord Qin, please come in. Creak, the carriage door was pushed open and Qin Feng appeared in his usual flamboyant attire.
Has something happened, Uncle Qin?
Yang Xiaohu asked directly.
If there were no urgent matters, Qin Feng wouldn't come to find her. For once Qin Feng's demeanor was serious as he nodded slightly.
Indeed there is something, Qin Feng said, glancing at Lu Wei beside him.
The meaning was clear, it was not convenient to speak with an outsider present. However, Lu Wei seemed oblivious, sitting there motionless.
He had not forgotten the grudge he held against this old fellow. Although he could not take revenge for the time being, Lu Wei felt he could at least cause him some trouble. Had it been in the past, Qin Feng would have long since chased away someone so oblivious. But he did not dare to do so in front of Lu Wei, as Lu Wei possessed the spirit elevation pill that he desired.
Uncle Qin, please speak. Lu Wei is not an outsider.
Qin Feng could only helplessly say, I just received news that a group has departed from Jizhou led by Yang Xin himself, heading straight for Yunzhou. Yang Xiao, who was taken aback and then blinking in disbelief, said, is this truly a good thing? Since he has come out, he should not return to spare me from further trouble. Lu Wei listened, completely puzzled. Who was Yang Xian?
Was he an enemy of Yang Xiaohu?
Qin Feng hesitated before asking. He is clearly coming for you.
Many in your family should know about this. If you deal with him so easily, will your family blame you?
Yang Xiaohu scoffed at this, saying, Uncle Qin, do you really think Yang Xian came alone? If I'm not mistaken, my biased grandfather, my second uncle, and the experts of the Yang family will surely be hiding nearby.
They are just waiting for me to make a move. Then why do you still want to do it?
Yang Xiaohu's eyes flashed with killing intent before she smiled broadly. Why would I pass up such a great opportunity?
Lu Wei watched with wide eyes, realizing what she was planning.
Yang Xiaohu intended to eliminate her entire family. This woman was truly ruthless. According to the usual script, one would need to engage in a battle of wits and courage before presenting evidence of the opponent's misdeeds, rendering them infamous and destitute. Why was she not following the script and going straight for the kill? Qin Feng looked at Yang Xiaohu in surprise, but then nodded and said, all right, you are decisive. I will handle this matter since you have no one useful on your side. Yang Xiaohu did not hesitate, saying, then I'll trouble you, Uncle Qin.
No need to be polite with me, I'll take my leave now. You need to be cautious for the next few days. Rest assured, I have guards here.
Qin Feng glanced at Lu Wei, smirked, said nothing, and turned to leave.
Yang Xiaohu, observing the thoughtful expression on Lu Wei's face, squinted and asked, what's wrong? Do you think I'm a bit ruthless?
Lu Wei shrugged. I've noticed it for a long time, it's not surprising at all. Yang Xiaohu shot Lu Wei a glare and said, if there's nothing else, you can leave for now.
Staying with you a little longer would shorten my life by a few years. Do you have any divine weapons or miraculous treasures? Please give me some.
Over the past few days there hasn't been anything valuable to return. I need to find a way to get some in. Yang Xiao, who was undoubtedly the best target.
However, upon hearing Lu Wei's request, Yang Xiao, who immediately shook her head decisively, no. Why do you want my things but never give me anything in return?
Seeing Yang Xiao, who inexplicably angry, Lu Wei knew it was pointless to argue further, so he simply turned and left.
The following days were calm and Lu Wei continued his cultivation methodically. After 3 days of hard work, he finally brought the 3-slash blade to the mastery realm. Moreover, his cultivation level reached the 5th rank of blood exchange, just one step away from breaking through to the 2nd realm, the gathering chi realm. Additionally, Lu Wei had refined the concealment technique to a minor success. In total, he gained 65 attribute points.
However, when it came time to allocate the points, Lu Wei felt somewhat troubled.
Wow! Is this Yunzhou city?
So magnificent, so vast.
Yes, it's really big.
Lu Wei was awakened by the astonished exclamations of 2 little girls and turned to look outside the carriage.
In the distance, a colossal city that seemed to reach the sky slowly appeared before him. The city gate bore the 2 prominent characters Yunzhou. Whoa, we finally arrived. My dear, did you see?
I and the child have reached Yunzhou. We can live on now.
We made it finally. Woo woo.
At the moment the refugee group saw the city, many people were either crying or laughing, overwhelmed with excitement. They had endured too much suffering and faced countless hardships, and now they finally saw hope, a chance to survive.
However, what they did not know was that even after arriving in Yunzhou, survival would not be easy. At least 1/3 of the population from Yunzhou had fled to Yunzhou. With such a sudden increase in population, it wouldn't be easy for Yunzhou to support everyone. The city lord's chief secretary had been on the verge of madness these days. With the lord absent, he had to manage every little detail of Yunzhou. Although wielding authority was indeed pleasurable, the reality was quite different. The power granted to him by the city lord could be taken back at any moment. In a world where strength determined everything, this ordinary chi-gathering realm warrior was essentially courting death by attempting to undermine the Frost Transformation Realm city lord. Thus his current situation was one of exhausting labor with no rewards, and if he failed he would bear the blame. My lord, the Yang family has reached 10 miles outside the city. The chief secretary, buried in work, was momentarily startled. What Yang family? The Yang family from the north that the city lord told us to treat well before leaving.
Suddenly remembering, the chief secretary slapped his forehead. Oh dear.
Look at my head.
Quickly arrange for a carriage, I will go personally to greet them.
By the way, go inform the young lady and ask if she will be joining.
Yes.
Outside the city, Lu Wei looked at the approaching Yunzhou city, feeling quite odd.
The enormous city walls left him utterly stunned. Seeing walls nearly 100 meters high for the first time, he felt as small as an ant beneath them. It was hard to imagine how such walls were constructed. Only in a world with extraordinary power could such walls ever be completed.
Of course, it was not necessary. Beneath the massive walls lay countless shantytowns stretching endlessly out of sight.
This was a temporary shelter for refugees. All the refugees without claim or invitation from the city dwellers would almost always be temporarily housed here. Only if they had relatives in the city to take them in, or if they found work and provided proof, could they enter the city. The others had to fend for themselves or receive 2 bowls of porridge daily to barely survive. In this world, food was not scarce, whether in the wild or cultivated. The yield was high due to the presence of spiritual energy. Unless faced with various disasters, there generally wouldn't be a food shortage.
Moreover, a capable city lord would wish to have more people. Because only with a larger population could there be better development and more possibilities.
However, the recent disaster in Yunzhou had caused an overwhelming number of people to flock to Yunzhou, and even with full effort the city struggled to accommodate them. If all these people entered the city, it would surely lead to chaos, thus entry had to be restricted.
Simultaneously, efforts were made to settle or relocate these individuals.
As they neared the refugee camp, Lu Wei was suddenly hit by a strong smell that wafted over. The temperature was still not high, and Yunzhou's season felt similar to the onset of spring. If it were the hot summer months, the stench would likely be worse, making it easier for diseases to spread. Seeing the seemingly endless refugee camp, Lu Wei sighed softly. In any world, the underprivileged always faced the hardest struggles.
Before Lu Wei's large group could even approach the city gates, an armed squad came to meet them. Halt! Submit to registration and inspection.
The caravan's manager had long been prepared and stepped forward to negotiate. Greetings, esteemed officials.
We are the Yang family from Jizhou and have our own enterprises within Yunzhou. Here is our proof.
The leading officer took the proof and a pouch of coins presented by the manager, inspecting them briefly. Without a hint of emotion, he pocketed the coins and returned the proof to the manager.
Ah, so you are from the Yang family. Since you have enterprises in the city, you may enter. Here is your entry permit. Just register at the city gate before entering.
For established families like these, the city guards generally would not cause trouble. Not only did they have proper documentation, but they also provided benefits. Besides, if they happened to know someone important in the city, the captain could not afford to take that risk. However, at that moment a distasteful voice suddenly rang out nearby.
What nonsense! How can you let people in so casually? You are derelict in your duties.
Everyone turned to see a young man dressed in fine clothes with a lewd expression, accompanied by several attendants approaching. This person had a shifty gaze, constantly sneaking peeks at the caravan. His eyes roamed over Zhou Muxue, Lu Ruyan and several other women, a sinister smile lingering on his lips, clearly not a good character.
Seeing his demeanor, Lu Wei couldn't help but twitch his lips, never expecting to encounter such a melodramatic scene himself one day.
Lord Lu, it is not negligence on my part. I assure you these travelers possess proper documentation and fully meet the city's entry requirements. Lu Mingfei, emboldened by his father's authority over the city guard, had long terrorized the city, bullying the weak, harassing women, committing every atrocity without restraint. Only recently had he been publicly humiliated by the prefect's daughter, forcing him to cease his abuses within the city walls, so he turned his predatory gaze toward the refugee caravans arriving from afar. Most refugees carried no noble lineage or influential backing, provoking them posed no political risk, and beyond the city gates no authority could rein him in. Thus he thrived like a fish in water. Today, spotting several exceptionally beautiful women among the caravan, he had set his sights on them once more. Meanwhile, the merchant escort heard the guard captain address him as Lord Lu.
Instantly every eye in the caravan turned toward Lu Wei.
His face darkened. There are countless Lu surnames, why all this staring at me?
Hearing the captain's explanation, Lu Mingfei did not temper his arrogance, in fact his fury flared anew. Incompetent fool. Even with proper documents, thorough inspection is mandatory. What if dangerous fugitives or demonic spies hide among them? Every inch must be searched inside and out.
Those women clearly harbor suspicion, seize them all. I shall interrogate them personally. His brazenness knew no disguise. This was outright abduction, his impure intent glaringly obvious even to a child.
Lu Ri and Shen Wanwan and the other young women recoiled in terror at the threat of arrest, scrambling behind Lu Wei for shelter. Zhou Muxue, however, showed no fear, only a tightening of her expression, grim and cold. Lu Wei gently patted their hands in reassurance, fear nothing. He possessed not only the backing of Yang Xiuhu and Qin Feng, but even unaided he held the strength to cut his way out with these girls at his side. Though his cultivation stood at only the first realm, his combat prowess rivaled that of second realm qi accumulation experts. Even against third realm cultivators enhanced by spirit ascension pills, he could exchange blows without yielding. Master-level swordsmanship was no mere ornament, even a yellow-rank technique wielded devastating force. The caravan leader, having just accepted a bribe, now found himself deeply conflicted by Lu Mingfei's demand. Just as he wavered, a mounted detachment thundered forth from the city gate, no more than a dozen riders astride dragon-scale horses clad in obsidian armor, swords sheathed at their waists radiating palpable authority. Cultivators instantly recognized them all as exceeding the qi accumulation realm. At their head rode a young woman, 16 or 17, her lips rosy, teeth gleaming, eyes like spring water shimmering with quiet intensity. Her delicate oval face was flawless, ethereally beautiful, yet edged with martial resolve. Her only flaw perhaps lay in her youth and immense wealth, her figure as flat as an airfield. She bore a crimson-tipped spear, its blade seeming to flicker with living flame. Silver-scaled armor she wore, hair bound high beneath a warrior's crown, a vision of commanding androgynous grace. The detachment halted before the caravan. Surveying the scene, the young woman's brows snapped together, her voice rang sharp and imperious. Lu Mingfei, what is the meaning of this? At the sight of her, Lu Mingfei flinched violently, as if a cat had glimpsed a tiger. Xian
Yu, I'm merely assisting the city guard with refugee inspections.
Silence. You dare address her as Yu? Assisting. Do you take me for a fool?
Tell me, what is he truly doing here? Yu's glare then locked onto the city guard captain, her eyes sharp as blades. His face paled, he had no answer. If he told the truth, Lu Mingfei might suffer only a beating, but his own future would be ruined.
Yet silence meant immediate retribution.
Just as he faltered, a clear voice cut through the tension. He just attempted to seize every woman in our caravan for inspection. All eyes turned to the speaker, a youth of 18 or 19, his bearing upright, his countenance suffused with unwavering righteousness. Spectators and guards alike watched him with pitying glances. This boy was doomed, his sun would not rise tomorrow. Lu Mingfei's gaze hardened into venomous hatred, fixed upon Lu Wei, as if already peeling flesh from bone, drawing tendons taut. In his mind he had already decided the boy's fate: would he be flayed alive, or carved slowly, slice by agonizing slice? A sharp stinging crack shattered his reverie. Lu Mingfei's cheek exploded in white-hot pain, blood and 3 teeth spat from his mouth in a single arc. A guttural inhuman shriek tore from his throat. He collapsed writhing on the ground, half his face swollen crimson, branded with the unmistakable imprint of a spear shaft. Onlookers gasped, jaws tightening instinctively. The brutality was staggering, it hurt just to witness. Qin Yu leveled her blazing spear at the crumpled form and roared, you dare abduct innocent women, then threaten others before my very eyes. No one, not even heaven itself, shall save you today. Arrest him. Cast him into the dungeon, and flog him without mercy.
Qin Yu, are you out of your mind?
Lu Feiming looked at Qin Yu with a mix of anger and fear, unsure of what had possessed this woman to be so harsh with him and to lock him up. His father was a master of the third realm and the captain of the city guards.
In the entire Yunzhou city he was arguably the most powerful person, second only to Qin Feng. Usually the two families had a good relationship. Even if he made a small mistake and was caught by Qin Xianyu, the worst that would happen was a scolding and he'd be fine after a few days. But today not only had she struck him hard, but she also intended to imprison him for it. Had this woman gone mad? Take him away. Qin Xianyu, uninterested in further conversation, ordered her guards to escort Lu Feiming away. Qin Xianyu. Lu Feiming wanted to say something but was cut off, only able to let out a pained cry. These guards were the personal guards of the city lord and only listened to the orders of the city lord. Moreover, they were all masters at the gathering Qi realm. Not to mention Lu Feiming, even if his father came they wouldn't give him face. Sister Xiao, who am here? It's been a long time. Did you miss me? Once everyone had left, Qin Xianyu entered Yang Ziyahe's carriage smiling as she asked. Yang Xiuhu was also beaming with joy. Sit down quickly. Of course I missed you. How have you been this past year? It's been about the same. I want to go out and explore, but my father has always disagreed. Sister Xiao, who could you help me persuade my father? He will definitely listen to you. Qin Xianyu pleaded, grasping Yang Ziyahe's arm. Yang Xiuhu smiled bitterly. Aren't you making things difficult for me? If I help plead your case, what if something goes wrong with Qin Xianyu? How would I explain it to Qin Feng? Qin Xianyu clearly understood this reasoning, sighing, forget it, I won't think about these troublesome matters anymore. Let's head into the city first. Along the way the two women quietly chatted in the carriage. Lu Wei rode beside them, solemnly playing the role of a guard. Sister Xiao, who your guard is quite amusing. Can I borrow him for a few days? Lu Wei's face darkened at her words. Is that playing around serious? I'm not going to be serious about this. Don't be fooled by his appearance, this guy is actually quite bad. He even had a quarrel with Uncle Qin. Upon hearing this, Qin Qianyu's eyes lit up, filled with gossip. He quarreled with my father. What happened? Sister Xiao, who you must tell me. Yang Xiuhu recounted the conflict between Lu Wei and Qin Feng to Qin Xianyu. Qin Xianyu, upon hearing this, wore an incredulous expression. This guy insulted her father and yet faced no consequences. This is simply amazing. Sister Xiao, who I absolutely must borrow your guard. Yang Xiuhu was also taken aback by this audacious remark. How do you plan to use him? Qin Xianyu smiled mysteriously. He of course he will be of great use. I won't tell you now, you will find out later. Yang Xiuhu, being quite clever, could tell what she was thinking. A glimmer of insight flashed in her eyes before she returned to her calm demeanor. I can't control him. If you can persuade him, I have no objections. Qin Xianyu was surprised. You can't control him? Isn't he your guard? Yang Xiuhu smiled bitterly. If I could control him, would I let him insult Uncle Qin? Upon hearing this, Qin Xianyu immediately appeared somewhat lost. It seemed this guard was no ordinary person, but if he could make her father wary, there must be a good reason for it. Fine, I will speak to him myself. Lu Wei, listening to their conversation from outside, felt that Yang Xiuhu was digging a pit for him. However, after thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure out where the pit was. Damn, dealing with such clever women is truly troublesome. It's much easier with Lu Xiaoxiao, she is the easiest to fool. What he didn't know was that at that moment Lu Xiaoxiao was secretly cultivating the dragon elephant suppressing prison art that he had taught her. The convoy smoothly entered the city. Yunzhou, as a northern stronghold in a chaotic land, was not only a connection point between the western and northern regions but also the center for resisting the northern demon tribes. Therefore the city had a large population and was bustling with activity. The streets were filled with crowds and the sounds of vendors calling out were incessant. Various shops and stalls lined the roads, each brimming with customers. Lu Wei observed the prosperity of the entire city while following the convoy. After about half an hour, the convoy stopped in front of a large estate in the eastern part of the city. At the entrance of the estate, a group of over 10 servants had long been waiting. Upon seeing the convoy arrive, the steward hurried forward to pay his respects. Welcome back, young lady. Yang Xiuhu stepped out of the carriage, lightly nodding her head. Let's go first, settle everyone in. Understood, the steward replied, promptly directing the servants to unload the carriage and settle the guards. The members of the merchant convoy followed the steward's directions and drove the carriages into the courtyard. Lu Wei, ignoring all this, directly asked Yang Xiuhu for a small courtyard and moved in with his family. Xiao Wei, should we really go in? Won't that be a bit inappropriate?
Senior brother, our junior sister's location has been shifting these past few days, could she be in danger?
Unlikely.
Her movement is slow, almost leisurely, as if she were touring scenic mountains and rivers, not fleeing peril. Yang took a long swig of wine, his speech already slightly slurred with intoxication. As he spoke, the communication jade talismans on all three of them suddenly vibrated in unison. They exchanged glances and hurriedly checked the incoming message.
Yunzhou has fallen to demonic beasts, and they are advancing directly toward Yunzhou. Hurry to protect your junior sister.
Upon reading their master's message, their faces paled instantly. Without another word, they poured spiritual energy into their flying vessel, accelerating to full speed. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, reclining lazily atop a sun-dappled mountain stream, also received the alert. His expression darkened at once. Gazing hesitantly toward Jizhou in the distance, he wavered, but ultimately resolved to return to Yunzhou with his people. The young family could be dealt with any time, but should Yunzhou fall, the lives of millions would rest upon his shoulders.
Moreover, Yunzhou held vital strategic importance for the Qingling sect. Its safety was non-negotiable. Reinforcements from the sect were already en route. He needed to return immediately to coordinate defenses. Yunzhou Yang family villa. Not long after, Yang Xiao, who also received Qin Feng's message, and her expression turned grave. After closing her eyes in quiet contemplation, she suddenly opened them and declared, "Send for Lu Wei." At that moment, Lu Wei was comforting Zhou Yuanshan. "Father-in-law, why speak so formally? We are family, meant to stand together. You are Mu Shui's parents, thus you are my parents.
Please never again utter such distant words."
Hearing Lu Wei's words, Zhou Yuanshan felt deeply moved, and for one fleeting second even felt a pang of guilt over having once deceived Lu Wei with that useless treasure chest. "Ah, I only feared burdening you.
You serve as a guard in the Yang household. If you bring too many people inside, tongues may wag and the fault would lie with us. Besides, our family holds estates here in Yunzhou City, not as vast as the Yang's perhaps, but more than sufficient to house us all."
Lu Wei was genuinely surprised, never imagining his new father-in-law possessed such hidden substance. A rustic landowner, yet he owned property in Yunzhou.
Just as he pondered how extensive those holdings might be, Xiao Bai he arrived to summon him.
"Master Lu, the young mistress requests your presence." "Coming."
Lu Wei sighed inwardly, musing whether his role as a mere guard might finally be drawing to a close. Miss Yang Xiao, who truly knew no bounds when it came to exhausting others. Instructing everyone to prepare while he was away, Lu Wei followed Xiao Bai he toward Yang Xiaohu's chamber. Along the way, Xiao Bai he, abandoning her usual reserve, began showering him with uncharacteristic flattery, nearly offering herself outright. Lu Wei found Xiao Bai he's cloying advances unbearable. Ever since Lin Xiaolin's death, she had clung to him relentlessly, leaving him covered in gooseflesh each time. At last reaching Yang Xiaohu's door, Lu Wei pushed it open and strode in without hesitation. Inside, Yang Xiaohu started visibly at his sudden entrance.
"Are you being chased by dogs?" she snapped. Lu Wei offered a wry smile. "I'd rather be chased by dogs."
"Tell me, does your maid have some sort of affliction? She's been throwing herself at me all day, can't you rein her in?" Yang Xiaohu burst into laughter. That single smile bloomed like spring blossoms, radiant, dazzling, so much so that Lu Wei stood momentarily transfixed. "Xiao Bai he is no plain face, she's quite the beauty.
If she's showing you favor, you ought to appreciate it. How ungrateful you are."
Lu Wei waved dismissively enough. "Spare me the trivialities, just send her away now." "And what urgent matter required my presence?"
"Don't summon me needlessly, I'm not staying unless compensated. Benefits remain unseen, yet demands pile up daily." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu sobered and relayed the dire news: demonic beasts were marching upon Yunzhou.
Lu Wei leapt to his feet instantly, already planning to flee with his family before the first beast breached the walls.
Fleeing was the only sensible choice. Anyone who stayed would become beastbait.
Seeing his reaction, Yang Xiaohu seized his arm.
"Where do you think you're going?"
"Where else?"
Lu Wei retorted urgently.
"To pack and run, unless you'd prefer I make dumplings instead."
"When demonic beasts lay siege, staying means feeding them."
"Damn it, barely a half day of peace and now we're fleeing again. When will this madness end?" Yang Xiaohu rolled her eyes. "Who told you Yunzhou would fall?"
"Its walls are towering, its defenses formidable, many masters stand ready to defend it."
"There's no cause for alarm." Lu Wei scoffed. "Whether it falls or stands is none of my concern, I won't stay to risk my life." "No, it is your concern."
"This matter concerns you directly."
Lu Wei furrowed his brows and asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Xiaohu sighed and did not answer Lu Wei, but instead retorted, "Do you know how many people are in Yunzhou now?" Lu Wei had the intention to say, "What does it matter to me?" but he ultimately changed his words and asked how many.
Over 5 million.
Yang Xiaohu solemnly stated some numbers. Upon hearing this figure, Lu Wei was genuinely surprised. He never expected a single city could hold 5 million people. Don't be fooled by modern society where a city easily has tens of millions. That is due to advanced facilities and convenient technology that can accommodate so many people. However, in such a backward era, for a city to contain 5 million people is truly an astonishing feat.
Not to mention handling daily necessities is a major challenge.
Yang Xiaohu continued, "Among these 5 million, aside from a small number of martial artists with cultivation, there are a few strong and able adults, while the majority are the elderly, weak women and children.
If Yunzhou City were to be breached, then these over 5 million people wouldn't even survive a fraction."
Lu Wei responded, "Then hurry and tell them to run." Yang Xiaohu looked at Lu Wei as if he were a fool after hearing this.
Do you know how many refugees successfully ran from Yanzhou to Yunzhou? How many?
Less than 500,000.
What?
Lu Wei was so shocked that he stood up directly. Although Yangzhou originally had a small population, it still had several million. He had anticipated that a large number would perish on the road, but he never expected that it would be less than 1/10.
How many people died along the way? Lu Wei suddenly fell silent.
Yang Xiaohu sighed. "This is still because Yangzhou held on long enough, giving us ample time to escape. This time the beast army would arrive in Yunzhou in less than 15 days. Just think about it, how far can those ordinary people run in 15 days?
The final result is that they will all perish at the hands of the beasts."
After hearing this, Lu Wei felt a heavy weight in his heart. 5 million people seemed like just a number, but in reality it represented 5 million lives.
That's not right. If others can't escape, you should be fine, right?
With your personality, you wouldn't worry about these matters, would you? Lu Wei looked at Yang Xiaohu with suspicion. He couldn't believe this woman could be so kind. Yang Xiaohu nearly exploded with anger upon hearing this. Suppressing the impulse to slap him, she gritted her teeth and said, "Are you suggesting that I'm so ruthless that I could even harm my own kin?
Why would I care about the lives of unrelated people, right?" Lu Wei sincerely nodded.
Seeing him acknowledge it so readily made Yang Xiaohu feel a dull pain in her stomach, as if her menstrual cramps were about to kick in.
Those are 5 million lives. I am ruthless and unscrupulous. I admit I am not a good person, but I am still human.
As long as I have the ability, I will not stand by and watch the human race be slaughtered by the beast race. Of course, if I lack the ability to stop it, I won't seek death. I'm not that great.
As for the Yang family, although they share my bloodline emotionally, they are my enemies. Do you think I am the kind of person who is blindly loyal and filial?"
After hearing Yang Xiaohu's words, Lu Wei nodded in agreement. Some relatives indeed feel less like family than strangers. As for helping the human race avoid slaughter, if possible, he would act like Yang Xiaohu. If he could help, he would reach out, but only if he could ensure his own safety. So I can't help much by staying here.
Why don't you let me run?
Lu Wei spread his hands helplessly. In the face of a large-scale war initiated by the beast race, as a mere first-stage novice, he would just be cannon fodder. What was the point of staying?
No, you can help even determine the final outcome.
Yang Xiaohu fixed her piercing gaze on Lu Wei as if she wanted to devour him whole.
Lu Wei was frightened and crossed his arms defensively, looking warily at Yang Xiaohu. "I'm telling you, don't expect me to do anything dangerous. Rest assured it won't be dangerous at all. Just tell me what you want me to do." Knock, knock, knock.
Just as Yang Xiaohu was about to speak, someone suddenly knocked on the door. "Miss City Lord Qin Feng has arrived." The voice of the steward came from outside.
"Please enter the main hall, I will be right out." "Yes."
Yang Xiaohu turned to Lu Wei and said, "Let's go, come with me." Lu Wei shook his head and replied, "No way, I have no desire to get involved." Neither the matters of the Yang family nor the beast attack on the city were things Lu Wei wanted to engage in excessively.
He was pondering whether he should go back now and take his family to flee. "You have to be involved in this matter,"
Yang Xiaohu said as she ignored Lu Wei's refusal, directly pulling him up and heading toward the main hall.
Hey, let go of me. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Why didn't you say that when you were watching me bathe? I didn't do it on purpose. You showed it to me. Do you think I could knock you into the wall with one slap? You wouldn't be able to get out even if I did." The two of them continued their banter as they arrived at the main hall. Upon seeing Yang Xiaohu arrive, Qin Feng felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Xiaohu, I owe you an apology this time.
I didn't expect the demon clan to launch their siege at this moment, so I had no choice but to return and take charge.
Before Yang Xiaohu could respond, Lu Wei waved his hand and said, forget it, forget it.
The moment you said I'll take care of this, I knew it was doomed to fail.
Xin Feng's face turned red with anger, yet he couldn't refute it.
It seemed that every time he uttered those words things ended up falling apart. However, this kid's mouth was truly sharp, he really wanted to give him a slap.
Yang Xiaohu, watching from the side, nearly laughed but held it back for Qin Feng's sake. Yet Qin Xinyu, who was beside them, couldn't maintain her composure.
It was the first time she had seen her father in such a predicament.
Unable to hold back, she burst into laughter. At her laughter, Yang Xiaohu couldn't help but join in, quickly turning his head away while his shoulders shook with laughter.
Qin Feng's expression darkened further as he shot a fierce glare at Qin Xinyu.
Qin Xinyu, undeterred, huffed and gave Lu Wei a thumbs up.
Fearing that Qin Feng might get angry and leave, Yang Xiaohu hurriedly said, Uncle Qin, this matter is not your fault.
Don't worry, I have my own ways.
For now we must prioritize dealing with the demon beast siege. Upon hearing about the demon beast siege, Qin Feng lost interest in quarreling with Lu Wei. Alas, that is indeed the case, but with the current strength of Yunzhou City it will be very difficult to resist. Although I have requested assistance from the sect, I have no idea when that aid will arrive.
Yang Xiaohu chuckled and said, if I am not mistaken, the real headache for you, Uncle Qin, should be that snake demon, right?
Qin Feng nodded. Exactly. That snake demon belongs to the Taipan clan. Besides its formidable strength approaching the 5th realm, its poison is exceptionally troublesome. Ordinary 4th realm cultivators have no means to counter it. Those below the 4th realm are either dead or injured.
Moreover, it can release poison over a wide area. Unless we deal with it, winning this battle is simply impossible. The Taipan clan is the most toxic branch among the snake demons.
A single puff of its poisonous mist leaves little hope for those below its realm. Furthermore, this poison spreads extremely quickly and there's no way to defend against it. Back then the defenders of Yangzhou City were nearly wiped out by this poisonous mist.
Yang Xiaohu smiled and said, Uncle Qin, you need not worry. If a 5th realm expert were to directly slay it with overwhelming force, then it wouldn't be able to release its poison, right?
While that logic holds true, where can we find a 5th realm expert in Yunzhou right now?
5th realm experts are typically the leaders of various sects. There are none in Yunzhou City.
At this point, Qin Feng suddenly looked up at Yang Xiaohu and asked, could it be that you have a plan?
Yang Xiaohu responded with a smirk, without a 5th realm expert, can't we create one? Qin Feng seemed to vaguely understand what Yang Xiaohu was implying.
Are you suggesting? Yang Xiaohu turned her gaze to Lu Wei and Qin Feng's eyes sparkled as he looked at Lu Wei.
Lu Wei felt a chill from their gazes. What are you two doing? I'm only at the 1st realm. How can I possibly elevate to the 5th realm?
If he could truly ascend to the 5th realm, he would be quite pleased. Unfortunately, such a thing seemed utterly impossible. Even if there were such a method, Lu Wei doubted they would willingly help him. Of course you cannot elevate to the 5th realm, but you do have a way to help others reach the 5th realm.
Yang Xiaohu looked at Lu Wei with a somewhat complex expression. Seeing the complex and inscrutable look on Yang Ziya's face, Lu Wei was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? Did this woman discover his secret about the system?
With her intelligence, it wasn't impossible for her to notice something unusual. However, that seemed off. Even with a system, there was no way to elevate to the 5th realm in a short time. If there were such a method, he would have used it long ago.
What method? Why am I not aware of it? Lu Wei pretended to be clueless. Spirit elevation pill. Yang Xiaohu said slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei quickly stepped back. How do you know about that? He was about to ask how they knew he had the spirit elevation pill when he suddenly remembered that they were both watching the battle with the wolf demon the whole time. It was no surprise they knew. But wait, while the spirit elevation pill can enhance some physical qualities, it shouldn't be powerful enough to enable someone at the Frost Realm to directly condense a golden core, right? I've experienced the effects of the spirit elevation pill. While it's quite strong, it's not that exaggerated.
Qin Feng nodded and said, what you said is correct. The spirit elevation pill indeed cannot elevate someone from the 4th realm directly to the 5th realm. However, it can allow a 4th realm cultivator to experience the insights of a 5th realm expert. For someone who has been stuck at the peak of the 4th realm for a long time, what they lack is precisely that insight. As long as I understand what the 5th realm is like, I can break through. This is akin to an examination. Although the ascending spirit pill cannot grant you a perfect score directly, it provides you with a reference answer. If you still cannot achieve a perfect score with the answer in hand, then that would be quite unreasonable. Of course, this method is only suitable for experts like Qin Feng who have been trapped at the pinnacle of the fourth realm for many years, or even those who have already stepped one foot into the threshold of the fifth realm.
After Qin Feng's explanation, Lu Wei understood what was going on.
He did not expect that the ascending spirit pill had such an effect. It seemed he had truly underestimated the ascending spirit pill.
If I had known this would be the case, I wouldn't have taken that ascending spirit pill. What a pity. I only had one and I've already consumed it. Lu Wei lamented, slapping his thigh in regret. What a joke.
Although the ascending spirit pill exists, why should I give it to you?
Wouldn't it be better to give it to my little wife?
She is also at the fourth realm. Giving it to her might even help her break through to the fifth realm.
After all, she is my wife who has provided me with so many benefits.
I was just thinking about how to repay her. Since the ascending spirit pill has this effect, I certainly cannot forget about her.
Upon hearing this, Qin Feng also wore a look of regret. If he hadn't stopped Yang Xiuhu from intervening to save Lu Wei back, then Lu Wei wouldn't have consumed the ascending spirit pill. Ultimately, this matter is still his fault.
He has ruined his own path to advancement.
Perhaps this is fate.
Just as Qin Feng was grieving and regretting, Yang Xiaohu's expression remained unchanged.
Given her understanding of Lu Wei, she knew that this guy never spoke a single honest word.
It would be strange if he did not have the ascending spirit pill.
Don't worry, we won't take it for free, we will exchange it with treasures for you.
Lu Wei immediately felt displeased upon hearing this and stood up, saying, nonsense. All your treasures belong to me. What do you have to exchange with me? As soon as he said this, the room fell silent. Qin Feng and Qin Xianyu, who had been watching quietly, both looked at Lu Wei and Yang Xiuhu in surprise. Previously, Qin Feng only had suspicions, but Yang Xiuhu had consistently denied them. With Lu Wei's words, they could no longer misunderstand the implications.
Sister Xiuhu, are you dating a guard? Qin Xianyu looked at Lu Wei and Yang Xiuhu with incredulity.
Lu Wei initially wanted to explain, but upon hearing Qin Qianyu's words, he immediately felt displeased.
What's wrong with a guard? Did the guard eat your family's rice? On what basis do you look down on guards?
Qin Xianyu was momentarily taken aback by Lu Wei's sudden retort.
Just as she was about to retaliate, Yang Xiuhu interrupted her. Alright, stop arguing.
Uncle Qin Xianyu, things are not as you think. I will explain this matter to you later when I have the chance. However, just remember that Lu Wei is indeed very important to me, as important as life itself. Qin Xianyu was still pondering in her heart, thinking that this rascal lives in her home. How could he not have eaten her family's rice? Upon hearing Yang Xiaohu's words, she could only sit down in anger. Qin Feng, however, had a thoughtful expression upon hearing Yang Xiaohu's words.
Yang Xiuhu addressed Lu Wei directly, saying, don't worry, you won't have to exchange anything from the Yang family. This huge city lord's mansion has plenty of treasures, we will definitely not let you suffer any losses.
Qin Feng chimed in, yes, you can choose anything from the city lord's treasury.
Upon hearing this, Lu Wei stroked his chin thoughtfully.
To be honest, he was not particularly inclined to help Qin Feng. Although this guy was on Yang Xiaohu's side for the time being, he was also on the same side as himself. However, who can predict what the future holds? But right now he indeed lacked some money. During this journey, he had already used up most of the year he spent in the skill practice space.
If he wanted to continue upgrading his skill levels, he would need to invest money.
Moreover, if he encountered higher level and more powerful skills in the future, the cost of practicing them would be even greater, so he had to prepare in advance. In addition to this factor, there was another reason. After so many days of returns, he truly had nothing left to give to several girls.
He couldn't possibly give them a hair, could he? The items returned had no use.
He still wanted to go shopping later and buy something to return that also required money. Now, with the city lord's treasury allowing him to take whatever he wanted, why should he be polite to him? The final reason was that Lu Wei did not want to see hundreds of thousands of people perish. He could not even bear to imagine such a scene. In the past, when watching videos, he felt depressed every time he saw disasters occur. This involved millions of lives. Just thinking about it gave him chills. If he had the ability to help, he did not want to stand idly by. Of course, it would not be easy for Qin Feng to obtain the ascending spirit pill from him.
He would not let him off without extracting every bit of benefit that was not Lu Wei's character. With this thought, Lu Wei began to prepare to sharpen his knives for the pigs and sheep.
Cough, cough, cough. What treasures can your city lord's mansion possibly have? At most, they are just some useless junk.
To be honest, even if you give me those things, I would find them taking up space. Do you think I would be so foolish as to exchange my ascending spirit pill for those things? Upon hearing Lu Wei belittle her family, Qin Xianyu naturally felt displeased, and just as she was about to stand up to retort, her father pressed her back down. I understand, young Master Lu, your background is astonishing and your resources are vast, so naturally you look down upon the meager assets of our city lord's mansion. However, I implore you for the sake of the 56 million lives in Yunzhou City to lend us your assistance. Feel free to state your conditions. As long as I, Qin Feng, can fulfill them, I will never refuse. Qin Feng said, bowing deeply to express his sincerity. Father. Uncle Qin. Lu Wei thought this is truly unbearable. This guy Lu Wei is a classic example of someone who cannot handle direct confrontation. If you push him hard, he will definitely find a way to fight you to the bitter end. Even if he cannot win at the moment, he would constantly ponder how to take revenge. However, if you approach him gently, he might actually be a bit unable to resist. When Qin Feng suddenly resorted to emotional appeals coupled with the two beautiful women beside him looking at him with mournful eyes, he truly found himself at a loss. Of course, the main reason is that this ascension spirit pill is not particularly precious to him. As long as he has the explosive spirit pill, he can produce them in bulk. Lu Wei was more than willing to take this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to Qin Feng. He had not forgotten that Qin Feng had once wanted to beat him up. With this chance, how could he not retaliate? Alright, I agree to give you one ascension spirit pill, but in addition to the treasures in the city lord's mansion, I want something else. You can say whatever you want, I will never refuse as long as it is within my ability. Qin Feng immediately promised, excited upon hearing Lu Wei's agreement. Lu Wei said nothing, only directing his gaze towards Qin Xianyu. Seeing Lu Wei's gaze, Qin Xianyu was first taken aback, then furiously exclaimed, "You wish? Absolutely impossible. Qian Yu. Come outside for a moment, I have something to discuss with you." Qin Feng pulled his daughter outside and began whispering far away. Yan Xiuhu looked at Lu Wei with a complex expression filled with shame, frustration, and a hint of sadness. Lu Wei felt quite uncomfortable under her gaze and retorted, "Why are you looking at me with those eyes as if your husband has died?" Yang Xiuhu thought at this moment, "I wish you were my husband." Get lost. Don't talk to me. Yang Xiuhu angrily scolded Lu Wei and turned away to sulk. This jerk is truly incorrigible. He already has several women at home and now he's eyeing Qin Xianyu. After only meeting her a few times, he has already developed an infatuation. Why haven't I ever seen you be moved by me all this time? Ugh, who wants you to be moved, you bastard? You're bound to wear yourself out sooner or later. Yang Xiuhu kept cursing him in her heart, occasionally shooting him a murderous glare. Lu Wei felt quite bewildered by their reactions. What's going on? All I wanted was that fire spear in Qin Qianyu's possession. You only mentioned the treasures in the city lord's mansion. What if there's nothing in that treasure vault? Or if the items are worthless? However, that fire spear in Qin Qianyu's hand is different. It clearly looks like a treasure and Lu Wei had coveted it since the first time he laid eyes on it. What would it be like to return it? It's something that is simply unimaginable. In the courtyard, Qin Feng looked at the determined Qin Xianyu and said helplessly, "Daughter, I know this matter has put you in a difficult position. But I have no other choice. If there were a way, I would rather risk my life than let you suffer. After all these years, you know how much I dote on you. You are more important to me than my own life. To prevent you from suffering even a little since your mother passed away, I defied the orders of the sect to remarry. But this time is different. This time it's not for me but for the over 5 million citizens of Yunzhou. I can only choose to let you endure this hardship. But rest assured, if he ever dares to mistreat you, I will risk my life to ensure you receive justice." Of course, this is just a hypothesis. In reality, from my observations over the past few days, apart from his fondness for beautiful women, I can't find any faults with this guy. His background is deep and mysterious. Although I don't know the specifics, it is certainly extraordinary. Furthermore, while he may have a bit of a lustful side, he treats every woman exceptionally well. Even the maids around him have never been mistreated. You will absolutely not suffer by being with him. Besides, can't you see? Your sister Yang Xiaohu also likes him. Just think about it, what kind of person is Yang Xiaohu? The two of us together don't have as many wits as she does. The one she chooses cannot be bad. Following her choice is definitely right. Father, stop talking, I will listen to you. Qin Xianyu suddenly interrupted Qin Feng's rambling, speaking calmly. Qin Feng was taken aback, his eyes reddening as he gently patted his daughter's shoulder. "Good child, I'm sorry for putting you in this position." "It's all right, you're right. For the sake of the 5 million citizens in the city, what does it matter if I suffer a little? As long as we can save Yunzhou City, I would willingly give up my life, let alone getting married. Alright, you are indeed my Qin Feng's daughter. Rest assured, I will never let you suffer. Your wedding will be grand and magnificent. Thank you, father.
Qin Xinyu nodded with tears in her eyes, smiling. However, what no one knew was that Qin Xinyu had a different thought in her heart.
Yang Xiaohu likes Lu Wei.
So that's how it is, this guy actually has such great charm.
Or is there something about him I don't know? How could he attract Yang Xiaohu? Forget it, as long as it's something Yang Xiaohu wants, taking it will definitely be the right choice.
This woman has always been better than me in everything since childhood. This time I will snatch your husband first and see how you cry, ha ha ha. The little devil in Qin Qianya's heart laughed maniacally. The two returned to the guest hall and looked at Yang Xiaohu and Lu Wei, who were glaring at each other from a distance, both feeling utterly confused.
Qin Xianyu secretly laughed. It seems father was right. Yang Xiaohu is indeed jealous and angry.
Young Master Lu, after my persuasion, both Qianyu and I have agreed to your conditions. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, now you can give it to me.
Ha!
The three of them widened their eyes in disbelief, staring as if they were larger than eggs.
Mu Shui, I discussed with your father, and in a couple of days we will prepare the wedding for you and Lu Wei. What do you think, Mrs. Zhou Bailinger asked with a smile. Hearing this, Zhou Mu Shui's pretty face flushed with a hint of pink. Isn't that a bit too fast, Mrs. Zhou chuckled lightly. Silly child, if it goes any slower, aren't you afraid Lu Wei might be taken away by someone else?
I won't be worried, I trust him. Zhou Mu Shui recalled Lu Wei's attentive care for her, and her heart was filled with happiness.
Mrs.
Zhou shook her head. You are still too naive. Sometimes it's not about whether he wants to or not, but about the choices he must make. Furthermore, if this drags on, aren't you afraid something might happen here?
Mrs. Zhou said meaningfully.
Zhou Mu Shui was slightly taken aback, pondering for a moment before finally nodding. Then I will leave it all to you and father to arrange.
If master knew, he probably wouldn't agree, right? After all, Lu Wei's cultivation level is too low, not even meeting the standards for entering the sect.
If that's the case, then it's best to hurry and get married before master finds out.
Mrs.
Zhou sighed with relief upon hearing this. She had watched Zhou Mu Shui grow up since childhood, and even though she wasn't her biological mother, their bond was still deep.
Naturally, she knew about Zhou Mu Shui's training.
Every time her master came over, she had to be extremely careful, fearing discovery.
Marrying Zhou Mu Shui to Lu Wei would draw much less attention.
Over the years she had been merging with her body, and it was only now that she had fully succeeded. Seeing that she was about to begin her cultivation to regain her strength, she certainly did not want her efforts to be in vain.
Alright, once Lu Wei returns, we will discuss the marriage with him. The Tianqian continent is vast and boundless, with humans occupying only a small part of the central region, while the majority of the outer areas are occupied by demonic beasts.
Further outside lies the endless sea, rumored to have no end. Even the strongest of the 9 realms have not found its boundaries.
On the southeast side of the human territory is the ancestral land of the demon race, where countless demonic beings reside.
The northwest regions are harsh, with relatively fewer demonic beasts and lower strength.
However, this is only relatively speaking, as the number of demonic beasts within is still countless.
In the northern regions there exists a powerful race that survives among the endless snow mountains. They call themselves descendants of the innate spirits, claiming their ancestors were the powerful 9-tailed fox who dominated an era during the wild times.
Yet now the once mighty fox lineage has long since fragmented. Gradually it split into 3 major clans: the Su clan, the Pure Fox clan, and the Qingqiu clan. The 3 fox clans are evenly matched, and they once resided in the eastern demon god forest. However, more than 20 years ago an incident occurred that led to the Qingqiu clan being driven out of the demon god forest by the combined efforts of the other 2 clans, forced to hide in the harsh northwest and slowly regain their strength. In the northwest there exists a powerful race as well, which is a branch of the snake race, the Taipan clan. This race prefers dry environments and possesses potent toxins, making them ill-suited for forest life. For the Qingqiu clan to survive here, they must establish good relations with the Taipan clan. Elder of the Bai family, please help me once more to deduce where that wretched woman is hiding. I cannot find peace until she is dead. The speaker was thin and hidden beneath a black cloak, appearing like a drifting ghost. The elder of the Bai family shook his head. Taipan clan leader, reasoning out the heavenly secrets consumes a great deal of energy. It's not that I do not wish to help you, but a person can only deduce this once. I already assisted you in deducing once before. Further attempts will yield no results.
The Qingqiu clan is skilled in divination, and it is this ability that has allowed them to evade extermination several times.
However, sometimes human calculations are no match for the heavens' designs.
No matter how strong their divination skills, they ultimately were still driven out of their ancestral lands. The entire Fox clan is united in their desire to return to their ancestral lands and restore the former glory of the Qingqiu clan.
Unfortunately, they had their chance back then only to have it ruined by one of their own. The Taipan clan leader was uncertain whether the old fox spoke the truth, but regardless of its veracity, he had to believe. Because even if he forced the old fox to calculate, what if he pointed to some random place? Then they would not be able to find her even if they ran their legs off. Alright, I won't trouble you further, elder. If you can sense her location, be sure to inform me.
The old fox nodded readily. Of course, our two clans are allies and should support each other.
He chuckled. Allies. Allies when there is a common enemy. What happens when the threat is gone? At that point, allies might become threats.
After sending off the Taipan clan leader, the old fox suddenly felt a rush of inspiration and his expression changed as he hurriedly began to calculate. After a while, the old fox slowly opened his eyes, murmuring to himself, crisis, crisis, both danger and opportunity, it all depends on how to choose. After some time, Bai Xining, the daughter of the current clan leader of the Fox clan, entered the forbidden area to meet the elder. Yang Xiaowu, Qin Feng and Qin Xianyu stared at Lu Wei in astonishment, their eyes revealing a shared thought. Beast, are you some kind of lustful fiend? Even if she agrees, she is still the daughter of the city lord. Not to mention the formal proposals, there should at least be a grand wedding rite.
Your eagerness to seek a clandestine rendezvous here is simply too beastly. What are you all looking at me like that for? Since you agreed, just give it to me quickly. Don't worry, I won't backtrack. Yang Xiaowu immediately glared at Lu Wei in anger. Lu Wei, you bastard. Qin Feng also wore a gloomy expression. Young master Lu, you are being too unreasonable.
Qin Xianyu, however, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and then opened them again. Father Xiao, will you both go outside first? The two of them looked at Qin Xianyu in surprise.
Xianyu.
Yang Xiao, who was incredulous, she never expected Qin Xianyu would actually agree to such an outrageous request from Lu Wei. Qin Feng's expression was pained. Daughter, I will never allow you to endure this humiliation. Even if I die here in Yunzhou, I will not let you do such a thing. Qin Xianyu, however, resolutely said, Father, for the sake of the 5 million citizens of Yunzhou, what is a little humiliation to me?
Daughter, I am so sorry.
Qin Feng was so furious he almost ground his teeth to dust.
What are you waiting for? Is this a stage play?
I just want the fire spear in her hand.
Do you really need to make it seem like a life and death separation, as if I were an evil villain? If you don't want to trade, just say so.
There's no need to beat around the bush with me.
Lu Wei was almost amused to the point of laughter by these people. Are they sick?
The three of them were stunned, standing there in disbelief.
Fortunately, Yang Xiao, who reacted the fastest and looked at Lu Wei in confusion. You mean you just wanted the fire spear that Xianyu has?
Not her.
Lu Wei shot her a sidelong glance. Of course not.
How would I know what kind of treasures are in your city lord's treasury?
What if there's nothing valuable? I have to protect my interests first, right?
Qin Feng felt embarrassed upon hearing this. Look at the trouble this has caused. It's a misunderstanding, isn't it?
Young Master Lu, I'm truly sorry. Lu Wei rolled his eyes. Enough of the nonsense. Are you trading or not? If not, I'm leaving. Not trading.
Qin Xianyu clutched her fire spear tightly to her chest, looking at Lu Wei with a complex expression. This guy has really made her lose face. She has never been so humiliated in her life. Qin Feng looked at Qin Xianyu in disbelief.
What's wrong with you? Just now you agreed to trade yourself and now you don't want to trade the weapon.
Is that weapon more important than you, or do you have feelings for him?
Thinking of this, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Wei, come, let's have a private chat. Saying that, he directly dragged Lu Wei out of the room. What are we chatting about?
I don't want to talk to you, Lu Wei said with a face full of reluctance, but his cultivation was far inferior to Qin Feng, so he could only helplessly be dragged away. Inside, Yang Xiaohu and Qin Xianyu exchanged glances, their eyes laden with meaning as if they understood each other's intentions. Yang Xiaohu slightly opened her phoenix-like eyes, a smile on her lips, making Qin Xianyu feel a bit guilty.
Do you like Lu Wei?
Or are you just trying to take him for yourself? Qin Xianyu's heart raced, feeling as though her little secret was exposed before Yang Xiaohu. Deciding not to hide it anymore, she straightforwardly said, yes, I am quite interested in him.
Since I will eventually marry, why not choose someone I'm interested in?
Yang Xiao, who intrigued, looked at Qin Xianyu. You don't know him well, aren't you afraid of regretting it in the future?
This is a matter for a lifetime.
I trust your judgment, Xiao Hu, Qin Xianyu replied with a smile. At this the room fell silent in an instant.
The two girls exchanged glances and sparks seemed to fly between them.
After a long while, Yang Xiao gaze became somewhat unfocused.
She questioned herself, do I really like Lu Wei? No, it's impossible, how could I like him? I don't even have the right to like anyone. My purpose in living until today is to rescue my mother.
Other matters are beyond my consideration. Feelings are too far from me, they are too extravagant. If I were really with Lu Wei, it would only bring harm to him, so I cannot like him. At this moment outside, Lu Wei was somewhat dazed by a series of system notifications.
Ding!
Yang Xiaohu's emotional turmoil has intensified and she begins to understand her true feelings.
Affection for the host increases by 40 points. Current affection level is 70.
Lu Wei was startled by this notification, not paying attention to what Qin Feng was saying.
What kind of blow did this woman Yang Xiaohu receive? How did the affection increase by 40 points all of a sudden? Son-in-law, what do you think of my proposal? As long as you marry Qianyu, the entire city lord's mansion will be yours in the future.
Once I break through to the golden core stage, I could even directly ascend to a higher sect which would provide countless resources for cultivation. At my age I basically have no hope of progressing further, so all those resources will belong to you and Qianyu at that time.
Lu Wei snapped back to reality, lured by this grand promise.
To be fair, Qin Feng had painted a vision both vast and intoxicating, yet Lu Wei, long immune to such empty assurances, remained unmoved. I am deeply honored by Senior Master Qin's esteem, but I am already bound by betrothal, and my wife and I share profound mutual affection. I could never betray that trust or abandon my principles.
Ah!
A true man of virtue need not limit himself to one wife, 3 or 4 is perfectly natural.
Even 10 or 8 would raise no eyebrows. Senior Master Qin, please say no more.
I hold my wife in the highest regard, and I shall never consent to such a thing. Lu Wei stood resolute, his bearing noble and unyielding.
Yet inwardly his heart bled.
He wanted to agree, but his beloved wife was surely watching from the shadows. If he accepted, what fate awaited him thereafter?
More crucially, Qin Xianyu simply did not appeal to him.
Her figure was too slender, seriously diminishing her overall desirability.
Though other attributes scored highly, this single flaw severely capped her potential.
Though disappointed by Lu Wei's reply, Qin Feng did not relent. No rush, take your time to consider.
For now, let us visit the treasure vault.
Very well, let's go to the vault first.
But understand, if its contents fail to impress, I won't agree to anything. Rest assured, you'll find every item worth its weight in spirit stones.
As the two walked away, their voices fading into the distance, Zhou Mushua, watching from the neighboring courtyard, returned to her chamber, her expression layered with complexity and quiet satisfaction. Her complexity arose from the unsettling truth: her mother had been right, someone had set their sights on Lu Wei, and it was none other than the city lord's daughter. Her satisfaction, however, sprang from Lu Wei's unwavering resolve. Even under such immense temptation, he had not wavered. His devotion ran deep, so profoundly sincere that it stirred genuine emotion within her. Indeed, she even felt a pang of guilt beyond gifting him a few premium body-forging pills. At their outset, she had offered him nothing else. She had never voiced her love, how then could she possibly deserve his steadfast devotion? In contrast, Lu Wei cared for her with meticulous tenderness, sending her new gifts each day, a testament to his unwavering thoughtfulness. After long contemplation, Zhou Mushua bit her lip and made her decision.
Some things were meant to be given, why delay the inevitable?
Meanwhile, Lu Wei had already followed Qin Feng into the city lord's treasure vault.
Gold greeted them first, a massive chest overflowing with gleaming ingots. Lu Wei's eyes lit up instantly.
This hoard must weigh over 10,000 taels, enough to secure his finances for years, especially after applying the refund mechanism. At the standard exchange rate, 1 tael of gold equals 10 taels of silver. The refund mechanism's 50-fold multiplier would yield 5 million taels of silver, equivalent to 5 million minutes.
Calculated annually, that amounted to nearly 9.5 years.
He had struck gold, truly struck gold. Beyond the gold lay several chests of silver totaling at least 100,000 taels. The sheer magnitude of wealth made Lu Wei's mouth water, yet outwardly he remained perfectly composed.
Dignity had to be preserved.
Would a man of stature truly tremble at mere coin?
Nephew, tell me, what do you make of this treasured blade?
It once accompanied me across countless campaigns, cleaving through hordes of demonic clans. Though not quite a spirit artifact, it comes remarkably close, Qin Feng added, lifting the blade from its stand and offering it to Lu Wei. As Lu Wei took it, a wave of blood-tinged killing intent surged toward him. Indeed, it was a peerless blade, cold light shimmering along its edge, its surface radiating a palpable chill even to the bare touch. Refunded, it would undoubtedly ascend to spirit artifact rank. Yet Lu Wei returned it without hesitation. Acceptable, I suppose. Then examine this spear. Though inferior to the flame-tip spear, it remains a divine weapon capable of slicing through gold and severing jade. And this as well. Qin Feng introduced each relic in turn. Perhaps due to his exacting standards, the vault held relatively few treasures. A handful of weapons, some low-tier cultivation manuals and martial techniques, a modest collection of spirit herbs and mineral ores, and finally an assortment of curios, enigmatic, obscure, or of uncertain origin. Still among them shone one true gem, a flexible sword coiled like a serpent around the waist, a genuine spirit artifact. Alas, such a blade demanded specialized martial techniques, conventional swordsmanship rendered it unwieldy. And soft sword forms were rare, hence the spirit artifact had lain forgotten, gathering dust. After surveying the entire vault, Lu Wei concluded, your collection is sizable, but nothing here holds true value for me. To trade these items for a spirit elevating pill, that falls far short. After all, haggling began high and settled low. Sold outright, these treasures might match the pill's market worth. Yet rarity dictated value for Qin Feng. The spirit elevating pill was not merely medicine, it was the key to breaking through to the fifth realm. Good nephew, the valuable items in the city lord's mansion are basically all here. There really isn't anything of worth left, Qin Feng said with a bitter expression. Lu Wei pursed his lips, thinking this old guy was truly shameless. When he needed me, he called me good nephew, but now he refers to me as that brat. Given your shamelessness, I can't trust your words. Truly valuable items definitely wouldn't be placed here. These must just be some decoys. Nothing at all. Then forget it, your junk isn't even worthy of the qualification to smell the ascension pill. Lu Wei finished speaking and turned to leave. Seeing this, Qin Feng became anxious, realizing this brat was not easily deceived, and hurriedly grabbed Lu Wei. Wait, good nephew, I was just joking with you. Ha, why did you take it seriously? Come, let me show you the real treasures. As he spoke, he pulled Lu Wei towards the vault door, fiddling with it for a moment. Next to the main door of the vault, there was actually a hidden small door. Lu Wei followed behind, secretly laughing to himself. This old fox knew he wasn't that simple. Half an hour later, Lu Wei returned to his yard with the horse cart. Leaving Qin Feng alone, wanting to cry without tears, he looked at the ascension pill in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. Forget it, as long as I advance to the golden core stage, these things will be earned back sooner or later. Brother, what did you bring back in that cart? Lu Xiaoxiao curiously ran over to check the items Lu Wei had brought back. Go away, you can't touch these, they are dangerous, Lu Wei said as he moved the items inside one by one. Seeing this, Lu Ruoyan and Shen Wanwan quickly came over to help. After quite a while of busy work, they finally got everything inside, and Lu Wei let out a sigh of relief. Then he instructed Lu Ruoyan and Shen Wanwan, remember, no one can leave the house, these items must not be lost. The two girls nodded in agreement. Lu Wei looked at the pile of items, frowning. It would be great if there were a spatial storage. Logically speaking, such things should exist in the cultivation world. Why does it seem like I have never seen one? Whether it was Yang Xiaohu or Zhou Muxue, it seemed they never had a spatial storage either. Young Master Shen Wanwan cautiously walked up to Lu Wei and softly called out to him. What is it? What's the matter? Seeing Shen Wanwan's expression, Lu Wei asked in confusion. Shen Wanwan hesitated for a moment and ultimately gritted her teeth and knelt down on the ground. Young master, I would like to ask you for a favor. Seeing this, Lu Wei hurriedly helped Shen Wanwan up. Oh, what are you doing? Get up quickly, just tell me what you need. Did I not tell you? We are family, there's no need for this. This girl's favorability was currently the easiest to increase. Lu Wei truly wished for it. Shen Wanwan was moved to tears after hearing Lu Wei's words. Young master, I want to ask you to arrange a job for my parents in the city. I don't ask for anything else, just that they can survive. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Let me think. Although this matter wasn't too difficult for Lu Wei, he could simply talk to Yang Xiaohu. However, things couldn't be done so easily. He had to let Shen Wanwan understand that it wasn't an easy task making her remember this favor. Otherwise, not only would he fail to increase her favorability, but she might also come to think that this was easy for Lu Wei, thus gradually taking it for granted. Such matters are not uncommon even in modern society, they happen often enough.
Here's the deal, wait for my news. I'll go out soon to inquire about it and I will let you know when I have definite news. Okay, thank you young master, thank you young master. Lu Wei patted Shen Wanwan's little head and smiled, silly girl, your matters are my matters. If you have something, don't hold it and remember to tell me in time, okay?
Shen Wanwan's face turned red as she lowered her head, unconsciously pinching the corner of her clothes, and softly said, I understand.
Ding. Shen Wanwan's favorability towards you increased by 10 points, current favorability 75 points. Lu Wei's mouth curled into a smile, see it's happening, isn't it?
However, Lu Ruoyan, who was nearby, looked somewhat dejected. When Shen Wanwan wasn't around, the young master would sleep with her. Those were the happiest times. Ever since Shen Wanwan arrived, she had not slept with the young master anymore.
No, tonight I must find a way to make up for it.
Unbeknownst to them, the sky gradually darkened, and after a long day's work, Lu Wei also felt a bit tired and returned to his room, preparing to lie down and sleep.
But just then someone suddenly knocked on the door.
Whom?
Who is it? Dear son-in-law, it's me.
The voice of Zhou Yuanshan came from outside the door.
Lu Wei was puzzled. What was Zhou Yuanshan doing here so late?
Nevertheless, he got up and opened the door to welcome Zhou Yuanshan and please come in, father-in-law.
Zhou Yuanshan entered the room with a smile and casually asked, you're still awake, right? I hope I didn't disturb you.
Lu Wei shook his head, I haven't slept yet. Why has father-in-law come at this late hour?
Please have a seat and let's talk. The two sat down and Lu Wei poured Zhou Yuanshan a cup of water.
There is indeed something I need to discuss with you, Zhou Yuanshan said as he took the water.
Lu Wei turned up the light in the room, smiling as he said, oh. Please, father-in-law, go ahead with what you need to say.
Zhou Yuanshan took a sip of water, paused and sighed, you know the world is chaotic and Yunzhou may not be safe either.
On our journey from Yangzhou to Yunzhou we have witnessed too many partings and losses. You never know when an accident might occur. Your mother-in-law and I are getting older, we may not be here one day.
Lu Wei quickly reassured father-in-law, that's not something to say.
As long as I'm here nothing will happen to you.
Zhou Yuanshan waved his hand with a smile, just let me finish.
Death and illness are natural occurrences that cannot be avoided.
If we were to go and leave Mu Shui all alone, a delicate woman, we wouldn't be at peace. So I discussed with your mother-in-law and thought it best for you and Mu Shui to get married soon.
There shouldn't be any issue on Mu Shui's side, what do you think?
Upon hearing Zhou Yuanshan's words, Lu Wei finally understood he had come to urge for a marriage. For Lu Wei, marriage was still quite a novel idea. In 2 lifetimes combined, this was the first time. He had no aversion to marriage. Zhou Mu Shui in every aspect was a perfect candidate for a wife. They were bound to marry sooner or later. What difference did it make whether it was sooner or later? Besides, he was worried about how to spend the silver he had on hand, and now he had this opportunity. I am grateful to you and your wife for not abandoning Mu Shui and allowing her to marry me.
I am truly honored and surprised.
Hearing Lu Wei's agreement, Zhou Yuanshan smiled with satisfaction. Ha ha ha, good, then it's settled.
You'll go back and find someone to pick a date, wait for my news.
As Zhou Yuanshan was about to leave, Lu Wei hurriedly said, father-in-law, please wait, I have something else to discuss with you.
What is it? Lu Wei conveyed the information about the monster beasts planning to attack Yunzhou in a few days to Zhou Yuanshan.
Zhou Yuanshan was taken aback, having just fled from Yangzhou to Yunzhou. He had been traveling for months and hadn't even settled in yet, and now he had to run again.
Are we going to have to escape again?
No, I need to go back and prepare, we must leave quickly, Zhou Yuanshan said, getting ready to rise.
Lu Wei grabbed him and urged, father-in-law, please listen to me first.
What else is there? Lu Wei sighed helplessly, it's too late to run now, how could we possibly outrun the monster beasts?
The next city is at least a month's journey away.
And the monster beasts will arrive in Yunzhou in just over 10 days. Zhou Yuanshan's face fell in despair as he slumped into a chair. So does this mean we are doomed? He wasn't a cultivator, but he understood that racing against the monster beasts was futile even if they were given a 20-day head start. No, this time the Lord of Yunzhou is quite confident. They have made thorough preparations and we also have our hidden cards. Zhou Yuanshan's eyes lit up upon hearing Lu Wei's words and he hurriedly asked, what hidden cards?
Lu Wei smiled but did not answer. If I tell you, then it wouldn't be a hidden card. But rest assured our family will be safe and sound.
Zhou Yuanshan let out a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. I need to hurry back and inform your mother about this matter.
Father-in-law, you mustn't.
Why not? It's not suitable to let mother know about this for now, lest she worries and her condition worsens.
You make a good point, then let's not tell her for now. After exchanging a few more words, Zhou Yuanshan left.
After seeing Zhou Yuanshan off, Lu Wei sat on his bed pondering. His troublesome mother-in-law definitely had issues. He had noticed that Bai Linger had been recovering her strength very quickly these past few days. When they first met, her strength was only at the foundation establishment stage, but after more than 20 days her strength had already recovered to the condensation stage. At this rate it wouldn't be long before she could reach the golden core stage, would it?
He could only hope she wouldn't cause any trouble, otherwise it would be a headache. Knock knock knock. Young master, are you asleep?
Suddenly a voice from outside the door called.
Lu Wei's heart stirred. Not yet. Come in. With a creak the door opened and Lu Ruyan walked in carrying a wooden basin. Young master, I've prepared hot water for you. Wash your feet before you sleep. Lu Ruyan approached Lu Wei, squatting down in front of him with the basin.
She looked up at him with alluring eyes.
Seeing Lu Ruyan's thin clothing, Lu Wei sighed.
Tomorrow let's go shopping in the street and buy you a few pieces of clothing. It's so cold, what if you catch a chill wearing so little?
Come, wrap yourself in this blanket to warm up. My lord, you're finally back. It's bad news, our son has been injured again by Qin Xianyu.
You must go take a look. As the commander of the city guard, Lu Shangyuan had just returned home after a long day of work when he saw his wife rushing towards him crying out loud. Seeing this scene, Lu Shangyuan furrowed his brows and said, "Why are you crying?"
He's not dead, is he? It's happened so many times before, what's there to cry about? It's always like this.
She replied, "My lord, this time it's different, the injuries are too severe.
You should go take a look." Lu Shenjuan's face darkened as he walked into Lu Feiming's room.
At this moment Lu Feiming was lying on the bed wailing in pain. His wounds were bandaged, but his face was so swollen it looked like a pig's head. His father almost didn't recognize him. Lu Shangyuan had only this one son and naturally he spoiled him immensely, otherwise Lu Feiming wouldn't have the audacity to act so recklessly. Seeing his son injured like this, Lu Shangyuan felt both angry and infuriated. He had a deep-seated dissatisfaction with Qin Xianyu. While playful fights could be overlooked, this time it had gone too far.
Father, you must stand up for me. Qin Xianyu was too ruthless, she knocked out half of my teeth.
Upon hearing this, Lu Shenjuan's anger flared even more as he suppressed his rage and asked, "Tell me what exactly happened." Lu Feiming recounted the events in a fragmented manner, emphasizing that he was innocent and had only wanted to help. Lu Shengyuan took his words with a grain of salt. He knew very well what kind of character his son had. However, even if his son was bad, he couldn't be all that terrible.
Don't worry, I will definitely support you in this matter. Even if I can't do anything to Qin Xianyu, that kid who reported you will surely regret it immensely.
After speaking, Lu Shengyuan turned and went out to gather his subordinates to arrange an investigation into that kid. Soon information about Lu Wei came to his hands.
Seeing that he was just a mere guard from a small merchant team, Lu Shengyuan thought that even if the merchant team had a good relationship with the Lord's mansion, killing a guard was no big deal. He couldn't believe the Lord would go so far as to protect a servant guard. After making up his mind, Lu Shengyuan made his arrangements and waited for an opportunity. However, he didn't expect that the opportunity would come soon. Early the next morning, Lu Wei woke up early.
He had slept soundly the previous night, feeling refreshed. It had been a long time since he had slept so well.
In a good mood, he slept well.
In his previous life he had a hobby of fishing, particularly fond of catching fluffy fish.
Unfortunately, catching such fish wasn't easy. Ordinary methods wouldn't work and he could only use a fish spear.
Each time he speared a fluffy fish, water would splatter everywhere, which was particularly thrilling. For Lu Wei, who hadn't speared fish in a long time, spending the whole night doing so felt invigorating.
Wan, go take this fish and stew it. Lu Wei caught a fish from the pond in the courtyard and handed it directly to Shen Wan. All right, young master. Once Shen Wan left, Lu Ruyan came out from Lu Wei's room and hurried to groom herself.
Today the young master was taking her out to shop, so she needed to look pretty. While everyone else was busy, Lu Wei directly moved the box containing 120,000 taels of silver and 10,000 taels of gold to the neighboring Zhou family's courtyard. At this time the Zhou family had just gotten up. Seeing Lu Wei moving boxes into the courtyard, they didn't find it strange at all.
Mrs. Zhou even asked with great interest, "Xiao Wei, what are you bringing over today? Why so many boxes?"
They had long been accustomed to Lu Wei bringing gifts every day. At first they had refused, but later they could only let it happen.
Lu Wei chuckled. "Silver.
Dear mother-in-law, you have worked hard to raise Muxue for so many years and now I am going to marry her. As her future husband, I must express my feelings you can't refuse.
Mrs. Zhou Linger laughed and said, even if I wanted to refuse, I probably couldn't. You child have so many arguments ready to persuade me.
I can't argue with you, so I won't waste my breath. After all, this money, whether it's with me or with you, will eventually be yours. Do as you please with it.
Ha ha, that's right, we're all family.
It would seem distant if we hesitated to give and take. Lu Wei said as he continued moving things to the Zhou family until he had transferred over a substantial amount of silver. He also moved the 10,000 taels of gold into Zhou Muxu's room. Zhou Muxue didn't stop him either, only shyly expressing that they wouldn't be able to meet again during this time leading up to their marriage.
Lu Wei replied, how can that be? How can I send gifts if we don't meet? I plan to go out and explore Yunzhou City today, would you like to come along? Ding.
The host has gifted by Linger 120000 taels of silver, triggering a 50-fold return. 6 million taels of silver have been deposited into the system space available for immediate withdrawal.
Ding.
The host has gifted Zhou Muxue 10000 taels of gold, triggering a 50-fold return. 5 gene of gold essence have been deposited into the system space available for immediate withdrawal.
Lu Wei's heart stirred. Gold essence.
The legendary gold essence said to require 10,000 taels of gold to refine just one tael.
Yet in practice its refinement is extraordinarily complex and nearly impossible without both an incinerating flame and peerless cultivation prowess.
Thus even 10,000 taels of gold cannot purchase a single tael of gold essence, nor can 20,000.
Beyond its unparalleled value, an artifact forging gold essence holds far greater significance for Lu Wei. For his jade bone golden body scripture, when augmented by gold essence, accelerates cultivation dramatically.
To Lu Wei, these 5 gene of gold essence are infinitely more precious than 500,000 taels of gold.
Time spent cultivating skills may be bought with coin, but gold essence which directly enhances one's cultivation base cannot be purchased at any price. What are you thinking about? Zhou Muxue waved her hand before Lu Wei's face. Ah. Oh, nothing. By the way, I have something else for you. What is it? Zhou Muxue asked curiously.
Lu Wei retrieved a small lacquered box from his sleeve and gently opened it, revealing a pristine white pill. The moment the lid lifted, an ethereal crystalline fragrance unfurled into the air. The scent alone sent Zhou Muxue's pulse leaping. This pill was extraordinary. She blurted out, what kind of elixir is this?
Ascension Spirit Pill, Lu Wei replied with a gentle knowing smile. Ascension Spirit Pill.
Zhou Muxue's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him.
Lu Wei's grin deepened. You know of it then?
He watched her closely, her feigned ignorance amusing him deeply.
Zhou Muxue was about to retort, of course I know it. How could she not?
The Ascension Spirit Pill was rarer and more valuable than even 6th-tier elixirs. Legends claimed it could propel a frost condensation realm cultivator, standing at its peak, to break through into the core formation realm. And she herself stood precisely at that threshold. Suddenly she lifted her head, stunned, gazing at Lu Wei's enigmatic, half-smiling expression.
Her breath hitched, stammering, she whispered, you already know. Know what? Is there something you've kept from me?
Lu Wei's inscrutable smile unsettled her deeply. After a long silence she murmured, I cannot tell you.
If I did, I would have to leave you.
We may not meet again for years, so I've kept it hidden from everyone. Seeing her anguish, Lu Wei gently drew her into his arms and whispered, it's all right, not speaking is fine.
No one will force you. Keep the pill safe. Let's go for a stroll. You're not angry with me?
Zhou Muxue peered up at him, hesitant. Lu Wei pinched her delicate upturned nose and laughed, fool, you've done nothing wrong.
Everyone carries their own burdens, even I do. Sometimes silence is protection. I understand completely.
Moved by his empathy and tenderness, Zhou Muxue felt profoundly touched. Suddenly she kissed him lightly on the cheek, then flushed crimson and murmured, thank you.
Lu Wei startled, pressing a hand to the spot, his eyes wide with astonishment. You treat me so well, and yet you take advantage of me. How can you possibly justify that?
Zhou Muxue was utterly flabbergasted, unfamiliar with modern banter. Her cheeks burned scarlet with mortification.
She wanted nothing more than to vanish into the floor.
Just as her mind went blank, Lu Wei added with playful gravity, no, I must return the favor. A quarter of an hour later, Zhou Muxue, flustered beyond measure, pushed Lu Wei out of the room. He whistled a cheerful tune all the way back to his courtyard.
We are all ordinary mortals born into this mortal world. We toil ceaselessly, never granted a moment's rest. Since we are no immortals, stray thoughts inevitably arise. Righteousness stands aside, profit takes center stage. Young master, you're back. Dinner is ready, shall we begin?
Shen Wanwan's interruption cut short his singing, leaving him pleasantly wistful. Has Xiao Xiao and Xiao Ye risen?
Yes, they have. Then let's eat.
Moments later, the 5 members of Lu Wei's household gathered around the table for dinner.
Ever since Lu Ruyan's arrival, Lu Wei had ceased dining separately. After all, they were all destined to be family. Why observe such formalities?
At the table, Lu Wei noticed Lu Xiaoxiao pouting and shooting him glares at intervals, puzzled.
He turned to Lu Ruyan. What's wrong with this girl? Have I offended her?
Lu Ruyan chuckled softly. Miss Xiaoxiao rose this morning to discover several treasure chests missing from the house. She learned you'd sent them to the Zhou residence and has been fuming ever since.
Oof. You call me reckless. At this rate, you'll bankrupt our entire household before long.
Lu Wei listened, suddenly enlightened. Looking at Lu Xiaoxiao's pouting expression, he affectionately rubbed her little head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mu Shui will be marrying over soon and all the gifts we send will be returned to us then." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao's originally sulky expression instantly brightened. Really? Of course you'll have a sister-in-law very soon. Lu Xiaoxiao immediately cheered. Oh yeah, our family is finally welcoming new members. Brother, you should hurry up and have a baby with your sister-in-law so I can rest assured. Then when I see our mother, I will have something to tell her. Lu Wei's face darkened upon hearing this. This mischievous child really could not be left alone for 3 days. He picked up his chopsticks and lightly tapped Lu Xiaoxiao on the head, saying irritably, "Where did you learn these nonsensical things?
Hurry up and eat properly." After being scolded, Lu Xiaoxiao finally settled down.
After finishing her meal, she heard that Lu Wei was going shopping and insisted on going alone. Lu Wei had not intended to leave her behind, so he let her change into another outfit before they set off together. Lu Wei also returned to his room and opened the system. With 65 attribute points, Lu Wei allocated 50 points to his root bone and the remaining 15 points to his mental strength to extend the practice duration in the skill space. Only by strengthening his mental power could he persist for a longer time. System recharged 6 million taels of silver into the skill space. Instantly, the skill space was infused with an additional 6 million minutes of time. About 11 years worth of time, which for an average person might not seem like much for practicing skills. However, for Lu Wei, who could enhance skill levels through proficiency, those 11 years could offer a plethora of opportunities. The only limits were his temperament and mental strength. Currently, his mental strength was only 60 points, barely enough to sustain him in the skill space for a month.
Any more would be impossible. Enduring a month of monotonous practice was not something just anyone could achieve.
It was akin to a punishment called solitary confinement, where one is locked in a closed room.
This form of punishment may seem trivial, yet very few can endure it for long.
Lu Wei's situation in the skill space was quite similar, completely cut off from the outside world. Although the environment was somewhat better, the monotony and stillness were the same. Therefore, maintaining continuous practice for a month was not an easy feat. After reviewing the system, Lu Wei decided to cultivate the shadowless shadow to a perfected state. With 1,000 points of proficiency, it would take approximately 20 days at 3 minutes per round. Just enough to reach perfection, leaving him with over 20 points of mental strength.
He would rest during the day and continue practicing the breath-retaining technique at night. In an instant, Lu Wei entered the practice space.
Lying on the bed, Lu Wei's breath vanished as if he had died. But at that moment his breath returned as if the previous instant had been an illusion. However, as Lu Wei opened his eyes, he appeared somewhat fatigued. His gaze was even a bit dull. As he stepped down from the bed, he left a residual shadow in place and his body reappeared several meters away.
Lu Wei was taken aback, then smiled bitterly. Muscle memory kicked in and he unconsciously used shadowless shadow.
However, the perfected state of shadowless shadow was indeed incredibly powerful. It had reached a point where it was difficult for the naked eye to catch sight of him, resembling teleportation to an average person.
Nonetheless, those with profound cultivation could still perceive it.
Lu Wei was confident that with his current strength combined with martial skills, he could hold his own even against typical third-tier warriors. The remaining skills could be practiced slowly with his main focus on cultivation.
Brother, are you done yet?
Almost there.
I'll be right out.
Lu Wei, accompanied by a few girls, picked up Zhou Mushui and together they exited the city lord's mansion.
Since it was their first visit to Yunzhou City, Lu Wei specially brought along a servant as a guide. Yunzhou City is vast, otherwise it wouldn't be able to accommodate nearly 5 million inhabitants. The city lord's mansion is situated in the city center.
After getting into a carriage and traveling south for a short distance, they arrived at the most bustling commercial street in Yunzhou.
Come and take a look.
Special products from the ancient forbidden grounds, those with keen eyes may find treasures.
It's time to open the stones.
Raw spirit stones can lead to immense fortunes if one is lucky enough to uncover one. Freshly prepared beast meat is only 2 taels of silver per pound. As they arrived at the marketplace, the vibrant and bustling street dazzled them for a moment.
Where should we go first? Zhou Mushua quietly asked Lu Wei beside her. Lu Ruyan and Shen Wanwan followed behind them, bringing along 2 children.
Lu Wei had already made plans before coming out, so he directly said, let's buy some clothes first. Most of our clothes are winter attire. We need to get some spring and summer outfits.
Sounds good. Women have no resistance to shopping for clothes, not even Zhou Mushua, a powerful cultivator in the 4th realm. Under the guidance of the servant, they entered a very large clothing store.
Inside the store there were both men's and women's clothing. Lu Wei first accompanied the girls to buy a pile of outfits. He had never been stingy with spending money, especially since clothes wouldn't cost too much.
He bought each of them 5 sets of clothes for convenience.
Then the girls accompanied Lu Wei to pick out some outfits for him. After finishing their clothing shopping, everyone was preparing to leave the store to continue exploring. Just before leaving, Lu Wei noticed that Zhou Mushua kept looking in one direction.
Following her gaze, Lu Wei discovered it was a counter selling wedding dresses.
His heart stirred and he directly led Zhou Mushua over.
What are we doing here?
Zhou Mush's heart skipped a beat when she saw where Lu Wei was taking her face slightly flushed.
Lu Wei remained silent and approached the counter, asking, bring out your best wedding dress.
Of course, please wait a moment, young master. The attendant smiled, having realized that this group clearly belonged to the wealthy and they wouldn't be in a situation where they couldn't afford it. Therefore, she immediately brought out the best wedding dresses in the store. Generally speaking, such dresses are made by the bride herself, but due to the haste of their wedding they couldn't prepare in time and had to buy ready-made garments.
Esteemed young master, please take a look.
This wedding dress was crafted over 2 years by a seamstress with decades of experience. It is made entirely of blood silk with no dyeing. The festive red color is natural and the golden threads are all made of fine gold adorned with gemstones and gold leaf.
Lu Wei nodded. Not bad, I'll take it. How much is it? 9,999 taels of silver.
Lu Wei thought to himself, that's really not cheap, but for my little wife it has to be done.
It will be delivered to the city lord's mansion this afternoon and he'll take the money then.
Upon hearing that Lu Wei and the others were staying at the city lord's mansion, the attendant's only concern was alleviated.
All right, we will definitely deliver it to you. Lu Wei nodded and led the group out of the clothing store. Lu Ruyan and Shen Wanwan looked at Zhou Mushua with eyes full of envy.
Zhou Mushua, with a slightly flushed face, quietly said to Lu Wei, you can't pay for this.
Lu Wei naturally understood what she meant. The bride's dress is something the bride should prepare.
So he didn't push her. Okay, I'll listen to you. Mainly his funds together amounted to just over 10,000 taels. If he bought the wedding dress there wouldn't be much left.
Brother, I want candied hawthorn.
Lu Xiaoxiao tugged at Lu Wei's hand, pointing eagerly at a stall selling candied hawthorn in the distance. Beside her, Wu Xiaoya was so tempted that her mouth was almost watering.
Young master, Miss Xiaoya wants some too.
Lu Ruyan hurriedly glared at Xiaoya, scolding Xiaoya.
Servants shouldn't take the initiative to ask their masters for things.
It would have been fine in the past, but now the young mistress is still around. No one knows what kind of temperament the mistress has. If she blames them for being improper, they would be in trouble. Lu Wei smiled and ruffled Xiaoya's little head, saying, all right, Xiaoya is still a child, it's normal to crave sweets.
Knowing to ask me means that Xiaoya is close to me. Come, shall we buy some candied hawthorn? Oh yeah, let's buy candied hawthorn. I want to eat too.
Lu Xiaoxiao cheered and dashed towards the candied hawthorn stall.
I want 3. Then I'll get 4. And I'll have 5. Can you finish them all? I'll save some for later.
In the end, Lu Wei spent 2 taels of silver to buy out all the candied hawthorn, making the seller quite happy. Zhou Mushua observed the scene without saying anything, instead wearing a smile. She really enjoyed the harmonious atmosphere in Lu Wei's family. How could a powerful cultivator in the 4th realm hold grudges against a child? Moreover, she herself was a very kind person. Just as Lu Xiaoxiao was about to eat a candied hawthorn, Lu Wei stopped her.
Here, before you eat the candied hawthorn, take this first.
Lu Xiaoxiao casually stuffed what Lu Wei had given her into her pocket, then seized the candied hawthorn skewer and began eating it without hesitation. Lu Wei sighed. Today he had already wasted one return opportunity on Lu Ruyan. He could not afford to squander another. Ding! The host has gifted the return target Lu Xiaoxiao 1 golden wound pill, triggering a tenfold return 1 restoration pill acquired. Restoration pill, grade 2 pill capable of healing both internal and external injuries. Not bad. Grade 2 pills command steep prices. At that very moment, panic erupted at one end of the street. A squad of fully armed soldiers thundered forward. Before Lu Wei and the others could grasp what was happening, they were surrounded. Lu Wei glanced once and paused, puzzled. Was this directed at him? Then two figures emerged slowly from behind the ranks, one clad in gleaming armor, broad-shouldered and radiating an aura of overwhelming authority. The other was swaddled head to toe like a rice dumpling, yet strangely familiar. Father, it's this low-born scoundrel. If not for him, I wouldn't have been beaten so badly. At that voice, Lu Wei instantly recognized him, the spoiled aristocrat whom Qin Xianyu had thrashed. Nearby townsfolk watching from the periphery shook their heads sorrowfully. This young man is finished. Of all people to offend, he picked Lu Faming. Sigh. Can't the city magistrate intervene? Must he be allowed to rampage unchecked? How? His father commands the city garrison, second only to the magistrate himself. Any whistleblower would vanish before dawn. Most likely Lu Faming has set his sights on someone's kinswoman again, another forced abduction. Shoo. Do you want to die? If overheard, you're finished. Lu Wei gazed at the rice dumpling wrapped Lu Faming and chuckled softly, utterly unimpressed by the spectacle. So, you dare not seek vengeance on Qin Xianyu, yet come after me, a mere personal guard. Cowardice masquerading as courage. You disgrace even the title of spoiled noble. And you brought your father along to settle a grudge. Why not haul your ancestral tablets too? That'd truly intimidate. Lu Faming's face flushed crimson, his fresh wounds nearly splitting open from sheer rage. You bring ancestral tablets to a brawl. This wretch's tongue is sharper than a poisoned blade. Would like yours will soon be silenced. I'll pluck out your teeth and tongue one by one. Lu Xingyuan, standing nearby, turned ashen with fury. Without another word, he raised his hand. Seize him. Resistance means death. Meanwhile, on the third floor of a nearby tavern, two figures stood by the window, watching the scene below with quiet amusement. Aren't you going down to help? Qin Xianyu asked, her lips curved in a faint knowing smile. Yang Xiaohu replied coolly, this mess stems from you, clean it up yourself. Isn't he your beloved? Don't you fear he'll be harmed. He's yours too. If you delay any longer, the fight will begin in earnest. Let whoever wishes go, certainly not I, Yang Xiaohu said coldly. Yet the moment her words faded, what unfolded below left her utterly stunned. She abandoned all pretense of restraint and acted instantly. Below, soldiers advanced cautiously, weapons drawn, eyes locked on Lu Wei, braced for resistance. Lu Wei, of course, had no intention of surrendering. Slowly he drew a sheathed longsword, readying himself for battle. Zhou Muxue whispered urgently, that man is a third-rank cultivator, you stand no chance against him. Lu Wei merely chuckled. Don't worry, I have a plan. With that he pulled out a spirit elevation pill and raised it to his lips. No choice, the young mistress couldn't reveal her true strength, so he'd have to act himself. Though rare, the spirit elevation pill wasn't beyond his reach. Zhou Mushua's heart lurched at the sight. She nearly cried out to stop him from wasting such a precious pill. But someone else moved faster. Halt! Yang Xiaohu cried sharply, and with a flick of her wrist a cup of water from the table shot forth, shattering midair into countless droplets that whistled like arrows toward the city garrison. Boom! 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 A barrage of impacts sent soldiers shrieking in agony. Lu Xingyuan's expression darkened. He lunged forward, shielding Lu Faming and erecting a shimmering barrier just in time to intercept the onslaught. Thud! 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 Each droplet struck the barrier like a colossal warhammer. Lu Xingyuan felt his arms numb, his footing slipping backward with every blow. When the assault finally ceased, Lu Xingyuan stared wide-eyed toward the source of the attack. A mere handful of water droplets wielded such force, its master's cultivation dwarfed his own. Wasn't it you who swore you'd never interfere? Couldn't hold back, could you? Qin Xianyu remarked, half smiling, half sardonic. Even she was secretly astonished. Yang Xiaohu's power was extraordinary. That strike displayed mastery of both profound cultivation and peerless martial artistry, not a whit inferior to her own father's.
Yang Xiaohu responded calmly. Did you see the pill in Lu Wei's hand?
It's worth more than your life. She wasn't exaggerating. Qin Feng himself had been willing to marry off Qin Xianyu to Lu Wei for that very pill. By that measure, yes, it truly surpassed her worth. Are you saying that the pill is the ascending spirit pill?
Qin Xianyu reacted quickly, instantly understanding the situation.
Upon seeing Yang Xiaohu nod, she did not hesitate, jumping directly from the third floor while shouting, "Stop!
Do not harm my husband." Qin Xianyu landed directly in front of Lu Wei and the others.
With a swift motion, she raised her fire spear, pointing it at Lu Shangyuan and Lu Feiming.
Lu Wei was left bewildered, thinking, what? When did I become your husband? I wasn't aware of this.
Suddenly he felt a chill, turning to see Zhou Mushui looking at him with a half-smile.
Husband, when did you get engaged to Miss Qin? I was completely unaware.
I didn't. Lu Wei began, but his words were cut off.
Qin Xianyu interrupted. It was just yesterday. I even gave him a dowry, emptying the entire treasury of the Lord's mansion. Zhou Mushui upon hearing this cast a more resentful look at Lu Wei.
Yesterday Lu Wei brought back a pile of treasures and gave her family a lot of money. Initially she didn't care, but now realizing where the money came from, she regretted accepting it. No, let me explain. That was my sale. Before Lu Wei could finish, another voice interrupted him. That's right, I can testify. Husband, you accepted the Qin family's dowry, and now the whole city knows that Xianyu is your fiancé. You can't be biased taking Mushui out shopping but not us.
Lu Wei was nearly left speechless. What did you call me? Yang Xiaohu blinked innocently. Husband, what's wrong? Didn't we agree? I would give you the entire Yang family and you would marry me. You're not backing out, are you? Yang Xiaohu said this with tears brimming in her eyes as she looked at Lu Wei. Those around watching the spectacle were filled with envy and jealousy. That guy really deserves it. He is wasting such a beautiful girl. Lu Feiming, the lecherous ghost, was extremely frustrated, wanting to bite his teeth only to realize he had none left, leaving him glaring in disbelief. Whether it was Yang Xiaohu, Zhou Mushui, or Qin Xianyu, even Lu Ruyan and Shen Wanwan, they were all rare beauties. How could this little guard be worthy of them? No, I refuse to believe this. Qin Xianyu is the daughter of the city lord. How could she fall for a mere guard? Lu Wei was bewildered. He had indeed agreed to something, but wasn't it for the young family's fortune? What did Yang Xiaohu mean by revealing this now? Just as Lu Wei was about to speak, Zhou Mushui interjected, all right, let's go somewhere else to talk. We shouldn't be the laughingstock here. After finishing her sentence, she walked directly towards a nearby tavern. Yang Xiaohu smiled brightly at Lu Wei and followed suit. Qin Xianyu turned to Lu Wei smiling and said, husband, let's go. After saying that, she chased after the two girls. Lu Wei looked at the three girls' backs, his face full of confusion. What on earth was happening today? Brother, you're impressive. Lu Xiaoxiao praised Lu Wei with a thumbs up. Go away, don't mess with me, Lu Wei replied, also following after them. The group entered the tavern, leaving Lu Shengyuan and Lu Feiming looking like clowns standing there in place. Throughout, no one had bothered to pay them any attention. This blatant disregard was more insulting than a scolding. Especially for Lu Xingyuan, who had long been in a high position. Facing such humiliation felt worse than being killed. But with Qin Xianyu present, he had no means to retaliate. Dad, are we going to take revenge? Lu Feiming asked angrily. Lu Shangyuan was filled with rage, and upon hearing his son's question, his anger erupted. He slapped back, revenge my ass. The injury added insult to injury, causing Lu Feiming to let out a howl that sounded inhuman. Son-in-law, the young lady said to have you wait outside for a moment. She has something to discuss with the other two. As soon as Lu Wei went upstairs, he was stopped by Xiao Wan outside the private room, instantly left in shock. Will the three of them not start fighting? Just as this thought arose in Lu Wei's mind, he suddenly heard a clamor from inside the private room. His expression changed instantly as he turned and pulled Lu Xiaoxiao to find a place to sit in the hall. Inside the private room, Qin Xianyu was pouting. Why am I the youngest? Because you came last and your cultivation is the lowest. Although Qin Xianyu was unconvinced, she had no retort. With a mischievous grin, she said, fine, I acknowledge I'm the youngest. But who is the oldest among you two? Yang Xiaohu laughed. Mushui got engaged to the husband first, so she is naturally the eldest sister. Zhou Mushui also smiled, saying, that's not the case at all, Xiaohu, you are strong and older, so you should be the eldest sister.
Qin Xianyu felt the atmosphere between the two was somewhat strange, causing her to feel a sense of unease. They wouldn't really start fighting, would they? Fight. 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 However, what Yang Xiuhu said next caught both of them off guard. Alright then, I will be the big sister. Yang Xiaohu's sudden turn left Qin Xianyu's chair wobbling, nearly causing her to fall. Zhou Mushue's face darkened as well. This vixen was indeed not easy to deal with. Yang Xiaohu looked at the two of them in their flustered state and chuckled, thinking, just the two of you want to compete with me. However, her surface demeanor became even more enthusiastic as she took the hands of the two women, smiling. Sisters, let's discuss the wedding plans. It's a perfect opportunity to hold the wedding together. Lu Wei sat downstairs, bored, glancing up occasionally. Seeing that there was still no movement, he breathed a sigh of relief, glad that no fight had broken out. Lu Xiaoxiao sneaked up to Lu Wei and whispered, brother, should I go up and gather some information for you? Lu Wei hesitated for a moment but shook his head, saying, forget it. With Yang Xiaohu around and Mu Shui being mild-mannered, Qin Xianyu was a foolishly sweet girl, there shouldn't be any conflict. Today she was caught off guard by Yang Xiaohu and Qin Xianyu's tactics. He found it hard to understand what these two women were up to. They claimed to like him, but their affection level didn't seem to match that intensity. Yang Xiaohu was fine, but Qin Xianyu only had a 30-point affection level, barely reaching the status of a regular friend. Why had she suddenly become someone who couldn't live without him? If it were for the spirit elevation pill that had already been given to Qin Feng, so that couldn't be the reason. Just as Lu Wei racked his brain trying to figure out the cause, the door to the private room upstairs finally opened. Xiaowan shouted downstairs, son-in-law, my lady invites you to come up. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei instinctively wanted to run, but after hesitating he still ascended the stairs. To be honest, as a man who wouldn't want to embrace two beauties. However, the moral values from his past life still affected him slightly, preventing him from completely letting go. Now that the opportunity was here, if he refused again, he wouldn't be a man. Stepping into the room, he saw three women sitting across the table, staring at him with expressionless faces. Lu Wei walked directly to them and sat down, glancing at Yang Xiaohu and then at Qin Xianyu. He cut straight to the chase. Are the two of you really planning to marry me? The two women exchanged glances and nodded. Lu Wei continued to ask, no regrets. No regrets. This lady doesn't even know what regret is. Alright, do you agree? Lu Wei turned to Zhou Mushui. Zhou Mushui with an expressionless face replied coolly, if I disagree, will you not marry? I won't marry. Lu Wei replied firmly and decisively. You and I have been through thick and thin together, and I have sworn that I will not let you down. As long as you disagree, I will also disagree. Without mentioning anything else, just looking at the affection levels, Zhou Mushui's affection for him was almost catching up to the combined total of Yang Xiaohu and Qin Xianyu. So deep was his affection that how could he let it go to waste? The expressions of the three women varied upon hearing Lu Wei's words. Yang Xiaohu's expression darkened slightly, yet she remained silent. She knew that when it came to feelings she could never compare to Zhou Mushui. Qin Xianyu turned her head away in anger. Such a comparison was a bit hurtful. But who asked her to be the one to offer herself? Though feeling a bit aggrieved, she stubbornly feigned indifference. Only Zhou Mushui's large eyes were filled with emotion. The reason she agreed to let Lu Wei marry other women was that she knew that one day she would leave Lu Wei to follow her master to the sect. When they met again, who knew how many years would pass? By then Lu Wei would be all alone and would surely be very sad. Allowing Lu Wei to marry two more women now would mean he would have their company, which should alleviate some of his loneliness. Moreover, both of these women had remarkable identities. One was the daughter of the city lord of Yunzhou, and in the future Yunzhou would belong to Lu Wei. The other was the eldest daughter of the Yang family. Marrying her meant he essentially gained half of Jizhou. With the support of two regions, Lu Wei would not have to worry about initial resources for cultivation. Once he established himself in the sect later, he could help him. Considering all these reasons, Zhou Mushui agreed to the absurdity of having two women marry in. Your words are sufficient. Having two more sisters is something I could only wish for. Finally, a smile appeared on Zhou Mushui's face. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei also sighed in relief. Alright then, let's prepare for the wedding together. In Yunzhou city, in the slums, this was where the most impoverished people of the entire city lived. Inside an inconspicuous thatched house, a man cautiously moved his family's pot stove aside, sweeping away the ashes in the pit to reveal an iron plate underneath. Lifting the iron plate revealed a dark hole. The man descended through the hole and arrived in his secret chamber. Chief, we just received news from above that in a few days the northern demon beasts will attack Yunzhou city.
The headquarters has ordered us to start preparing now, create chaos and look for the right moment to strike. Good, instruct everyone to spread the news that the demon beasts are about to attack the city. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Zhou Muxue retreated to her chamber to cultivate. With the spirit-elevating pill bestowed by Lu Wei, she needed to seize every moment to break through, lest unforeseen circumstances arise during the impending demonic beast assault on the city. Lu Wei too wasted no time. He began cultivating the jade bone golden body sacred scripture. Golden essence was an extraordinarily rare metal, soft as dough to the touch yet astonishingly dense in weight. The 5 gene of golden essence in Lu Wei's possession measured less than 2 finger joints in length, barely 5 centimeters. Moreover, golden essence possessed a unique property: when boiled with a special alchemical formula, it could fully dissolve into water. Having already gathered the required ingredients while strolling through the market, Lu Wei commenced the decoction immediately upon returning. These methods were all recorded in the cultivation notes of an ancient grandmaster. Once the special formula was combined with the golden essence, the medicinal broth within the cauldron swiftly transformed into a pure radiant gold, emitting a gentle shimmering golden light. This was the legendary body refining elixir, the pure gold essence fluid, a peerless spiritual medicine for cultivators in the early stages of body refinement or the body tempering realm whose foundations were still being laid. Lu Wei divided the luminous elixir evenly into 2 portions, one for internal ingestion, the other for external application. Alas, the golden essence, the elixir's primary ingredient, had been obtained through karmic recompense, otherwise repeating the recompense process would have yielded even more. Lu Wei stripped bare and meticulously coated his entire body with the elixir, not a single inch left untouched. Wherever the fluid touched his skin, a cool silken sensation spread, so vivid he could almost feel something seeping deep into his flesh. The remainder he drank down in one swift, unbroken gulp. Boom! As the elixir entered his abdomen, a tremendous surge of heat erupted within him. Yet though immense, this heat bore no scorching edge. Instead it flowed like warm soothing water, enveloping him in such profound comfort that he nearly cried out in bliss. Externally cool, internally fiery, yin and yang entwined in perfect duality. It was as if he floated in paradise, pleasure so overwhelming he could not suppress soft involuntary moans. Just then Shen Wanwan arrived to seek Lu Wei. Hearing those sounds, her cheeks flushed crimson. She mistook them for something improper, and fled flustered and blushing. Though the sensation was rapturous, Lu Wei remained focused on his cultivation, immediately commencing the jade bone golden body sacred scripture. As the scripture's energy coursed through him, he keenly sensed his body growing stronger, layer by layer from marrow to muscle, while a faint golden radiance emanated from his very being. Gradually the entire chamber bathed in gold, transforming into a resplendent celestial palace. Lost in the intoxicating rush of rapid ascension, Lu Wei lost all sense of time, until slowly the golden light receded and the world returned to its ordinary hue. He opened his eyes, golden light flashed, and exhaled a thick turbid breath that shot forth like a sharpened blade. Raising his palm before his gaze, he slowly clenched his fist joints, cracking with resonant metallic clarity. Then with sudden force he launched a devastating punch. Boom! A shockwave detonated in midair, the gale force wind howling outward, cleaving a nearby table cleanly in two with a sharp splintering crack. He wielded no spiritual energy, he had yet to reach the chi-gathering realm, but even his raw, unadorned physical strength generated combat-worthy force. He summoned the system interface. At the sight of his updated stats, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. His vital chi and physical constitution had each surged by 5000 points, while his spiritual strength rose by 50. If his memory serves, Zhou Muxue, the peak-level 4th realm grand cultivator, possessed only 5500 points in both vital chi and physical constitution. Had he truly reached parity with a 4th realm master? That was impossible. In sheer bodily might he might well surpass a 4th realm cultivator, but they commanded spiritual energy and mastered formidable spirit art techniques, a realm utterly beyond his current reach. Still, though no match for a 4th realm master, he could now contend with 3rd realm cultivators without relying on spirit elevating pills, and with them even a 4th realm opponent would be within his striking range. Beyond combat prowess, his lapis golden skin cultivation level had also increased by 5000, now only halfway shy of the next tier. A glance at the system's progression bar revealed imminent breakthrough. Upon ascending, he would earn 5 free attribute points, though at present such modest increments held diminishing value for him. He resolved to allocate them all to bone proficiency, raising it to 90 points without delay. Just as Lu Wei prepared to step outside and practice his body tempering techniques, pushing his cultivation to the final stage of that realm, a knock sounded at the door. "Husband, are you asleep?" Yang Xiaoha's alluring voice echoed from outside the door. Lu Wei silently cursed, wondering what this woman was up to. The voice nearly made him lose his composure. "Not yet. Why are you here so late? Open the door first, I need to talk to you inside. Lu Wei stepped forward and opened the door only to see Yang Xiao, who's standing there, her figure clad in a fiery red gauze dress, her snow-white skin barely concealed. Her electrifying gaze softly brushed over Lu Wei. Gulp, come in. Hee, why do you look a bit nervous? Yang Xiao who teased, observing Lu Wei. He swallowed hard, thinking, am I nervous? I'm trying to suppress my anger. Speak up. There's no reason for you to come here unless you have something to discuss, right? Lu Wei poured himself a cup of tea and gulped it down. The cold tea seemed to quell some of the fire within him. However, Yang Xiao seemed to be deliberately stoking the flames, gracefully walking to Lu Wei's side, her small hand resting on his chest as she said with seductive eyes, you are my husband, can't I come to you without a reason? Lu Wei frowned. This woman felt different today. Ruthless, decisive, domineering and cunning, that was his impression of Yang Xiaohu. Today, however, she was acting like a little woman, even taking the initiative to marry him. What was she really after? If he thought this woman had no ulterior motives, Lu Wei would never believe it. Cut the act. What do you really want? If you don't say it, I'll throw you out. Yang Xiao, infuriated by his words, could no longer hold up her facade. With a cold huff, she turned and sat down in a nearby chair. Tell me, when will you help me break the bloodline restriction? Lu Wei relaxed upon hearing this. It was for this matter. Whenever you're ready, but first you need to prepare the necessary materials. Also, I need gold, more is better. Yang Xiao, who frowned slightly, saying, I've prepared most of the materials and the remaining few are on their way back from other places. But why do you need gold? Lu Wei did not hide his intentions, stating directly, to aid my cultivation. With enough gold I can quickly break through and cultivate the golden body, after which I can help you break the restriction. Fine, I'll find a way. How much gold do you need? At least more than 10,000 taels, the more the better. This amount startled Yang Xiaohu, and she couldn't help but exclaim, so much. Gold is a rare resource, much more valuable than silver, used in many areas like refining tools and pills. The market rate is 10 to 1, but in reality, while it's easy to exchange 1 tael of gold for 10 taels of silver, the reverse is hardly done. The entire city lord's mansion only has over 10,000 taels of gold, which is the result of Qin Feng's decades of accumulation, now all in Lu Wei's hands, causing Qin Feng to feel heartbroken. Although the Yang family is wealthier, most of their wealth is in Jizhou, not in Yunzhou. Lu Wei also knew that Yang Xiaohu couldn't come up with that much gold right now, and even if she did, it would be her future money. Thus Lu Wei thought for a moment and said, tomorrow come to my place to take some items and sell them for gold. Yang Xiaohu thought Lu Wei had taken something from the city lord's mansion, so she nodded in agreement without much thought. Then the two suddenly fell into silence and the room became quiet. Lu Wei looked at Yang Xiaohu and blinked. She stared back at him, saying nothing. In the end, it was Lu Wei who broke the silence. Do you have anything else? If not, you should go back. I still need to practice. Yang Xiaohu felt a bit annoyed at being dismissed, but she indeed had one thing to say. Taking a deep breath, she slowly said, I know that between us there isn't a deep bond. It has always been a transaction. But since I've decided to marry you, I will be devoted to you for this lifetime. I also hope to receive care and affection. Stop. Sister, can you just say what you mean? You're making me feel very uneasy. Lu Wei raised his hands in surrender. You also need care. Who are you trying to fool? Yang Xiaohu was so furious that she trembled, pointing a finger at Lu Wei. Did you give Zhou Mu Shui a spirit elevation pill? She's also your wife, why didn't I get one? Well, Lu Wei finally understood this was the reason. Why didn't you say so earlier? Here, take it. As Lu Wei spoke, he directly took out a spirit elevation pill and pressed it into her hand. Yang Xiaohu was right, no matter what, she would be his wife from now on. After sending off Yang Xiaohu and Qin Xinyu, Lu Wei looked at the remaining 5 spirit elevation pills inside. It seems I need to think of a way to get some exploding spirit pills. Exploding spirit pills are not particularly rare, they can generally be found in common cultivator shops. Lu Wei planned to buy some while selling his items tomorrow and then give them to his mother-in-law. I just wonder if my mother-in-law will explode in anger after learning that I gifted her exploding spirit pills. But I can't worry too much about that. Returning the spirit elevation pills is the most important thing. Sai, it's time to begin my cultivation. I will reach the washing marrow realm tonight. Early in the morning, the chief historian of the city lord's mansion was awakened by a hurried subordinate before he had even risen.
The chief historian, who had been busy for many days, thought he would finally have some time to rest now that the city lord had returned. Yet just yesterday the city lord suddenly announced a retreat, and before he could be happy he was once again shackled by the burdens of work. This early in the morning, being called up before he was even awake, filled him with anger. You better have something important, otherwise don't expect to receive your wages this month. Sir, it's not good. There are rumors circulating in the city that the army of demon beasts is approaching Yunzhou and will reach Yunzhou city in less than 10 days. Now the entire Yunzhou city was in an uproar, with prices skyrocketing, and some people had already started preparing to flee. Upon hearing this, the chief historian's expression changed drastically. Hurry, come with me to the city lord's mansion. Lu Wei practiced all night and finally elevated his cultivation to the washing marrow realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the washing marrow realm. You have received 5 points of free attributes, please check. Both vitality and physique increased by 800 points and spirit increased by 1 point. The yellow grade technique truly falls short compared to the heaven grade jade bone golden body sacred classic. I can't let this go, I must find a good technique for the chi gathering realm. Lu Wei took out several techniques obtained from the city lord's treasury along with those given to him by Yang Xiaohu. He prepared to select one to see which was suitable for chi gathering cultivation. With his cultivation already at the washing marrow realm, Lu Wei planned to reach the chi gathering realm within 3 days. Thus he needed to prepare the techniques in advance, as he could start familiarizing himself with the cultivation process now. Although it seemed insane to reach the chi gathering realm in 3 days, it was not impossible for Lu Wei. He already had a plan in mind. After some time selecting, Lu Wei ultimately chose the Xian braid technique Yuanqi Tonglu. This technique was unremarkable, lacking any special features. It was simply an ordinary chi gathering cultivation method. If one had to point out something extraordinary, it would be that this technique was sufficiently balanced and harmonious, being an orthodox Taoist practice for chi cultivation with minimal risk of deviating from the path. Lu Wei focused on this point. Although this technique appeared ordinary and the cultivation speed was not fast, it could nourish oneself and replenish the body at advanced realms, appearing upright and possessing unmatched power. The most crucial aspect was its solid foundation with no hidden dangers. After selecting the technique, Lu Wei took out a bottle of elixirs. This was a bottle of high-quality body refinement pills naturally obtained from the city lord's treasury. The effects of high-quality body refinement pills are well known, and Lu Wei had deep experience with them. However, this time he intended to upgrade the body refinement pills for a return to see what he could get. If he could receive pills with 50 times the effect of high-quality body refinement pills, then reaching the chi gathering realm in 3 days would be a piece of cake. Besides the techniques and elixirs, Lu Wei also prepared some high-value spiritual herbs and treasures to return and sell. After everything was ready, Lu Wei went directly to the door and happened to encounter Lu Ruyan, who was coming to attend to him. You're just in time, take this. Lu Wei produced a 1,000-year blood ginseng that he had prepared long ago. Previously, treasures like the 1,000-year blood ginseng were impossible for Lu Ruyan to return. But now that Lu Wei's cultivation had improved, it was no longer a problem. Lu Ruyan accepted it as if it were commonplace, thanked him, and then handed it back to Lu Wei for safekeeping. Then she said, "Young master, let me assist you with your washing." Lu Wei nodded and turned back into the room. At this moment the system prompt sounded. Ding! The host has gifted the target Lu Ruyan a 1,000-year blood ginseng, triggering a 20x return, obtaining 20,000-year blood ginseng stored in the system space, please check. A 20-fold return. Lu Wei's eyes brightened instantly as Lu Ruyan leveled up. He quickly opened Lu Ruyan's interface to check. Name: Lu Ruyan. Age: 21 years. Root bone 71. Comprehension 68. Physique 5555. Cultivation foundation establishment. Appearance 85. Figure 88. Talent: trashy female saint body. Favorability 95. Overall rating 82. Bound return multiplier 20. Her figure and appearance have improved a few points, indicating that the quality of conditions can indeed alter one's looks. Of course, this is also thanks to the benefits she has received. However, her potential seems to be capped at a maximum of 50-fold return. There's no way around it, as her root bone and comprehension are too low, holding her back. Unless she can obtain treasures to enhance her root bone and comprehension in the future. Well, 50-fold is already quite significant. We can deal with future matters when the time comes. First, let's upgrade the system. System upgrade. Ding! System level increased. Congratulations host, you have gained 9 free attribute points. The number of bound individuals has increased by 1 and the storage space function has been activated.
The return count has been refreshed. Ha! A new function has been added.
Lu Wei hurriedly familiarized himself with the newly activated storage space function. Originally, while the system had storage capabilities, it could only store items returned by the system.
Moreover, once items were taken out, they couldn't be returned. With this new reward function fully activated, one can freely take items in and out without any restrictions. The key point is that the space is infinitely large, you can store as many items as you want. This function is incredibly practical. Lu Wei eagerly finished washing up.
After Lu Ruyan went out, he hurriedly put all the treasures he had scavenged from the Lord's mansion into the storage space.
Finally, he has the standard equipment of a traveler. It wasn't easy. Ruyan, come here.
Lu Wei stepped outside again and called Lu Ruyan over.
Coming, young master, what's up? This is for you. Lu Wei took out a Yunjian flower and handed it to Lu Ruyan. This Yunjian flower is a major spiritual herb used for refining body enhancement pills and is very valuable. Thank you, young master, please keep it safe for me. I'll go prepare breakfast now. After Lu Ruyan accepted it, she returned it to Lu Wei, preparing to cook breakfast. Wait. Lu Wei stopped Lu Ruyan, who was about to leave.
Lu
Ruyan turned back looking puzzled at Lu Wei.
Lu Wei took out a bottle of high-grade blood replenishing pills and a bottle of high-grade body enhancing pills from the system space and handed them to Lu Ruyan.
These 2 bottles of pills are for you to cultivate with.
Lu Ruyan instinctively accepted them and nodded, saying, all right, thank you, young master, please keep them safe for me. This procedural exchange has become a conditioned response for her.
Lu Wei couldn't help but laugh and said, you don't need to give these back, there for you to use. Just keep them well for your cultivation. They're all my women, and Lu Wei doesn't want to be too biased. Since he gave Yang Xiuhu and Zhou Muxue the spirit enhancement pills, he can't neglect Lu Ruyan. Since Lu Ruyan can't use the enhancement pills yet, he will give her these lower grade pills first. Here, these are for me. No need to return them. Lu Ruyan looked at Lu Wei in surprise. Then she quickly reacted and hurriedly declined, this is too precious, I can't accept it.
Lu
Wei's expression darkened.
Lu Ruyan trembled in fear. She remembered Lu Wei once telling her that she must not refuse the things he gives her.
Then thank you, young master.
Lu Wei finally softened his expression and smiled, saying, good, now you're being obedient.
This is for your cultivation, you need to work hard. You wouldn't want to see me looking like a handsome young man in a few decades while you turn into a white-haired old lady, would you?
Upon hearing Lu Wei say this, Lu Ruyan visualized that scene and immediately changed her expression.
Young master, I will definitely work hard to cultivate. Good, go call Wan Wan over. Yes. Lu Ruyan left, and not long after Shen Wan Wan arrived. Young master, I'm here. Come in.
Shen Wan Wan seemed to remember something, her face slightly flushed. After hesitating for a moment, she stepped inside.
Please sit. I have something to discuss with you.
Your parents' jobs have been arranged, they'll be helping in the kitchen at the Lord's mansion.
Is that all right?
Shen Wan Wan immediately knelt on the ground and bowed to Lu Wei, saying, thank you, young master.
I am immensely grateful for having a chance to live. Lu Wei hurriedly helped her up, smiling, no need to kneel all the time, we don't do that here. By the way, this is for you.
Lu Wei pretended to take something from his pocket. In fact, he retrieved it from the storage space and handed it to Shen Wan Wan.
What is this? Shen Wan Wan looked at the item Lu Wei handed her with confusion. This is a cultivation manual. Take it back and study it slowly. If you have any questions, you can note them down and come ask me later.
As for guiding others in cultivation, Lu Wei would undoubtedly be the best candidate. Even Yang Xiuhu and Zhou Muxue have much less knowledge in this area than he does. Shen Wan Wan looked down at the manual in her hands and suddenly recalled what Lu Ruyan had once told her.
Thank you, young master, but please keep it for me first. Shen Wan Wan was clearly taken aback by Lu Wei's words. This was different from what Sister Lu Ruyan had taught her. However, she remembered that Sister Lu Ruyan had told her to always listen to whatever the young master said, especially regarding gifts. So she hurriedly nodded, well, okay then. Lu Wei smiled with satisfaction. All right, you go ahead and get busy. Ding.
The host has gifted the return target Shen Wan Wan a copy of the Xian level technique Baichao Danjing, triggering a 20x return and obtaining the Ling level technique Yao Wang Dian.
Lu Wei, hearing about the 20x return, looked at Shen Wanwan's attribute panel with a smile. Name: Shen Wanwan. Age 17 years. Root bone 95. Comprehension 99. Physique 44. Cultivation none. Appearance 90. Build 85. Talent: medicinal body aroma. Favorability 75. Overall rating 88. This girl has great potential, reaching 50x should be no problem. With a comprehension of 99 and the talent of medicinal body aroma, it won't be long before she fully grasps that Xian level technique. As for the return reward of the Tian level Yaoang Dian, Lu Wei planned to wait until her favorability reached above 90 before giving it to her. The reason he didn't give Lu Ruyan the advanced technique wasn't because Lu Wei was stingy. It was simply because her comprehension and root bone were not sufficient. Even if given to her, it would be of no use. Lu Wei tidied up and first went to Lu Xiaoxiao's room, pulled her up from the bed, and after giving her a spirit herb, turned to head to the Zhou family's courtyard. Zhou Muxue was currently in closed-door cultivation, and Lu Wei knew better than to disturb her. Originally he wanted to slide the things he brought her through the door crack, but unexpectedly the door suddenly opened. Lu Wei was stunned and walked in directly, only to see Zhou Muxue meditating with her eyes closed on the bed. He gently placed the manual next to Zhou Muxue and, seeing that she didn't react, quietly backed away. Ding! The host has gifted the return target Zhou Muxue the Shen level technique Yuanqi Tongliu, triggering a 50x return, obtaining the Ling level technique Shen Yuan Shang Cheng Han Yuan Yi Fa. Hearing the system notification, Lu Wei hurriedly found a quiet place to receive the technique. In an instant, a massive influx of information surged into his mind. After a while, when the information reception was complete, Lu Wei opened the system interface. His face immediately turned bitter. This technique was indeed powerful, but it was also exceedingly difficult. It surpassed Yu Gu Jin Xin Sheng Dian in terms of difficulty. Fortunately, this technique was a supreme Taoist secret method and was among the top tier in this world. After all, Lu Wei had not heard of this technique from the records of great powers, suggesting it had probably long been lost. Looking at the initial cultivation difficulty of 10000, Lu Wei forced a smile. It seemed that without using resources and enhancing his root bone, this technique would be impossible to practice. Of course, even if it was difficult, Lu Wei had no intention of giving up. Because this technique was truly strong, and in the same realm it was definitely invincible. Moreover, it retained characteristics such as maintaining health, nurturing the spirit, and purity. The Han Yuan Yi Qi is the ancestor of all energies. Not only has it restraining effects on most spiritual energies, but it can also simulate various spiritual energies: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder. Any and all energies can be utilized. In other words, by practicing Xian Yuan Shang Cheng Han Yuan Yi Qi Fa, Lu Wei could absorb and cultivate various spiritual energies as well as skills and martial arts of various attributes. Oh, why are you saying all this? Didn't Xiao Shui already mention it? This matter is not Xiao Wei's fault. How can we as a small family refuse the powerful Yan family and the city lord's mansion? This also shows how exceptional our Xiao Wei is. As long as he and Xiao Shui have a good relationship, having several wives is only natural, isn't it? How many capable men don't have 3 or 4 wives? Upon seeing Zhou Yuanshan causing trouble for Lu Wei, Madame Zhou was displeased. Her good son-in-law brought her gifts every day. Such a wonderful child should not be bullied by anyone. Zhou Yuanshan curled his lips and muttered softly, "I only married you." Madame Zhou coldly laughed. "Am I the one stopping you from marrying? Is it your reluctance to spend money? Who can you blame for that?" Zhou Yuanshan fell silent upon hearing this. It was indeed true that he was unwilling to spend money. After finishing breakfast at the Zhou family, Lu Wei hurriedly left, anxious to check on the returned pills. Ding! The host has gifted 50 top-grade body refinement pills to the return target by Linger and received a 50-fold return, obtaining 50 cleansing pills. Cleansing pills purifies the body and enhances root bones. Cleansing pills. This is actually a cleansing pill. Lu Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. He was well aware of this pill. The powerful handwritten notes recorded that cleansing pills are the best body refining and foundation establishment pills in the cultivation world. Generally, they are used by top forces in holy lands to cultivate their direct heirs. Even for large sects like the Qingling Sword sect, if a cleansing pill were to appear, it would become the target of fierce competition among all the top talents. This is because cleansing pills not only have remarkable cultivation effects but also possess no side effects such as pill toxicity. The key point is that they can eliminate any accumulated pill toxins within the body, purifying the physical form.
Most importantly, cleansing pills are extremely rare and are among the few pills capable of enhancing root bones.
Besides, body refinement pills can be used by martial artists at any stage of cultivation.
Such pills are exceedingly scarce and anyone who obtains them would never part with them for sale.
Even if they have used them, they could still be given to family members.
For example, Lu Xiaoxiao, normally she would have no way to cultivate. Once she began, her body would become set in its growth and she would not grow taller.
However, using a cleansing pill would eliminate this concern and her cultivation would not affect her growth.
Returning to his courtyard, Lu Wei wasted no time. He took a cleansing pill and tossed it into his mouth before starting his cultivation.
With each punch, Lu Wei felt his body grow stronger.
After completing a round of the body refinement technique, he sensed a tingling sensation in his spine as if something was about to break through the surface. He understood that this was the spinal cord being strengthened. Through the enhancement of the spinal cord, the nerves throughout his body would also be fortified, even boosting his mental strength.
Lu Wei glanced at the system and was immediately filled with joy.
Sure enough, as expected from a top-grade pill, just one cleansing pill had nearly doubled the progress of his low-level cultivation technique. At this rate, there would be no need to wait 3 days to break through to the Qi-gathering realm. Practicing 3 times would be sufficient.
What am I waiting for?
I need to hurry and practice. I have waited too long for this day to break through to the Qi-gathering realm.
Not being able to use spiritual energy in battle is such a huge limitation.
Lu Wei picked up another cleansing pill and tossed it in his mouth, continuing his cultivation.
If others saw him using cleansing pills for cultivation, they would probably be furious.
The primary function of cleansing pills is to purify the body and enhance root bones. Who would use them to enhance such pitiful cultivation?
This cannot simply be described as being wasteful. It is an act that invites divine retribution. Unfortunately, Lu Wei simply did not care for the minor effect of body purification from the cleansing pills.
Because his body had already been purified during the cultivation of the Jade Bone Golden Body sacred text.
However, the enhancement of root bones was indeed quite useful for Lu Wei. However, the enhancement of root bones from cleansing pills is not without limits.
The first cleansing pill can enhance the root bone by 3 points, the second by 2 points, and the third can only enhance by 1 point.
Nevertheless, this was enough for Lu Wei. After using 3, his root bones would be sufficient to exceed 90 points. Boom!
After consuming the third cleansing pill, Lu Wei had just completed half of his cultivation when he felt something within his body explode.
The sound was deafening, like the very first thunder of creation. It left him dizzy.
It was as if a great bell had tolled, shaking his spirit, enlightening him like a sudden awakening, leaving him clear-headed and alert. After an unknown period, it felt like a moment and yet an eternity, Lu Wei finally came back to his senses. Instinctively, he looked towards his dantian, where it seemed a life was being nurtured.
No way.
I know that men do not bear life in their bellies, do they?
No one told me that cultivation could lead to pregnancy.
Lu Wei then recalled the content from the powerful handwritten notes. The recent process was the completion of body refinement and the awakening of his dantian. Next, as long as he has a Qi-gathering technique to practice, he can draw in spiritual energy and reach the second realm of cultivation, the Qi-gathering realm.
This is simple. The technique has long been prepared.
Without hesitation, Lu Wei hurried to his bed and began to practice the Xian Yuan Supreme Clear Hun Yuan Qi method.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for advancing to the Qi-gathering realm, rewarded with 10 free attribute points.
The system is preparing for an update. Estimated update time is 1 minute. Please look forward to it.
Lu Wei now possesses 91 points of insight, making him a little genius. His cultivation has naturally accelerated significantly. Although the Xian Yuan Shang Cheng Hun Yuan Ichi method is difficult to practice, after an hour of effort combined with its direct and profound teachings, Lu Wei successfully guided the Qi into his body. At the same time, the system's notification sound arrived. It not only rewarded him with 10 attribute points but also updated the system.
Ding! System update complete. Please check host.
His physique and blood energy each increased by 1,500 points and it was about to break the 10,000 mark. His mental strength increased by 10 points, which was indeed very slow. Fortunately, it was sufficient for now and there was no need to increase it too much. However, mental strength must eventually be enhanced as its significance grows immensely in the later stages.
Below the mental strength, a new option appeared: spiritual power, with a mere 1 point.
The methods and martial skills showed no significant changes. The only variation was in the cultivation option, which no longer specified particular techniques but was simply divided into 2 categories: Qi refinement and body training, making it much clearer.
Lu Wei glanced at the 24 free attribute points and found no immediate place to allocate them, so he decided to save them for now. When he gathers 100, he would allocate them all to insight.
If in a few days the spiritual power does not improve, he would allocate it to spiritual strength.
After all, the beast tide is about to arrive and enhancing combat power is the top priority.
Lu Wei casually closed the system, got out of bed and moved his limbs. He then took out some spiritual herbs he had received today, preparing to sell them on the street in exchange for gold. After tidying up, Lu Wei directly hired a carriage and left the city lord's mansion. After wandering around yesterday, he was already quite familiar with this street. However, coming here today felt like a world apart from yesterday. The street was bustling with people yesterday, lively and vibrant. Yet today it was much more desolate, with most people appearing hurried as if they had something urgent to attend to. Many others seemed to be packed up as if preparing to move. The more Lu Wei looked, the deeper his frown became. Could it be that the news of the beast tide attacking the city had leaked? That seemed to be the only possibility. Just yesterday everything was calm, but today the entire city was in chaos, fleeing for their lives. It was clear that someone had spread this news intentionally, otherwise it would not have spread throughout the city overnight. This was troublesome. These people were so focused on fleeing, yet they did not realize how many lives would be lost on the road. "Young Master Lu, we have arrived at the Baibao Pavilion," the coachman reminded him as Lu Wei was lost in thought. He looked up, and indeed they had arrived at the Baibao Pavilion. According to Yang Xiaohu's introduction, this Baibao Pavilion is a very famous chain store across the continent. It has a complete range of goods reasonably priced, and even if something is not available, they can source it from elsewhere. Whether it's the service or the safety, it is top-notch. Hence many people come here to trade. Today the Baibao Pavilion seemed exceptionally busy, with people crowding in the hall battling over various spiritual pills and herbs. Gold and silver were being thrown around as if they were worthless. "I'll take the Bingu pill for 500 taels. I'll offer 1,000 taels. Are you out of your mind? The Bingu pill is not worth 1,000 taels. I want it. I have plenty of money to spend. Is that a problem? That century-old blood ginseng, I'll take it for 600 taels. I'll offer 1,000 taels. Are you deliberately messing with me?" Seeing the hall in such uproar, Lu Wei quickly stepped aside to avoid getting into trouble. The reason these people were so eager to grab supplies was that carrying gold and silver would be cumbersome during a flight. It's much more convenient to exchange for spiritual pills and herbs, and importantly, they can also be consumed when hungry. These spiritual herbs not only strengthen the body but also contain a wealth of energy. Consuming one can sustain a person for many days. Lu Wei pushed through the crowd, heading straight to the receiving counter. The receiving area was quiet, with only an old man half asleep, seemingly unaffected by the noisy environment. "Hey! Old man, wake up, it's time to do business." The old man heard Lu Wei's voice, stretched, yawned, and complained somewhat ungraciously, "You young people have no manners, can't you see I'm trying to sleep?" Lu Wei raised an eyebrow and retorted, "I think it's you who lacks manners, isn't it? Do you know who I am?" Lu Wei pointed to himself, exuding an aura of formidable background. The old man, upon hearing this, curled his lips into a disdainful smile, speaking slowly, "Who are you really?" He thought this brat would boast about being from some high-ranking official family or a prominent sect of cultivators. He had seen many such spoiled rich kids, and none had ever frightened him. "I am a customer, the one who provides you with opportunities to earn money. Is the Baibao Pavilion always so slow to treat its customers? What? Have you unified the entire continent? To do business with your Baibao Pavilion, I have to watch your expressions. Luckily you haven't monopolized all business across the continent, or would there be any livelihood left for us ordinary people? Everyone come and see. The Baibao Pavilion is bullying people and engaging in forced sales." Upon hearing this, the old man turned pale with anger. This brat, while I may have an unpleasant attitude, I admit that. When did I ever engage in forced sales? This bastard is brazenly threatening people. This world has never lacked onlookers. As soon as the commotion started, a crowd quickly gathered to see what was happening. Then they began to discuss among themselves. "What? Forced sales? The Baibao Pavilion does this. What's so surprising? Isn't it normal for large shops to bully customers?" "Exactly, it's a black world out there. Yesterday a pill of abstinence was only 50 taels of silver, and today it's hiked up to 500. Even vampires aren't this ruthless. Pa, what a disgrace. I thought the Baibao Pavilion was quite reasonable, but now it seems no different from other unscrupulous merchants. By the way, what is this young man selling that would make the Baibao Pavilion engage in forced sales? Young man, what treasure are you selling? Show us, perhaps we can make a deal." Lu Wei chuckled inwardly upon hearing this, then opened the package with a face full of grief and indignation.
Everyone please look. How does this millennium blood ginseng look?
This old man actually offered only 1,000 taels of silver for one, claiming he wouldn't sell to the Baibao Pavilion, saying they wouldn't be able to sell it.
Isn't this robbery?
The old man nearly spat out blood upon hearing this. Originally he had come to this quiet place to help out because the shop was too busy today, but unexpectedly encountered such a cunning and treacherous brat. If it weren't for the crowd here, he would have really wanted to slap this bastard dead. However, he couldn't do that. If he acted out, he might feel good, but the Baibao Pavilion's reputation built over a millennium would be ruined.
Competitors would certainly seize this opportunity to suppress and widely publicize it.
Just as he was about to explain, the onlookers gasped when they saw Lu Wei present the blood ginseng.
My heavens, it's truly millennium blood ginseng. This is a treasure. No wonder the Baibao Pavilion is engaging in forced sales.
The quality of this millennium blood ginseng is extraordinary, with rich bloodlight and a texture as clear as water. It's truly the finest of the finest. They offered only 1,000 taels of silver for such quality ginseng.
That's too greedy. Even an ordinary millennium blood ginseng is worth over 10,000 taels.
This millennium blood ginseng is a top-grade item for boosting vitality and healing injuries.
It absolutely cannot be missed, said one buyer.
Young man, sell it to me. I'll offer 1,000 taels. I'll offer 15,000 taels.
You bastard, are you doing this on purpose? Why are you competing with me for everything I want?
Lu Wei hurriedly intervened, saying, everyone don't worry, I still have blood ginseng.
However, I have one requirement. I only accept gold, not silver. No problem, I have gold. I'll offer 11,000 taels.
I'll offer 12,000 taels. Before long, the 20 millennium blood ginseng in Lu Wei's hands were sold out, and many people were left without any. Lu Wei also obtained the gold he wanted, over 23,000 taels, enough to break through to the second level of the Yugu Jinshin Xingdian.
These millennium blood ginseng, if sold to the Baibao Pavilion, would never fetch such a high price.
After all, as a commercial establishment, they would certainly lower the price when acquiring and raise it when selling. That's inevitable. Originally, Lu Wei had no choice, but who made that old man give him such an opportunity? After packing up, Lu Wei prepared to leave and return to cultivate the Yugu Jinshin Xingdian, hoping to help Yang Xiuhu break her bloodline restrictions as soon as possible. He swore he was definitely not coveting her body, it was merely for the sake of helping others. There was no way around it. Lu Wei had always been such a kind person. However, when Lu Wei tried to leave, the old man, who felt cheated, wouldn't let it go. You bastard, using me as a stepping stone, thinking you can just run off after earning money on my turf. Where does such good fortune exist?
You brat, stop right there. Yet Lu Wei appeared to be deaf, hastily holding a large box of gold and quickening his pace to flee.
The old man was evidently no simple character. He swiftly blocked Lu Wei's path.
Where do you think you're going, kid? What's the matter? Do you want to invite me to dinner to make amends?
Forget it, forget it. Considering your age, it's not easy for you. I'll forgive you this time, but do be careful in the future.
Lu Wei waved his hand, looking magnanimous.
I wouldn't need your forgiveness, you old fool.
Hey kid, stop right there. Do you think you can just walk away after scheming against me? No way in hell.
The old man's eyes turned red with anger as he grabbed Lu Wei, having never suffered such a silent humiliation in all his years. If I can't reach clarity today, I'll blow up my alchemy furnace every day in the future. Lu Wei glanced at the old man's hand gripping him and then looked at the old man, speaking in a calm tone. You'd better let go of me or you'll regret it.
Let go of you? Kid, if I let you out of this door today, I don't deserve the surname Qin. Hearing this, Lu Wei sighed. Fine then, but don't blame me. I've already warned you.
As soon as Lu Wei finished speaking, he suddenly let out a loud scream, startling the old man.
Murder! Robbery! The Baibao Pavilion is openly attacking customers. Someone help me.
If you don't help today, who will help you tomorrow when trouble comes?
Come and see, in broad daylight they are openly robbing people. Is there no law left? Is there no justice?
The old man's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lu Wei. Despicable, shameless, he had never seen someone so brazen. The old man truly wanted to slap this kid away, but at that moment a crowd had already surrounded them.
The old man's aura surged as if endless true energy flowed within him, clearly prepared to take action.
Meanwhile, Lu Wei tightly hugged a box in his arms, trembling uncontrollably, looking extremely frightened. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, their emotions escalating.
What? The Baibao Pavilion actually dares to rob customers openly. Someone shouted in disbelief.
Isn't that the young guy selling blood ginseng? I heard he has tens of thousands of gold tails on him.
Another person exclaimed in realization. Oh my.
With such a fortune anyone would be tempted, no wonder the Baiba Pavilion has ill intentions. Another person lamented the respectable Baiba Pavilion has now committed such a despicable act, it's nothing but a blackguard shop.
Others angrily accused, hey.
Old man, at your age relying on your little bit of cultivation to act recklessly is unacceptable.
Let go right now or we will report this to the city lord and let him decide your punishment. Someone directly warned the old man. That's right. It's because of scoundrels like you that the Baiba Pavilion's reputation is ruined.
The crowd echoed, expressing their strong dissatisfaction and outrage at the Baiba Pavilion's actions. In an instant the scene became chaotic with voices rising in a clamor.
Where's the shopkeeper? Come out quickly. The entrance was crowded with people and more kept coming.
The old man's face turned ashen with rage, his lips trembling slightly, looking as if he might faint.
Lu Wei watched from the side, worried for him.
As for fighting, Lu Wei wasn't afraid of him. This old man was at most at the fourth realm, and at his age his vitality had long since diminished. Even though he had just broken through to the Qi-gathering realm at such a close distance with nearly 10,000 attribute points, he could easily overpower the old man with sheer physical strength. At that moment the shopkeeper of the Baiba Pavilion rushed out to calm the crowd.
It's a misunderstanding.
Everyone knows that in all these years has the Baiba Pavilion ever robbed a customer.
Trust me, there must be another reason for today's events.
The shopkeeper's words quieted the crowd. Indeed, no one had heard of such an incident in the Baiba Pavilion's long history.
Lu Wei couldn't help but feel skeptical and retorted sharply, Shopkeeper, your words are not correct. Are you saying I am slandering your store, intentionally causing trouble? Besides, this old man is holding on to me tightly. What is his purpose? I haven't owed your store a single cent, nor have I stolen anything from inside. Why should I be treated this way?
The shopkeeper forced a smile, but his eyes showed no amusement as he said, Young man, please don't be anxious. Wait until I clarify what happened and the truth will be revealed. With that he turned to the old man and softly asked, Old Qin, what exactly happened here to make you so angry? When the old man heard someone asking him, he felt that he had a chance to express his grievances. His eyes reddened almost in tears.
He pointed a trembling finger directly at Lu Wei, cursing loudly, it's this rascal.
After doing business in our store, he actually tried to slip away.
How could I allow that?
Lu Wei helplessly raised his hands in defense, arguing, everyone here heard clearly I completed the transaction. If I don't leave, am I supposed to stay here to eat?
Or do you want to keep my money and not let me leave? You're talking nonsense.
How dare you resell items in our store and slander me?
You won't escape this place today.
The old man shouted, his eyes wide with fury.
Lu Wei looked equally aggrieved, rebutting angrily, You old man, you are truly unreasonable. Let me ask you, did I ever come to you to sell items? But what happened? You acted arrogantly, completely ignoring me, and even insulted me with foul language. I came to sell my items, not to be insulted.
Why should I silently endure your baseless bullying?
Everyone judge for yourselves, is this reasonable? The crowd around them nodded in agreement, showing support.
After all, in this world, while there may not be a saying that the customer is always right, it is universally acknowledged that consumers should be treated with respect. How could someone come to conduct business and instead be met with disdain?
Lu Wei continued, so if I didn't want to sell my goods to you, where is my fault? Do you think you can force me to sell or enforce a transaction? Lu Wei stared firmly at the old man, his eyes shining with determination and defiance.
At that moment he was the embodiment of justice, as if declaring to everyone that he would never succumb to such injustice.
Yes, exactly.
If others speak reasonably, why should I have to sell to you? Does everything in this world have to go according to your wishes? Someone shouted angrily, Humph, how dare you argue that you're not forcing a sale? You're the height of shamelessness. Another person retorted furiously, I can't believe the Baiba Pavilion, known for its fairness and justice, would stoop to such despicable acts.
This is truly disappointing. Another person spat in outrage.
With a shop like this, if it doesn't close down, we all share the blame. After all, allowing it to continue will only harm more innocent people, someone lamented passionately.
That's right. It must be shut down. We cannot allow it to operate any longer to avoid further harm.
The crowd echoed, their voices deafening. In an instant the atmosphere became heated, people were passionate, all shouting to completely shut down the shop. Meanwhile, a surge of people began to flood into the shop like a tide, and the scene instantly fell into chaos.
Lu Wei seized the opportunity and slipped away.
Meanwhile, the shopkeeper and old Qin struggled tirelessly to calm the restless crowd. Breathing heavily with sweat on their foreheads, they scanned their surroundings only to be shocked to find that the troublesome boy had long since vanished, making them grit their teeth in anger. At this moment, Lu Wei had already appeared in another shop. In no time he successfully gathered all the materials needed to create the essence of refined gold and then returned to the Lord's mansion. However, despite having obtained the gold, transforming it into the essence of gold required a 50-fold return. Having exhausted today's return opportunity, Lu Wei had no choice but to set this matter aside for now and plan for the next day. The little wife had already returned the gold, so now he had to rely on his mother-in-law. Just as Lu Wei focused and prepared to begin practicing the Xian Yuan Shang Chun Han Yuan Ichi suddenly, without warning, an overwhelming pressure akin to a tidal wave descended upon the Lord's mansion. This pressure resembled a towering mountain, majestic and imposing. It was like a ferocious beast rampaging with an aura of dominance. It sent shivers down their spines.
The ordinary servants without any foundation in cultivation could not withstand such earth-shattering pressure.
Each of them was terrified, their faces as pale as paper, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Fortunately, this pressure soon dissipated, as if everything that had just happened was merely a figment of their imagination. Lu Wei's heart stirred, realizing that Qin Feng must have broken through to the golden core stage. He wondered when his little wife would break through. As this thought arose, another wave of pressure descended. This time the pressure came like a surging torrent, its might and power far surpassing the previous one. It seemed to surge forth from an endless abyss, a dark torrent carrying an unsettling aura. Everyone felt the irresistible sense of oppression, as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult to breathe. Even more terrifying was that this pressure was not limited to the physical level, it seeped into the depths of their souls. The icy cold sensation felt as if it would freeze their very marrow. At the same time, the originally vibrant green leaves in the courtyard were also affected. They appeared as if enchanted, instantly covered with a layer of pure white frost. These frosts resembled exquisite artworks, enveloping the leaves and creating a mysterious yet austere atmosphere throughout the courtyard. Lu Wei, however, was filled with joy, as this surely indicated that his little wife had broken through. His wife's breakthrough to the golden core stage added an extra layer of safety. From now on, would Yunzhou City not be able to follow his lead? By the way, he needed to send a few cleansing pills to his little wife. At this moment, everyone was astonished, looking at the frost covering the courtyard, confused about why it suddenly snowed in the bright afternoon sun.
Xiao Huan, seeing Lu Wei arrive, hurriedly greeted him. "Young master, you're here. Look, it's the middle of the day and suddenly it snowed. Just now there were even snowflakes falling. It's normal, a late spring cold snap is a usual phenomenon. Don't be curious, everyone, hurry back to your own tasks. Since my little wife needs to conceal her cultivation, I must help her hide it." Lu Wei casually dismissed the servants and then approached the door of Zhou Mushue's room. Lu Wei did not rashly enter, fearing to disturb Zhou Mushue's cultivation. Instead, he stood quietly at the door for a while, helping to keep watch. "Since you're here, why not come in?" A gentle voice came from inside Zhou Mushue's room. Hearing this, Lu Wei pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Zhou Mushue sitting cross-legged on the bed, her face a bit pale, he stepped forward with concern and asked, "How is it? Is everything going smoothly?" Zhou Mushue knew that Lu Wei must have been aware of her cultivation. They both understood each other well, so there was no need for deliberate concealment. She smiled and nodded. "It's all right, everything is going smoothly." This time, breaking through to the golden core stage was indeed thanks to Lu Wei's ascension pill. She had already reached the peak of the frost transformation stage and was just one step away from entering the golden core stage. However, this step had held her back for several years, and with the ascension pill she finally had the opportunity to advance. "As long as you're doing well, look what I brought you," Lu Wei said, taking out 3 cleansing pills. Zhou Mushue blinked, her lively eyes curiously staring at the pill, emitting an enticing fragrance, secretly wondering what kind of pill is this. It exudes such a rich fragrance, it must be of high quality. As she pondered, she couldn't help but smile faintly, softly asking, "May I know what kind of pill this is?" Seeing her reaction, Lu Wei couldn't help but smirk mischievously, deliberately teasing her. "Hee, it's a secret for now. You'll know when you taste it." Saying this, he gently picked up a pill, carefully bringing it to Zhou Mushue's cherry-like lips. Zhou Mushue's cheeks instantly flushed, resembling a ripe apple. Such an intimate feeding gesture made her feel a bit shy and embarrassed. But at the same time, an indescribable wave of happiness surged within her, instantly filling her heart. After a moment of hesitation, she no longer hesitated, opening her small mouth to gently take the pill into her mouth and swallow it slowly.
In an instant the pill seemed to come alive, rapidly melting into a clear and transparent stream, weaving like a lively little snake within Zhou Mushue's body. She suddenly felt an unbearable heat throughout her body, a tingling sensation that was both intoxicating and torturous. What kind of miraculous pill is this? Zhou Mushue blushed, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead as she gasped and murmured. At this moment she resembled a blooming flower, exuding a captivating and alluring charm. Looking at Zhou Mushue's shy and enchanting sweat-drenched appearance, Lu Wei's lips curled into a sly smile.
Hee, this is my secret recipe pill, its effects are remarkable.
Hearing this, Zhou Mushue's mouth dropped open in shock, her big round eyes staring incredulously at Lu Wei, her face filled with disbelief.
Clearly she was half convinced by Lu Wei's words, but deep down she couldn't help but feel a hint of curiosity and anticipation.
Seeing Zhou Mushue's reaction, Lu Wei couldn't help but laugh heartily, pinching her small face to comfort her. Alright, don't be nervous, I was just teasing you.
Rest assured, this pill is absolutely safe and harmless, and it will bring you unexpected benefits. Just as Lu Wei finished speaking, Zhou Mushue suddenly felt an unusual force surging from within her body.
She instinctively looked down and saw her pores all over her body opening like floodgates, continuously expelling a dark sticky substance that emitted a foul odor resembling black sludge, which was utterly nauseating. At the same time she was amazed to realize that her body was gradually exuding unprecedented vitality, as if every inch of her skin and every sinew had become increasingly translucent. This wondrous change left Zhou Mushue speechless, and deep within her heart a strong sense of shock surged.
Could this be the legendary cleansing of marrow and washing away impurities?
Zhou Mushue's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the miraculous pill.
What kind of elixir was this possessing such unbelievable effects?
In an instant countless questions flooded her mind, but the most pressing matter was that she could not let Lu Wei witness her current embarrassing state.
You.
Please go out quickly, Zhou Mushue said, her face flushed, speaking in a voice nearly as soft as a whisper. Naturally she did not want Lu Wei to see her in such a predicament.
It's fine. I don't mind these things. Lu Wei smiled in response, his eyes conveying sincerity. No way. You need to go out, otherwise he'll get angry. Zhou Mushue pouted. Alright then, I'll leave the pills here, make sure to take them all.
I'll go call Xiao Wan to prepare bathwater for you.
Feeling Lu Wei's thoughtful care, Zhou Mushue happily nodded.
After Lu Wei left, Zhou Mushue gradually consumed all 3 pills as instructed. After taking the 3 pills, Zhou Mushue felt as if her body had been cleansed and the entire world seemed much clearer. She had a noticeable enhancement in her affinity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth.
What kind of pill was this? How could it be so miraculous?
She had to ask that rascal thoroughly later.
Not long after, Xiao Wan came to inform her that the bathwater was ready and she could go bathe. Wow, miss, what did you use? Your skin is glowing as if it's radiating light.
Xiao Wan had just wondered why her miss was so dirty, as if she had fallen into a cesspit. But after washing off the dirt, her skin appeared fair and tender, smooth, without any blemishes, glistening under the light. Zhou Mushue also noticed her transformation, hurriedly cleaned herself up, quickly changed her clothes, and went to find Lu Wei.
What exactly did you make me eat?
Lu Wei chuckled, pinching Zhou Mushue's soft and smooth little face, nodding him. It seems the effect of the cleansing pills is quite good, your face has become much smoother.
Name Zhou Mushue. Age 18 years. Root bone 96. Comprehension 91.
Physique 100, 001, 0000. Vitality 100, 001, 0000.
Cultivation golden core stage. Appearance 96. Figure 93. Talent celestial spirit body. Affinity 92. Overall score 98. 6. Bound can return multiplier 50.
The root bone increased by 6 points and appearance and figure also improved slightly. The score will soon reach 100 points, at which point the return multiplier will increase.
However, the last few points are a bit tricky to improve and he'll need to think of a way. What did you say? Cleansing pill.
Zhou Mushue looked at Lu Wei in shock. She had heard of the cleansing pill. Her master had once told her that when she returned to the sect in the future he would procure one for her. Even a powerful cultivator like her master had to seek it out, highlighting the rarity of the cleansing pill. Yet today Lu Wei had her consume 3 of them like they were candies, which was a complete waste. Seeing Zhou Mushue's astonished expression, Lu Wei chuckled. Yeah, it's not something precious. The purpose of the cleansing pill is to eliminate the accumulated impurities and toxins in the body and enhance the root bone. It's just that I didn't expect the cleansing pill to also have the effect of beautifying the skin. This is quite a windfall. Zhou Mushui couldn't help but laugh and cry at this guy was so full of himself.
Why are you so foolish?
For such a precious pill just one would suffice, taking 3 is a waste. But to me you are worth it, so nothing is wasted.
Lu Wei smiled as he embraced Zhou Mushui.
Zhou Mushui, unable to resist such sweet words, instantly melted. Half an hour later Lu Wei walked out of Zhou Mushui's room smacking his lips in delight.
His little wife seemed to have become a bit sweeter.
After stepping out of the Zhou family compound, Lu Wei paused briefly before turning and striding purposefully toward Yang Xiaohu's residence. Along the way household servants bowed respectfully as they greeted him. News of his impending marriage to the young mistress had already spread throughout the manor. The entire city lord's manor was now abuzz with wedding preparations racing to complete the ceremonies before the monstrous beasts arrived.
Before long Lu Wei arrived at his destination. No sooner had he crossed the courtyard gate than Xiao Baihe, the personal maid attending Yang Xiaohu, hurried forward to greet him. Her gaze flickered upon seeing Lu Wei enter, and her previously placid eyes instantly lit up with brilliance. A radiant blossom-like smile bloomed across her lips as she stepped forward swiftly and bowed deeply. "Young master, you've arrived." Young mistress was summoned just now by a messenger sent by Miss Qin Xianyu. She is not at home at present. Might I invite you indoors for tea and rest? Hearing this, Lu Wei gave a slight nod in acknowledgement.
Inwardly he reasoned that since she had gone to Qin Xianyu's place there would be no need to make another trip. After all, both women were his fiancées, and under normal circumstances he would treat them with equal regard, showing neither favoritism nor neglect. Yet should the marrow-cleansing pill exist in only a single dose, without hesitation he would bestow it upon Zhou Mushui. For deep within his heart his feelings for Zhou Mushui had long transcended ordinary affection. With that thought Lu Wei ignored Xiao Baihe's effusive flower-like smile and turned away without a word. Seeing him about to depart, Xiao Baihe grew flustered and urgently called out, "Young master.
Surely the midday heat has wearied you, won't you please step inside and rest a while? I have recently mastered a new technique of therapeutic massage. Though my skill remains modest, I am confident it will leave you utterly refreshed." Having spoken, she even cast him a playful, flirtatious wink. Yet Lu Wei, a cultivator specializing in corporeal refinement, possessed senses far sharper than those of ordinary mortals. Even from a distance he could distinctly detect the overwhelming cloying aura of coquetry emanating from her. Such a woman stirred not the slightest interest in Lu Wei, only profound aversion. Thus he dismissed her solicitous invitation, entirely turning on his heel and walking resolutely toward the front courtyard. Xiao Baihe watched helplessly as Lu Wei's figure receded into the distance. Fury blazed within her like wildfire, and she stamped her feet furiously as though determined to crush the earth beneath her. "Oof. Once you marry, young mistress, I'll surely find my chance, mark my words." As a personal maid of her station she bore the traditional duty of shared chambers. Meanwhile Lu Wei silently resolved to urge Yang Xiaohu to sell Xiao Baihe immediately. Better still, he mused, to dispatch her to a brothel, thereby ridding himself of this vexatious presence while delivering fitting retribution. To keep such a scheming individual within the household was tantamount to harboring a live bomb, one that might detonate at any moment. "Young master, you're here."
"Young mistress and Miss Yang are inside, I'll go call them."
"No need, I'll accompany you."
"Very well, young master, please follow me."
Swiftly Lu Wei trailed the maid to an embroidered pavilion.
Upon reaching its base she called upward, "Young mistress, young master has arrived."
"Enter." Qin Xianyu's voice drifted down from within. "Young master, please come in."
Lu Wei nodded and stepped across the threshold. Pushing open the pavilion's main door he entered a reception hall where Yang Xiaohu and Qin Xianyu sat opposite each other sipping tea and conversing calmly.
At first glance Lu Wei sensed something subtly altered in Yang Xiaohu's bearing and instinctively activated his observational insight. Name: Yang Xiaohu. Age 22. Bone proficiency 50 out of 100 unawakened. Insight 102. Physique 50005000. Vital Chi 50005000. Cultivation realm Frost Sublimation realm 4th realm. Appearance 99. Physique 99. Innate talent half-beast body enchanting all living beings. Affinity 70. Comprehensive rating 88. Unbound refund multiplier 20x.
Indeed, Yang Xiao had ascended to the 4th realm, the Frost Sublimation realm. No wonder her aura felt different. She must have broken through only recently, still struggling to fully rein in her surging energy. Truly worthy of her half-beast lineage, mere moments after ascending to the 4th realm her vital chi and physique already matched Zhou Mushui's peak strength at the same stage. Gazing upon Yang Xiaohu's cultivation profile, Lu Wei felt a pang of regret. Were it not for her stunted bone proficiency, she might well have already reached the 5th or even 9th realm.
Such innate talent was nothing short of extraordinary. Once her bloodline seals shattered, her ascent would be meteoric.
Yang Xiaohu, unsettled by his penetrating stare, tilted her head slightly in quiet bewilderment.
Why do you stare so intently?
Qin Xianyu scoffed beside her lecture.
Lu Wei chuckled softly. You are both my fiancés, I may look upon you as I wish and none shall gainsay me.
Qin Xianyu fell momentarily silent. The thought of sharing a lifetime with this man, even performing conjugal rites, stirred a tremor of unease. Had she acted too hastily?
Oof.
Even after marriage I won't let you lay eyes on me. She resolved not to yield so easily, not when she'd already thrown herself at him. He had never truly valued her, she was to him merely incidental. If she surrendered without resistance now, she feared she'd soon be relegated to obscurity.
Lu Wei, unfazed, turned his amused gaze toward Yang Xiaohu.
And you, do you share the same sentiment? Yang Xiaohu, perceptive as ever, read the subtle calculation in his expression, and sensed a hidden trap carefully laid awaiting their misstep. She responded instantly with a dazzling smile. How could you say such a thing, husband?
I am your wife, look upon me as you please.
Why not join me tonight in my chamber?
I'll let you see me even more clearly. Her teasing words sent a surge of heat through Lu Wei's chest.
He vowed inwardly, once we're wed I'll teach this vixen a lesson she'll never forget.
Since you've been so obedient, consider this pill your reward. So saying, Lu Wei withdrew a marrow-cleansing pill from his spatial ring and tossed it to Yang Xiaohu. She caught it deftly, immediately enveloped by a rich, intoxicating fragrance.
A single inhalation left her spirit clear and her senses sharpened.
Her pulse quickened. This pill was extraordinary, perhaps even more precious than a spirit ascension pill. Qin Xianyu too caught the exquisite aroma, and her heart plummeted. I've been deceived.
Husband, what kind of pill is this? Yang Xiaohu asked with a serene, beguiling smile, her large luminous eyes shimmering with subtle electric allure. Lu Wei's lips curled slightly as he calmly said, this pill is called the Qi cleansing pill.
His voice was not loud, yet it echoed in Yang Xiaohu's ears like a thunderclap. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu stood frozen as if struck by lightning, her beautiful eyes wide open, filled with disbelief.
Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Everything around her became blurred, and only the Qi cleansing pill, radiating a mysterious aura, remained vividly clear. After a long while, Yang Xiaohu finally snapped out of her shock, but her eyes still brimmed with doubt and astonishment. She fixed her gaze on Lu Wei and stammered, did you just say this pill is the legendary Qi cleansing pill? It seemed she still could not believe the fact she had just heard, fearing it was merely a fleeting dream. Over the years, in her quest to enhance her innate qualities, Yang Xiaohu had exhausted all her efforts and devised countless methods. She searched high and low for various rare spiritual herbs and pills, enduring numerous hardships and even risking herself in treacherous lands.
Yet despite all her efforts, the results had been minimal.
And now this legendary Qi cleansing pill had unexpectedly appeared before her without warning. How could she not feel bewildered? Yang Xiaohu had certainly heard of the fame of the Qi cleansing pill long before. It was said that this miraculous pill possessed extraordinary effects capable of eliminating accumulated toxins in the body, purifying bodily functions, and significantly enhancing the user's innate talent and cultivation potential. Such a heaven-defying pill was exceedingly rare in the entire cultivation world, typically held by those ancient and powerful sects or top-tier forces. For an ordinary cultivator to obtain a Qi cleansing pill was akin to reaching the heavens. Such a miraculous pill was far beyond the reach of someone from a humble background like her. Unexpectedly, she had obtained one so easily, now leaving her feeling as if she were in a dream. Standing nearby, Qin Xianyu was completely oblivious to what the Qi cleansing pill truly was. However, witnessing even the astute Yang Xiaohu, who was smarter than a fox, currently in such a flustered state, made her instantly realize this pill must be extraordinary. In that instant, a wave of intense regret surged through Qin Xianyu's heart, making her feel as if her insides were churning with regret. This Qi cleansing pill must be an exceptional treasure. She had to find a way to obtain it. After some hesitation and inner conflict, Qin Xianyu decided to go all out. Whatever face or dignity she had, she would cast aside. As long as she could get the Qi cleansing pill, she had to have what Yang Xiaohu had. Thus Qin Xianyu unhesitatingly set aside her previous reserve and pride, instantly transforming into a shy and adorable girl, hastily making her way to Lu Wei's side. She slightly tilted her head, gazing at Lu Wei with her clear and captivating eyes reminiscent of autumn waters filled with endless hope and desire, while also playfully pouting, "Husband, I was just teasing you earlier, you can't take it seriously, right?" Her voice was melodious and enchanting, akin to a yellow oriole emerging from the valley or a swallow returning to its nest, captivating anyone who heard it. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei revealed a smile that was difficult to decipher.
Oh. Just joking, huh?
Hee, well then, since that's the case I might as well play along. There's indeed only that one, it's already gone. Naturally, Qin Xianyu did not believe Lu Wei's words and quickly resorted to the spoiled tactics she had often employed successfully against her father. She tightly grasped Lu Wei's arm, gently shaking it like a little kitten, and sweetly pleaded, "Oh dear husband, you are the best. I know I was wrong, please show mercy and let me off this time, will you?
Please, I'm begging you." However, Lu Wei was completely unfazed by her act, saying, enough, don't try that with me, weren't you just very arrogant a moment ago? Go on, I actually like you in that unruly manner.
No, I won't dare again, just forgive me. At worst I could be like Sister Xiaohu and let you see me whenever no one's around at night. Qin Xianyu was also going all out. After all, Lu Wei was her husband and she would have to go through this eventually. Lu Wei looked her up and down, shaking his head dismissively. You.
Forget it.
I'm afraid that after I look we won't just be bowing together but will become sworn brothers.
Ha. Yang Xiaohu couldn't help but burst into laughter at Lu Wei's teasing.
This guy's words were too sharp. Qin Xianyu felt a surge of frustration, but for the sake of the qi cleansing pill she had no choice but to endure her smile turning stiff.
How about this? Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. Kiss me once and I might consider it. Lu Wei looked at Qin Xianyu with a grin.
She would definitely offer it, not just to Qin Xianyu but even to Lu Rui, and Lu Wei would give a qi cleansing pill. After all, they were all his women and he wanted to be fair. However, it was impossible to obtain it so easily. Upon hearing this, Qin Qianyu's cheeks instantly flushed with a shy hue. Despite her typically bold and unrestrained personality, she was still a woman after all. To take the initiative to kiss a man naturally made her feel a bit bashful. Yet thinking of that invaluable qi cleansing pill, she resolutely decided to go for it. She bit her lip tightly, closed her eyes and gathered all her courage as she leaned towards Lu Wei's handsome face. Little did she expect that at that moment Lu Wei would suddenly turn his head, their lips aligning perfectly. In that instant, a strange and subtle sensation surged through her heart as if an electric current had coursed through her entire body.
Qin Xianyu couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. This feeling seemed a bit off.
Filled with confusion, she slowly opened her eyes only to meet Lu Wei's gaze in that fleeting moment. Suddenly her mind felt as if it had been struck by a thunderbolt, exploding with a loud bang, and she found herself completely lost in confusion. At this moment she had entirely lost the ability to think, only able to gaze blankly at the man standing so close before her. Meanwhile, Lu Wei seized this perfect opportunity to launch his assault, skillfully employing his adept techniques, attacking like a storm with a flurry of passionate exchanges.
Qin Xianyu finally could not hold on any longer, softly collapsing into Lu Wei's warm embrace, utterly lost in this endless tender affection. I ham you two, enough already, there's still a living person here. Just as the two were lost in their own world, a voice suddenly came from the side belonging to Yang Xiaohu. Qin Xianyu suddenly woke up, realizing there was someone else watching the show. How could she have forgotten about her? Startled, she didn't know where the strength came from, and she pushed Lu Wei away, blushing as she ran upstairs, even forgetting the precious washing marrow pill she had been thinking about. Lu Wei smacked his lips. Indeed, every girl is unique. Ding, due to intimate contact, Qin Qianyu's favorability towards the host has increased by 30 points, current favorability 70. Lu Wei opened Qin Qianyu's data interface to take a look. Name: Qin Xianyu, age 19, root bone 85, comprehension 85, physique 30003000, vitality 30003000, cultivation condensing dew, realm appearance 95, figure 75, talent mysterious fire, body favorability 70, comprehensive score 85, not bound, can return 20 times. Seeing Lu Wei silent, Yang Xiaohu said softly, "What's wrong? Don't tell me you're mad at me for interrupting your good thing." Lu Wei stepped closer to Yang Xiaohu. As Yang Xiaohu watched Lu Wei draw near, she suddenly felt a bit flustered, but she still maintained her composure. "What do you want?" Like this, Lu Wei said, suddenly hugging Yang Xiaohu and kissing her without hesitation. He had been enduring this woman for a long time, teasing him every day. Did she really think he had no temper? Yang Xiaohu's eyes widened in disbelief. She was actually kissed. This was her first time in her life. This feeling was so strange. Gradually she seemed to understand why Qin Xianyu would be so captivated. This sensation was truly irresistible. "Hey, what are you two doing?" A voice interrupted them. It was Qin Xianyu, who had just come back to her senses and suddenly remembered that she hadn't taken her washing marrow pill yet. Having kissed but not gotten her pill, wasn't that a big loss? As she stepped out of the room, she saw the two of them kissing passionately. Remembering how Yang Xiaohu had interrupted her earlier, Qin Xianyu felt a wave of annoyance. You made me unhappy, so don't blame me. Lu Wei helplessly released Yang Xiaohu. These two women were truly like plastic sisters. However, just as he let go, Yang Xiaohu suddenly hugged Lu Wei tightly and kissed him directly. Forget her, let's continue. Lu Wei was stunned. This sister was indeed bold. However, he couldn't help but admire Yang Xiaohu's courage and decisiveness.
Qin Xianyu, watching from above, was absolutely furious that vixen Yang Xiaohu had such a thick skin, not caring at all.
But she had no way to intervene. She couldn't just go up and pull them apart, right?
After a quarter of an hour, the two finally parted and Yang Xiaohu's lips visibly plumped up. With her big watery eyes looking at Lu Wei, she lazily said, "I'll come find you tonight, let's continue."
Husband, I want to join too. Qin Xianyu leaned in, wanting to snatch whatever Yang Xiaohu wanted. Naturally, Lu Wei wouldn't refuse such good fortune, laughing as he embraced both of them. Don't worry, I won't leave anyone out. The two women exchanged glances, each huffing and turning their heads away. When Lu Wei wasn't around, they were good sisters. When he was, they became rivals. While Lu Wei was being affectionate with the two women in the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Qin Feng, who had just broken through in cultivation, was frowning as he listened to the report from the chief historian. My lord, in just one morning over 10,000 people have left the city with their families. At this rate, the number of people leaving will only increase, and before long Yunzhou city may become a ghost town. Qin Feng frowned and asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" An official stepped forward and suggested, "My lord, I recommend closing the city gates to prevent personnel loss."
As soon as this suggestion was made, someone immediately stood up to oppose it.
My lord, we absolutely cannot close the city gates to restrict people from entering and exiting.
Everyone was still guessing the truth of the news in their hearts, and if the city gates were closed, it would undoubtedly confirm the authenticity of the rumors, which might cause even greater panic and chaos. I believe the top priority is to find out who is spreading the rumors.
You say that easily. Yunzhou city has millions of people. How can we find them? What is the city guard doing?
They can't even handle such a small matter and let the rumors spread throughout the city before realizing it.
Qin Feng felt a headache as his subordinates turned into a mess. Enough, all of you, shut up.
A group of useless fools, not a single wise person among them.
A wise person?
Suddenly Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he thought of someone. You all stay here, I'm going to consult a wise person to see if there's any solution. After saying that, Qin Feng directly left his subordinates behind and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Lu Wei was busy being affectionate with Yang Xiaohu and Qin Xianyu as the two women argued and got jealous, making him the lucky one. One fed him grapes while the other massaged his shoulders. He felt like a feudal lord. Husband, is my massage comfortable? Qin Xianyu asked with a flattering smile while looking at Lu Wei's shoulder.
Very good, your skills are great. Come, let me reward you with a kiss. Moo-ah. Oh, how annoying, I want more.
Yang Xiaohu, not to be outdone, picked up a grape and held it to Lu Wei's mouth.
Husband, come eat a grape. Feeding with your hands is so boring, let's change the spot. Oh, you're so bad. Ha 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 ha.
The three were having a great time when suddenly the door to the reception room was knocked on.
Xianyu, is Xiaohu with you?
I need to find her for something urgent. Qin Feng's voice came from outside. Lu Wei frowned. This old man really had no sense of timing. They were having so much fun, why did he have to interrupt? As soon as the two women heard Qin Feng was coming, they hurriedly stopped playing and tidied themselves up to restore their composure.
Dad, come in, Xiaohu is here.
Qin Feng pushed open the door looking anxious as he walked in and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Wei. However, he didn't care much and directly said, Xiaohu, there's something you need to help Uncle Qin with. On the occasion of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Yezi wishes to express gratitude to all the dear ones who have supported me. May the moonlight shine upon you and may everything go smoothly. May the full moon embrace you and may your safety be assured near and far. May the wine and moon reflect each other, bringing peace and joy. May the full moon bring fullness of fortune and may your pots be full.
May the moon return to its place and may happiness be right.
May flowers bloom and the moon be round, bringing sweet days. Uncle Qin, don't worry, take your time to explain, Yang Xiao, who reassured Qin Feng as she poured him a cup of tea. Qin Feng sighed, furrowing his brow. I don't know who leaked the news about the demon beasts arriving in Yunzhou. People outside are in a panic, prices are soaring and some are already preparing to flee with their families. If this continues, it won't be long before Yunzhou city is either empty or has very few people left. Xiaohu, you are resourceful, can you help me think of a solution?
Do you know if someone from the city lord's mansion leaked the information?
Yang Xiaohu asked after pondering briefly.
I don't think so.
Only a few of us know about this, and I haven't even told the chief of the mansion or the commander of the city guards. Qin Feng shook his head. After speaking, Qin Feng glanced at Lu Wei with a look of suspicion. Lu Wei felt a bit guilty under Qin Feng's gaze. Indeed, he had leaked the information. However, he could guarantee that Zhou Yuanshan had not spread it further. He hadn't even told his own mother-in-law, let alone anyone else. What are you looking at me for? I didn't leak it, Qin Feng scoffed. Hey, I never said it was you. Why are you so anxious? I'm too lazy to deal with you, Lu Wei replied dismissively while Yang Xiaowu sighed. Alright, you two, stop fighting. This matter should not have been leaked by our people. Given the current speed of information spread, it seems someone is intentionally circulating this news. Qin Feng nodded. Yes, that's what I think too, but the problem is we can't find out who it is. Who else could it be? Who benefits from the chaos in Yunzhou City? That's who. Lu Wei shrugged. Exactly. This person's goal is simply to create chaos in Yunzhou City for their own gain. Yang Xiaowu nodded in agreement. So as long as we pay attention to any unusual occurrences in the next few days, we should be able to find the mastermind behind it. Qin Feng nodded, knowingly pondering who could be behind it. After a while he couldn't think of anyone, so he decided to stop worrying about it. The urgent matter now is how to resolve the panic in the city. How can we prevent the population from fleeing Yunzhou City? That's simple. Didn't they say the demon beasts will arrive in about 10 days? You just need to spread the word that they'll arrive in 2 days or even 1 day. Yang Xiaowu smiled. Wait, won't that just make the remaining people more afraid and run faster? Qin Feng was taken aback. Perhaps some will flee out of fear, but most will discern that it can't be true. Yang Xiaowu laughed. Then they will wonder if 2 days isn't true, could 10 days be false as well? As long as we keep spreading false news, eventually the true news will also be seen as false. Qin Feng's eyes lit up at the thought. Yes, if we spread more false information and then announce your upcoming marriage, who would believe that the city lord would marry off his daughter before the demon beasts arrive? Uncle Qin, you're thinking more comprehensively now, Yang Xiaowu praised. Alright, I'll go take care of it. In 5 days we'll hold the wedding for you. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he hurriedly left. Lu Wei, seeing that there was nothing more to discuss, returned to his own courtyard. He called for Lu Ruyan, gave her 3 cleansing pills, and then went back to his room to cultivate. As for Xinwanwan, Lu Wei did not give her any cleansing pills. He believed that rewarding the subordinates should not be done without limits, otherwise they would grow spoiled. Moreover, Xinwanwan was neither his woman nor did she have enough affection for him. It was reasonable for Lu Wei not to give her the pills. As for Yang Xiaowu and Qin Xianyu, although their affection level wasn't as high as Lu Ruyan and Zhou Mushui, they were soon to marry him, making them naturally part of his circle. Hey, have you heard? The demon beasts are attacking Yunzhou City in 10 days. I don't know if it's true or not, but many people are preparing to flee. In a tavern, 2 middle-aged men were sitting together drinking and chatting. It was clear that they were doing well financially, at least at a middle-class level, as generally poor people wouldn't come here to drink. One plump man, hearing the thin man, scoffed, that news is outdated. I heard that the demon beast army is less than 300 miles away from Yunzhou City and they will arrive in less than 2 days. The thin man was taken aback. Is that true? Before the plump man could respond, an old man at another table interjected. I've heard that too, but I heard it's only 100 miles away and will arrive tomorrow. But wait, I heard it wouldn't arrive for another 3 days. The plump man replied, such news is just for listening. When has there not been talk of demon beasts? If they were really coming, would the city lord still hold a wedding for his daughter in 5 days? That's just nonsense. Damn, you scared me. Which idiot spread this false news? I ended up buying a bunch of food at a high price. What a loss. Wait, the city lord is marrying off his daughter. To which young master? It can't be that guy from the Lu family, right? In the Lu family, Lu Feiming looked at his father, whose face was dark and somber, holding an invitation, and anxiously asked, Father, it seems we won't be able to take revenge on this matter. Lu Shenjuan's expression was cold and grim as he said ominously, let me ask you, if your position were switched with Lu Wei, would you let him go? Lu Feiming decisively shook his head. Of course not. If I became the son-in-law of the city lord, I would definitely find a way to get rid of him. Father, are you implying that Lu Wei won't spare me? Upon thinking of this, Lu Feiming's face turned pale. Lu Shengyuan snorted coldly, not only will he not spare you, but our Lu family won't have any good days ahead. So what should we do? Father, I don't want to die. You have to save me, or should we run away? Hearing this, Lu Feiming was so frightened that his legs went weak and he plopped down on the ground. Lu Shangyuan looked at his useless son feeling so angry that he almost wanted to slap him to death. Unfortunately he only had this one son. If he had one more he wouldn't care about him. Glancing at his son, Lu Shangyuan sighed helplessly. Don't worry, I have my own plans for this.
You can go now.
In the city, in a slum, in a hidden chamber. My lord, our plan has been disrupted. The information that was leaked has been muddled by various false messages and no one believes it at all.
Interesting. I didn't expect Qin Feng to have such intellect. I underestimated him before. It's fine, failure is just failure. How is our good nurturing hall doing? How many people have already been gathered? Rest assured, my lord, this is going very smoothly. Currently there are 30 good nurturing halls in the city, each with over 100 children. Those who had fled and heard there was a place that would help raise children for free rushed to send their kids there. Even people from within the city were tempted. Remember, we cannot accept children from inside the city. Those outside cannot come in, so there is no need to worry. If we accept children from the city and their parents discover any problems, then the plan will be ruined. Do you understand?
Yes, my lord.
I assure you, not a single child from within the city will be accepted. Once we have enough numbers, send them away immediately to avoid any complications. By the way, how is the situation on Lu Shenjiwan's side?
Very smoothly. His son has offended Qin Feng's new son-in-law and is now so frightened that he can't sleep at night.
We just extended an olive branch and he accepted immediately. Good. After 5 days, when the city lord's wedding takes place, we must prepare a grand gift for them. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Lu Wei did not leave the city lord's mansion.
It wasn't because he was afraid of the people from the Baibao pavilion, but because after concocting the golden essence he was focused on cultivating and enhancing his strength. After 3 days of effort, Lu Wei finally broke through the first layer of the jade bone golden body sacred scripture and reached the second layer, the flesh-dwelling dragon elephant realm. In addition, various skills have also seen considerable growth. With Lu Wei's current strength, even facing martial artists of the fourth realm, he can form a crushing advantage. Even against cultivators of the fifth realm he may not be able to defeat them, but he can still put up a fight. After all, the cultivation method he practices is extraordinary, with both the quality and quantity of spiritual energy far exceeding that of ordinary people. Although he has just entered the Qi gathering realm, the amount of spiritual energy he possesses is not much less than that of those in the midstage of the Qi gathering realm. The quality is vastly superior, and as his cultivation deepens, this gap will only grow. Looking at the accumulated 134 attribute points, Lu Wei directly raised his comprehension to 90 points. As for his root bone, reaching 90 points means that adding 1 attribute point can only increase it by 0.01. To reach 100 points he would need 1000 attribute points, which is not something to be considered in the short term. Moreover, with both comprehension and root bone reaching 90, it is basically sufficient. In the short term, the most important thing is his cultivation. In a few days the demon beasts will arrive. Although Qin Feng and his little wife have already formed their cores. However, one should never be too careful in any situation. In case any unexpected events occur, he should have some means of self-protection. Lu Wei allocated all 34 attribute points into his cultivation, causing his value to break through 1000 points. In comparison, any average Qi gathering realm cultivator would find it impossible to match him simply in terms of spiritual energy. Lu Wei, come out quickly, my grandfather is here and he wants to see you. Suddenly Qin Qianya's voice came from outside the door. Lu Wei was slightly taken aback, closed the system interface and walked out of the room. You still have a grandfather? Qin Qianyu rolled her eyes at Lu Wei. Isn't that obvious? My father didn't just pop out from a crack in the rock. How could I possibly not have a grandfather? No, I'm just a bit surprised. You never mentioned it before, Lu Wei replied in astonishment. Qin Qianyu pouted. We've only known each other for a few days and you've either been hanging out with Zhou Muxue or being intimate with Yang Xiaohu. We haven't had a proper conversation, so how could I tell you? Hearing this from Qin Qianyu, Lu Wei realized he had indeed neglected her these past few days and felt a twinge of guilt. As his wife, he had not done well in this regard. He quickly stepped forward and hugged Qin Qianyu tightly. It's my fault, don't worry, I will definitely pay more attention in the future and such a thing won't happen again. For the next few days I won't accompany anyone else, just you. Qin Qianyu's face flushed when she heard this, and in a haughty yet soft voice she said, Who needs that? Hurry up and come with me to see grandfather. Despite her words, she tightened her grip on Lu Wei's hand. Before long the two arrived at the courtyard where Qin Feng the city lord was located. Upon entering the main hall, Lu Wei saw two people engaged in conversation. One was Qin Feng and the other person seemed somewhat familiar to Lu Wei. However, since both were facing sideways to the entrance, Lu Wei could not see their exact appearance. When they walked into the main hall, Lu Wei finally saw the person's face and was instantly shocked.
Damn, how come it's you?
The person looked at Lu Wei with wide disbelieving eyes, anger burning fiercely in his gaze, but then suddenly burst into laughter.
This laughter left everyone in the room bewildered.
After laughing for a while, the old man finally stopped, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Lu Wei.
Good, the heavens are watching and I finally got to see you again. Do you know how much I've missed you these past few days? I couldn't eat or sleep well.
Lu Wei felt goosebumps all over and glanced at the old man with disdain, just about to say something.
Qin Feng on the side curiously asked, Father, you know Lu Wei?
Qin Feng felt that the relationship between these two was anything but ordinary.
Of course I know him, even if he turned to ash I would recognize him.
The old man looked at Lu Wei with eyes full of the expectation of a hunter eyeing his prey. Lu Wei felt a bit of anger rise from the old man's words and thought that he really believed he had him under control. He pursed his lips and pointed outside the courtyard, saying, Stop talking nonsense. If you have the ability, come out and challenge me. The old man couldn't believe his ears. This little brat who had fallen into his hands actually dared to be so arrogant. Had his brain malfunctioned?
Lu Wei, how can you speak to your grandfather like that? Qin Xianyu tugged at Lu Wei. Grandfather Lu Wei is still young and doesn't understand. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Hearing this, the old man sneered, Misunderstanding? What nonsense misunderstanding?
This kid has caused me a lot of trouble.
You have no idea how wicked he is. Just a few days ago,
the old man seemed to have a huge grievance and finally found a place to vent it. If it weren't for being in front of his granddaughter, he might have cried. Qin Feng and Qin Xianyu, after hearing this, could only twitch their lips. They both had one thought in mind: this was definitely something Lu Wei would do. It was just his style. Lu Wei shrugged helplessly. Who told you to have such a bad attitude from the start? If it weren't for your arrogance and lack of respect, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to mess with you. This incident fully proved that one should not take oneself too seriously and one should not look down on others, otherwise one might end up in a tricky situation someday.
I'd consider this as teaching you a life lesson. Qin Feng and Qin Xianyu listened to Lu Wei's words utterly speechless.
This kid was truly shameless to have caused someone so much trouble and still speak with such confidence.
No wonder the old man was so angry.
The old man was now directly laughing in anger. All right, it's my fault then.
So should I thank you for teaching me how to be a better person?
Lu Wei waved his hand generously. No need for thanks, just don't forget your gratitude. The old man's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Oh no, that wouldn't be polite.
Since you've taught me how to be a better person, I should give back, right? Otherwise, wouldn't I be failing to learn? How about this? You teach me the principles and I'll give you some pointers on your cultivation.
Come on, let's go to the courtyard, it's too cramped in here.
Hearing this, Lu Wei hesitated. Is that really okay?
You're quite old, what if you get hurt? Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, the three nearly burst into laughter. Although old Qin was not an unparalleled powerhouse, he was at the pinnacle of the fourth realm. While his main duty was that of an alchemist, his combat prowess was not something that Lu Wei, a mere novice in the second realm, could compare to. This guy was clearly just afraid of getting beaten and spoke so grandly, utterly shameless. Old Qin nearly laughed in anger, saying, all right, so you're afraid of getting hurt. Fine, if you can hurt even a single hair on my head today, I will overlook the past.
What do you think? Lu Wei instantly became interested upon hearing this.
This old man was after all Qin Qianyu's grandfather. It would be better if they could clear the past, alleviating any awkwardness for Qin Xianyu.
All right, you said it, whoever reneges is a grandson.
Old Qin's lips twitched as he gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, whoever reneges is a grandson. After saying this, he felt something was off, realizing he had fallen for this little rascal's trick. He was already a grandson. Forget it didn't matter, he had to beat this kid today to vent his frustration, or he wouldn't even be able to refine his own pills. These past few days of alchemy had resulted in daily explosions, all because of this kid. Seeing the two really about to fight, Qin Xianyu hurriedly said, Grandpa, in a few days we still need to get the results, so you can't hurt Lu Wei or I won't agree. Old Qin felt a certain unease in his heart. They say that once a daughter is married, she becomes like spilled water. Yet here, without even being married, her elbow was already turning outward.
Don't worry, he won't die.
Qin Feng did not stop them, as he also wanted to see Lu Wei get beaten. The two entered the courtyard, preparing to throw punches. Old Qin looked at Lu Wei, his eyes filled with excitement. Today he could finally beat this kid up. Kid, don't say I'm bullying you, I'll let you strike first with 3 moves. Alright. Lu Wei was not polite, he just wanted to end it quickly. As soon as he spoke, a loud crash echoed as a dark figure shot out, rapidly crashing through the courtyard wall, leaving a large hole. Lu Wei appeared where Old Qin had just stood while Old Qin had vanished. It was clear that the one who had just flown out was Old Qin. Qin Feng's eyes slightly narrowed, filled with shock. He had nearly not seen the speed of Lu Wei's punch. Only when he saw his father flying out did the afterimage of Lu Wei slowly fade. How could this kid be so strong? Last time he killed that second realm demon, he hadn't even reached the second realm himself, relying on the spirit ascension pill to slay that demon. But in just a little over 10 days he could crush a 4th realm practitioner. What kind of monster was this? Grandpa! Qin Xianyu cried out, urgently chasing after the direction Old Qin had flown. Only then did Qin Feng come to his senses. Where the hell was my father? Following the hole in the wall, he saw a shallow ditch scraped into the grass outside, with the sod flying off to reveal the black soil beneath. Cough, cough, cough. Old Qin crawled out of the wreckage, looking incredulously at Lu Wei. How could this kid be so strong? This was impossible, absolutely impossible. How old was he? How could he send me flying with a single punch without even a bit of strength to retaliate? Kid, what exactly is your cultivation level? Old Qin looked at Lu Wei with uncertainty. Lu Wei chuckled. 2nd realm, can't you tell? His cultivation was indeed 2nd realm, but his combat power was not. Upon hearing this, Old Qin immediately countered, impossible. If you were in the 2nd realm, how could you be so strong? Lu Wei shrugged, saying, what's impossible about it? Perhaps it's because you are too weak. Or maybe you're just too old. Luckily I held back earlier, otherwise if I had really beaten you up I wouldn't know how to explain it to Qianyu. I said, old man, look, we've fought and you've lost. How about we just call it even? What do you think? Old Qin immediately grew anxious upon hearing this. No way, I was just being careless earlier and didn't use my full strength, which is why you ambushed me. Let's do it again. Seeing that the two were still about to fight, Qin Xianyu hurriedly intervened. Grandpa, stop fighting. What if you really get hurt? Upon hearing this, Old Qin felt deeply insulted. Hurt? What a joke. How could this little 2nd realm brat hurt me? Let's do it again, I don't believe it. Alright, you just said to let me have 3 moves. Now get ready to take my 2nd move. Old Qin's face turned green upon hearing this. This little rascal had no sense of martial ethics at all, he was utterly shameless. However, Lu Wei did not give his opponent any chance to backtrack. In the blink of an eye he took action once more. A thunderous boom resonated as if the entire world trembled in its wake. It turned out that an unparalleled force erupted beneath Lu Wei's feet. This force surged like a volcanic eruption, causing the ground beneath him to buckle under the immense pressure, creating a pit where his indelible footprint remained. Immediately propelled by the powerful reaction force from his earlier strike, Lu Wei darted forward like lightning, his speed astonishingly breathtaking. In an instant he reached the front of Old Qin, raising his fist as large as a cooking pot, and mercilessly brought it crashing down. At that moment, Qin Feng, standing to the side, witnessed Lu Wei's attack, and his expression changed dramatically. He could hardly bear to see his father being sent flying like a kicked ball once more. Without hesitation he moved swiftly, appearing before Old Qin like a wraith, blocking Lu Wei's crushing blow. Accompanied by a deafening roar, their fists collided with the ferocity of 2 meteors. In that instant an invisible yet immensely powerful shockwave erupted, sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest, making it nearly impossible for anyone to open their eyes. Moreover, even the lush grass on the ground was affected by this shockwave, uprooted and scattering through the air like kites with severed strings. With 3 dull thuds echoing, both figures staggered back 3 steps before stabilizing themselves. Under this clash of fists they showed an astonishingly equal force. Qin Feng stared in disbelief at Lu Wei, his eyes filled with incredulity. After all, he was a master of the 5th realm. Yet standing before him was Lu Wei, merely a warrior of the 2nd realm. Although Qin Feng had not used his full power nor summoned his spiritual energy in that blow, logically the overwhelming physical strength of a 5th realm master should not be something a mere 2nd realm warrior could withstand. Yet the reality was astonishing. Lu Wei not only successfully blocked the strike but matched him blow for blow. If not for the subtle pain in his fist, Qin Feng would almost doubt the authenticity of what had just transpired. As for Lu Wei, seeing Qin Feng make a move, his eyes lit up. He wanted to test just how strong his combat power truly was. Surely those of the fourth realm could not compare, but what about Qin Feng of the fifth realm?
Could he defeat him? With this thought, Lu Wei no longer hesitated. Such a great opportunity must not be missed.
He smiled at Qin Feng, revealing a broad grin. "Be careful, I am about to use my full strength," he declared. As the words fell, a faint white glow emanated from Lu Wei's fist, the radiance of spiritual energy.
Seeing this, Qin Feng's expression turned grave.
This kid was definitely more formidable than he had initially perceived. He had to be cautious, otherwise he might truly find himself in a precarious situation.
What if he, a dignified fifth realm master, lost to a second realm? He might as well find a wall to crash into.
Prepare for my third strike. With a sharp shout, Lu Wei's voice seemed to linger in the air while his figure vanished like a ghost from sight. At this moment, Lu Wei displayed the perfected art of the shadowless technique. His speed was as swift as lightning, making it impossible to discern his movements. Even someone like Qin Feng, a seasoned warrior at the pinnacle of the fifth realm, could only rely on his keen perception and extraordinary reflexes to barely catch a glimpse of his fleeting silhouette. Gazing at this jaw-dropping scene, Qin Feng felt an indescribable shock surge within him. His eyes widened in disbelief, pondering silently, what kind of monster is this kid? Not only does he possess such terrifying combat prowess, but even his movements are honed to such an extraordinary level.
How can this be something an ordinary person achieves?
He was simply a prodigy among prodigies.
Yet Qin Feng was a battle-hardened fifth realm master. Although Lu Wei exerted pressure on him, it was not enough to instill fear.
Boom! 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 A series of heavy and thunderous impacts echoed as if attempting to tear the very fabric of space apart, resonating through the heavens and leaving one's eardrums ringing and head spinning. The sound was like a thunderstorm imbued with unparalleled power, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Beside them, Qin Xianyu and old Qin stared wide-eyed, aghast at the two figures locked in fierce combat. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, mouths agape, yet unable to utter a sound. The scene before them was so shocking that they fell into a state of stupor.
How could Lu Wei match up against his father like this?
How on earth did this kid train? The two shadowy figures moved with ghost-like swiftness, their forms elusive, striking with the ferocity of a tempest yet evading like lightning. Their movements were unimaginably swift, every clash of fists and feet erupted into dazzling bursts of light, sending powerful waves of energy rippling outward. With their current cultivation levels, Qin Xianyu and old Qin could not discern who these two figures were. They could only perceive a blur, vaguely observing two indistinct forms darting about. It felt as though they were watching an ultra-high-speed movie, but the images were so blurred that grasping the details was nearly impossible.
However, despite not being able to see the specifics, the deafening roars and overwhelming aura indicated that this battle was undoubtedly breathtaking and life-threatening. Qin Xianyu and old Qin couldn't help but feel anxious for the two combatants, silently praying for their safety. This tremendous noise naturally attracted the attention of others. The first to arrive was Zhou Muxue, who sensed the disturbance due to her higher cultivation level. Realizing that someone was fighting at the city lord's residence, she hurried over, not expecting that the combatants would be Qin Feng and Lu Wei. What is happening here? Zhou Muxue asked anxiously, watching the two people grappling in the arena.
Just as Qin Xianyu was about to speak, Yang Xiao, who also arrived.
What is going on?
She had just broken through to the fourth realm and could vaguely see the two fighting, but she couldn't make out who they were. Qin Xianyu helplessly explained the situation to the two. After hearing her words, both of them showed expressions of disbelief, their mouths agape and their eyes wide as if they might pop out. They simply could not imagine that Lu Wei's cultivation had reached such a profound level. At this moment, Qin Feng's shock was no less than that of the two, and perhaps even more. He thought to himself, I have now exhausted all my abilities and employed every trick I know, yet I never expected Lu Wei to easily withstand my attacks.
What exactly is going on?
Qin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Logically speaking, given the strength Lu Wei had displayed, it was clearly more than just being at the second realm.
However, the not so mighty fluctuations of spiritual energy from Lu Wei's body undeniably indicated that he was indeed at the second realm with no room for error.
Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar like a clap of thunder, it was so loud that it caused the eardrums of everyone present to buzz. It turned out that the two had exchanged a powerful blow, the force of which was astonishing. Following that, both sides retreated for a moment, creating some distance between them. Upon closer inspection, Lu Wei was enveloped in a layer of crimson flames, burning fiercely and continuously rising. This strange phenomenon was a sign that one's vital energy was operating at its peak. Due to the limited amount of his own spiritual energy, Lu Wei had to rely on his powerful physical strength to contend. At this moment the vital energy within him surged like a torrential flood, burning hot like a furnace of blood, emitting a series of thunderous roars and awe-inspiring presence. Swish! A cold light flashed and a sharp gleaming blade suddenly appeared in his palm as if by magic. In an instant the blade emitted a faint yet heart-pounding white spiritual light as if it possessed some kind of mystical power.
Next I will give it my all.
Lu Wei firmly grasped the hilt, his gaze resolute.
He exuded an unprecedented aura that made others take notice.
Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile.
He lightly waved his hand and a long sword radiating a chilling aura rushed toward him like a bolt of lightning, landing firmly in his grasp.
Oh.
Is that so?
Then let me see just how formidable your so-called seriousness is. Qin Feng replied with a light chuckle, his words carrying a hint of subtle provocation. In his view, during their earlier encounter, Lu Wei had merely managed to hold his own against him. Such strength could be deemed as extraordinary. Now to audaciously claim that he had not yet exerted his full strength was truly hard to believe. However, what Qin Feng did not know was that Lu Wei was indeed telling the truth. In reality, Lu Wei was not adept at hand-to-hand combat. In contrast, his mastery of blade techniques had already reached a transformative level, making him a true master in his own right.
Rest assured you won't be disappointed.
Lu Wei replied steadily, and with a fierce swing of the blade a gust of sharp wind surged forth. Then he flickered and vanished like a specter, reappearing before Qin Feng in the next moment without any warning. Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze suddenly becoming as sharp as a hawk's, fixating tightly on the blade that was rapidly descending toward him. His heart raced and his breath involuntarily quickened as he swiftly raised the long sword in his hand to meet the lethal strike at the fastest speed possible. Though Qin Feng was already fully focused and on high alert, facing Lu Wei's elusive blade techniques still startled him. Every strike from Lu Wei was as flawless as a deer's antlers, while also being soft and delicate like a gentle breeze, making it hard to grasp their trajectory. In this situation, all Qin Feng could rely on was his cultivation that far surpassed Lu Wei's and his exceptionally sharp insight. In an instant the clash of blades produced a series of crisp and pleasant sounds, ding ding dang dang.
Sparks flew like dazzling fireworks flashing in the night sky. However, hidden behind this seemingly beautiful scene was an endless danger. The more they fought, the more alarmed Qin Feng became. This kid was indeed not boasting. His blade techniques were frighteningly powerful. What he was using was merely an ordinary yellow-grade technique, the 3/slash blade. For such a common and unremarkable blade technique, Qin Feng had memorized it while practically able to recite it backwards. Although he had never practiced it himself, he had seen others use this technique countless times, not even willing to take a proper look considering such a crude and lowly technique beneath him. However, at this very moment when this technique, which he considered low-end, was wielded by Lu Wei, it exhibited astonishing power as if it had been reborn. Every action, every swing seemed to contain endless mysteries and subtleties. Each slash and sweep was infused with a thunderous might that instilled fear. Qin Feng widened his eyes, fixated on Lu Wei's silhouette, attempting to catch even the slightest flaw or opening. But no matter how hard he tried to observe and analyze, he could not find any opportunity to exploit. On the contrary, as time passed, Qin Feng gradually felt an invisible pressure relentlessly bearing down on him. No, if this continues, I might really lose.
A foundation establishment cultivator actually losing to Lu Wei, who was merely at the second realm. If this got out, I might as well jump into a well and seal the cover. It would be too embarrassing to face anyone. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng decided to go all out.
Boom! His entire body erupted with spiritual energy powerful enough to resemble a mountain's roar or a tsunami crashing toward Lu Wei.
Faced with this overwhelming force, Lu Wei could only momentarily evade. After all, his cultivation was lacking compared to Qin Feng's, making it impossible to withstand Hedon. However, as long as he could dodge this wave of impact, he could continue to attack. This full-force outburst wouldn't last long for Qin Feng either. Yet just as Lu Wei was preparing to continue his assault, Qin Feng suddenly raised his hand.
Alright, let's call it a day for now. I have things to attend to. Let's battle again another day.
As the two left, the girls quickly gathered around Lu Wei, their faces filled with concern and their eyes brimming with worry and urgency.
Zhou Mushui softly asked, "Husband, are you hurt anywhere? Let me take a good look."
Yang Xiaohu gently stroked Lu Wei's forehead anxiously, saying, "Why are you sweating so much?
Are you exhausted?"
Qin Xianyu, with keen eyes, suddenly noticed that Lu Wei's nail had broken a little and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh no, husband, your nail is broken.
What should we do about this?"
Yang Xiaohu then pointed at the torn part of Lu Wei's clothes and hurriedly said, "Your clothing is damaged too. Quickly take it off so I can help you mend it."
But Lu Wei was both amused and helpless at their antics.
He dodged their reaching hands and shouted loudly, "Hey, hey, hey, you mischievous girls, stop it.
What exactly do you want to do? Hearing this, the girls not only did not hold back but instead laughed even more exuberantly. Zhou Mushui covered her mouth and laughed. Ha ha ha, dear husband, it's best if you just obediently comply with us, that way you can avoid some physical discomfort. Yang Xiaohu teased. He yes. If you don't behave, we might just have to get rough with you. Qin Xianyu playfully winked and threatened, come on, if you're brave enough, try to resist and see if I can catch you. Before she could finish her words, Lu Wei reached out to grab her, scaring her into a shriek. Oh no, you naughty boy. The yard was filled with laughter and joy as everyone played and chased each other, creating a lively scene. The sunlight poured over them, illuminating their youthful faces in joyful movements, as if the entire world was immersed in this atmosphere of happiness and harmony. After playing for a while, everyone returned to their homes, leaving only Lu Wei and Qin Xianyu. Why aren't you going back? Qin Xianyu looked at Lu Wei and asked softly. If others saw that the usually fiery Qin Miss had such a gentle side, they would surely be shocked. Lu Wei smiled and embraced Qin Xianyu, saying, didn't I promise you that I would accompany you for the next few days? Qin Xianyu, unable to suppress her smile, replied, well then okay, let's go. I'll take you to see how my wedding dress looks. Lu Wei nodded. All right, I'll follow your lead. They arrived at Qin Xianyu's embroidery building and directly went to the third-floor boudoir. Just as Lu Wei was about to enter, he was stopped by Qin Xianyu. Wait here, I'll change into the dress for you to see. Make sure no one sees you. Wedding dresses cannot be worn before the wedding. If others find out, they will surely gossip. Hence Qin Xianyu asked Lu Wei to wait outside. But Lu Wei shook his head seriously. No way, you're a young lady who has someone to dress you. How can you do this yourself? Let me help you. Hearing this, Qin Xianyu blushed and shot him a glare before shutting the door, thinking this naughty guy was truly too mischievous. However, thinking that in 2 days she would be with him in the bridal chamber, she couldn't help but blush, her heart racing. Lu Wei helplessly shouted from inside, Xianyu, open the door. What kind of relationship do we have? Why are you still treating me like an outsider? You naughty boy, don't talk, just wait patiently. Otherwise I won't let you see it. Lu Wei pouted, thinking with such a flat chest what could he possibly see? But he didn't dare to say that. After all, it was Qin Xianyu who was getting flustered and angry over him. After a long wait, the tightly shut door finally made a slight creaking sound, as if gently pushed open by an invisible hand. Qin Xianyu stepped out gracefully like a blooming red lotus, slowly emerging from the room. Her figure gradually became clear in Lu Wei's eyes, causing him to hold his breath in awe. Lu Wei instinctively looked up, his gaze instantly captivated. Qin Xianyu wore a strikingly vibrant red wedding dress resembling a roaring flame, radiating a hot and enchanting glow. This wedding dress was crafted with exquisite artistry, featuring intricate and splendid patterns woven with golden threads, each stitch revealing endless luxury and elegance. Qin Xianyu's long glossy black hair was elegantly styled into an exquisite bun adorned with a dazzling phoenix coronet. This coronet resembled a phoenix spreading its wings to fly, inlaid with countless sparkling gems that emitted a colorful radiance. Her originally snow-white skin appeared even more delicate against the red dress and phoenix coronet, resembling a flawless jade carving. Seeing Lu Wei staring at her in a daze, Qin Xianyu smiled sweetly, feeling a surge of happiness. What could be more delightful than being admired by the one you love? How do I look? Is it beautiful? Lu Wei pondered for a moment, one hand on his chest and the other supporting his chin, and said, it's too dark here. Why don't we go inside so I can see better? Qin Xianyu glanced at the bright sun outside that could blind someone and rolled her eyes at Lu Wei, yet still let him enter the boudoir. Even a father would not easily enter a girl's boudoir, let alone other adult men. Since they would be marrying in 2 days, Qin Xianyu didn't mind these things anymore. So how about now? Can you see clearly? Lu Wei shook his head. Still can't see clearly. Why don't you take off the dress and I'll take a look? Qin Xianyu, hearing this, felt both shy and angry and lightly slapped Lu Wei while playfully scolding, you naughty boy, I just want you to see the dress. Lu Wei innocently replied, yes, I mean just the dress. You're wearing it, I can't touch it properly. If you take it off I can hold it and see it more closely. What do you think I want to see? Is it? You thought I would see you like that? Qin Xianyu blushed and hurriedly replied, I didn't mean that. I was talking about the dress. I don't believe you. Unless you take it off to prove it to me, Lu Wei said seriously. As if I would fall for that, you almost got me, Qin Xianyu retorted, rolling her eyes at Lu Wei. Miss, where exactly are we going? Wu Xiaoya sniffled hastily, wiping her nose with her sleeve before scurrying after Lu Xiaoxiao on her plump little legs. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Xiaoxiao swiftly turned around and shot out her hand to clamp firmly over Xiaoya's mouth, whispering sharply, shoo. Can't you keep your voice down?
If you carry on shouting like that, no candied hawthorns for you. At the mention of candied hawthorns, Xiaoya's previously dazed eyes instantly lit up. She nodded vigorously, signaling she understood. Then, brimming with anticipation, she asked, "So are we going to find young master to ask for money to buy candied hawthorns?" At the mere mention of the young master, Lu Xiaoxiao's expression darkened instantly and she muttered sullenly, "Humph. Don't even speak of that fellow, he's either buried in cultivation or gallivanting with those women. He hasn't a thought left for us. This time we'll buy them ourselves, no need to bother him."
But do you even have money? Xiaoya blinked her large round eyes, gazing at Lu Xiaoxiao with innocent bewilderment.
Lu Xiaoxiao puffed up with pride and gave a confident tap on the small pouch tied at her waist. Its crisp metallic chime betrayed a weighty hoard of silver ingots within. A subtle smile curved her lips as she declared, "Just watch, this pouch holds several taels of silver.
More than enough for countless skewers of candied hawthorns." Xiaoya gasped in awe at the bulging pouch and the gleaming silver within. Wow! So much money!
Her gaze was utterly transfixed by the silvery gleam. Already in her imagination she held skewer after skewer of sweet tangy candied hawthorns, savoring each bite with unadulterated delight. Though still very young, Xiaoya was no stranger to the value of coin. She knew well how such silver could unlock wonders both tangible and treasured. Gazing upon such abundance, she beamed so widely her grin seemed to split her face from ear to ear. Seeing Xiaoya's unrestrained joy, Lu Xiaoxiao swelled with self-satisfaction and with grand flourish withdrew a small silver coin from her pouch, holding it out triumphantly. "Here, take it. A gift from this young lady, go buy yourself something delightful."
"Wow, miss, you're so kind. I'll marry you one day."
Xiaoya danced with glee, her radiant smile so brilliant it seemed to eclipse her eyes entirely. Her heart overflowed with gratitude, yet words failed her completely. Lu Xiaoxiao stared momentarily speechless, her brow furrowed with exasperation.
Though Xiaoya likely had no true grasp of marriage's meaning, Lu Xiaoxiao certainly did.
She shot Xiaoya a sharp disapproving glance and retorted, "Foolish girl, women marry men, not other women."
Xiaoya's face fell with quiet disappointment, but only for a moment.
Then inspiration struck, bright and sudden. She blinked her dewy wide-set eyes and asked hopefully, "Then, may I marry young master instead?"
"No." Lu Xiaoxiao blurted out the refusal without hesitation. "But why not? You just said women marry men."
Xiaoya tilted her head, her expression pure unclouded confusion. "Oh dear, if you married my elder brother you'd become my sister-in-law.
And then you'd be older than me, absolutely unthinkable."
Lu Xiaoxiao rushed to explain, flustered. At these words Xiaoya's eyes sparkled anew, bright, eager, alight with revelation.
Older than Miss. How utterly splendid. Inwardly she resolved with fierce determination she would devise some way, by charm, cunning, or sheer persistence, to wed the young master no matter what.
Sunlight bathed the city in golden warmth, a gentle breeze stirred the air. Within the bustling, jubilant walls of the city lord's manor preparations surged for a grand wedding.
Two mischievous little girls slipped effortlessly from the heavily guarded manor, unnoticed, unimpeded.
In recent days the entire manor had been consumed by wedding preparations, everyone too preoccupied to notice the two tiny fugitives who had vanished into the morning light.
They dashed breathless and gleeful into the teeming thoroughfares of the city, like two songbirds newly freed from their cage.
Just then a hired carriage rolled slowly past, seeking passengers. Lu Xiaoxiao raised her small hand without hesitation, signaling the driver to halt.
The man squinted, and upon seeing only two rosy-cheeked, gap-toothed children blocking his path, annoyance flickered across his face.
"Shoo! Shoo! Don't get in my way, I've got business to attend to. Off you go and play elsewhere." Lu Xiaoxiao said nothing, only drew forth a heavy gleaming silver ingot and let it sway gently in her palm. Instantly the driver's gaze locked onto the silver, his irritation dissolving into obsequious eagerness. He yanked the reins taut, bringing the carriage to a smooth stop, then broke into an ingratiating smile. "Oh, my dears, what a pleasure. Two little wealth gods have graced me today. Please do climb aboard. Where might this esteemed pair wish to go?" Lu Xiaoxiao piped up brightly, "To the liveliest place in town." "Yes, yes. Hold tight, we're off at once." With a crack of his whip he urged the horses westward toward the bustling West Market district. Unlike the southern district, crowded with martial cultivators and shops selling cultivation resources, the western quarter teemed with ordinary folk, denser, livelier, more vibrant. Stalls lined every inch of street, vendors' cries rising in a joyful, chaotic symphony. The moment the two girls stepped into the market they were utterly captivated, eyes wide, hearts racing. The driver halted the carriage, set down a wooden stool beside it, and the girls sprang down instantly, turning this way and that, drinking in the spectacle. I'll wait here for fares, just return to this spot when you're ready to head back. After all, those two were little wealth gods, just one silver ingot had earned him a full day's wages.
Fine, we know. Lu Xiaoxiao waved dismissively and seizing Xiaoya's hand darted into the throng. Look, miss, roast skewers, their pastries there, and oh, candied hawthorns right over there.
Darting from stall to stall, the girls soon amassed a mountain of treats, so many their arms could barely hold them. Yet they remained blissfully unaware that moments after entering the market they had already drawn the hungry gaze of others. After all, two toddlers wandering unaccompanied through the city were impossible to overlook.
Boss, found 2 fat lambs.
In a crumbling abandoned courtyard deep within the slums, a ragged band of young beggars huddled close together. The one called the boss is a girl of only 15 or 16 years.
Dressed in coarse cloth, the girl sports a rare ear-length bob.
Her eyes are lively and she holds a straw in her mouth, appearing carefree and unconcerned. When her underlings reported the discovery of a fat sheep, her eyes brightened immediately.
What on earth is going on? Hurry up and tell me in detail, she asked.
One of her underlings wiped his nose and excitedly said, just now while I was looking for targets on the street, I saw 2 little girls shopping. They bought a lot of delicious food and there were no adults with them. I think they must have sneaked out, which means they are indeed fat sheep. Boss, we need to act quickly and pull off a job, or else it will be troublesome if other gangs get to them first. Upon hearing her underling's words, the short-haired girl slightly furrowed her brow, stroking her chin as she began to think seriously. A glimmer of contemplation flashed in her lively eyes and the straw in her mouth swayed gently with her thoughts. After a while, as if she had made up her mind, she suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with determination.
She nodded and said, all right, gather everyone. We are setting off right now.
In no time 4 girls and 3 boys gathered together like a flock of cheerful little birds, chattering excitedly. Among the 7 children, the oldest appeared to be about 12 or 13, yet there was a hint of maturity on her youthful face that belied her age. The youngest among them was only about 6 or 7, her tiny frame seeming as if it could be blown over by a gust of wind. What was more surprising was that most of these children had some congenital defects. Some had deformed limbs while others could not see clearly.
Each of them looked emaciated, as if suffering from long-term malnutrition, their clothes tattered and patched, resembling wild grass in the wilderness, dry and frail yet full of tenacious vitality.
The short-haired girl scanned the group with sharp eyes, her bob fluttering gently in the wind, exuding a sense of valiant spirit. She spoke loudly, Xiao Yudian, you stay home to watch the house, the rest come with me.
Xiao Yudian, the youngest girl who could not see, looked disappointed at the boss' words, her pale little face reflecting her sorrow.
Because she was blind, she could not do many things, and even when going out to beg she would sometimes be bullied. If it weren't for everyone caring for her and looking after her, she might have been abandoned by this cruel world and starved to death in the streets long ago. The short-haired girl bent down with compassion, gently patting Xiao Yudian's little head, her touch so tender as if afraid of hurting her.
You stay home and watch the house well. When we come back, I'll bring you something delicious. Boss, be careful too. Xiao Yudian nodded obediently. All right.
Soon the group of 6 left the courtyard, locked the door, and headed straight for the street. At this moment, the so-called fat sheep Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Xiaoya had their bellies round from eating and were preparing to find a carriage back to the city lord's mansion. As they reached the entrance of the market, a frail little girl blocked their path. The little girl suddenly knelt in front of them, crying and pleading, 2 young ladies, please give me something to eat.
I haven't eaten for several days. I beg you, I will bow to you. Saying this, the little girl began to bow to them.
This scene left Wu Xiaoya somewhat at a loss, clutching Lu Xiaoxiao's sleeve in fear.
However, Lu Xiaoxiao showed no expression upon witnessing this.
She had seen such things many times on the road while fleeing, so she thought nothing of it. Without saying a word, she directly pulled Wu Xiaoya and tried to walk around the kneeling little girl. Just then a small hand stealthily reached for Lu Xiaoxiao's coin pouch and yanked hard. However, it found no purchase, and looking up, the little thief saw Lu Xiaoxiao watching him with a cold smile. The child who attempted to steal looked about the same age as Lu Xiaoxiao. Seeing that he had been caught, rather than feeling scared, he deliberately put on a fierce expression. Little girl, let go or I will hit you, he said, shaking his frail little fist. However, as soon as he finished speaking, there was a sharp sound of slap as Lu Xiaoxiao directly slapped him across the face. The little thief felt a sudden jolt of pain on his face, stars danced before his eyes and his head grew dizzy as he fell to the ground. Lu Xiaoxiao's face displayed a hint of disdain, her beautiful eyes radiating sharp light as she stared down at the fallen child with contempt and scorn. Wu Xiaoya, startled by this sudden turn of events, went pale, her eyes wide, mouth slightly agape, tightly gripping Lu Xiaoxiao's arm, her body trembling slightly. The child who had been slapped took a moment to regain his senses and realized he had been struck by a little girl. He was instantly filled with rage. As a boy, being beaten by a girl would only bring him ridicule if anyone found out. Without a second thought, he got up from the ground and roared angrily, lunging at Lu Xiaoxiao like a vicious dog. Yet Lu Xiaoxiao merely shifted her body slightly, not even making a move, raising her foot. With a thud, the little boy was tripped and fell hard to the ground, letting out a yelp of pain. The little girl who had just knelt down to beg rushed forward to check on him. Brother, are you okay?" The little boy lay sprawled on the ground, groaning, "Ouch, ouch, it hurts. I think my arm is broken, it hurts so much." Hearing this, the little girl turned to Lu Xiaoxiao, accusing her with a pained expression. "How can you be so heartless? We were begging you, and even if you didn't help, why did you have to hit him? You've hurt my brother like this, how are we supposed to survive? Wowo, is there no kind-hearted person to uphold justice for us? Must we the poor be bullied and beaten?" However, none of the onlookers stepped in to help them. Such little tricks had been played out countless times by these children, and those who made a living here were all too familiar with it. Let me see who is so overbearing, causing harm to others in broad daylight without reason. The girl with short hair spoke, several other children trailing behind her. She gazed at the red palm print on the cheek of the boy lying sprawled on the ground and shook her head repeatedly, tutaying, "Tisk tisk tsk, how terribly harsh. How could you beat him like this? You child, your hands are far too heavy. I think we ought to summon the magistrates. Once they arrive, these two brats will be seized and thrown straight into prison." Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaoya paled instantly. As common folk, who among them did not tremble at the mere mention of official authority? "Miss, what shall we do? Let us fetch young master." Lu Xiaoxiao remained remarkably composed, casting Wu Xiaoya a withering, exasperated glance. "Truly you're hopeless, our family is the local authority. Why on earth would we fear a report to the magistrates?" Wu Xiaoya blinked in astonishment, then instantly grasped it. "Oh. How could I forget? Go ahead and report us, you needn't fear us, we are the authorities." "Humph, we're not afraid of you in the least." Now it was the other children's turn to falter, eyes wide with doubt as they stared at Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Xiaoya. Could it be that these two girls truly bore some formidable backing? "You claim to be officials. Which yamen do you serve?" The leader, a cautious girl, decided first to probe their credentials. Wu Xiaoya proudly planted her hands on her hips and declared with smug triumph, "We serve the magistrate's residence." "Well, are you frightened now?" Children, ever eager to boast, blurted it out without a trace of caution. At the words magistrate's residence, the crowd froze, then burst into raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha. What a little fibber you are, so young yet already spinning tall tales. Whose daughter is this? Her attire looks quite fine, her family must be well off. Two children wandering about alone. Looks like they've stumbled right into a trap. Hurry and fetch your elders, they'll sort this out. Why bother calling adults? Just hand over a few coins and be done with it." Flustered by the mocking laughter, Wu Xiaoya turned helplessly toward Lu Xiaoxiao. "Miss, why are they laughing?" The short-haired girl chuckled dryly. "Little one, tell me, are you even from Yunzhou City?" "There is only one Miss Qin of the magistrate's residence, surely you aren't claiming to be her." Ha ha ha. At this, the onlookers erupted once more in gales of mirth. Lu Xiaoxiao swept her gaze across the jeering crowd, and a flush of indignation rose within her. After all, she was but a child of mere years, however precocious her heart still beat with childish pride and sensitivity. When Lu Xiaoxiao grew angry, consequences followed, swift and severe. "So you merely want money? Very well, name your price." The short-haired girl wagged her finger, grinning. Wrong. We don't seek coin, we demand restitution for the beating you delivered. We won't ask much, just 2 taels of silver." Wasn't 2 taels a considerable sum? She wondered whether the girls carried so much. If not, 1 tael would suffice, or even 5 mace. At the very least 100 copper coins, no less. To her surprise, Lu Xiaoxiao nodded briskly. 2 taels. No problem. I haven't the amount on me, but come with me and I'll fetch it. The short-haired girl, seeing only 2 small girls before her, gave no second thought. She simply waved her hand and 6 children fell into step behind them. Once outside the market district, Lu Xiaoxiao led them down a narrow, secluded alley. As the alley grew increasingly remote, the children grew wary, yet the promise of 2 taels, enough to sustain them for over a month, overrode their caution. Seeing only 2 little girls, they dismissed any real danger. "Hey you!
Are you tricking us again?
This place is far too desolate, how could there possibly be a carriage here? Lu Xiaoxiao paused, turned, and fixed them with a chilling frost-laced stare. Since you know I'm deceiving you, and yet still follow me in, how utterly foolish you are. The short-haired girl's eyes flared in threat.
Listen well, little brat, I warn you, hand over the money now, or we'll show you no mercy.
No one knows where we are, no one will hear you scream if we thrash you senseless. She expected terror to flood their faces at her words.
Her prediction proved half right. One child did recoil in abject fear, was Xiaoya shrank behind Lu Xiaoxiao, trembling, her face drained of color.
But Lu Xiaoxiao smiled, cold, deliberate, and nodded.
You're absolutely correct.
I chose this spot precisely because no one will witness what happens next, not even if I were to beat you soundly.
You beat us. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, she actually thinks she can beat us. Boss, let me teach her a lesson.
Let her learn the might of the fierce tiger gang.
The short-haired girl glared, trying to intimidate. See that? Little girl, if you don't produce the money now, they'll lay hands on you.
Lu Xiaoxiao said nothing, only lowered her gaze, opened her purse, and withdrew a solid ingot of silver. At the sight, their eyes gleamed with sudden avarice. Such a hefty bar, surely no less than 5 taels.
Fortune had struck, they'd never go hungry again.
For orphans who clung to life like weeds in cracked earth, survival was the sole imperative. To survive, they would endure the filthiest, most grueling labor, and surrender dignity, self-respect, even conscience, so long as breath remained in their lungs. Thus petty theft, staged accidents, and extortion had become routine. Most passers-by wishing to avoid trouble simply tossed them a few copper coins to be rid of them.
What they did not know was that today they had met their match.
Lu Xiaoxiao held the silver aloft, letting it catch the dim light, and then beckoned them forward with a curl of her finger.
Come, here is your silver. Take it if you can best me in combat.
They exchanged glances, then looked to their leader.
Even orphans upheld certain principles. Violence was avoided whenever possible, and when unavoidable injury was strictly forbidden.
For if matters escalated, they, the city's invisible rats, would bear the full weight of consequence.
The magistrates would never side with them.
Yet this girl was proving impossible to reason with.
There was no choice left but to act.
With a sharp gesture, the short-haired girl commanded, "Seize her, but harm her not." That single phrase, "harm her not," would later prove their salvation. 2 children lunged at Lu Xiaoxiao, one from each side, reaching for her arms to pin her down. But they were ordinary children, some even born with physical impairments, frail and untrained, weaker than healthy peers.
Against Lu Xiaoxiao they stood no chance.
Lu Xiaoxiao was no novice, she had rigorously trained, attaining the 3rd stage of body-tempering, bone-shattering realm.
Not even able-bodied adults could withstand her. Crack! Crack! Ah! Ow!
With one crisp slap per child, both crumpled to the ground. Without pausing, Lu Xiaoxiao darted forward, vanishing and reappearing beside the short-haired girl. A rapid succession of sharp slaps rang out. Before the others could blink, every beggar child lay sprawled, dazed and defeated.
You are actually a martial artist.
The girl with short hair covered her swollen face with her slightly trembling hand, her eyes wide open, filled with shock and fear, as if she had seen something extremely terrifying, staring at Lu Xiaoxiao, who seemed to have walked out from hell like a devil. Lu Xiaoxiao stood there expressionless, her cold demeanor sending chills down one's spine. Her gaze was as indifferent as if looking at a pile of lifeless stones devoid of any emotional fluctuation. That icy stare seemed capable of penetrating one's soul, instilling a sense of endless coldness. At least you have some knowledge knowing about martial artists. Lu Xiaoxiao's cold voice echoed in the air like the chill wind of winter, brushing past everyone's hearts without a trace of emotion. Under the influence of her witch physique, her eyes seemed to emit a faint ghostly glow. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's words, the short-haired girl's fear escalated to its peak. Her body began to tremble involuntarily, her mind blank except for one thought: begging for mercy. Without a second thought, she fell to her knees with a thud and began to bow her head frantically, her forehead hitting the ground repeatedly, producing dull thuds. "Martial artist, we were wrong, we truly did not mean to offend you. Please show mercy and forgive us this once, we will never dare to again." As the short-haired girl continued to bow, she cried out, her voice filled with pleading, and the heart-wrenching cries made others feel a pang of sorrow. For beggars like them, kneeling and begging for mercy had long become a common occurrence. They were willing to do anything to survive, having done this countless times before, making them exceedingly proficient at it. At this moment, seeing their leader kneel and beg, the other young beggars also followed suit, kneeling down without hesitation and beginning to bow. As they bowed, they continuously pleaded for mercy, their foreheads soon oozing blood, yet they dared not stop, fearing that they might provoke Lu Xiaoxiao and bring upon themselves greater disaster. They resembled a flock of frightened birds trembling before Lu Xiaoxiao, not daring to resist in the slightest. It was not an overreaction but a genuine fear of martial artists. They were all too aware of the terrifying power of martial artists. There was once a companion who accidentally bumped into a martial artist and was slapped to death in the street, his bones shattered. Yet they did not even dare to go collect the body of their companion, only able to watch helplessly as the officials discarded the corpse in a mass grave. However, even with their pleas, Lu Xiaoxiao showed no intention of letting them off.
In your next life, be more discerning and don't offend anyone.
As she spoke, she raised her hands, seemingly preparing to strike them down. Seeing this, the short-haired girl clung to Lu Xiaoxiao's leg, kneeling on the ground, pleading, "My lady, if you must kill, then kill me. I orchestrated everything. They are just children who know nothing, and some are even disabled. Please spare them." The remaining children quickly chimed in, "Don't kill our leader. If anyone must die, let it be me. If our leader dies, we won't be able to survive. Kill me. I am the one who incited them to act." One by one, these children rushed to offer themselves up for death. Despite their disabilities, their gazes were unwavering, each resembling a warrior who faced death without fear. Lu Xiaoxiao, witnessing this scene, felt a slight stir in her heart and slowly lowered her hand. In truth, she had never intended to kill these children. Though she craved bloodshed, she would not strike at the innocent. At least for now, the influence of her witch physique had not reached that extent. However, seeing these people so united and loyal sparked an idea in her mind. Meanwhile, inside the city lord's mansion, Lu Ruyan had been cultivating all morning. As noon approached, she planned to head to the kitchen to fetch lunch and call the two children to eat. However, she searched the entire courtyard but found nothing, and then went to other courtyards to look. Still, there was no sign of them until someone informed her that it seemed two children had run out of the city lord's mansion. This alarmed her and she hurried to find Lu Wei. "Young master, something's wrong." Xiao Xiao and the little girl sneaked out of the mansion. Lu Wei, who was discussing with Qin Xianyu about who would enter the bridal chamber first during the upcoming night, changed his expression upon hearing this. "How long have they been gone?" "For 2 hours. Qin Xianyu exclaimed angrily, "What are those servants doing? Didn't they see the two children leave? This isn't the time for that. Quickly mobilize everyone to search for them." Lu Wei finished speaking and rushed out the door. Though Lu Xiaoxiao possessed only minimal cultivation, it would be disastrous if she encountered a true master. She could only hope that their identities had not been recognized, or they could very likely encounter danger. However, the likelihood of that was slim, as the two little girls had hardly ever gone out and very few would recognize them. Meanwhile, everyone in the city lord's mansion put aside their tasks and went out to search for the children. Soon someone received a lead. The two little girls had gone to the western market. In the slums of the West City, Lu Xiaoxiao frowned at the dilapidated courtyard before her. "You live here?" The short-haired girl hurriedly replied, "Yes, leader. Should I take you inside to have a look?" Let's take a look." Lu Xiaoxiao nodded. The short-haired girl opened the creaky door and invited Lu Xiaoxiao inside. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Xiaoxiao curiously surveyed her surroundings. The courtyard was small, only about 40 to 50 square meters, with two small rooms, one serving as a kitchen and dining area and the other as a bedroom containing two wooden beds, one on the south and one on the north. At that moment, a little girl named Xiao Yudian cautiously emerged, hearing the noise, and asked timidly, "Leader, is that you back?" The short-haired girl quickly responded, "Yes, it's me, Xiao Yudian. We have a new leader, come and greet her." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yudian hesitated for a moment but still bowed, saying, "Greetings, leader." Lu Xiaoxiao nodded, taking out a silver ingot from her pocket and handing it to the short-haired girl. "Take this and buy something good to eat. From today on, I am your leader and we will celebrate." "Thank you, big brother. I'll go buy it right away and be back soon. Please wait for me." Lu Xiaoxiao waved her hand, saying, "You all enjoy. I have something to do and must head back. I'll visit you again when I have time tomorrow." Having been out for so long, she was also worried about her family finding out. If they discovered her absence, it would be difficult to sneak out again. "You still know how to go home? I thought you weren't going back." A voice came from outside the door, followed by Lu Wei entering the courtyard with a gloomy face. He was accompanied by Qin Xianyu, Zhou Muxue, and Lu Ruoyan. It was quite easy for the city lord's manor to find two small children, especially with Zhou Muxue secretly using her divine sense to help search. It didn't take long to lock onto this location. Upon hearing Lu Wei's voice, Lu Xiaoxiao cursed inwardly. She had been discovered and it was a disaster.
There was no escaping now, she could only use a delaying tactic. She forced a smile on her small face and sweetly said, "Brother, what brings you here?" "I was just about to head back." Lu Wei was well aware of her intentions, but this little girl would dare to poke a hole in the sky if she wasn't taught a lesson. "Come here," Lu Wei scolded with a stern face. Lu Xiaoxiao wasn't foolish, she knew that if she went over, her bottom would surely suffer. Being spanked in front of everyone would be utterly humiliating. How could she continue to mix with them? So she pretended to walk towards Lu Wei, then suddenly turned around and ran behind Qin Xianyu, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, save me." This call of sister-in-law caused Qin Qianya's heart to bloom with joy, especially in front of Zhou Muxue. She felt she had to protect Lu Xiaoxiao and immediately blocked Lu Wei, who was about to take action. All right, there are so many people here watching. Can't we discuss our matters at home?" Lu Wei thought about it and agreed even children needed to save face. He shot Lu Xiaoxiao a glare and said irritably, "What's going on with these kids?" Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Wei saw those children. Noticing their deficiencies and their pale, thin appearances, he understood the situation. He never expected that Lu Xiaoxiao was mingling with these children. The kids looked at Lu Wei with apprehension as he questioned them. They never anticipated that they recognized this big brother. She truly was someone from the city lord's manor. Although they didn't know the others, they clearly recognized Miss Qin. After all, in Yuzhou City there were certain people they couldn't offend, they were well aware of that. "These are all my new little brothers," Lu Xiaoxiao said proudly. "These are my newest little brothers." Lu Xiaoxiao put her hands on her hips, her face brimming with pride and self-satisfaction as if she had accomplished something monumental. Listening to her confident declarations, Lu Wei couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He shook his head helplessly and said, You think you can take in little brothers? How will you support them? You still need help to dress every day, and yet you want to take in little brothers without worrying about dragging them down." However, facing her brother's doubts and concerns, Lu Xiaoxiao showed no signs of retreat. Instead, she puffed out her chest and confidently replied, "You don't need to worry about this, I have my clever plans. Fine, I won't interfere with this matter, but remember, from now on, if you ever want to sneak out to play, you must tell me in advance. If you dare to sneak out like today again, you'll regret it." He deliberately made the last sentence heavy, trying to intimidate Lu Xiaoxiao. In truth, Lu Wei supported her taking in little brothers. Having more interactions with peers would be beneficial for her, as it would create bonds and prevent her from becoming an emotionless killing machine due to her demonic talents in the future. "Got it," Lu Xiaoxiao replied reluctantly, but in her heart she was pondering how to shake off her brother's watchfulness. "Let's go home." After Lu Wei finished speaking, he led the way out of the courtyard. Lu Xiaoxiao waved goodbye to her new little subordinates, promising to come back in a few days and telling them they could find her at the city lord's manor if they needed anything. The group returned to the city lord's manor. Although it had been a false alarm, it made Lu Wei more vigilant. Lu Xiaoxiao was not a well-behaved child. What would happen if she encountered danger one day and he wasn't around? The only solution was to quickly enhance her strength. The fastest way was undoubtedly to send her to kill, but Lu Wei would definitely not resort to that. So she could only increase her strength through cultivation. Lu Xiaoxiao, who had unlocked part of her demonic talent, already had strong cultivation aptitude. Moreover, with the cleansing marrow pills, top-grade blood essence pills, and top-grade body tempering pills in his possession, these could be used for the child's cultivation. The key was that using such top-tier resources wouldn't hinder her physical development or growth. Next, he needed to find her a suitable cultivation method. Lu Wei considered whether he should pass on the jade bone golden body scripture to Lu Xiaoxiao. However, after some thought, he decided against it, not because he was reluctant. It was simply that the difficulty of cultivating the jade bone golden body scripture was exceedingly high. Lu Xiaoxiao did not have a system to enhance her cultivation through increased proficiency. Though her talent was decent, cultivating the jade bone golden body scripture would be a daunting task, and it might take a long time to complete. As for the dragon elephant suppression technique she was currently practicing, while powerful, it was also not easy. Thus he needed to find her a method that was both powerful and easy to cultivate while also refining her character. Lu Wei began searching through the cultivation methods obtained from the city lord's manor treasury. Eventually he chose a high-level mysterious cultivation method. This cultivation method was balanced and belonged to the orthodox Taoist school, and importantly, it was not too difficult to cultivate. What do you think of this cultivation method? Zhou Muxue took it curiously, flipped through it, and then nodded, saying, "Very good, it's an authentic Taoist health-preserving method."
For body tempering, it provides a solid foundation and is balanced. It's a good method for body tempering. Hearing this, Lu Wei smiled and said, "Since you said that, I'll give it to you then." Zhou Muxue looked surprised. "Huh? You want to give it to me? But I can't use it." "Even if you can't use it, I'll still give it to you. Keep it, it might be useful in the future." Zhou Muxue pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, "All right, I'll accept it." "Is there something for my mother as well?" Lu Wei smiled as he pinched Zhou Muxue's tender little face, saying, "My little wife is truly clever. Please take this bottle of detoxification pills to our mother later. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't go with you." "All right, you go ahead." Lu Wei nodded and left Zhou Muxue's courtyard. Watching Lu Wei's departing figure, Zhou Muxue fell into a moment of contemplation, then smiled in relief and turned towards the main courtyard where her parents were. After leaving Zhou Muxue's courtyard, Lu Wei directly arrived at Lu Xiaoxiao's room. The two little girls were engrossed in playing a card game. Upon seeing Lu Wei enter, they hurriedly put away the cards and picked up their books, pretending to study diligently. "All right, enough of the act. I've seen that trick of yours for ages now." Lu Xiaoxiao, caught in the act, remained unfazed and cheekily replied, "Brother, I really can't concentrate on studying. What should I do?" Lu Wei with a stern face reprimanded, "Even if you can't concentrate, you must study. If you don't acquire any knowledge, you won't understand the manuals when it comes time to cultivate." Lu Xiaoxiao sweetly clung to Lu Wei's arm, saying, "Can't you just teach me?" In the end, Lu Wei relented, not wanting to force Lu Xiaoxiao into doing something she didn't enjoy. "Forget it, I won't criticize you. Learning can be gradual, but you must learn. Today let's start with the cultivation technique. This one is exceptionally powerful." Upon hearing that it was exceptionally powerful, Lu Xiaoxiao immediately became interested. "What level of technique is it?" "It's that impressive. It's the Tai Xiangong." Meanwhile, at the city gate, an extremely luxurious carriage slowly approached. Accompanying the carriage were over 100 mounted guards. "Grandfather, father, we have arrived. Just ahead is Yunzhou." The elderly man sitting in the carriage with his eyes closed slowly opened them. "When we meet shortly, both of you keep quiet, leave the matters to me." Yang Xian and his father Yang Qingwu exchanged glances and silently nodded without saying a word. In fact, they had already made plans in their minds. If soft measures failed, they would directly take down or kill Yang Xiaowu with a fierce assault and retrieve the seal. The elderly man seemed to see through their thoughts and warned, "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Let me tell you something, Qingguan and that demoness, as well as the Lord of Yunzhou, were very good partners. If you dare to make a move in Yunzhou, we probably won't be able to leave this place." Upon hearing this, both men changed their expressions and Yang Xian looked particularly alarmed. "Grandfather, is that true?" The elderly man shot him a sideways glance, saying, "Do you think I would lie to you?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xian's face turned pale and a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He thought to himself in despair, "Does that mean our trip here is like a lamb walking into a tiger's den, seeking our own demise?" The elderly man glared at him fiercely, his eyes filled with disappointment and anger, and he reproached without mercy, "Humph. Now you realize the gravity of what you've done. Who gave you the audacity to commit such foolish acts? If you hadn't initially sent someone to assassinate her but had instead let her return to Jizhou, what difficulties would we face then? What methods were not available? Now look what you've done, you've made her wary, staying in Yunzhou without moving, forcing us to come directly to her." Yang Shen felt his face flush red from the scolding, feeling extremely ashamed, but he had no words to retort. After all, this matter was indeed his reckless impulsiveness. Moreover, the worst outcome was that this assassination attempt ended in failure, making his foolishness even more apparent. "Grandfather, what should we do now? Shouldn't I just not go in?" Yang Xian said cautiously, his voice revealing evident timidity. The elderly man coldly snorted, "Now that we have arrived, do you think you can escape? Rest assured, as long as I am here being her grandfather, do you think she would dare to act against you in my presence? Moreover, even if she did act, we might not necessarily lose." The last sentence from the old man clearly indicated that he had a backup plan. After all, if he didn't have some means, he wouldn't be able to manage such a large family, nor would he have personally brought himself into Yunzhou. Throughout his life, he was adept at schemes, advancing step by step, but unfortunately human plans cannot compare to heaven's will. His eldest son Yang Qingwen, whom he had high hopes for, was harmed by demons, and his second son due to family matters. And the second son, Yang Chengwu, was an inept wastrel. The only promising one among the grandchildren was a girl. As for this grandson Yang Xian, although he had some minor cleverness, he thought that keeping him close for guidance would be useful, but it turned out that he was still quite foolish. However, no matter how foolish he was still a Yang.
The vast young family wouldn't be handed over to a woman ultimately falling into the hands of outsiders.
Chungmun, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not listening and insisting on being with that demoness, even giving the most important family treasure seal to that spawn. Meanwhile, not far behind their carriage, a woman dressed in a black gauzy garment, wearing a hat that obscured her face, holding a long sword and exuding an extraordinary aura, rode towards the city gate. The woman looked up at the grand and magnificent Yunzhou city, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in her eyes.
She then dismounted and quickened her pace, walking into the city.
In the Lord's residence, after Lu Wei taught the cultivation technique to Lu Xiuxiu, he left her to cultivate alone and prepared to leave. Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, he saw Yang Xiuhu approaching with a hurried gait.
"Where are you going?" Lu Wei asked in confusion.
Yang Xiuhu casually replied, "Uncle Qin has something for me, asking me to come over."
"Would you like to go with me? Since I have nothing else to do, let's go together and take a look."
The two arrived at the main courtyard of the Lord's residence, guided by servants to Qin Feng's study.
Upon seeing Lu Wei come with Yang Xiuhu, Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. "Are you sure about letting him know about this?"
Yang Xiuhu nodded, saying there's nothing to hide, and besides he already knows from last time.
Qin Feng nodded and said directly, "The Yang family has entered the city and is heading to the Yang residence. What should we do next?" Yang Xiuhu replied without hesitation, "Uncle Qin, you take action. Be clean and efficient, I won't go. There's nothing to say and there's no need to meet."
Both Lu Wei and Qin Feng were somewhat surprised to hear this. This matter was indeed handled decisively without any hesitation. Qin Feng hesitated slightly. "By the way, I heard that Elder Yang Zhongyan has also come." Hearing this, Yang Xiuhu took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and it was clear that she found this difficult as well.
However, in the end she still said, "It doesn't matter, we should eliminate any future troubles." Qin Feng departed to carry out Yang Xiuhu's plan. Only Lu Wei and Yang Xiuhu remained in the room. "Do you think I'm overly cold-blooded and heartless?" Yang Xiuhu asked, her expression placid. Lu Wei nodded earnestly, "Yes, somewhat. After all, they are still your kin. Even with past grievances, executing them all so directly would give me pause."
Yang Xiuhu scoffed, "Kin?
They murdered my father and forced my mother, desperate to protect me, to endure imprisonment by demonic beasts. They left me orphaned from infancy, subjected to endless humiliation and abuse. Had it not been for Uncle Qin, I might not have survived to this day. Such kin devoid of even a shred of familial affection hold no value whatsoever in my eyes. Had they remained obedient and content, I might well have allowed them to live out their days as wealthy idle gentry. But they refused to stay silent and dared to strike at me. Was it wrong of me to eliminate them? I have no time for their scheming, deceitful games. When the simplest solution exists, I choose it without hesitation. As for hesitation, I've already hesitated enough. Prolonging it further serves no purpose. Action is inevitable." Lu Wei now understood the hidden truth behind it all. "So that's how it was. Rest assured, I support every decision you make." "Oof. Your support is unnecessary," Yang Xiuhu retorted coolly, then turned and strode away. Lu Wei smiled faintly and followed in her wake. Though she claimed she wished not to be seen, she nonetheless left the city lord's residence, arriving instead at a towering tree near the Yang residence in Yunzhou City, where she watched in silence as fate unfolded upon the Yang family. The Yang clan arrived slowly before their ancestral manor in carriages. Yet the moment they stepped across the threshold, they were struck dumb by an eerie absolute silence. No servant, no guard, no soul stirred within. Yang Xian swept his gaze across the courtyard, frowning. "What's going on? Why is there not a single person here?" By all logic, even if the master were absent, at least a few retainers should remain to guard the estate, yet this unnatural vacancy defied reason. Yang Zhongyan, patriarch of the Yang family, a man tempered by decades of trials and renowned for his shrewd calculating mind, instantly furrowed his brow. "This reeks of treachery, withdraw at once." But it was already too late. At that very instant, a thunderous roar surged toward them, deep, rhythmic, and terrifyingly precise, like 10,000 armored horses stampeding across the earth, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Then a disciplined force materialized behind them, sealing every possible escape route. Simultaneously, figures emerged en masse, from doorways, windows, and rooftops, silent, poised, and utterly relentless. Clad in identical armor, they bore lethal crossbows and longbows, their icy arrowheads trained unerringly upon the Yang clan. Clearly this ambush had been meticulously laid, awaiting only its prey to walk willingly into the snare. Such military-grade weapons possess staggering power, though perhaps insufficient to fell elite martial cultivators. Their overwhelming volume rendered even third-rank cultivators fatally vulnerable, doomed to fall bloodied and broken.
At the sight the Yang clan paled in unison. The strongest among them was Yang Zongnian himself, a 4th-rank martial cultivator. None else surpassed 3rd rank.
Who are you, and what do you intend? Yang Zongnian demanded, his voice glacial, his face dark with fury. Yet the enemy showed no patience, no inclination to parley.
With chilling efficiency they issued but a single command fire. In that instant the air screamed, arrows whistled forth, and countless torrents swarming like locusts converging upon their targets with merciless precision. Their shrieking flight rent the heavens as if tearing the very fabric of the sky asunder. The Yang clan recoiled in horror, never imagining such ruthless dispatch, granting no chance to speak, no plea for mercy, only death swift and absolute. Yang Zongnian's face contorted in alarm, his heart lurched, he knew instinctively that calamity loomed. Without delay he flung his arms wide, seized Yang Qingwu and Yang Xian, and blurred into motion, his form flickering like a phantom leaping skyward in a desperate bid to pierce the encirclement. But then a blinding streak of light erupted in the distance, radiant as a falling star, cleaving the vast firmament, hurtling toward them with incomprehensible speed.
Before Yang Zongnian could react, the radiance descended, crushing, overwhelming, bearing down with cataclysmic force.
He recoiled in terror, face twisted, and hurled Yang Xian and Yang Qingwu aside with brutal urgency. Then came a deafening roar, and with every ounce of his being he drove his fist upward, meeting the descending light heat.
A thunderclap detonated, sharp seismic splitting the sky.
The air convulsed, rippling outward, invisible waves trembling beneath the sheer magnitude of the impact.
Ugh!
Blood erupted from Yang Zongnian's mouth as he plummeted, crashing onto the courtyard wall with a shuddering crash, shattering stone and carving a gaping breach. All this transpired in the blink of an eye, just as the storm of arrows descended. Though 200 Yang guards raised blades and fought with desperate valor against such coordinated massed fire, resistance was futile. Within moments all 200 lay dead, no survivor remained.
Only 3 lived on, Yang Qingwu and Yang Xian flung clear of the carnage, and Yang Zongnian grievously wounded.
Ironically, Yang Zongnian's final frantic throw sent Yang Xian tumbling, directly beneath the very tree where Yang Xiaohu and Lu Wei stood concealed. Dusty and dazed Yang Xian staggered upright, only to lock eyes with Yang Xiaohu and Lu Wei atop the boughs. In that instant even his dull wit grasped the truth. Yang Xiaohu and Lu Wei exchanged a wry, wordless glance. This twist of fate was absurdly, almost comically inconvenient.
They'd meant only to observe unseen, yet exposure was now inevitable.
Upon seeing Yang Xiaohu, Yang Xian exploded in rage, jabbing a finger at her. You wretched traitor!
Unfilial, unforgivable!
You dare slay your own grandfather, committing a crime so heinous heaven itself shall smite you with lightning. His shout drew every gaze. Yang Xiaohu regarded him as one might regard a fool, and laughed cold and sharp. A crime against kin. When you sent assassins to kill me, did you ponder that sin? When your father murdered mine, did he hesitate over filial piety?
Now karma has circled back, unerring, inevitable. What unfolds today is your own doing, earned through your deeds alone. With heavy injuries, Yang Zongnian lay trembling amidst the ruins, pointing a finger at Yang Xiaohu, his eyes filled with disbelief. He could hardly believe that Yang Xiaohu actually dared to strike against him. Yang Xiaohu glanced at him and sighed, send them on their way. With that she turned and left. No. No. The screams echoed, and the 3 members of the Yang family were utterly silenced.
Thus the power shift within a great family came to a simple end. Although there were some distant relatives left in the Yang family, they were either women or far-flung branches without any chance of seizing power.
Moreover, they lacked the strength. In the distance a woman in black witnessed the entire event unfold. Holding a large meat bun in her hand, she watched with keen interest while taking bites. Tsk, tisk, it seems my little cousin is indeed ruthless. This will surely bring trouble for the old man and the others. However, that's no concern of mine. Human food is really delicious. It's rare for me to be out, so I must indulge myself properly. As her words fell, the woman in black had already vanished from her spot. Meanwhile, Lu Wei, witnessing the demise of the 3 Yang family members, hurriedly turned to chase after Yang Xiaohu. He knew that Yang Xiaohu must also be feeling down, and he wanted to comfort her. If you're feeling upset, I can lend you my shoulder to lean on. Without turning back, Yang Xiaohu replied, I'm not that fragile. Although she said this, Lu Wei could still hear the low hoarse tone in her voice, revealing her current discomfort. If she's feeling low, then let's change the subject to help her temporarily forget about it. By the way, I've already prepared my side. How are you doing on yours? Yang Xiaohu paused slightly at his words and then said, I'm still missing one material I haven't been able to buy, but I might have to go look for it myself. I already have specific location clues. Lu Wei, intrigued, asked, what is it? Can't you buy it with money?
He recalled that there didn't seem to be anything particularly precious on the list of materials he had given to Yang Xiaohu.
In water. Isn't that stuff not too rare? Lu Wei frowned.
In the compendium of powerful beings, in water was not particularly common, but it wasn't overly scarce either.
Yang Xiaohu shook her head. It's not precious, but it is indeed not easy to find.
Previously it was better, but since the rumor spread that humans and demons can give birth to gifted offspring, in water has gradually become rare.
There was a rumor back then that in water could enhance the talents of the offspring of humans and demons.
This led to the gradual scarcity of this material, which usually had little use.
Lu Wei understood at once this rumor was not unfounded.
In water could indeed overcome bloodline restrictions, but it required unique recipes and methods.
Relying solely on in water was naturally insufficient. You just said you found a clue. Why didn't you bring it back?
Yang Xiaohu shook her head and said there is a 4th-level beast guarding that place. To obtain in water one must at least have 4th-level strength.
Hiring a 4th-level expert would not come cheap. I plan to go after the wedding. Lu Wei nodded in realization. All right, I'll accompany you then.
Yang Xiaohu seemed to feel a bit better upon hearing Lu Wei's words, snorting softly. I was already planning to call you along even if you didn't say so. With Lu Wei's strength matching that of the 5th-tier Qin Feng, having him around ensured everything would be foolproof. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Lu Wei was worried about young Xiaohu's mood and intended to stay with her a little longer. However, before long he was chased out by Yang Xiaohu, who was blushing furiously.
Don't be so distant. What kind of relationship do we have?
It's only right for me to stay and comfort you, Lu Wei said with a helpless gesture.
Yang Xiaohu glared at Lu Wei indignantly. Get lost.
After scolding him, she slammed the door shut and wouldn't look at the scoundrel again. Only after confirming Lu Wei had walked far away did she lower her head to glance at her wrinkled clothes, recalling the hands of that rascal, causing her to flush again. Lu Wei hummed a cheerful tune, walking leisurely back to his serene and elegant courtyard. At this moment a charming figure caught his eye. It was Shin Wanwan, who was hanging freshly washed clothes in the courtyard. The bright sunlight gently enveloped her like a golden veil, as if it bestowed on her a layer of warm jade-like hazy glow. This woman, reminiscent of a campus goddess from the first love era, emitted an enchanting charm, with every move constantly evoking joy, as if bathing in a spring breeze, feeling comfortable and at ease. Lu Wei smiled, raising his hand gently and tenderly said, Wanwan, come here for a moment. Upon hearing her name called, Shin Wanwan paused and looked up at Lu Wei, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, which was quickly replaced by compliance. She responded, yes, young master. After placing the still damp clothes carefully aside, she walked toward Lu Wei without hesitation, showing no intention of asking what he wanted. Once they entered the room, Lu Wei casually sat on a chair, smiling as he pointed to a nearby stool, gently saying, please sit, no need to be formal. Hearing this, Shin Wanwan slightly blushed and curtsied to Lu Wei, softly replying, thank you, young master. Then she moved to the stool and sat down slowly. Throughout she kept her head lowered, seemingly too shy to meet Lu Wei's gaze. Her delicate white hands tightly clutched the hem of her clothes, appearing somewhat anxious, while her originally exquisite face now gradually flushed with a faint rosy hue, as tempting as a ripe apple.
Lu Wei noticed Shin Wanwan's demeanor and couldn't help but feel a mix of helplessness and amusement. He pondered what inappropriate scenarios could this little girl be imagining. After adjusting his emotions slightly, Lu Wei decided to break the awkward silence and asked, Wanwan, you've been here for a while. How do you feel about our home? Are you adjusting well to living here? Shin Wanwan answered without hesitation, it's wonderful, young master. You are very kind and the young lady is beautiful and lovely. In terms of food and living conditions, it's far better than before. If it weren't for your kindness in taking me in, I would have probably starved long ago. Lu Wei nodded slightly upon hearing this, observing Shin Wanwan's fondness for him, feeling quite satisfied in his heart. Then he solemnly said, if you encounter any issues you must tell me first and never hide or hesitate. After all, we are family and we will have to spend a long life together in the future. Upon hearing this, Shin Wanwan's originally fair face instantly blossomed with a shy crimson hue akin to a ripe apple, making her even more adorable. Her mind became a muddled mess, unable to think about anything else. What does the young master mean by this? Spending a lifetime together. Does he intend to take me as a concubine? Since Sister Yu Yan and the young master already share a close relationship, it seems only natural for me to be included as well. But how should I respond? Should I agree outright or should I eagerly accept? At this moment Lu Wei continued, of course, if one day you have the desire to marry, I won't stop you. Before Lu Wei could finish, Shin Wanwan became anxious and even her shyness was cast aside as she hurriedly interrupted, no. I will never marry. I just want to be by the young master's side forever."
Her eyes were resolute and filled with anticipation as if this were her greatest wish in life. Seeing Shen Wanwan's flustered demeanor, Lu Wei let out a long wistful sigh. Such excellence inevitably brings its own burdens. Wherever one goes, girls throw themselves headlong into devotion like moths drawn to flame. Who among mortals could truly fathom such a burden? Having spoken, Shen Wanwan flushed crimson, wishing desperately for a crack in the earth to vanish into, utterly mortified. She had actually confessed her feelings to young master herself. After a pause, finding no response from Lu Wei, her heart fluttered wildly, uncertain, unmoored. Why does young master remain silent?
Does he dislike me?
Lu Wei, of course, would never refuse a tender, willing rabbit delivered straight to his lips. Moreover, Shen Wanwan was a disciple he intended to cultivate rigorously. Surely he would not nurture her only to hand her over to another. He would certainly never let her go. Since you've spoken so plainly, then I shall accept without hesitation, Lu Wei said, and with that pulled Shen Wanwan close, seating her gently upon his lap. Her eyes widened in shock, her mind went utterly blank. Only much later, watching Shen Wanwan flee in disarray, did Lu Wei call after her, "Remember to use the pills I gave you during cultivation, train diligently." Whether she heard him or not remained unclear. She vanished in the blink of an eye.
Lu Wei smacked his lips thoughtfully. The fragrance of a pure white flower is indeed exquisite, sweet.
With nothing pressing to attend to, Lu Wei turned his focus inward, to cultivating his skills. His funds were ample and his spiritual energy sufficient. All that remained was unwavering diligence.
Skill cultivation was profoundly tedious. Each cycle demanded 1 or 2 months of relentless practice.
Even Lu Wei, who prided himself on unshakable fortitude, found it grueling beyond endurance. Thus, after each intensive session, he needed to step away, to clear his mind and restore his spirit. Fortunately, perseverance bore fruit. By dusk, he had mastered the art of shadowless evasion. Gazing at the skill's progress bar, 5,000 points toward mastery, Lu Wei could only offer a wry, self-deprecating smile.
To attain Grandmaster rank seemed an almost insurmountable feat.
Yet this was hardly surprising. Most cultivators devoted their entire lives to mastering a single martial technique at the Grandmaster level, and even that achievement marked extraordinary distinction. Lu Wei, however, aimed far higher, not merely at Grandmaster rank for one skill but for every technique he wielded, each elevated to that exalted tier without exception. Still, even as shadowless evasion approached Grandmaster rank, Lu Wei found himself increasingly intrigued by San Jian Dao, the three-strike saber art. San Jian Dao had already reached Grandmaster rank, but Lu Wei sensed something deeper. The art did not end there, it continued unfolding, ascending further still. In the cultivation world, Grandmaster rank was universally regarded as the ultimate apex of any martial art. So what lay beyond it? There was only one answer: practice, push forward until that realm revealed itself. It was not until dawn broke that Lu Wei jolted awake at the chime of a system notification ding.
Congratulations, host, the saber art has transcended Grandmaster rank and touched the Dao intent of blades. You have gained 1 point of blade intent and 100 attribute points.
At the very instant the notification chimed, an indescribable sensation surged through Lu Wei, a flash of enlightenment blazing across the vast expanse of his consciousness. In that moment an unprecedented resonance blossomed within him. He felt an extraordinary bond forming between himself and the blade, clenched tightly in his grasp. It was as if water merged seamlessly with milk, or roots entwined beneath a single trunk, so complete was the unity that he and the sword became indistinguishable, inseparable. That gleaming frost-edged blade now felt less like a weapon and more like an extension of his own body, integrated, innate, perfectly harmonized. Each breath, each subtle shift of muscle transmitted flawlessly to the edge of the blade, and every faint vibration returning from the steel flowed back into him like a ceaseless current, revitalizing his spirit, sharpening his senses, fortifying his will. This ineffable experience transformed his perception of reality itself. Through the blade he perceived the essential nature of all things around him, capturing subtleties previously invisible to the naked eye. At that instant he was no longer merely a swordsman, he was a sovereign of life and death, capable of unleashing earth-shattering power with a single effortless thought. With a mere flicker of intent, Lu Wei returned instantly to the physical world, and without hesitation drew his long saber. Guided by an instinct deep as soul memory, he swung the blade forth with decisive force. In that instant a faint ethereal luminescence shimmered across the blade's surface, barely perceptible yet radiating an aura of piercing, bone-chilling sharpness. Lu Wei could distinctly sense the air itself bending subtly around the weapon, as though the very atmosphere yielded to its presence. As the edge carved through empty space, he felt a delicate tremor ripple outward, an unmistakable sign that reality itself quivered under the blade's passage as if torn asunder. Simultaneously, an almost imperceptible scorch mark flickered into existence midair, yet before a heartbeat passed it dissolved completely, leaving no trace behind. Before Lu Wei could fully grasp the magnitude of that strike, dizziness washed over him in waves, a sensation all too familiar.
He immediately opened the system interface.
Indeed, that single slash had utterly drained his spiritual energy, no wonder he felt dizzy and disoriented.
It appeared that wielding the blade's intent consumed mental strength, and not in a trivial manner.
That strike alone had cost at least 100 points of spiritual energy.
Yet its destructive power was undeniably formidable. With precise timing, it could effortlessly decapitate even a condensed-down realm cultivator like Qin Feng. Still, such an attack relied entirely on surprise. If the opponent anticipated its success, would be near impossible. Lu Wei hastily allocated all available attribute points to his spiritual energy.
This adjustment would allow him to unleash the blade's intent twice in battle, delivering a devastating unforeseen blow when it mattered most. "Young master, your wedding robes have arrived, please try them on at once. If they don't fit, we'll need to adjust them." A voice suddenly sounded from beyond the door, Lu Ruyan's. Lu Wei swiftly closed the system interface and murmured softly, "Come in." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan gently pushed open the door and entered, followed by two maidservants from the city lord's residence, each bearing ceremonial garments, robes, boots and ornamental headwear. "Young master, may I assist you in changing?"
Very well. Lu Wei rose and allowed Lu Ruyan and the maidservants to drape the garments upon him. In moments he was fully attired.
Lu Ruyan stepped back, scrutinized him carefully, then nodded with quiet satisfaction. "They fit perfectly. You look truly magnificent, young master."
Lu Wei laughed heartily. "There's no need to reiterate such obvious truths."
Lu Ruyan smiled faintly, her gaze lingering on him with unmistakable affection, yet beneath it flickered a quiet, wistful regret. If only she had met him sooner, perhaps she too might have worn the phoenix crown and crimson bridal veil and become his wife.
Enough, she would not indulge in such impractical yearnings.
To serve him faithfully for life was already a fortune beyond measure. "Young master, I'll leave the robes here. I'll return tomorrow morning to help you dress."
"Very well, go about your duties." No sooner had Lu Ruyan departed than Lu Xiaoxiao arrived, accompanied by Wu Xiaoya. "Brother, I'm leaving the residence to meet my subordinates."
Lu Wei paused thoughtfully, then assented. After all, it was beneficial for Lu Xiaoxiao to interact more with peers her own age. "Go ahead, but seek out Qin Xianyu first. Ask her to assign 2 guards to accompany you."
"Understood."
Meanwhile, within a private chamber of a tavern in the city's western district, 2 figures clad in scholarly robes sat in hushed consultation.
"How goes your end? How many remain?"
"3 still missing. Yours?"
4. Today is our final day.
Should we fail to meet the quota, our superiors will show us no mercy?
Damn it, what's gotten into the city lord's residence lately? Suddenly permitting outsiders to enter the city makes deception far harder than before.
I've heard rumors. The message our superiors instructed us to spread may indeed be true. Otherwise, why would the city lord's residence suddenly allow refugees to enter in batches?
90% certain the demonic beasts have truly advanced upon us.
Impossible. If they were truly approaching, wouldn't we already be doomed?
Besides, the city lord hasn't fled, not even now on the eve of his daughter's wedding.
Were the threat real, surely he'd be the first to abandon the city.
Who can say? Perhaps he possesses a countermeasure.
Enough, we must set aside such speculation.
Our immediate priority is fulfilling the quota. If we fail, we'll perish long before any demonic beast arrives.
At this, both men's faces darkened with despair. In the past, under the guise of running a charitable hall, they had easily lured numerous children from outside the city walls.
But ever since the city established its official refugee resettlement zone, the city lord's residence had issued an edict permitting displaced persons to enter in orderly phases.
Once enacted, this decree caused many families to withdraw their children from the charitable hall. After all, once admitted, escape became nearly impossible.
This so-called charitable hall was no orphanage offering free care.
Rather, it operated as a profit-driven enterprise. Children housed there were compelled to labor and to work off debts for decades.
Moreover, illness brought no medical aid, only slow, silent death. Only utter desperation would compel any parent to surrender their child to such a place. Just then, a clear, youthful voice drifted up from the street below.
Peering down, they saw a ragged young beggar girl moving slowly along the thoroughfare, begging passers-by. The 2 men exchanged a swift, knowing glance, both eyes alight with sudden hope.
Below, Xiao Yudian had pleaded tirelessly, yet not a single coin had been offered.
Just as despair settled over her, a figure halted before her.
"Xiao Yudian, why are you begging again?" Did I not already provide for you and your companions?
At the sound of that voice her dull eyes shimmered faintly with renewed light. She ventured hesitantly, Is that senior sister Xiao Xiao?
It is, Lu Xiao Xiao affirmed with a nod. And I'm second senior sister, chimed in Wu Xiaoya beside her. Wu Xiaoya added cheerfully from beside her. Upon confirming it was truly Lu Xiaoxiao, Xiao Yu Dian broke into radiant laughter. Senior sister Xiao Xiao, it really is you. Everyone misses you terribly. They've all gone out to earn money, but since I cannot see, they asked me to beg here instead. Let me go gather them all right away. I'll accompany you. Lu Xiaoxiao took Xiao Yudian's hand and together they searched until after half an hour every one of her followers had been assembled. Today I've come for 2 reasons. First, tomorrow is my brother's wedding. I invite you all to attend the banquet. At the word banquet the children's eyes gleamed, some even licked their lips instinctively. Senior sister. May we really attend? Asked a short-haired girl, disbelief coloring her voice. For orphans like them banquets were unimaginable luxuries. Nearly catching a whiff of the aromas beyond the courtyard wall was considered a stroke of rare fortune. Yet today their leader promised not only attendance, but entry into the city lord's residence itself. Such an offer defied all expectation. Lu Xiaoxiao swept her hand through the air with bold assurance. Why shouldn't you go? You're my underlings, my protection extends to all of you. Who dares forbid it? Oh yes. Thank you, senior sister. Long life, senior sister. Senior sister, you're simply the best. Wah, so I'll finally get to eat at a banquet. Wah. After a long moment as the clamor gradually subsided, Lu Xiaoxiao opened her mouth to announce the second matter when suddenly the courtyard gate swung open. The door swung open and several figures entered. 2 clerks in official garb led the way, followed by a group of constables. What is the meaning of this? Lu Xiaoxiao's eyebrows, thick and arched like caterpillars, furrowed in displeasure as she watched these strangers barge in without so much as a greeting. The lead clerk brandished an official edict, waving it briefly before her. Pursuant to the city guard's newly enacted regulation, all orphans and street children within the city walls shall be uniformly relocated to state-run shelters for supervision and cultivation. Henceforth you shall receive food and lodging at public expense, no more begging on the streets. Come with us now. At these words the children in the courtyard stood stunned. Could such fortune truly exist? Food and shelter, free of charge. For these beggar children, merely having a roof to shield them from wind and rain and a bowl of warm rice to stave off hunger's gnawing ache was the very summit of their lifelong yearning. Lu Xiaoxiao, however, felt a quiet surge of indignation. What nonsense! I've barely reigned as their leader for 2 days, and already they're being conscripted. How utterly vexing! Do you wish to go? She asked them plainly, then added firmly, Rest assured, I shall feed and house you myself. Hearing this the children hesitated, torn between loyalty to their young leader and the allure of state-provided sustenance. I want to attend a banquet. So do I. Even if I die after 1 meal it'll have been worth it. Me too, I want to attend a banquet. Indeed, what child could resist the siren call of a feast? That banquet, their ultimate dream, was now within reach. How could they possibly let it slip away? Watching this scene unfold, the lead clerk's eyes flashed with sudden fury. How dare this insolent yellow-haired girl disrupt their carefully laid plan? His face darkened and he barked coldly, This is a direct order from the city guard, compliance is mandatory. There shall be no negotiation, no hesitation. Depart with us immediately, or be seized and dragged away in chains. These words struck the children like thunderclaps. In an instant their small bodies trembled violently. Ordinarily these children feared nothing more than imperial constables, yet Lu Xiaoxiao stood unflinching. With quiet resolve she stepped forward and planted her tiny hands upon her hips. Don't think your empty authority will frighten me. I'll not be cowed by such theatrics. So long as I stand here today, not a single one of my people shall be taken. The clerk's gaze flickered with disdain as he surveyed this diminutive girl, her features still softened by childhood innocence. With a sharp, commanding sweep of his arm he roared, Seize them all. They were short-handed, and now fortuitously had stumbled upon just enough captives to fill their quota. At his command the constable's eyes gleamed with predatory ferocity. Clutching coiled ropes they lunged toward the children like starved wolves or ravenous tigers. Their snarling visages and violent lurches sent chills down every spine. Lu Xiaoxiao's fair complexion tightened instantly, her outrage blazing across her face. Her bright wide eyes blazed with fury, and without pause she raised her small foot and delivered a devastating kick straight into the chest of the nearest constable. A thunderous crack echoed through the air.
The constable, caught utterly off guard, flew backward like a puppet whose strings had snapped, crashing heavily onto the ground and rolling uncontrollably before coming to rest. The sheer force of that unexpected blow left him entirely defenseless, unable even to brace himself. He lay writhing on the earth, groaning in agony, his body convulsing with unbearable pain, too shattered to rise. After all, he was but an ordinary mortal. How could he possibly withstand the full-force strike of Lu Xiaoxiao, a genuine bone-forging realm martial artist? The spectacle froze everyone in place, as though time itself had ceased to flow. Even their intent to act dissolved into stunned silence. What in the world was happening? Was this some kind of staged performance? Surely this couldn't be real. How could such a delicate, fragile child possess such terrifying strength enough to hurl a grown man many times her size flying through the air with a single kick? The lead clerk's face turned ashen with rage. He stormed over to the fallen man, Wu San, and bellowed, "Wu San, are you clowning around? Stop feigning death and get up now. Or I swear I'll end you where you lie." Wu San tried to speak in reply, but before a single word escaped his lips he vomited a gush of crimson blood. Then his legs jerked weakly a few times, and with a hollow thud his lifeless body collapsed, utterly still, breathless, gone. The sudden brutal turn of events sent shockwaves through the crowd. All present stood paralyzed, dumbstruck, hearts pounding wildly. Only when one bold constable dared step forward and press trembling fingers to Wu San's nostrils did his face drain of all color. "Sir, it's over. Wu San is dead," he whispered, voice quavering as he reported to the clerk. At those words the faces of the onlookers contorted in horror, fury, and disbelief, all eyes locking onto Lu Xiaoxiao with mounting dread. Could a single kick from this little girl truly have ended a man's life? It defied all reason. The clerk himself refused to believe it, yet he rushed to Wu San's side, examined him closely, and confirmed the grim truth. His expression grew darker, colder, more menacing than ever. Wu San was undeniably dead. Perhaps he harbored some hidden ailment. Otherwise, how could a mere child kill him with one kick? As for the notion that she was a cultivator, preposterous. He had never heard of a child so young undertaking cultivation. Even the city lord's own daughter had not begun training until well past her 10th year. Thus he dismissed the event as pure coincidence, yet this tragedy now offered the perfect pretext to seize the children. With a sharp metallic shink the clerk unsheathed his waist-hung saber, its blade gleaming with lethal brilliance, chilling all who beheld it. Simultaneously his constables drew their weapons, swords, spears, and daggers flashing in unison, transforming the courtyard into a crucible of lethal tension. "Audacious criminal! You have openly obstructed an imperial officer in the execution of duty, and worse, assaulted our ranks, resulting in the death of one of our men. You stand exposed. What further defense can you offer? Surrender now, submit quietly, or suffer the consequences. Your blood shall stain this very ground." Yet Lu Xiaoxiao remained unmoved, her slight frame rooted like ancient stone, her dewy eyes fixed unblinkingly upon the constable lying lifeless at her feet. At first hearing that the man she'd unwittingly kicked to death had truly perished, a wave of primal terror surged deep within her. She was after all only a child, untutored in the ways of the world, and the sudden shattering realization that she had extinguished a living soul flooded her with overwhelming dread. But almost instantly a strange, unprecedented sensation erupted within her, like a dam bursting, sweeping away that nascent fear in a single torrential rush. This extraordinary feeling mingled exhilaration and fierce excitement, blazing like wildfire, sharpened by adrenaline's electric thrill, like a tempest unleashed and threaded too with a chilling undercurrent of cruelty and bloodlust, as if an ancient slumbering beast of legend had shattered its chains, emerged into the world, and raised its fanged maw in a deafening, world-shaking roar. A deafening explosion echoed as if thunder had struck the heart. In an instant an invisible yet immensely powerful aura erupted like a surging torrent from the petite figure of Lu Xiaoxiao. This overwhelming aura resembled crashing waves, shaking everything in its path. The surrounding air seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, forming a violent whirlwind. The wind was fiercely strong, making it nearly impossible for people to open their eyes. They could only desperately shield their faces with their arms to avoid being blinded by the sand. The originally clear blue sky, devoid of clouds, suddenly turned dark and gloomy in that moment. Thick black clouds rolled in, swiftly blocking the sunlight, and the entire world seemed to plunge into darkness. Everyone in the city of Yunzhou looked up at the sky in confusion, not understanding how the clear day had suddenly turned overcast. Moreover, the sky gave an extremely oppressive feeling, as if a great disaster was imminent. Inside the Lord's manor, people also gazed at the sky with suspicion. Those with higher cultivation could clearly sense that this was not a natural phenomenon, but rather something had stirred the heavens. As for Lu Xiaoxiao herself, her once clear and bright eyes, defined by black and white, had now completely transformed into a deep, eerie black. The blackness was so rich it resembled an endless abyss, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Within her dark eyes faint wisps of black light seemed to flicker, elusive and mysterious. Not only that, but her entire body was also shrouded in a layer of faint black mist that appeared to be both present and absent. The black mist flowed like smoke, making Lu Xiaoxiao's entire presence appear increasingly sinister and terrifying, as if a demon from the depths of the Nine Nether had descended into the mortal realm. Those surrounding the scene were all horrified by the bizarre sight, their faces turning pale with terror. They widened their eyes and gaped in silence, unable to utter a single word. Some even trembled and fell to the ground, shaking uncontrollably. Others attempted to turn and flee, but their legs felt as if they were nailed to the ground, unable to move. In an instant, the scene fell into a profound silence and panic. Just as everyone thought disaster was about to strike, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly softened and collapsed to the ground unconscious. With Lu Xiaoxiao's collapse, the clouds in the sky dissipated, the fierce wind ceased, and everything that had just occurred seemed as if it had never happened. After a while, the stunned crowd regained their senses. Looking at Lu Xiaoxiao on the ground, everyone hesitated, not knowing what to do. Only Wu Xiaoya knelt beside Lu Xiaoxiao, shaking her and crying out, Miss, what happened to you? Please wake up. I confess it was me who stole your candied hawthorn yesterday. Don't scare me like this. Miss, please wake up. What should we do now? The constable swallowed nervously, somewhat at a loss. This situation was too bizarre, he had never encountered anything like it. The leading clerk was also bewildered. He was accustomed to bullying commoners, but he had no experience in dealing with such matters. However, since the higher-ups ordered them to capture people, they would simply follow through. Never mind, just take them back. Everyone shut up about today. Anyone who dares to leak even a word, don't blame me for the consequences. The others nodded hurriedly in agreement. Without Lu Xiaoxiao's obstruction, the constables quickly organized the children and led them away. As for Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Xiaoya, they were taken along as well. Several constables escorted the children out and into a carriage. The carriage turned and twisted until it finally entered a courtyard with a sign for a benevolent hall. At the entrance of the courtyard stood two burly men guarding it. Upon entering, they found many children playing, reading, or washing clothes. Everything appeared normal, indistinguishable from an ordinary benevolent hall. The commanding officer sent the still unconscious Lu Xiaoxiao into a room while the leading clerk entered the main hall. Sir, the number of people has been gathered. The clerk saluted to a young man in scholarly attire seated in the main hall. Well done. There were no unexpected incidents, right? The clerk hurriedly shook his head. No, everything went smoothly. If there were, I couldn't say that would be asking for trouble. My task is just to capture enough people. What happens afterward is none of my concern. Good, then go back. The rewards will be sent to your superior and he will distribute them to you. Thank you, my lord. I shall take my leave now. After the clerk left, another scholar walked out from behind the main hall. With enough people, we can report back. We just received a message from above to hurry and transport this batch of people to the designated location. Alright then, we'll act tonight in the latter half of the night. Unawares night had fallen. In the eastern chamber of the benevolence hall, Wu Xiaoya, exhausted from weeping, lay motionless beside Lu Xiaoxiao, fast asleep upon a long communal bed. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxiao, who had lain unconscious throughout the entire afternoon, slowly opened her eyes. At that very moment, a mysterious streak of obsidian light flickered deep within her gaze, veiled an unfathomable enigma. Upon awakening, Lu Xiaoxiao was astonished to find her perception of the world utterly transformed. Everything around her now appeared with unprecedented clarity. Even in the pitch-black stillness of night, she could discern every minute detail within the room without effort. She gently flexed her limbs and to her delight felt no discomfort, only an inexhaustible surge of vitality coursing through her body. Clenching her small rosy fist, she studied it intently, a quiet but unshakable confidence rising within her. She believed with this newfound strength she could punch a gaping hole straight through the heavens. Glancing at Wu Xiaoya, still deeply asleep beside her, Lu Xiaoxiao hesitated, then chose not to wake her. Tiptoeing off the communal bed, she crossed the chamber and approached the door. Just as she reached for the door, she detected a faint breath outside. Someone was standing guard. She glanced back at the windows. All were sealed shut. Escape was possible only through the main entrance, or by forcibly breaking a window. Lu Xiaoxiao scratched her head, pondering. Breaking a window would surely draw attention. Her aim was to slip away unseen and fetch her elder brother to rescue the others. If she alarmed them, they might flee, and Wu Xiaoya would be left behind. That was unthinkable. Big sis. A voice called out from the bed behind her just as she weighed her options. Lu Xiaoxiao whirled around to see the short-haired girl. Shook, keep your voice down, she whispered. The girl nodded and lowered her voice further. Big sis, are you planning to sneak out?
Caught red-handed, Lu Xiaoxiao made no attempt to deny it. Yes, I'm going to bring help. Big sis, I know a way.
The short-haired girl suddenly declared. What way? After we arrived this afternoon, someone told me the flue tunnel connects to the chimney. We can crawl out through it. Never underestimate a child's mischief. It sometimes yields feats that leave even seasoned adults speechless. This long communal bed was built atop a massive heated brick platform. Its flue and chimney necessary to warm such expanse in winter were necessarily spacious.
A slender child could easily navigate them. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up.
Stay put, I'll check it out.
If it works, I'll return with rescuers.
Be careful, big sis. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded, then turned toward the hearth. Hesitating briefly before the dark mouth of the stove, she slipped inside. The stove opening was narrow, but fortunately her petite frame passed through effortlessly.
Once inside, the space widened considerably.
She crawled forward steadily until finally reaching the junction where the flue met the chimney. The exit was tight, but no obstacle for Lu Xiaoxiao. Pressing her small hands against the bricks, she gave a gentle push. The masonry crumbled away, widening the aperture enough for her to slip smoothly into the chimney.
Ascending next posed little challenge, though she inevitably emerged coated head to toe in soot.
By the time she clambered out of the chimney beside the rooftop, she resembled nothing so much as a living lump of coal. Peering down from the roof, she saw guards stationed before every doorway in the courtyard, and 2 more at the main gate. Thankfully, she'd refrained from confrontation. Neutralizing one guard would have drawn immediate notice from the rest. Assessing the distance between the chimney and the street beyond the wall, Lu Xiaoxiao leapt without hesitation, landing silently on the cobblestones below.
Her descent was soundless, like a bat dissolving into the night, vanishing in an instant.
Once on the street, she cast one swift glance upward, memorized the location, then dashed away.
Meanwhile, the magistrate's residence had erupted into chaos. Lu Xiaoxiao had vanished again. Upon hearing the news, Lu Wei froze, stunned into silence.
How? Had he not assigned 2 personal guards to watch over her? Yet here she was, gone once more. Interrogation revealed she had dismissed both escorts mid-route under the pretense of sending them to purchase supplies, then slipped away unnoticed.
Lu Wei's temples throbbed with fury.
That brat, she simply cannot sit still without stirring up trouble. He blamed himself, his indulgence had spoiled her.
But regret was useless now. Action was urgent.
First, he and Zhou Muxue raced to the humble courtyard in the western slums. They entered to find the yard completely deserted. Lu Wei's brow furrowed deeply. The children were gone, meaning they must have fled with Lu Xiaoxiao. But where had they gone? Had they been abducted? The yard lay in disarray, as if ravaged by a violent gale, deepening his suspicion. After questioning neighboring residents, they confirmed the children had been seized by a squad of imperial constables clad in official robes. Such a brazen operation could not be concealed, and those responsible seemed to make no effort to hide it. After all, they were merely rounding up a handful of pitiful orphans who truly cared where they ended up.
Even if someone later sought answers, weeks or months might pass before inquiry began.
By then the children would long since have vanished, transported God knew where. Yet what those men never anticipated was that among these seemingly ordinary beggar children lurked one extraordinary girl. Her presence alone sent shockwaves through the magistrate's residence, prompting an immediate full-scale mobilization to locate her. Before long, the bailiff who had led the child roundup, and every officer involved, was escorted under armed guard to stand before Lu Wei. Lu Wei's face was stone, his gaze as cold and sharp as a drawn blade. Where were the children taken? The bailiff stood paralyzed, eyes wide with disbelief, staring blankly at the ranks of heavily armed residence guards, and at Lu Wei's daughter standing nearby, her expression icy and severe. Confusion and dread churned within him. How could seizing a few nameless street urchins provoke such overwhelming authority? Yet fear forbade concealment. He recounted the entire incident word for word. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lu Wei and the others surrounded the entire courtyard. The guards at the gate had yet to react when Lu Wei easily knocked them unconscious. The 2 scholars inside were still preparing to move the children, and before they could act, they were entirely taken by surprise. From the entire courtyard, over 100 children were found, and even Wu Xiaoya was located, but Lu Xiaoxiao was nowhere to be seen.
Xiaoya, where's Xiaoxiao?
Seeing Wu Xiaoya still somewhat drowsy, Lu Wei asked.
Wu Xiaoya shook her head in confusion. I don't know.
I fell asleep and the young lady just disappeared.
Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's heart sank. Could it be that Lu Xiaoxiao had been moved?
Just as he was about to question the two scholars, the short-haired girl suddenly said, "The boss said she escaped through the chimney."
"Tell me what happened," Lu Wei asked urgently.
The short-haired girl recounted the events to Lu Wei, who after listening wore a strange expression. This girl was indeed quite clever. However, since she had escaped, where could she have gone? This question not only did Lu Wei not know the answer, but even Lu Xiaoxiao herself was also uncertain. Because she had gotten lost.
Yunzhou City has a population of over 5 million, so one can imagine how vast the city is.
Especially in the slums where houses are densely packed and the streets narrow, it was entirely like a maze.
For someone unfamiliar with the roads, it was indeed very easy to get lost.
Lu Xiaoxiao, being just a child, getting lost was quite normal. However, this girl had her own cleverness. After realizing she was lost, she directly knocked on the door of a nearby house.
"Who's there?"
A somewhat aged voice came from inside.
"I'm lost. I'll pay you if you help me get out." Upon hearing this, the person inside quickly opened the door. An old man came out trembling as he walked.
As soon as he opened the door, he saw a dark figure standing at the entrance, making it hard to discern any features. The old man's eyes widened in shock and he screamed in terror, "A monster!" Then he rolled his eyes and fainted. Seeing this scene, Lu Xiaoxiao looked at her own dark appearance, rolled her eyes dramatically, and turned to knock on another door.
This time a strong man came out. Although he was also frightened by Lu Xiaoxiao's appearance, at least he didn't faint. Ultimately, he was forcibly taken by Lu Xiaoxiao toward the city lord's mansion.
After nearly an hour of walking, they finally saw the large gate of the city lord's mansion. Just as they were about to rush in, the guards stopped them. "Where did this little beggar come from?
Go play somewhere else." "It's me,"
Lu Xiaoxiao said, hands on her hips angrily.
"You are Lu Xiaoxiao. Oh, my little ancestor, you finally returned. Quickly notify everyone Miss Xiaoxiao is back." When Lu Wei received the news, he was examining Lu Xiaoxiao's system. Because as long as Lu Xiaoxiao's system was fine, she was safe. However, upon checking, he was stunned. Name: Lu Xiaoxiao. Age: 7 years. Bone quality: 95. Comprehension: 95. Physique: 500,500. Cultivation: returning to the abdomen realm. Appearance: too young, not calculated. Build: too young, not calculated.
Talent: which cold-blooded and ruthless, possesses strong talent and power, can grow. The more she kills, the faster she grows, the more murderous she becomes.
Awakened. Affection: 100, too young, not calculated. Overall score: 96. Meets binding requirements, already bound, return multiple 50.
This girl's talent as a witch has actually awakened. Her cultivation has unexpectedly surged to the peak of body refining, and she is on the verge of breaking through to the second realm. Moreover, both her bone quality and comprehension have significantly increased, directly rising to 96 points. Lu Wei estimated that the reason it didn't reach 100 points might be due to her age, as her body and mind had yet to fully develop. Once she reaches the right age, breaking through 100 points should pose no problem.
However, upon seeing this talent, Lu Wei immediately frowned.
It seems that even if some matters are prevented, it only delays the development of events.
Ultimately, things will unfold as they are meant to.
This witch talent is indeed powerful, but the side effects are somewhat troublesome. I hope to find something to counteract these side effects in the future. Just then, the guard delivering the message arrived, saying that Lu Xiaoxiao had returned to the city lord's mansion. Upon hearing this news, Lu Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was just as he had guessed, the girl had returned on her own. He resolved firmly in his heart to never let her go out easily again. As for interacting with peers, at worst he would find a courtyard next to the city lord's mansion to accommodate those children.
Upon returning to the city lord's mansion and seeing Lu Xiaoxiao's dark appearance, Lu Wei couldn't help but chuckle.
The people around him laughed as well, which annoyed Lu Xiaoxiao, who rolled her eyes at them, feeling helpless.
"Miss Xiaoxiao, the bathwater is ready. Come wash up quickly," Lu Ruyan said with a smile.
Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao swiftly dashed into the bathroom to take a bath.
"Alright, everyone should head back and rest early.
Tomorrow is the wedding day." Lu Xiaoxiao has returned and the minor suspense of her disappearance has come to an end, so everyone went back to rest. After all, tomorrow was the day of the wedding and there was still much to do. The crowd dispersed, but only Lu Wei, Yang Xiuhu, Zhou Mushua and Qin Xianyu remained.
"Lu Wei, come here.
I have something to discuss with you." Yang Xiuhu glanced at the other two women and called Lu Wei into the living room. Once they were seated in the living room, Yang Xiuhu continued, I feel that this matter is not simple, there must be some secrets we are unaware of within it. Yes, Lu Wei nodded, having sensed that these people collecting children at the charitable hall had motives far more complex than they appeared. Those people have already been taken away for questioning, we should be able to extract some information from them. Moreover, I suspect that some officials in Yunzhou City are also involved. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to mobilize the people from the government to assist them. What's more critical is that with the impending attack of the demonic beasts, it is absolutely not a coincidence that someone is making trouble at this time. Lu Wei was also startled upon hearing this. Are you saying that someone will collaborate with the demonic beasts? Betrayal. Such things have never been lacking throughout history. Many have collaborated with demonic beasts for various reasons to harm their own kind. Yang Xiuhu nodded. Even if there is no collaboration with the demonic beasts, those people are likely trying to take advantage of the situation to do something. Time is running out and this matter must be investigated thoroughly. I suspect it is very likely related to the last incident of spreading news in secret. Upon hearing this, Qin Xianyu could no longer sit still and quickly stood up, saying, I will find my father right away and have him investigate thoroughly. Yang Xiuhu nodded. Go ahead. Tell Uncle Qin to ensure that trustworthy people are used for the questioning, and the faster the better. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. After Qin Xianyu left, Yang Xiuhu and Zhou Muxue also departed. Lu Wei waited alone for Lu Xiaoxiao to come out. Today he was just one gift away from upgrading the system. After a while, Lu Xiaoxiao finally came out. Lu Wei carefully examined her and seemed to find no changes. What are you looking at? Is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. Lu Xiaoxiao glared at her older brother. Lu Wei chuckled, relieved that his silly sister was still the same, only thinking about food. Well, talk about food later. First take this and keep it safe. Next time something like this happens, just tear it and it'll know your location. As Lu Wei spoke, he handed Lu Xiaoxiao a spiritual talisman, which was a sensing talisman. Once torn, the other would sense it. However, the sensed location was not very precise, it could only provide a general direction. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao took the talisman, tucked it into her pocket and huffed, this will never happen again. Next time someone dares to capture me, you'll just beat them up. She said this while fiercely shaking her small fist. Lu Wei laughed. If you want to beat someone up, you should first raise your cultivation level, otherwise you'll just end up getting beaten. Ding, the host has received a sensing talisman for Lu Xiaoxiao, triggering a 50x return, and obtained a Mother-Son Teleport Talisman. Mother-Son Teleport Talisman. Tier the child talisman and the mother talisman will sense it to automatically locate it. Input spiritual energy and the holder of the mother talisman can teleport directly to the location of the child talisman. Lu Wei looked at this item. It was much more advanced than the previous sensing talisman. He then gave the child talisman of the teleport talisman to Lu Xiaoxiao, reminding her this talisman should be used in emergencies and it also needs to be torn. Lu Xiaoxiao thought for a moment but ultimately accepted it. Alright, I understand. Okay, eat something and hurry to bed, it's getting late. Got it, you're so nagging. Lu Wei shook his head helplessly. The little girl seemed to be showing signs of going through a rebellious phase. It looked like he needed to find an opportunity to discipline her. Returning to his room, Lu Wei opened the system. Ding, the system has met the upgrade criteria. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Ding, congratulations host, the system level has been upgraded to level 6, gaining 6,212 attribute points, increasing the number of bound users by 1, unlocking a new system feature, beast recovery function. A new function unlocked. Lu Wei's eyes lit up. He opened the new feature to learn more and immediately gave a thumbs up to the system. This beast recovery function was very suitable for him. In simple terms, it meant that the system could recover the magical beasts he personally killed. For first tier magical beasts, recovery would yield 1 to 7 attribute points depending on their strength. Second tier would yield 2 attribute points, third tier 3 and fourth tier 4. Given Lu Wei's current cultivation level, as long as there were enough magical beasts, killing 200 second tier beasts in a day was absolutely no problem. Of course, the premise was that there were that many magical beasts. Even if he went to the Eastern Wasteland's magical beast lair, finding 200 second-tier beasts in a day would be difficult. The key was that if he were to kill 200 second-tier beasts in one night, he would definitely be slapped to death by high-level magical beasts the next day. It was like if magical beasts came to the human side and specialized in killing martial artists, in a few days they would end up on the dining table. However, there was a good opportunity right now. A magical beast siege was about to happen and there would be countless magical beasts for him to kill. Thinking of this, Lu Wei's eyes suddenly brightened. He hoped the magical beasts would come quickly, allowing him to make a fortune, and ideally he could enhance his root talent and comprehension to above 100.
That way cultivating would require even less effort.
No, with attribute points, why would anyone foolishly cultivate themselves?
Wouldn't it be simpler to directly use attribute points to elevate one's cultivation?
Filled with anticipation, Lu Wei closed the system interface, lay back on the bed and began to sleep. He had been on edge for these days, working hard to increase his strength, and with the wedding tomorrow he could finally take a break.
How are the preparations for the people going?
In a dark and mysterious chamber deep within the slums, the leader of the Shiyu sect, hidden under a large black robe like a ghost, seemed to merge with the darkness, exuding a chilling and bloody aura. At this moment, the small leader standing before this figure was as pale as paper, beads of sweat like rain continuously sliding down his forehead, yet he dared not raise a hand to wipe it away.
Faced with such a terrifying presence, he was filled with endless fear.
When he heard the leader's question, the small leader's lips trembled as he stammered,
There was an accident."
"Whom?" The leader huffed lightly and his already fierce aura suddenly erupted like a volcano. A faint blood-colored aura began to slowly permeate the entire chamber. Xin Feng somehow got news and suddenly launched an attack on all the charitable halls in the city, destroying them all. None of our dispatched personnel survived. They all fell into the net of law, and even those children have been successfully rescued.
I suspect that Lu Yuanqing has betrayed us."
The small leader recounted the events in a trembling voice, each word spoken with great difficulty. Upon hearing this, the leader's eyes instantly filled with a strong killing intent, and he suddenly waved his sleeve. A blood-red flash shot out like lightning.
With a loud bang,
the blood-red flash struck the small leader hard. Immediately, a series of bone-breaking sounds echoed chillingly, and the small leader didn't even have time to grunt before he was sent flying like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily against the hard wall, and died instantly.
"Oof.
Useless waste, ruining my great plans." After saying this, the leader slowly rose, his gaze becoming even darker and colder.
"Lu Xingyuan,
I want to see how bold you are to dare betray me." After speaking, the leader's figure flickered and directly disappeared from the chamber. Meanwhile, Lu Shangyuan was also wide awake, anxiously pacing back and forth in the living room, struggling to make a decision that he couldn't finalize. After a long while, Lu Shangyuan gritted his teeth and shouted outside, "Someone prepare the carriage and go wake up the young master and his wife." However, what responded to him was a cold laugh like that of an owl in the night. He, Commander Lu, where are you planning to go at this late hour?"
"Young master, it's time to get up." Early in the morning before dawn, Lu Ruyan woke Lu Wei. Just a little longer, let me sleep a bit more."
Lu Wei mumbled as he turned over, continuing his deep slumber.
It was a rare opportunity to have a good sleep, and he was reluctant to get up. Lu Ruyan, helpless, could only approach and pull Lu Wei up. "Young master, don't linger in bed.
You have 3 brides to pick up and you need to ride out to parade in the streets.
Hurry up or you'll miss the auspicious time."
Before Lu Ruyan could finish her sentence, Lu Wei pulled her tightly into his arms and silenced her chattering mouth. After a moment, with her cheeks flushed and a flirtatious gaze, Lu Ruyan looked at Lu Wei and softly said, "Young master." Lu Wei remained silent, merely gesturing with his chin for her to look down. As Lu Ruyan turned her head, she saw the iconic building of the morning, the new media center.
Lu Ruyan immediately understood and devoured the sight of the entire building. "Is the fire pit ready?" "It's ready, it's right here."
"No, the fire is too big. Hurry and fan it a bit more, as long as there are no open flames on the charcoal."
"What about the auspicious flowers for the groom's chest?" "They're right here, right here."
"Quickly send them over."
The city lord's residence was already bustling early in the morning before dawn. The wedding process was already quite complicated, with many items to prepare. As a result, with 3 brides, the preparations multiplied threefold and every detail had to be considered. If there were any oversights, it would spoil the joyous occasion.
Listening to the commotion outside, Lu Ruyan glanced at Lu Wei with a flushed face and a hint of playful reproach. She would never refuse any of the young master's requests. However, doing such outrageous things at the wedding still made her feel quite embarrassed. "Young master, hurry up and change your clothes. I'll go get water for you to wash up."
All right, in getting up now."
Shortly after Lu Wei got up, several maids came in, surrounding him to help him wash, comb his hair and dress.
These little maids knew Lu Wei was a good person, so they occasionally took the chance to tease him. Was Lu Wei the kind of person to suffer losses? Of course, if they took advantage of him, he would make sure to get back at them. In no time these little maids were blushing their breaths heavy from his teasing. If it weren't for the inappropriate time and place, some of the maids would probably have offered themselves. After finally getting dressed, the coachman had already brought the horse over. Since Lu Wei and the others lived in the city lord's residence, picking up the brides was quite simple. They just had to walk through each courtyard to pick up all 3 brides. Then they would circle around the main street of the city lord's residence for a parade before returning to the residence for the wedding ceremony. Lu Wei first went to Yang Xiaohu's courtyard to pick her up. As soon as he reached the entrance, he was blocked by a group of maids who were clamoring to present him with challenges. Leading the charge was none other than Lu Xiaoxiao, who clearly intended to take revenge. However, Lu Wei had already prepared a response. He directly took out a handful of gold coins and without even looking scattered them. Who would still be in the mood to listen to Lu Xiaoxiao's commands? Even she couldn't be bothered to trouble Lu Wei anymore and ran off to grab the gold coins. Lu Wei easily bypassed the little maids and pushed open Yang Xiaohu's room door. Looking at Yang Xiaohu, who was covered with a veil and dressed in red bridal attire, Lu Wei smiled and said, "My dear, please get into the sedan." Yang Xiaohu gave a soft and then stood up, assisted by 2 maids, and walked out to board the sedan. Next, Lu Wei picked up Zhou Mu Shui and Qin Xianyu in turn. After picking them all up, the horse parade began. The city lord's daughter's wedding was naturally a grand affair with over 100 carriages filled with dowries. With the city lord preparing so many dowries, the Zhou family and Yang Xiaohu naturally wouldn't be lacking either, so there were hundreds of vehicles following behind the 3 brides. On both sides of the road were curious onlookers stretching their necks to wait for the bridal procession to sprinkle wedding money. Truly worthy of the city lord's residence, one rarely sees such a spectacle in a lifetime, right? What do you mean? I really envy that guy. I heard he came from hardship and now he's soaring to great heights. Nonsense, I heard he's from a major sect's young master. Otherwise, how could he marry 3 brides at once? Exactly, this person's status must be extraordinary, otherwise the city lord wouldn't agree to let his daughter marry him along with other women. At that moment in a tavern, 3 individuals were seated by the window: Yu Yang, the senior brother who had come from the Qingling sword sect, his second senior brother Luo Wei, and their junior sister Tang Xingro. The 3 looked at the long bridal procession below, feeling somewhat at a loss. They could clearly sense that their junior sister was among the 3 sedan chairs. The master had sent them to fetch their junior sister, but he hadn't mentioned what to do if she was getting married. The 3 exchanged glances. Even Yu Yang, who usually loved drinking, had a tight frown. Luo Wei frowned and said, "Senior brother, could it be that our junior sister is being forced? As a direct disciple of the Qingling sword sect, how could she marry a man along with other women?" Tang Xingro nodded in agreement. "That's right, it must be so. Look at the groom, he isn't handsome and his cultivation isn't high, yet the girls he married are all at least of 3rd realm cultivation. Ha! Our junior sister has actually reached the 5th realm." Yu Yang and Luo Wei looked at the bridal procession below in astonishment. Luo Wei exclaimed, "5th realm? How is that possible? Didn't master say that our junior sister had only recently entered the 4th realm? How could she have reached the 5th realm so quickly?" Yu Yang also exclaimed in admiration, "No wonder master chose her as his direct disciple. With such talent, she is not inferior even when compared to the direct disciples of the sect leader." Tang Xingro looked at the departing bridal procession and suddenly stood up, saying, "No, our junior sister has such high talent. How can she marry this man? Look at him, he is only at the 2nd realm, at most a level of an outer sect disciple. What qualification does he have to marry our Fei Shuifeng's direct disciples?" Luo Wei nodded. "Exactly, I agree with junior sister's statement. We must stop this wedding." Yu Yang, hearing this, took a sip of wine and waved his hand, saying, "Don't be impulsive, let's investigate this matter thoroughly before acting, or we might end up in trouble." "How do we investigate? By the time we investigate, the wedding night will be over." "All right, follow me, I have my ways," Yu Yang said, walking directly down the stairs toward the city lord's residence. Qin Feng felt very complicated today. For every father, marrying off a daughter is not a joyful day. However, for him it was not so distressing, rather he felt a hint of secret joy. Because the bridegroom's betrothal gifts were simply too irresistible for him. Not to mention one daughter, if there were a second he would be willing to marry her off as well. "The lord of the city, there are 3 people outside who gave this badge and said they want to see you." Qin Feng was fantasizing about how Lu Wei would respectfully bow to him shortly, feeling quite pleased. This brat finally has his day, he must give him a good lesson later. At this moment a servant suddenly came to report. With a puzzled glance at the badge, his expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Quickly invite them in, forget it, I'll go welcome them myself." Qin Feng arrived at the entrance and just happened to see a young woman and 2 young men standing at the door looking bored. Are you esteemed guests from the sect? Qin Feng, lacking in courtesy, asked for forgiveness. The three noticed his politeness and instinctively looked him over, and to their surprise they were taken aback. What's the situation? A fifth-tier condensed dan cultivator is actually the lord of a small border city. Is the lower sect this wealthy now? I remember their sect leader is only at the condensed dan stage, right? Though the condensed dan stage is the fifth tier, it is worlds apart from the fourth tier. Once one reaches the fifth tier, many divine abilities can be used, such as flying. Only those at the fifth tier can soar into the sky. A fourth tier cultivator might struggle against 100 third tier ones, but a fifth tier cultivator can easily crush 100 fourth tier ones. At the fifth tier, the spiritual power undergoes a qualitative change, barely qualifying as a formidable cultivator. The three siblings are merely at the condensed dan stage as well. Therefore, when facing Qin Feng, even though he is a disciple of the lower sect, they must show sufficient respect. Yu Yang clasped his hands in return and said, Lord Qin, you are too courteous. We the disciples are the ones intruding. Seeing their politeness, Qin Feng felt relieved, fearing to encounter arrogant and overbearing individuals who were hard to deal with. Esteemed guests, please come inside. The three entered the parlor, served tea, dismissed the attendants, and began to discuss important matters. May I ask what brings the sect envoys here? Yu Yang, seeing Qin Feng get straight to the point, did not beat around the bush and said, to be honest, Lord Qin, one of the three brides at your grand wedding today is our junior sister. We would like to know who the groom is that can persuade the Lord to allow his daughter to marry alongside other women. Qin Feng was shocked to hear this. Among the three, one was a disciple of the Qingling sword sect. He immediately ruled out his own daughter, and Yang Xiuhu should not be one either, as she is half-demon and the Qingling sword sect would not accept her. That leaves only one possibility, Zhou Muxue. Yes, it must be her. This makes sense. When he wanted to teach Lu Wei a lesson, the sudden sword light surely came from her. And the strange phenomenon caused by someone breaking through nearby a few days ago must also be her. Unexpectedly, he had a fifth-tier powerhouse hidden beside him. After pondering, Qin Feng said, as for that kid, his background is actually quite ordinary, yet he possesses various extraordinary traits. Moreover, he knows how to charm girls. My daughter and niece have both been deceived by this kid. I heard your junior sister has long been engaged to him, probably also tricked by his sweet words. Qin Feng was very pleased to add some difficulty for Lu Wei. Although he desperately wanted Lu Wei's pills, it did not prevent him from disliking him. Of course, he would never divulge critical information about Lu Wei, such as his various magical pills. It seems there might be powerful individuals or great forces backing him. Tang Xingro immediately became furious, saying, I knew this guy had problems. As expected, we cannot allow our junior sister to marry such a person. Yu Yang replied helplessly, but our junior sister wants to marry him herself. What can we do about that? We can't forcibly separate them, can we? She would hate us for that. Lu Wei frowned and said, let's first arrange a meeting with him. We can offer him some benefits to persuade him to give up voluntarily. If that doesn't work, we can just force him to back down. Tang Xingra's eyes lit up at this suggestion. All right, I agree. Yu Yang nodded helplessly. Fine, let's try it your way. Lord Qin, please arrange for him to come. We want to have a word with him. Qin Feng felt a bit anxious upon hearing this. Was he getting himself into trouble? Everyone, although Lu Wei doesn't seem impressive, his strength is quite formidable. Even I can only manage to fight him to a draw. The three stared wide-eyed, doubting their hearing. A second-tier cultivator actually fought to a draw with a fifth-tier one. Are you sure you want to say that? It's unbelievable. Not to mention that kid, even against a disciple from a great holy land, it would only be an uphill battle. There's no way a second-tier cultivator could draw with a fifth-tier one. Could it be that Qin Feng, this fifth-tier cultivator, is simply too weak? And a kind of weak that's even weaker than the sea. It's normal for small sects to have weaker members, but to draw with a second-tier cultivator, that's truly bizarre. The way the three looked at Qin Feng changed, as if they were seeing a major failure. Qin Feng felt uncomfortable under their gaze. He knew exactly what they were thinking. But he couldn't explain this situation. Fine, if you don't believe me, just bring Lu Wei here to fight you and you'll see. Everyone please wait, I will go fetch Lu Wei now. Saying this, Qin Feng hurried out the door. At that moment, Lu Wei had just completed his horse-riding parade and was walking into the city lord's mansion. Next, it would be time for the wedding ceremony. Qin Feng found Lu Wei and said quietly, come with me, there are a few people who want to see you. Lu Wei frowned. He was in the middle of his wedding and didn't have time to meet with others. So he pushed back, saying, just wait a moment, he'll talk after the ceremony. Qin Feng urged, no, these people cannot be kept waiting, we can't offend them. What kind of people? Lu Wei asked thoughtfully. If they made Qin Feng a fifth-tier expert say they were not to be offended, then they must be quite significant. Could it be that people from his sect are here to support him? What do they want with me? Could it be that this old guy revealed the existence of the washing marrow pills to them? Would he be that foolish? Qin Feng knew this was something that couldn't be hidden and there was no need to conceal it, so he said directly, it's someone from Zhou Much's sect. Lu Wei's heart jumped at this revelation. He then fell into deep thought. Since it was someone from Zhou Much's sect, why did they not seek her out and instead come to find him secretly? However, regardless of their purpose, since they wanted to see him, he might as well go meet them. Let's go, lead the way. Qin Feng cast a wry glance at Lu Wei. This young man truly had no qualms ordering him to serve as his guide. He clearly deserved a sound thrashing. Later he would gladly let the inner disciple heirs of the Qingling sword sect give him just that. Though both were fifth realm cultivators, those heirs hailed from a grand sect, be it cultivation art or martial techniques, their mastery far surpassed that of Qin Feng, who had only recently broken through to the fifth realm. Lu Wei himself could barely hold his own against Qin Feng in combat, but against those disciples he stood little chance beyond being utterly overwhelmed. Yet what Qin Feng did not know was that Lu Wei was no longer the same Lu Wei. His recent progress had been astonishing, and he now possessed a lethal trump card. Soon the two arrived at the rear courtyard study. After Qin Feng departed, Yang and the other two waited in the courtyard. The moment Lu Wei stepped into the rear yard, he saw three figures standing there. He studied them carefully. Their bearing was extraordinary, unmistakably elite. Among them, the young woman drew an extra glance from Lu Wei. Yes, a strikingly beautiful girl. Glancing at their aura profiles, Lu Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. Fifth realm experts. What brings you to me, sirs? The three exchanged glances before Tang Xingro stepped forward. We are disciples of the Qingling sword sect sent by our master to escort senior sister Zhou Muxue back to the sect. As for your betrothal to her, it is hereby annulled. Of course, we are neither unreasonable nor tyrannical. We shall offer fair compensation and expect your cooperation. Lu Wei burst into bitter laughter. You arrive on my wedding day to abduct my bride and expect me to cooperate. Does that not strike you as absurd? Tang Xingro replied, growing impatient. I said we will compensate you with cultivation resources beyond anything you've ever seen in your life. If you seek to leech off Muxue's status, know this: such ambition spells certain doom. Lu Wei stepped forward beside her, gazing upon Lu Wei with open disdain. Cooperate willingly and all is well. Refuse, and we have means enough to ensure your compliance. Choose wisely. Zhou Muxue is a direct heir of the Qingling sword sect, not someone you of your station may presume to claim. Tread carefully, your life hangs in the balance. Lu Wei sighed inwardly. Never had he imagined he'd find himself entangled in such a cliched melodramatic predicament. Gentlemen, a wedding ceremony is underway outside. Might we defer this matter until the rites conclude and the guests depart? Lu Wei chose negotiation, not out of fear but to preserve the sanctity of his wedding day. Tang Xingro fixed him with a look of sharp skepticism. Put aside your scheming. Once the ceremony concludes, Muxue becomes your wife, and we become villains who tear apart marital vows. And are you not already villains who shatter marriages? Lu Wei asked, expressionless voice calm yet unyielding. His tone was quiet, but beneath it surged an ironclad resolve, absolute and unshakable. No negotiation, Tang Xingro replied, crisp and unwavering, her gaze locked with his unblinking. Tension crackled between them as though an invisible wall had risen, dividing their worlds. Then, suddenly, Lu Wei's eyes sharpened, blazing with lethal intensity like twin blades of frost piercing the air. Within those eyes flickered the cold gleam of drawn steel. Shua! In an instant he unsheathed his spirit-forged longsword, its blade shimmering with icy light, radiating overwhelming power. His movement was swift, decisive, utterly devoid of hesitation. As the sword emerged, his aura erupted, swelling like a torrential flood, surging outward in all directions. The very air thickened, heavy and suffocating, as if compressed by immense pressure. The trio felt their pulses quicken, startled by the sheer magnitude of his presence. Humph, what use is raw aura? Let me teach him humility. Tang Xingro cried out sharply and strode forward, her own aura flaring just as fiercely, crashing toward Lu Wei like a storm front. Boom! Their auras collided midair, a thunderous detonation that shattered the stillness, sending faint ripples of shock through the atmosphere. Then came the explosion, a maelstrom of force erupting from the epicenter, roaring outward in every direction, howling winds flying gravel, blinding dust. Their auras clashed like two savage beasts locked in mortal combat, neither yielding an inch. Onlookers recoiled, instinctively retreating to avoid the devastating backlash. Tang Xingro's expression tightened. She had not anticipated such formidable aura from him. He matched her strength blow for blow.
Lu Wei remained impassive, eyes locked on her, his long sword glowing faintly white, distorting the air around its blade, emitting low resonant hums.
Tang Xingro moved, refusing to believe a mere second-realm martial artist could rival a fifth-realm expert.
With a flick of her finger, a flying sword shot skyward like a streak of light. Instantly the heavens brightened, as countless points of light bloomed across the sky like daylight meteors hurtling downward.
Stellar fragmentation swordlight. Qin Feng gasped aloud, an involuntary warning to Lu Wei. But no warning was needed. Lu Wei recognized the technique instantly. It was the very move Zhou Muxue had used to drive Qin Feng away when she saved him. Yet Tang Xingro's execution dwarfed Muxue's earlier version in power. Had Muxue wielded such force, then Qin Feng would have been pierced 1,000 times over. As one of the Qingling sword sect's supreme arts, stellar fragmentation swordlight was indeed fearsome, yet Lu Wei felt no fear. Only exhilaration. Only a worthy adversary could truly test the depth of his strength. Today he would finally gauge the true might of the secret arts he had refined in seclusion. Watching the descending swordlight, Lu Wei raised his blade, not with panic but with focused intent, his sword wrapped in silent coiled battle intent. Simultaneously his vital energy surged upward like a churning river, golden light shimmering faintly across his skin. Suddenly he roared, a deafening thunderclap splitting the sky as he swung his blade in a sweeping arc, unleashing a blinding crescent of light that encircled him like an impenetrable bastion. He had no ranged techniques, his greatest vulnerability against higher-tier opponents. After all, his cultivation level remained only second realm. Boom. 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 The meteoric swordlight crashed down like falling stars, shaking the entire Lord Mayor's residence with concussive force. At that very moment Zhou Muxue, who had been awaiting the wedding rites, tore off her crimson bridal veil and dashed straight toward the rear courtyard. Lord Xiang, Master, the city lord's mansion is under attack by mysterious intruders. The aura suggests at least 4 strong cultivators are involved. Lu Shengyuan reported back excitedly. Oh. Have you found out who is behind this? The Xiang Master's interest was piqued upon hearing the news. I don't know, but judging by the fluctuations of spiritual energy, the opponents are definitely not weak. Very well, a rare opportunity granted by heaven must not be missed. Let's go and join the excitement. Boom boom boom. In the sky, streaks of swordlight fell like a meteor shower, crashing down with terrifying power toward Lu Wei. Some of the swordlights that Lu Wei deflected flew off to the side, creating deep craters on the hard ground and raising clouds of dust. Watching this scene, Qin Feng's lips twitched. His garden would need to be renovated. Although these sword lights were formidable, they did not cause any harm to Lu Wei. Standing in the center of his garden, Lu Wei wielded his long knife, effortlessly deflecting every sword light aimed at him. His movements were smooth and natural, as if he were one with the heavens and the earth. Since mastering the intent of the knife, Lu Wei's swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level. This realm was not only evident in his attacks but also in his defenses. His swordsmanship was like an impenetrable net, firmly blocking all attacks, leaving his enemies without a chance. Lu Wei's gaze was calm and focused. He seemed completely immersed in the battle. His body trembled slightly, not from fear but from excitement. He yearned for greater challenges to push his limits. In that moment, Lu Wei finally understood what it meant to be one with the knife. He was no longer simply wielding a tool, he had become one with the knife, an integral part of it. His swordsmanship had transcended the realm of techniques and moves, evolving into an instinctive response. As soon as an enemy approached, he could instantly make the right judgment and defeat them with lightning speed. As time passed, the sword light in the sky grew increasingly dense, but Lu Wei continued to deflect them with ease. However, the unique skills of the Qingling sword sect were not to be underestimated. As a major sect, they naturally possessed extraordinary abilities. The falling sword lights were merely an appetizer. The real killing move was the final strike of the spiritual sword. Tang Xingro was shocked to see that her attacks had not harmed Lu Wei at all. She widened her eyes in disbelief at the scene before her. She never expected that as a 5th-stage cultivator using such a powerful ultimate skill, she would still be unable to shake this mere 2nd-stage cultivator. At that moment she finally understood why Qin Feng could draw even with this person. It turned out that his strength was far from simple. This person was simply a monster. However, Tang Xingro did not back down. On the contrary, her competitive spirit was thoroughly ignited. She absolutely did not believe that she was 3 major realms apart from him, yet still could not defeat him. Taking a deep breath, she once again summoned her spiritual energy. Then she formed a hand seal and pointed to the sky. In an instant, the starlight in the sky suddenly brightened, rapidly gathering together and gradually condensing into a massive sword light. The sword light radiated dazzling brilliance like a brilliant star, even seeming to overshadow the sun's glow.
In that moment Lu Wei felt himself locked in place by an overwhelming suffocating pressure. His heart sank as he realized that evasion was no longer an option unless he possessed the miraculous ability to teleport. No matter where he ran, that fierce sword light would pursue him relentlessly. At this moment Lu Wei's expression grew extremely serious. He gripped his long knife tightly, his gaze revealing determination and resolve. Suddenly the light on the knife erupted like a blazing sun. A piercingly sharp aura erupted from the blade as if it would tear apart the entire space. The surrounding air influenced by this aura began to twist violently, producing a rustling sound as if in fear of this terrifying power. Qin Feng, Yu Yang and the others stared, wide-eyed disbelief etched on their faces as they watched the light emanating from Lu Wei's knife filled with confusion and bewilderment. What exactly was this power? Why did it feel so unfamiliar? Was it spiritual power? Impossible, it couldn't possibly be. The sharp aura radiating from that light caused them to feel a stinging pain in their eyes just from a glance. This overwhelming power was certainly not comparable to ordinary spiritual energy. Just as they were puzzled, Tang Xingra's fingers suddenly slashed downwards. The massive sword light, several meters long, fell like a shooting star, bringing with it the momentum to destroy everything, crashing down toward Lu Wei. That terrifying force seemed as if it would split the entire world in half. Yu Yang was startled and hurriedly shouted, "Junior sister, hold back." At the same time, the golden bell spell in his hand was already prepared, waiting for the critical moment to save Lu Wei. After all, they only intended to teach Lu Wei a lesson, not to kill him. If Lu Wei really died, it would be a huge problem. Not only would Zhou Muxue hate them to death, but their master would never let them off either. Moreover, he realized that Lu Wei was indeed as extraordinary as Qin Feng had said. He could actually block his junior sister's star-splitting sword light with just a mere second-stage cultivation. This was truly astonishing. Yu Yang was well aware of Tang Xingra's strength, although she had only recently entered the 5th stage. Ordinary 5th stage cultivators were certainly no match for her. Thus it was not surprising that this guy could draw even with Qin Feng. However, someone with such cultivation and combat power Yu Yang had truly never seen before nor even heard of. Even the successors of the major sacred lands might not possess such combat power. Such a prodigy, it was hard to believe he had no extraordinary expert guiding him from behind. If anything happened to Lu Wei, not only would they not be able to escape, but the entire Qingling sword sect would also attract a formidable enemy, leading to a loss that outweighed the gains. However, surprises often come unexpectedly. At that moment Zhou Muxue rushed over from the front. Seeing this scene, she was greatly alarmed. Without any time to think, her only thought was to save Lu Wei. However, it was already too late to cast a spell equal to the power of the star-splitting sword light. She could only take a different approach. In an instant, Zhou Muxue also formed a hand seal, shooting a sword light straight toward Tang Xingra's face. Although this sword light was not as powerful as the star-splitting sword light, it was much faster. If Tang Xingra wanted to defend, she would have to give up her attack on Lu Wei, otherwise she would be struck down by this sword light. Seeing this scene, Yu Yang's face suddenly changed dramatically. Without hesitation, he threw the golden bell spell in his hand towards Tang Xingra. While saving Lu Wei was important, he could not just watch his junior sister get into trouble. At the same time, Lu Wei shot out a beam of sword light towards Zhou Muxue, intending to restrain her and prevent her from continuing to attack Tang Xingra. Yang Xiaohu quickly arrived, and upon seeing this scene, she flicked her wrist and a silver flying needle instantly shot out from her hand, heading straight for Lu Wei's face. The flying needle was no more than 3 inches long, yet it moved with incredible speed, too fast for the human eye to capture. It flashed with a cold light, carrying a sharp aura as if it were going to pierce through any obstruction. This was one of Yang Xiaohu's ultimate skills, and it served as her deadly weapon in critical moments. With her top-notch comprehension of 100 points, she had already mastered this flying needle technique to the level of a grandmaster, but no one knew. Originally she did not plan to reveal herself, but given the circumstances today, it was clearly unavoidable. Although she did not know who these three were, since they were attacking Lu Wei, they were naturally enemies. When facing enemies, she never held back and her attacks were lethal. Despite the fact that Yang Xiaohu's cultivation level was a major realm lower than theirs, with her grandmaster level flying needle technique, it was not certain that she would lose in a fight. As the flying needle suddenly appeared in front of him, Lu Wei was taken aback. He had not expected that a practitioner at the 4th stage could wield the flying needle with such mastery. It was already too late to dodge or defend. In an instant, life and death were at stake. Lu Wei's face turned extremely ugly, regretting that he had underestimated her because of her cultivation level. In a moment of carelessness, he had put himself in a perilous situation. Gritting his teeth, a hint of pain flashed in his eyes. With the thought, a spiritual talisman on him suddenly radiated a golden light tightly enveloping his entire body. The flying needle struck the golden light created by the spiritual talisman, producing a piercing sound, yet it could not break through even a fraction further. At this moment Tang Xingra's sword light had already descended.
Tang Xingro was not foolish, she did not intend to actually kill Lu Wei.
Thus when the sword light descended it was slightly angled. The enormous sword light carrying a whistling pressure fell with a devastating momentum. That sword light seemed to embody the most powerful force in the world, instilling an endless sense of fear and oppression. Faced with this terrifying sword light, Lu Wei showed no sign of fear. A determined glint flickered in his eyes. With a swift motion he raised his long knife sharply. The incredibly sharp light instantly transformed into a massive blade shadow, slashing towards the gigantic sword light in the sky like a colossal axe. In the blink of an eye the knife and sword crossed paths in the sky. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and everyone held their breath watching this thrilling duel with bated breath. However, the outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. The white knife light sliced through the massive sword light as easily as cutting through tofu, splitting it into two segments. The sword light appeared so fragile in front of the knife light, utterly unable to withstand a blow. The severed sword light shattered with a soft sound, breaking apart into countless specks of starlight that gradually dissipated. This scene left everyone in shock. They could hardly believe what was happening before their eyes. Especially those from the Qingling sword sect who understood the power of this sword light, along with Zhou Mushui. They were even more unable to comprehend how their Qingling sword sect's ultimate skill had become so easily defeated. What exactly was that knife light? However, Lu Wei did not give them time to ponder. It was not in his nature to endure blows without retaliating. After slicing through the sword light, Lu Wei spun his long knife, activating the shadowless technique in an instant.
Leaving behind a phantom in place, he reappeared in front of Tang Xingro.
The long knife in his hand suddenly swung down. Like Tang Xingro, Lu Wei knew he could not kill them. What would that mean for Zhou Mushui? Moreover, since the other side had shown mercy, there was no need for him to completely eradicate them. However, not killing them did not mean he could not teach them a lesson. The long knife in Lu Wei's hand gleamed with a faint white light.
His current spiritual power was sufficient for 2 bursts of knife intent.
Having just used one, he intended to reserve the other, so he merely attached the knife intent to the blade without unleashing it. This would make the long knife sharp enough to break through anything and reduce the consumption of spiritual power. The only drawback was that it could not be used for long-range attacks, limiting it to close combat. With Lu Wei's knife skills combined with the knife intent, once he got close, even masters of the 5th realm would be in extreme danger. Whoosh! Lu Wei's figure sped by like a flash of lightning, appearing before Tang Xingro in the blink of an eye. The long knife in his hand shimmered with a cold light as he mercilessly slashed towards Tang Xingro. Faced with Lu Wei's sudden assault, Tang Xingro was startled. She had never expected this guy to be so fast. Seeing that fierce knife strike, she instinctively raised her long sword, attempting to block it. Bang! At that moment, the golden bell spell enveloping Tang Xingro shattered instantly. It was precisely due to the blocking effect of the golden bell spell at that moment that Tang Xingro had sufficient time to raise her long sword to defend. Clang! A crisp sound of metal colliding rang out. Tang Xingro felt an overwhelming force crashing towards her, as if a ferocious ancient beast had violently struck her sword. In an instant she felt as if she had been hit by an invisible force, her body involuntarily flying backward as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Taking down one opponent, Lu Wei did not even glance at him and continued to sweep his long knife towards Lu Wei. Lu Wei, who was fully focused on dealing with Yang Xiaohua's flying needle, had no time to react to Lu Wei's strike. By the time he noticed, the long knife was already in front of him. Bang! Another explosion sounded as the protective golden light around Lu Wei was directly shattered. The long knife descended fiercely towards Lu Wei. Seeing Lu Wei's knife could actually break through his spiritual talisman's golden light, Lu Wei was greatly alarmed and hurriedly dodged away. But how could Lu Wei's knife be so easy to evade? A streak of blood flew by, leaving a deep wound on Lu Wei's arm, exposing bone. Before Lu Wei could continue his pursuit, Yu Yong finally made his move. In an instant, Lu Wei had already injured 2 people. If this continued, his junior brother and sister would be finished. As the eldest senior brother among the 3, his cultivation level was undoubtedly the highest. He lightly flicked his fingers and a beam of sword light instantly shot out towards Lu Wei. The sword light expanded several times in the blink of an eye as it surged towards Lu Wei with an incredibly sharp momentum. Faced with the overwhelming sword that carried boundless might, Lu Wei's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation he swiftly countered with a ferocious slash. In an instant, a thunderous roar resounded.
It felt as if the entire city lord's residence trembled beneath the sound. The noise erupted like thunder echoing through the heavens, shaking the very air into a buzzing resonance. The collision of two powerful energies unleashed a shockwave akin to a massive bomb exploding, and the terrifying force erupted in an instant. Brilliant lights flickered, dazzling and deadly like fireworks. The force generated by the impact obliterated everything around it. No matter the sturdy buildings or hard rocks, they were reduced to dust under the onslaught of this power. The shockwave surged forth like a ferocious beast, wantonly devouring everything in its path. Wherever it reached, the ground was raised several feet high, with dust swirling, obscuring the sky and blocking the sun. The faces of the onlookers changed drastically. They had no choice but to gather all their strength to form a solid barrier to withstand this terrifying impact. Even so, they could still feel the lingering power of that immense force constantly battering their bodies and minds like a relentless tide. Lu Wei was also pushed back repeatedly by this overwhelming force, taking 7 or 8 steps back before finally stabilizing his stance. In contrast, Yu Yang stood there with an air of ease, as if nothing had happened. The disparity in strength between the two was evident. After all, Lu Wei was merely at the second realm of cultivation. Yu Yang, on the other hand, had been in the Golden Core realm for several decades, reaching the peak of Golden Core cultivation just a step away from breaking through to the 6th realm. However, that step had eluded him for over a decade. Despite his youthful appearance, his actual age was sufficient to be Lu Wei's grandfather. Only by unleashing his final blade intent could Lu Wei pose even a slight threat to him. "Alright, let's all stop," Yu Yang interrupted Zhou Mu Shui and Yang Xiao, who were eager to continue fighting. The two quickly rushed to Lu Wei's side, one on the left and one on the right, protecting him, their intention to safeguard him evident. "Husband, are you all right?" Zhou Mu Shui asked with concern, supporting Lu Wei's arm. Although Yang Xiao, who remained silent, her gaze and expression spoke volumes. Lu Wei shook his head, saying, "I'm fine, don't worry." "How about you two?" "I'm fine." "So am I," the two women replied in succession. At that moment, Qin Xianyu hurried over from the front hall, and upon seeing the backyard, which had been perfectly fine in the morning, now reduced to ruins, her mouth fell agape in shock. What happened here? The previous battle, though perilous, had actually concluded in just a few breaths. Though she rushed over, she had no idea what had transpired. Naturally, no one was there to answer her. Zhou Mu Shui looked at the 3 people in front of her and furrowed her brows, asking, "Who are you?" The reason she asked was that she was all too familiar with the divine abilities they used. Yu Yang, upon hearing this, revealed a wry smile. He hadn't expected today's events to become so complicated. However, he did not conceal anything and recounted the entire sequence of events to Zhou Mu Shui. After listening, Zhou Mu Shui frowned and said coldly, "Thank you for your concern, senior brothers and sisters, but this is a personal matter, so there's no need for you to worry about it. My relationship with my husband is strong. Whether he is a fraud or not, I am well aware. If you truly regard me as a junior sister, then just bless us. If you obstruct us, my husband and I will never compromise. As for my master, she has shown me great kindness, and I will naturally not neglect her invitation to return. Once the siege by the demon beasts concludes in a few days, I will go with you." The 3 exchanged glances after hearing Zhou Mu Shui's words, all displaying wry smiles. Had they known Lu Wei possessed such formidable strength, they would never have doubted Zhou Mu Shui's judgment, but rather praised her discernment. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but glance at Qin Feng, their eyes filled with resentment. They felt they had been led astray by him. Had he not instigated them, they wouldn't have acted so impulsively. "Alright, since junior sister, you have already made your decision, we won't obstruct you any further. However, as your senior brother, I must remind you that once you return, you might not be able to come out for a long time. At that time, you two will have to part ways." Zhou Mu Shui turned to Lu Wei upon hearing this. Lu Wei smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, if you can't come out, I can come find you. I have nothing much to do anyway. After I finish here, I will look for you." Tang Xingro, who had just been beaten by Lu Wei, scoffed, "Our Chengling sword sect is not a place anyone can just enter." Lu Wei, hearing this, raised an eyebrow with a mocking smile. "Difficult to enter? Then how did you get in?" Tang Xingro almost retorted that she had grown up in the Qingling sword sect. However, before she could speak, she suddenly realized that this rascal was implying something. By saying that, he was suggesting that she was inferior to him, yet was still able to enter the Qingling sword sect. Thinking of this, Tang Xingro widened her eyes, glaring fiercely at Lu Wei, wanting to pierce him with her gaze. There was no way to win in a fight, so her only option was to try to intimidate him with her eyes. Yu Yang hurriedly intervened to mediate, smiling as he said, "Lu Wei brother is more than welcome to join our Qingling sword sect. In half a year it will be our Qingling sword sect's triennial grand opening ceremony.
At that time, talented cultivators from various states will gather together to discuss and exchange ideas. Our sect will also conduct new disciple selections and have duels among disciples from various peaks, and Lu Wei brother must come then. Lu Wei's interest was piqued upon hearing this, as he had nothing much to do.
Once the matters here in Yunzhou conclude, I can travel south to Jizhou with Yang Xiaowu.
After receiving the Yang family's assets, I can take my women on a journey while heading to Qingling Sword Sect.
Alright, I will definitely pay you a visit then.
Qin Feng, observing the atmosphere had significantly eased among everyone, quickly chimed in with a smile. Alright, we can discuss this later. The wedding ceremony has yet to take place and the guests are still waiting.
We should hurry and continue.
Lu Wei, upon hearing this, suddenly remembered that he still had to get married and this matter could not be delayed.
However, just as he wished to proceed without delay, someone else insisted on interrupting him. City Lord, it's bad.
A large group of warriors has surrounded our city lord's residence and they appear to have ill intentions. My lord, something terrible has happened. Lu Yuansheng has betrayed us and is leading a group of mysterious figures toward the city lord's mansion. A member of the city guard rushed in to report. Although Lu Yuansheng had turned traitor, not all members of the city guard followed him. Some remained loyal to their lord Qin Feng. Thus Lu Yuansheng had only informed his true confidants before departing, bringing along warriors trained by his own clan. The other mysterious figures were subordinates of that incense master, forming a formidable force of several hundred men. Among these men, aside from a portion of the city guard who were first-stage martial artists, the rest were second-stage.
Lu Yuansheng himself was a third-stage martial artist.
Normally he would never have dared to openly rebel. But now that the orphanage had been ransacked, it was inevitable that the investigation would eventually trace back to him. Coupled with the threats from this incense master. Most importantly, upon learning that the incense master was actually a condensed core stage powerhouse, the last shred of hesitation in his heart vanished. Qin Feng was merely a fourth-stage martial artist against a fifth-stage incense master. The outcome was beyond doubt. What he didn't know, however, was that Qin Feng had already broken through to the fifth stage. Qin Feng had kept this secret, intending to use it to ambush the Taipan clan's beast.
Moreover, the city lord's mansion now housed more than just one fifth-stage powerhouse.
So when Qin Feng heard of Lu Yuansheng's betrayal, he could hardly believe his ears. Had the man lost his mind? Grown tired of living? "I'll go see," Qin Feng said, heading straight for the main gate. Lu Wei's face darkened as well. Damn it, this wedding was truly one twist after another. It seemed that without spilling some blood today, this wedding wouldn't happen. With that thought, Lu Wei grabbed his blade and followed Qin Feng to the main gate. The young women naturally weren't about to lag behind. Yu Yang and his two companions exchanged glances before following as well. Although Tang Xingro and Luo Wei had been injured earlier, their wounds were minor and a dose of healing pills had mostly restored them. Luo Wei, however, was still smarting from the loss of a protective talisman, a life-saving treasure capable of withstanding a fifth-stage powerhouse's attack. Its value was immense, and having one destroyed pained him deeply. As the group reached the main gate, they encountered Lu Yuansheng and the incense master leading their men to surround the mansion.
Qin Feng didn't even glance at Lu Yuansheng. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the incense master, furrowing his brow. "Who are you?"
The incense master frowned as he sensed Qin Feng's aura. It didn't seem like that of a fourth-stage martial artist.
Could Qin Feng have broken through?
Damn it, Lu Yuansheng hadn't even known such crucial information.
What a waste. The strategy for dealing with a fourth-stage Qin Feng was entirely different from facing a fifth-stage one.
The incense master immediately changed his demeanor, forcing a smile.
"Ah, Lord Qin, a pleasure. I have come because some of my people were taken by you yesterday. Today I'm here to ask a favor.
Return the children you took from the orphanage and I'll leave at once, as if I were never here."
How does that sound?
Qin Feng's expression remained impassive, revealing nothing.
What do you want with those children? Wang's eyes narrowed, though he kept his smile. That's none of your concern, Lord Qin. They're nothing but refugee children. If I don't take them, they won't last long anyway.
Was it you who spread the rumors of a beast attack a few days ago?
Qin Feng pressed.
Lord Qin misunderstands. It was merely my subordinates carelessly leaking information.
I apologize for any inconvenience. You're here for the Tianhe secret realm, aren't you?
At these words, the smile vanished from Wang's face. Lord Qin, please choose your words carefully.
The Drizzle sect had long been plotting for the Tianhe secret realm.
If this information leaked and drew the attention of major sects, the consequences would be dire. Yu Yang and his two companions standing at the back of the crowd darkened their expressions upon hearing Qin Feng's words.
The Tianha's secret realm was a crucial site in the Chaos Lands.
It had always been controlled by the major sects of the northern domain, accessible only to their members each year. The realm produced numerous rare treasures annually, serving as a vital source of cultivation resources for several northern domain sects. And now someone was eyeing it, essentially stealing from their treasuries. How could they tolerate that? The three exchanged glances, resolved to capture this man and uncover who was behind the scheme to seize the secret realm. At that moment, Qin Xianyu, who had remained silent, grew impatient.
Father, the auspicious hour is almost upon us. If you want information, just capture them and interrogate them later. We're in a hurry for the ceremony.
Qin Feng nodded with a smile.
My daughter is right, we mustn't delay the auspicious hour.
With that, he prepared to act. Seeing this, the incense master realized negotiations had failed. He swiftly produced a spiritual artifact ready to battle Qin Feng.
Wait.
Suddenly someone stepped forward to halt Qin Feng. Turning, he saw three young men emerging from the rear, the three disciples of the pure spirit sword sect. Yu Yang cupped his hands toward Qin Feng. Lord Qin, on this joyous day of your esteemed household's wedding, we came without a gift. Allow us to apprehend this rogue, sparing you the need to raise a hand on your happy occasion. What do you say? Qin Feng smiled and returned the gesture.
If the envoy is willing to act, I could not ask for more.
Then leave it to me, Yu Yang said, turning his gaze to the incense master. Without another word, he retrieved from his storage pouch an object the size of a palm, resembling a piece of fishing net.
Lu Wei stared at it, stunned. Damn, did this world have fishnet stockings too? Though this fishnet seemed rather small and only one piece of it.
Yu Yang held a fishing net stocking, a teasing smile playing at the corner of his mouth, and with a flick of his wrist he threw the stocking directly towards Wang Shangzhu. The fishing net stocking suddenly flashed with a dazzling golden light in midair, instantly transforming into a massive golden fishing net shimmering with resplendent brilliance, as radiant as a golden sun. The fishing net rapidly expanded, descending upon Wang Shangzhu with a swift and overwhelming force. Wang Xiang's expression changed abruptly, his face suddenly serious, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. He gripped the two golden gongs tightly in his hands and struck them with force, causing the gongs to erupt in a fierce blood-red glow. The bloodlight resembled a blazing flame, emanating a strong and sinister aura, as if it were the malevolent spirit from hell. Wherever the bloodlight passed, the air seemed to freeze, radiating a spine-chilling coldness that made one shudder, as if the blood in their veins was about to congeal into ice. Seeing this scene, Yu Yang's expression changed, turning dark in an instant, akin to the calm before a storm. He coldly stated, "The blood training method, you are from the Shiyu sect." As soon as the words left his mouth, a strong killing intent erupted from Yu Yang, transforming him into a fierce beast, a stark contrast to his earlier gentle and sunny demeanor. At that moment his eyes were filled with endless murderous intent and rage. Beside him, Tang Xingro and Luo Wei also changed their expressions upon hearing that he was from the Shiyu sect, their faces reflecting extreme displeasure and hatred. Without a word, the two sprang into action. They shot forth their spirit swords, aimed directly at Wang Xiang's vital points. The spirit swords glimmered with cold light, carrying a fierce sword intent, as if they were going to tear Wang Shangzhu apart. Lu Wei frowned as well. He didn't know about the Shiyu sect, but he had learned about the blood training method from the scriptures of the mighty.
It was an extremely cruel cultivation technique.
During cultivation, a drug person was placed within a special formation, slowly extracting their blood and vitality for one's own practice. As for what a drug person was, they were children who had not yet reached maturity, raised through the use of drugs. These children had to consume a lot of drugs daily, and the energy from these drugs was chaotic and violent, making the survival rate of the drug persons very low. This led to the fact that those who practiced the blood training method must kill countless children to achieve any level of success. Just like Wang Shangzhu, to reach his current level, he must have harmed at least tens of thousands of children. Such a method of cultivation would be intolerable to anyone with a shred of conscience. Therefore, it is not difficult to understand why Yu Yang, Tang Xingro, and Luo Wei carried such intense murderous intent. Although these three were somewhat proud, their nature was not bad. Zhou Mushu, inexperienced in the world, was unfamiliar with this blood training method and did not understand why her senior brothers and sisters were suddenly so furious, looking as if they wished to torture their opponent to death.
Qin Xianyu was also puzzled, so she directly asked, "Father, what kind of demonic technique is this blood training method?"
Qin Feng was about to explain when Lu Wei interjected, saying, "This blood training method is extremely evil." He then explained the cultivation process of the blood training method to Qin Xianyu. After listening, Qin Qianyu's face also turned furious. "Those people deserve to die. We absolutely cannot let him escape." Qin Feng looked at Lu Wei in surprise, not expecting him to know about the blood training method.
Hearing his daughter's words, he smiled and said, "Rest assured he won't escape." Just after speaking, he felt something was amiss. Just now Qin Xianyu had clearly asked him, so why did Lu Wei have to rush to answer? Turning to look at Lu Wei, he saw the boy wearing a grin that seemed to invite a beating, and Qin Feng's expression darkened instantly. This little rascal was taking advantage of his daughter, not only stealing her away but also attempting to usurp his identity as her father. It was simply outrageous. At this moment, the situation of the battle in the arena was becoming increasingly clear. One must admit, although the blood training method was evil, its power was indeed formidable. Wang Shangju was holding his own against three opponents, managing to last for a moment. Of course it was just a moment, as Yu Yang and his companions were anything but ordinary. Even without the help of Tang Xingro and Luo Wei, he could handle it himself. However, with their assistance it was much more secure. Wang Shangju was ultimately ensnared by the fishing net stocking struggling on the ground. Yu Yang stepped forward and immediately sealed his cultivation. How ridiculous that you from the Qingling sword sect still call yourselves a reputable sect, yet resort to numbers to overpower a single opponent, a group of hypocrites. Yu Yang sneered, saying, "Our reputable sect's conduct is to treat ordinary people and fellow cultivators of the same reputable sect with respect. As for you evil pests, we will only be more ruthless and sinister than you. Senior brother, there is no need to waste words with him. Let's take him away and not delay the wedding. Lord City Master, spare me. I don't want this either, but this villain threatens my family's lives. I have no choice but to obey." Upon seeing Wang Shangju captured, Lu Shangyuan fell to his knees and begged for mercy. He's not foolish with those three people here. If even Wang Shangju has been captured, what chance does he have? Continuing to resist would only lead to death. Begging for mercy is his only chance at survival. Qin Feng looked at Lu Shangyuan kneeling on the ground and sighed. "You have followed me for decades. In light of our years together, I will not make things difficult for you. Take your family and leave. From now on we shall sever our ties." After all, he was an old comrade who had been with him for so long, and Qin Feng found it hard to go through with it. Thank you. Lu Shangyuan cried on the ground, tears streaming down his face, filled with deep regret. But at this point regret was futile. If he did not betray, he would die. Lu Wei frowned at this scene, feeling that letting Lu Shangyuan go so easily was too lenient. However, this was Qin Feng's matter and he felt it was not his place to intervene. Besides, Lu Shenjuan's life was already set. As for his son Lu Feiming, he was even more worthless. Let alone whether they would harbor thoughts of revenge in the future. Even if they did, they lacked the strength to do so. After Qin Feng established his golden core, he definitely would no longer be the city master of Yunzhou. He would surely return to the sect to become an elder or join the Qingling sword sect as a core inner member. By that time they would be entirely from different worlds. Who worries about the revenge of ants? With everything resolved, wedding gifts in hand, Lu Wei could finally bring home his three beautiful brides. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to parents. Qin Feng along with Zhou Yuanshan and Madame Zhou sat above, smiling blissfully. However, while Zhou Yuanshan's smile was one of satisfaction and pride, Qin Feng's smile carried a hint of gloating. He wished he could grab Lu Wei by the ear and tell him, "Look at you now." Lu Wei naturally noticed the teasing in Qin Feng's smile. He didn't mind, as he had long since decided that he would seize this father's position. Husband and wife bow to each other. Lu Wei looked at the three women before him, their red veils in place. After this bow they would be his wives. And he would soon bear the responsibility of being a husband. Ceremony complete, escort them to the bridal chamber. Finally everything had gone smoothly without any unexpected incidents. Now he could be considered a man with wives. However, a difficult question lay before Lu Wei. With three brides, who would he share the bridal chamber with tonight? With the wedding concluded, the next step was to host a grand banquet. As the host, Qin Feng naturally had to attend to the guests. In a room in the backyard there were also tables of guests indulging in a feast. Come on everyone, eat heartily. There's plenty of delicious food. If you can't finish, take some home and continue eating tonight. Not a single person at the table looked up to speak. Their chopsticks were flying, nearly leaving trails behind them. Their mouths were stuffed with food, lamenting that their mouths were too small to swallow the entire table of delicacies in one go. Lu Xiaoxiao shook her head repeatedly. You all need to slow down, there's plenty of food. Even if you gorge yourselves, you can't finish it all. Don't choke yourselves. However, in front of these delicious dishes they had never tasted before, her admonitions fell on deaf ears. A group of children were completely focused on devouring their food, and even Wu Xiaoya beside them was infected, her face and mouth smeared with grease.
Half an hour later, these children were each holding their bellies, lying back in their chairs, too afraid to move. They feared that if they were not careful, the delicious food they had eaten would come back up.
That would be a grave sin.
Lu Xiaoxiao shot them a disapproving glance, scolding, "Look at you, all so pathetic, you're really embarrassing me."
Boss, we don't want this either, our mouths and hands simply can't be controlled. Yeah, if I could still swallow, I'd eat more.
I've decided I won't go to the toilet for 3 days so these delicacies can stay in my stomach a bit longer.
Guzzi, you're the smartest. Alright, everyone listen to me.
Lu Xiaoxiao clapped her hands, standing on her stool, and seeing that everyone was looking at her in silence, she continued, "Now you all have moved next door to me. As my little brothers, you can't just laze around all day.
I've decided that starting tomorrow I will find a teacher for you during the day to teach you to read. At night I will teach you cultivation techniques."
Upon hearing this, the children's eyes lit up. Whether it was learning to read or studying techniques, both were things they had longed for. As long as they learned the techniques, they would no longer fear being bullied by wild dogs and other beggars when they were begging in the future.
Boss, is what you said true? Boss, don't wait until tomorrow, let's start now.
Lu Xiaoxiao placed her hands on her hips and said seriously, "Of course it's true, how could I lie to you?
Moreover, I have decided that starting today we will officially form a gang.
I've even thought of a name. Since you all are beggars, our gang shall be called the Beggar Gang.
Remember, you can act after leaving Yunzhou and make sure to handle everything cleanly. You can't drink, but you want to escape, right? I can drink you under the table, and just joking. Come, let's continue our duel for 300 rounds. The entire lord's residence was immersed in a joyful and festive atmosphere.
As the groom Lu Wei also drank a few cups with the guests to become familiar before leaving. After all, there weren't many acquaintances and there wasn't much to discuss. His main task was still to entertain the 3 representatives from the Qingling sword sect.
Apologies for any offense earlier, I raise a toast to the 3 of you. Lu Wei smiled and nodded, saying, "Well then, let's not stand on ceremony.
A fight without knowing each other is rare in the future. If you need anything from me, just call."
Everyone carries the flower palanquin. Promising grand wishes is something Lu Wei excels at. What a rare connection, brother. Lu Wei aptly reveals the wonders of fate.
Cheers. Cheers. Upon seeing Lu Wei so agreeable, Tang Xingro and Luo Wei had a much better impression of him.
Of course, this was mainly due to Lu Wei's strength, which earned their respect.
A second-stage martial artist had forced them into such a predicament. A genius like this was simply unheard of.
They were all very curious about one question: who exactly is Lu Wei?
Who is his master? Before they could inquire further, Lu Wei raised his cup again and said, "Everyone please take care of Mu Shui during her time at the Qingling sword sect.
I thank you all in advance."
He downed a glass of wine as Yu Yang smiled and said, "Brother Lu Wei, don't worry. The little junior sister is a direct disciple of the master, and with her golden core cultivation no one in the sect dares to trouble her.
If anyone does, Yu Yang will be the first to object." Tang Xingro followed up, saying, "Rest assured, she is our junior sister.
Even if you don't say it, we will take care of her to ensure she isn't bullied." Luo Wei remained silent but nodded. He was not a man of many words and spent most of his time in silence.
"Well then, I thank you all here.
Once I arrive at the Qingling sword sect, we must gather again for a good drink."
Ahaha, of course.
I will also invite brother Lu Wei to taste our snow god brew from Feishui Peak. After that, the group chatted while drinking. The 3 of them, being disciples of a major sect, provided Lu Wei with an overview of the current power distribution across the 5 regions of the world.
This helped Lu Wei gain a lot of insight. Meanwhile, Lu Wei also shared some lesser-known secrets that were not too important but rather obscure, capturing the attention of the 3. They secretly thought that Lu Wei must have had a great mentor guiding him, someone who cultivated him from a young age, otherwise it would be impossible for him to have such vast knowledge and awareness of these secrets. After all, some of the things he mentioned were beyond what their level could handle. Seeing that the atmosphere had relaxed, Yu Yang finally asked the question that had been on his mind. "Brother Lu Wei, I have always had a question in my mind that I am very curious about. I wonder if you would be willing to share."
Lu Wei chuckled, thinking, "Since you've asked, what can I say?"
"Brother Yu Yang, feel free to speak.
I will not hide anything I can answer for what I cannot say. I hope you can understand." Yu Yang nodded. "Of course, I will not put you in a difficult position.
We are just curious, who is your master, brother Lu Wei? Which sect do you come from?
Who is the great figure who could teach someone as talented as you?" After hearing this, Lu Wei secretly smiled but sighed outwardly.
"Well, it's not that I can't say, I just hope you won't tell anyone else after hearing it."
Yu Yang quickly said, "Brother Lu Wei, don't worry.
Anything said in this room will stay in our hearts. We absolutely won't speak of it to a fifth person. I trust your character, so I will share it with you. In fact, my master is a wandering cultivator from overseas. He traveled the world throughout his life, and when I met him I was nearly starving. He showed great compassion and saved me, teaching me the methods of cultivation. However, after teaching me for 7 years, he continued his travels. Before he left, he instructed me never to tell anyone that I am his disciple. Therefore I cannot reveal his name to you. After hearing this, the three of them looked at Lu Wei with admiration, wondering why they had not met such a great master themselves. Should I tell them about the 72 transformations and the cloud somersault I learned? The banquet lasted over an hour before the guests finally dispersed. In truth, Lu Wei had already made his decision. He headed straight for Qin Xianyu's courtyard. She sat upon her bed, utterly absorbed in a picture book. Miss, the young master has arrived. A maid burst in, breathless with excitement. Qin Xianyu blinked in surprise. How could he be here? I am your husband, why shouldn't I come? Do not forget, tonight is our wedding night. Lu Wei entered with a gentle, radiant smile. Qin Xianyu appeared flustered by his sudden arrival. No, it's not that I meant anything by it, I simply never expected you'd come to me. Indeed, she had scarcely dared hope he would choose her chamber this evening. Though a quiet sorrow stirred within her, she knew, by affection, by time spent together, and by her standing in Lu Wei's heart, Zhou Muzhu and Yang Xiao, who both held greater precedence. Thus she harbored no real expectation, yet his unexpected presence left her momentarily stunned and adrift. Yet beneath her confusion bloomed a quiet, irrepressible joy. Lu Wei smiled warmly and gently took her hand in his. I understand what you mean. Let me tell you this, now that we are wed, you stand equal to them in my heart. Henceforth I shall strive to treat all matters with fairness and impartiality, for you too are my lawfully betrothed wife. Hearing such solemn vows on their wedding night, Qin Xianyu felt as though her heart were steeped in honey, sweet beyond measure. Her smile blossomed uncontrollably, her affection swelling like a tide. I will do my utmost to be a worthy wife. Lu Wei nodded. Yes, I believe you will. Come, let us drink the ceremonial wine. Yes. They approached the table and lifted the twin cups, their bases joined by a crimson silk ribbon. Each drank half, then exchanged vessels to finish the other's portion. This was the true ritual of the wedding wine, symbolizing unity, interdependence, and the merging of two lives into one. When the toast was complete, Lu Wei guided Qin Xianyu to the edge of the bed. They sat side by side. Lu Wei gently eased her backward, then brushed a tender kiss upon her forehead. Qin Xianyu stiffened with nervous tension, her face flushed crimson, eyes tightly closed, so overwhelmed she nearly forgot to breathe. Recalling the intimate instructions imparted by the matron the previous night, her heart hammered wildly as if desperate to leap from her chest. Yet Lu Wei made no further advance. Instead, he whispered softly beside her ear, You've had a long day, rest well. I must also visit the other two. Our life together has only just begun. Mu Shui departs in a few days, so I intend to cherish these final moments with her. Qin Xianyu knew of Zhou Mu Shui's imminent departure and understood the wisdom in his words. Though a faint disappointment flickered within, she smiled and nodded. Yes, go ahead. Rest assured I shall not grow jealous. I will be a good wife. Yes, you're truly obedient. I'll take my leave now. Yes. Watching Lu Wei's retreating figure, Qin Xianyu buried her burning face beneath the quilt, mortified by her own flustered innocence. Leaving Qin Xianyu's courtyard, Lu Wei proceeded to Yang Xiaohu's residence. Inside, she sat clad in her bridal gown, reviewing account ledgers. Upon seeing him, she raised an eyebrow in mild astonishment. Why have you come here? Did you not go to Mu Shui first? Oh, is my presence unwelcome? Lu Wei seated himself across from her, smiling. Indeed, this woman possessed breathtaking beauty, every feature flawless, every glance magnetic. Without lifting her gaze, Yang Xiaohu replied coolly, You need not trouble yourself on my account. We agreed from the start, our marriage is but a formality. At this, Lu Wei broke into soft laughter. Ah, you with your sharp tongue. If you truly wished me away, you would not still wear this heavy bridal gown, nor would you have poured the ceremonial wine upon the table waiting for me. Caught off guard, Yang Xiaohu's composure wavered, just for an instant. Yet she quickly rallied. I simply hadn't changed yet, that wine was for myself alone. Oh. Then how do you explain holding the ledger upside down? Startled, she instinctively tried to right the ledger, only to realize it wasn't inverted at all. She had been outmaneuvered. Before she could protest further, Lu Wei surged forward.
In that instant Yang Xiaohu's eyes widened. This was the first time she had ever gazed so closely upon another person, the first time she had ever known such intimacy. A rush of heat flooded her veins, her pulse thundered in her ears, wild and unbidden. Minutes later Lu Wei released her and smiled.
Your bloodline restriction remains sealed, certain acts must wait. For tonight I shall spare you. Come, let us drink the ceremonial wine.
Blushing deeply, Yang Xiaohu abandoned her defiance, her lips swollen and tender rendered further resistance impossible. Slowly they raised their cups and gazed into each other's eyes. Lu Wei's expression turned solemn, his voice resonant with resolve. From this day forward we are husband and wife, through storm and stillness neither shall part, neither shall falter, life and death bound as one. His eyes shimmered with unwavering commitment and solemn duty. Yang Xiaohu gave a slight graceful nod, the light of tears trembling in her gaze, as she murmured, by this vow I am bound to you, I shall never stray. Her voice, soft yet resolute, carried both tenderness and unshakable conviction. After finishing the wedding wine, Yang Xiaohu gazed at Lu Wei with a hint of reluctance in her eyes, but ultimately said, all right, go see Mu Shui. She'll be leaving in a few days, so make sure to spend some quality time with her.
We will have time in the future.
The wise woman understood the situation well. Before Lu Wei could say anything, she had already expressed her thoughts. For her, Lu Wei's presence was enough to prove that he held her in his heart. Being able to say such words made their marriage worthwhile.
Lu Wei, not wishing to be overly sentimental, nodded and turned to leave.
Just as he reached the door, he suddenly turned back and said, after Mu Shui leaves we will find Yin Shui and lift the bloodline restriction on you. After saying this, Lu Wei gave Yang Xiaohu a teasing glance, turned around and closed the door behind him. Yang Xiaohu stood dumbfounded, staring at the direction he had left, and after a long while she sighed, her eyes filled with complexity.
Young master, you're here. If you hadn't come, the young lady would have fainted from the heat.
The veil still hasn't been lifted,
Xiao Huan exclaimed with a mix of joy and complaint upon seeing Lu Wei.
Lu Wei quickly cupped his hands in apology, saying, yes, Xiao Huan is right.
It's all my fault. Next time when it's your turn I will definitely come early.
Xiao Huan's face flushed at his words, and she playfully retorted, young master, you always talk nonsense. I'm just a maid, how could I qualify to wear a red veil? Yet despite her words, the expectation in Xiao Huan's eyes was almost leaping out. Lu Wei chuckled, don't worry, if I say it, it will happen.
Xiao Huan's face turned even redder, but it was more a shade of joy and excitement.
As Zhou Mu Shui's personal maid, she would surely become a member of Lu Wei's household in the future. If she were just a concubine, she would never have the chance to wear a red veil. However, if Lu Wei took her as a concubine, then she would. How could she not be happy about that?
Young master, you should go in quickly, the young lady is already waiting impatiently. Hearing this, Zhou Mu Shui couldn't help but interject, I think it's you, this little maid, who is the impatient one. Xiao Huan's face turned red again, she was indeed a bit anxious. Miss. Ha ha ha, my dear, don't rush. I'm here now, Lu Wei chuckled as he sauntered into the room with a mischievous grin.
Looking at Zhou Mu Shui sitting on the edge of the bed, veiled, Lu Wei teased, who is this little lady waiting for her husband here? I came to see if this little lady is as lovely as she seems. As he spoke, he picked up a nearby scale and lifted Zhou Mu Shui's veil. It was indeed quite a delightful and exciting experience. As the veil was lifted, Zhou Mu Shui shot Lu Wei a reproachful glance, saying, always making mischief.
He, this little lady is indeed beautiful. Come follow me and I promise you will live a life full of indulgence.
Zhou Mu Shui's face flushed red from Lu Wei's teasing, and she hurriedly changed the subject.
Haven't you gone to see them? I have, and I told them to spend these days with you.
Lu Wei said as he filled the wedding wine cup.
Luckily her alcohol tolerance was decent, otherwise after 3 cups of wedding wine she would likely be drunk. I've made them suffer. Zhou Mu Shui sighed.
It was hard to refuse her master's request for help.
It's fine, leave it to me. Now let's drink.
After Zhou Mu Shui took the wine cup and drank the wedding wine with Lu Wei, she was about to speak when Lu Wei suddenly lifted her up.
That night Lu Wei managed to sleep well with no one disturbing him. Even after Zhou Mu Shui woke up, she quietly lay beside him, staring at Lu Wei's face, lost in thought and filled with reluctance. If you keep looking, I might just eat you up.
Lu Wei suddenly opened his eyes, pulled Zhou Mu Shui into his arms and threatened playfully. Zhou Mu Shui's heart skipped a beat and she hurriedly said, no, let's get up quickly.
They've been waiting for a while now. It doesn't matter how long they wait.
In the north, less than 1,000 miles from Yunzhou City, an endless army of demon beasts was rushing toward this place. The leader of the army, Tai Pan, rode atop a giant wolf, standing at the peak of a mountain, watching the demon beast army rushing below with a look of satisfaction. He seemed to already envision the scene 3 days later when Yunzhou City would fall and the army would indulge in the slaughter and devour the human race just like the former Yangzhou City. Leader, a messenger from the clan has arrived. Upon hearing this, Tai Pan's brow furrowed. Leading the army outside, he could do as he pleased without anyone to govern him. However, the arrival of a messenger from the clan made him feel constrained. Nevertheless, he had to meet this messenger. After all, he was just a minor 4th-tier snake demon. If not for his special talents and the connections of his elders, he would never have had the opportunity to lead an army.
Bring him over.
Report. I report to you, my lord, that the army of beasts is less than 1,000 miles from Yunzhou, with an estimated number exceeding 10,000. They are expected to arrive in Yunzhou in 3 days at the earliest. Hearing this, Qin Feng frowned and said, "Continue the investigation and quickly ascertain what kind of beasts we are dealing with this time."
Yes.
Someone notify the chief historian and the commander of the city guard to come here.
Yes.
The city lord's residents had been preparing for some time, and now they had almost gathered all the battle supplies, just waiting for the beasts to arrive to deal them a heavy blow. Initially they lacked support from the sex experts, but now Qin Feng had already broken through to the 5th realm and had 4 5th realm experts from the Qingling sword sect. They were more than capable of handling this beast siege. What needed to be planned now was how to keep all the invading enemies in Yunzhou at the smallest cost. Everything was in tight preparation, just waiting for the beasts to attack to give them a surprise. Lu Wei naturally received news of the imminent arrival of the beasts.
His first thought was how to maximize the number of beasts he could kill to gain and recover attribute points.
With just a knife, even if the beast stood still for him to kill, he wouldn't be able to take down many in a day.
Therefore, he needed to think of another way.
For someone with a powerful hand scroll like him, finding a method to cause mass destruction was simply too easy.
Wife, this is for you.
During lunch, when Lu Wei's family was gathered together, he took out a thick book from his storage space and handed it to Zhou Muxue.
Zhou Muxue felt quite helpless about Lu Wei's peculiar way of addressing her. The term wife is generally used by in-laws to refer to their daughters-in-law.
Lu Wei calling her that made her feel particularly awkward. After several ineffective protests, she decided to let it be, as she was not the only one he addressed this way.
"What is this?"
Zhou Muxue asked, and upon looking she found it was a beginner's guide to formations titled Introduction to Formations.
Yang Xiaohu merely cast a casual glance.
She had grown accustomed to Lu Wei's odd behavior of giving gifts to the women in his family. However, Qin Xianyu curiously peered over, and upon seeing it was a book about formations, she lost interest.
Formations are a tightly controlled form of cultivation in the world of cultivators.
The lethality of formations is immense, and they are powerful enough to overcome stronger opponents.
All major sects do not wish for the methods of arranging formations to be leaked. This introduction to formations was the only manual related to formations that Lu Wei had discovered in the city lord's treasury. Moreover, this introductory guide did not detail the methods of arranging formations, but only explained some common formations in a superficial manner, serving as the foundation of foundations. Such materials were not strictly managed due to their limited effectiveness. However, in Lu Wei's hands, this basic knowledge would serve a different purpose. Ding! The host has gifted Zhou Muxue the introduction to formations, triggering a 50x return. Do you wish to claim it?
Basic Formation Compendium includes all existing foundational formation knowledge and arrangement methods. Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction, initially thinking he would receive formation experience or some advanced formations. He never expected it to be this, but it was still useful. The path of formations is all about who knows more formations. Basic formations are akin to the foundation of a building. The more basic formations you know, the more solid and vast the foundation becomes, allowing for greater achievements in the future. Now with this Basic Formation Compendium, no one in the world would know more formations than he does. In the future it would also be easier to cultivate formations.
Claim.
As Lu Wei silently thought this, a massive stream of information surged into his mind. This information was extraordinarily vast, even more so than the sacred classic of jade bones and golden bodies.
Lu Wei felt a throbbing pain in his head and instinctively frowned. After a while, the feeling of pressure finally dissipated.
Fortunately, his mental strength was strong enough now, otherwise such overwhelming information would have caused him great pain.
Seeing Lu Wei's expression seemed off, Zhou Muxue hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" The other women at the table also looked over with concern.
Lu Wei waved his hand to indicate he was fine and quietly digested the information for a while before finally processing all of it.
After digesting all the information, a look of joy appeared on his face.
As expected of the basic formation compendium, it contained at least hundreds or even thousands of basic formations. Although they were basic, all advanced formations evolved from these foundational ones. Most importantly, Lu Wei understood all the operational rules of the basic formations. With a little practice, he could combine all the formations to create even more powerful formations. However, to set up formations, other materials were needed. Spirit stones and weapons were manageable since Lu Wei had them. But he had no place to buy the indispensable formation discs and flags. Unless he went to a major sect to exchange for them, otherwise these items could only be refined by himself. Refining tools like formations and alchemy is also a vast field of study. Since he had now come into contact with formations and alchemy, it was only natural to also explore tool refining. He directly took out a basic refining manual from the system space and gifted it to Yang Xiaohu. Compared to formations, while the major sects controlled refining techniques, they were not as strict, and some refining methods circulated in the outside world. There were several refining manuals in Qin Feng's treasury, and this basic refining manual was not particularly profound but was the most comprehensive.
"Wife, this is for you."
Thank you," Yang Xiaohu said softly. Her face remained calm, but inside she felt quite content. It wasn't that she wanted the refining manual, she simply wanted something since Lu Wei had given Zhou Muxue something.
Ding!
The host has gifted Yang Xiaohu the basic refining manual, triggering a 50x return. Do you wish to claim the intermediate refining compendium? Intermediate refining compendium includes the crafting methods of all intermediate level spirit tools.
Intermediate level spirit tools. Lu Wei was overjoyed upon hearing this.
Spirit tools are extremely scarce cultivation resources, and generally cultivators without strong backgrounds would be fortunate to possess one spirit tool by the time they reach the fourth realm. For example, Qin Feng, once a peak expert in the fourth realm and a city lord, had managed to save fewer than 10 spirit tools over the years.
Moreover, most of them were low-level spirit tools. The only intermediate spirit tool was the fire-tipped spear in Qin Qianya's possession.
Now Lu Wei could refine intermediate spirit tools himself.
The key was that after he refined them, if he gifted them to the girls, what would their quality increase to? Thinking of this, Lu Wei couldn't wait to start refining.
So he put down his chopsticks and hurriedly said, "You all continue eating, I have some insights in my cultivation and need to go into seclusion for a bit."
Qin Qianyu immediately became unhappy.
Among his 3 wives, 2 had received gifts, but when it came to her there was nothing.
"You bastard, you said last night that you would treat us all equally, and today you've forgotten that."
Looking at Lu Wei's retreating figure, Qin Qianyu pouted, feeling wronged. She stopped eating and kept poking the bottom of her bowl with her chopsticks as if trying to poke a hole through it. Her mind was simple, without much scheming, and she couldn't hide her emotions. Although she felt a bit embarrassed about her current display, she couldn't manage to conceal her feelings. The others at the table were at a loss for words upon witnessing this scene. Zhou Muxue silently blamed Lu Wei in her heart, wondering how he could be so careless, leaving out Qin Qianyu like this.
Yang Xiaohu was pondering how to remind Lu Wei about it when the opportunity arose.
After all, they were family, and it was better to get along harmoniously. Anyone would feel uncomfortable in such a situation.
However, as Lu Wei reached the door, he suddenly stopped, turned around and returned. "Oh right, look at my mind, I forgot something important."
Upon returning, Lu Wei slapped his forehead as if he had forgotten something significant. Then he took out 2 spirit stones from the system space and handed them to Lu Ruyan and Shen Wanwan.
"Here, take these and cultivate well. Don't be lazy, understand?"
Upon hearing this, the 2 girls immediately replied, "Understood, young master."
Ding!
The host has gifted Lu Ruyan and Shen Wanwan a spirit stone, triggering a 20x return, gaining 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave.
At this point, Qin Qianyu could no longer hold back. What did this mean?
It was already bad enough that Yang Xiaohu and Zhou Muxue received gifts, now even the maid received one while she, the principal wife, got nothing.
How could anyone tolerate that? Even a turtle would not be able to endure this. It was a grave taboo to favor concubines over the wife.
Thus Qin Qianya's temper erupted and she slammed the table. With a loud bang, the entire table shook and rattled.
"Lu Wei, what do you mean by this?" Lu Wei looked at the furious Qin Qianyu with a puzzled expression and innocently said, "What did I do wrong? Why does everyone get a gift except for me?" Lu Wei blinked, holding back laughter as he pretended to frown, and said, "Lu Xiaoxiao didn't get anything either."
Lu Xiaoxiao, who was eating nearby, was startled, wondering how the fire of war had reached her side.
"You!" Qin Qianyu pointed at Lu Wei in anger, her eyes turning red instantly.
Seeing this, Lu Wei quickly comforted her. Calm down, first answer me a few questions. If you can answer truthfully, I will tell you the reason and compensate you with the best gift.
Okay, ask away.
Qin Xinyu felt that Lu Wei merely asked her to answer truthfully and did not insist on a correct answer, which meant the difficulty lay in the questions themselves. She wasn't afraid as long as she spoke honestly. What she didn't expect was that the questions Lu Wei asked were not difficult at all. I ask you, are we husband and wife? You only need to answer yes or no. Lu Wei looked at Qin Xinyu seriously. Just as she was about to say something, she heard his words and could only nod angrily yes. Then let me ask you, shouldn't a husband and wife be one body, indistinguishable from each other?
Yes. Qin Xinyu replied with a pout.
A scoundrel who speaks better than he acts yet does not fulfill his duties.
Then is my stuff not your stuff? Lu Wei continued to ask.
Qin Qianyu's eyes brightened slightly as if she had thought of something and quickly nodded yes.
Then conversely, yours is also mine, right?
Exactly. Alright, this fire spike spear is yours, so it is also mine, right? Upon hearing this, Qin Xinyu suddenly had a bad premonition. However, she could not answer no, as that would mean implying that she and Lu Wei were not husband and wife and not of one heart.
Yes.
Qin Xinyu forced herself to say.
Lu Wei chuckled. Alright, since this fire spike spear is mine, I'll give it away.
Here, Xiao Xiao, this fire spike spear is for you.
You.
Qin Xinyu felt so wronged that she was on the verge of tears. It was one thing not to give her anything, but now he was taking her fire spike spear away. This was bullying. Lu Wei also knew he couldn't tease her anymore, or it would be hard to coax her back. So he laughed heartily. Alright, I have finished asking my questions.
Your answers were fine, now you can ask me anything you want to know.
Qin Xinyu felt she had lost a lot, having even lost the fire spike spear, and she needed to clarify this issue.
I ask you, why the differential treatment?
They all have gifts, but I have none.
Because I prepared the best gift for you, better than theirs.
Lu Wei said mysteriously.
What gift? I didn't see anything.
Qin Xinyu looked at Lu Wei with grievance. This. As Lu Wei spoke, a smile appeared on his lips. He then concentrated and directly took out a spear from the system space.
Virum,
when the spear appeared in the air, a hot and violent aura suddenly erupted like a hellfire demon that had been imprisoned for a long time, finally breaking free from its cage and roaring deafeningly towards the sky. Everyone felt a wave of heat rushing towards them, the scorching temperature making it almost hard to breathe. They widened their eyes, looking at the spear in shock and awe. Faintly there seemed to be a roar ringing in their ears, a low and deep sound that seemed to come from an abyssal dragon filled with endless killing intent and fury. After a long while, the aura of the spear retracted like a slumbering giant beast, slowly closing its eyes. Its color changed as well, from a dazzling brilliance to a deep crimson resembling the color of congealed blood, exuding a mysterious and majestic aura. The sharp spearhead was more than half a meter long, glimmering with a blazing sharpness. This sharpness was like flames under the scorching sun, hot and piercing, making it hard to look directly at. The entire spear's body was carved with a living dragon so vivid that it seemed ready to soar into the sky at any moment. The dragon's mouth emitted the fearsome spearhead, giving the entire spear an air of both dominance and mystery. Every scale was intricately detailed, shining with a faint glow, imparting an ancient and powerful feeling. At this moment, everyone finally regained their senses. Although they did not know what level of spiritual weapon this was, they understood that this spear was definitely extraordinary. Is this for me? Qin Xinyu looked at the spear, wishing she could stick her eyes onto it. This spear was so imposing and powerful that compared to it, the fire spike spear seemed like a toy for children.
Of course, how do you like it?
Lu Wei smiled at Qin Xinyu. He had gone through considerable effort to prepare this spear, going around in circles. Qin Xinyu nodded her head rapidly, her eyes fixated on the spear, never leaving it for a moment.
Lu Wei didn't mind and directly handed the spear to her.
When Qin Xinyu held the spear, she suddenly felt a heat in her hand which became increasingly hot. In the blink of an eye, the spear seemed to turn bright red. This was the weapon's own spirit resisting contact with a stranger. Lu Wei hurriedly said, "Drop blood channel spiritual power." Upon hearing this, Qin Xinyu quickly cut her palm and grasped the spear with her bloodied hand, immediately beginning to channel her spiritual power. Instantly she felt that the once scorching spear was no longer hot.
Moreover, a gentle yet blazing force surged into her body.
The spear seemed to merge with her, becoming a part of her body. As she swung it, it carried a fierce sound of wind like a roaring dragon, intimidating everything around.
Husband, what is the name of this spear?
Qin Xianyu acquired the Qi Dragon Spear and immediately rushed outside to practice spear techniques. She didn't even stop for a meal.
Meanwhile, Lu Wei entered the city lord's cultivation chamber to begin studying the art of spirit forging. Both alchemy and spirit forging require mastery of fire affinity control techniques.
This posed no obstacle for Lu Wei. He simply selected an entry-level fire affinity cultivation manual and gifted it to Bai Linger.
He returned a Great Realm Fire Affinity Manual. With all preparations complete, Lu Wei commenced his first attempt at spirit forging.
Though his mind brimmed with countless forging experiences acquired through sheer verbal prowess, actual hands-on execution still felt unfamiliar and tentative. At first he forged only low-tier spirit artifacts. Though many attempts ended in failure, the memories embedded in his consciousness fused with astonishing speed. In merely 2 days, Lu Wei successfully refined a formation disc. This was a disc for a rudimentary killing formation. When deployed alongside suitable weapons and spirit artifacts, it could conjure a lethal array capable of devastating martial cultivators or demonic beasts below the second realm. The sole drawback lay in its limited coverage, a natural constraint of foundational formations extending only a dozen meters in radius. Yet this presented no real challenge for Lu Wei. If raw power fell short, why not simply refine and elevate it? Thus Lu Wei took the formation disc and sought out Lu Xiaoxiao. At that moment she was instructing members of her sect in cultivation, and remarkably they were practicing the dragon elephant hell sealing art.
Renowned for its extraordinary difficulty, this art was equally famed for its overwhelming might. Though classified as a great realm technique, its potency rivaled even many celestial great arts. Its strength was undeniable, yet Lu Wei harbored deep doubts: could these children truly master it?
Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao teach with earnest devotion, he chose not to dampen her enthusiasm. Giving her purpose was far more constructive.
Xiaoxiao, here, you take this, Lu Wei said, handing her the formation disc.
What is this?
She asked, accepting it with evident confusion.
A chime resonated in his mind. Ding. The host has gifted a primary formation disc to the return target Lu Xiaoxiao, triggering a 50-fold return yielding 50 primary formation discs.
What need have children to ask so many questions?
How are your disciples progressing in their cultivation?
Hearing the return yielded 50 primary discs, not a single advanced one, Lu Wei felt a quiet pang of disappointment.
Still, 50 primary discs held great potential when assembled synergistically. Their combined lethal radius expanded dozens of times over, surely enough to earn him substantial attribute points.
The only complication lay in deployment logistics.
I've noticed Xiao Yudian progresses faster than the others, Lu Xiaoxiao mused, tilting her head thoughtfully. Xiao Yudian, the frail sightless child, taciturn and timid, stood quietly among the trainees. Upon hearing her name, Lu Wei instinctively observed her, then discreetly scanned her attributes.
The moment he did, he nearly leapt upright in astonishment.
Name: Xiao Yudian, age 5, constitutional aptitude 100, insight 100, physique 50-50, in cultivation realm, flesh refining realm, appearance not applicable due to age.
Physique not applicable due to age.
Innate talent, grand dream, illusion shattering eye, dispels falsehoods and illusions, pierces celestial veils, but incurred heaven's envy resulting in congenital blindness. Affinity level 80 not applicable due to age. Incomprehensive evaluation 101, return multiplier 100, unbound.
100-fold return multiplier. This was unprecedented.
Her insight and constitutional aptitude both reached the absolute zenith.
But it was her innate talent, truly peerless, that rendered her extraordinary.
To dispel falsehoods meant all illusory techniques and deceptive formations crumbled before her gaze. Most astonishing was her ability to pierce celestial veils, to glimpse fragments of fate itself. So profound was this gift that heaven itself grew envious, striking her with blindness at birth.
Yet in the cultivation world, blindness was among the most tractable afflictions, even if irreparable heightened spiritual sense would one day surpass mortal sight.
Noting her high affinity toward him, Lu Wei beckoned her over.
Xiao Yudian, come here.
Hearing his voice, the diligent child paused without hesitation and carefully made her way toward him, fingers outstretched to navigate the space.
Young master, you called.
Her vacant eyes faced his direction, her expression taut with nervousness.
Lu Xiaoxiao instantly stepped forward, shielding her. Brother. What are you doing? Don't you dare bully Xiao Yudian.
Lu Wei shot her a dismissive glance and gently but firmly moved her aside.
Step aside, I'd never harm a child.
Turning back to Xiao Yudian, he smiled warmly. You needn't address me as young master. You're all Xiaoxiao's friends, not my servants, so just call me brother. Yet those gentle words only deepened her misunderstanding. With a soft thud, she collapsed to her knees, voice trembling with tears. Young master, please don't cast me out.
If I've erred, punish me severely, but don't send me away. Please. I beg you.
Upon seeing Xiao Yudian kneeling down to apologize, the other children rushed over to kneel before Lu Wei, bowing their heads and pleading for mercy. Lu Xiaoxiao, filled with anger, exclaimed, "How can you say you didn't bully Xiao Yudian? At such a young age, what could she possibly have done wrong?
Why do you want to drive her away?"
Lu Wei replied, both amused and exasperated, "When did I say I wanted to drive her away? Isn't it you who said that she can't be our family's servant, which means you're driving her away?" Lu Wei was speechless, yet he understood these children had endured too much suffering and were far more sensitive than normal. Thus he quickly urged everyone to get up and explained the difference between a servant and a regular person.
After hearing this, the children immediately chose without hesitation to become Lu Wei's servants.
They were already homeless, and although they were free, their lives were not truly their own. Every time they needed money, they would be exploited by larger gangs. With one misstep, they could easily be killed without a second thought. In comparison to such a precarious existence, being a servant here meant having food and shelter, plus the opportunity to cultivate it was simply paradise.
After listening, Lu Wei decided not to concern himself with them any further.
If they wished to be his servants, so be it. He would simply consider it as having some playmates for Lu Xiaoxiao. Only Xiao Yudian was singled out by Lu Wei, who asked Xiao Yudian, "I can offer you two choices now. The first is to become a servant like them with food and shelter, and you will never have to leave. The second is to become my disciple to learn and cultivate. Once you have achieved success in your cultivation, you can go wherever you wish. Which one do you choose?"
Xiao Yudian chose the first option without hesitation.
"I choose the first one." To be honest, Lu Wei, with his modern mindset, completely could not understand this choice.
"Can you tell me why you want to be a servant?"
Xiao Yudian, with her innocent little face, replied earnestly, "Because if I become the young master's servant, then I belong to the young master and he won't abandon me. Also, the young master treats the people around him very well and I want to be like them." After hearing this, Lu Wei understood that Xiao Yudian's thought process was essentially rooted in a lack of security. Only by strengthening their bond could he reassure her. Since she chose this path, Lu Wei did not try to persuade her further.
"All right then.
From now on you will be my apprentice maid.
When you grow a bit older you can follow me."
Lu Wei smiled as he patted Xiao Yudian's little head. The little girl was still too young. As she followed him, she might not even realize who was serving whom.
Thank you, young master."
Xiao Yudian finally smiled happily. Now she was the young master's apprentice maid and she could soon become a real maid.
"Work hard on your cultivation."
Lu Wei left some medicinal pills for cultivation before departing. The array plate was already in hand and the next step was to set up the formation. However, this required Qin Feng's cooperation. Once the formation was set up, if someone accidentally stumbled in it would be a disaster. Upon arriving at the hall of the city lord's mansion, Lu Wei found Qin Feng and directly stated his intentions.
"What did you say? You can set up formations?"
Qin Feng looked at Lu Wei in surprise.
Formations were not something just anyone could do. Only those from ancient and prestigious sects had formation masters.
Even their Qingling sect only had a second-rate formation master who was highly regarded. Apart from the sect leader, no one dared to offend him. Lu Wei shrugged. "Is it strange that I can set up formations?
I have many skills, you know."
Qin Feng, seeing Lu Wei's arrogant demeanor, wanted to beat him up, but regrettably, while he could once hold his own, now he was completely outmatched. Well, it's not so surprising that this kid could set up formations. After all, he even had something as precious as the cleansing pill and he could give it away, so it wasn't so hard to accept that he could also set up formations.
Moreover, with the help of formations, defending the city would be much easier.
"How can I assist you?"
"Seal the city."
Boom. As the massive city gates slowly closed, the war against the demon beasts had reached its final stage. It was expected that by noon tomorrow the demon beasts would arrive at the foot of Yunzhou City, so sealing the city now was not too early. However, with the sealing of the city, rumors within the city began to spread.
"Have you heard?
The city gates are sealed. It seems there really are demon beasts coming to attack the city." "That's not right. I heard someone broke into the city lord's mansion and stole something, so the city lord sealed the city to catch the thief."
No, it was a murder in the city lord's mansion, and it seems it was the city lord's new son-in-law."
"Sai, I just finished shopping and before I could even go out the city was sealed. What am I going to do?"
"Forget about that. Since the city is sealed, let's go buy some food. The prices will definitely soar in a couple of days."
"Don't worry, the city lord's mansion has already issued a notice. If any merchants dare to take advantage of the situation to raise prices or hoard goods, they will be killed on sight." At this moment, the son-in-law rumored to have been killed in the city lord's mansion arrived outside the city under the cover of night. Not far from the city gate, he began to set up the formation. 50 array plates could be used to set up 50 basic killing formations. Although these basic formations had limited power and a small range, the combination of 50 formations would still yield a formidable force. Setting up the formation is not a simple task, and with Lu Wei arranging it for the first time, it inevitably took a bit longer. He worked tirelessly on the 50 formations until dawn. Looking at the completed formations, Lu Wei nodded in his mind, imagining that once the formations were activated, it would mean a continuous influx of attribute points. Time flew by, and as the sun gradually rose in the sky, more guards appeared on the city walls. Several of Lu Wei's wives along with the maidservants also climbed up the city walls. Even that girl Lu Xiaoxiao rushed over to join the excitement. Lu Wei darkened his face and scolded Lu Xiaoxiao, then instructed Lu Ruyan and Shen Wanwan to take her back. He then turned to Yang Xiuhu and said, "You and Xin Yu should head back as well. Someone must stay at home. In case someone harbors ill intentions and tries to cause trouble, your presence will help protect the house." Yang Xiuhu understood Lu Wei's concerns were not unfounded, so she did not decline and returned home with several women, leaving only Zhou Muxue to assist. With Zhou Muxue, a 5th stage practitioner, assisting Lu Wei's safety should pose no issues. Time gradually passed and the atmosphere became increasingly tense and oppressive. With each report from the messenger regarding the location of the beasts, everyone felt their hearts weigh heavier. At 10 o'clock in the afternoon, the messenger shouted, "The beast army is now less than 10 miles away." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei and the others quickly ascended the city walls, gazing into the distance. Far away, a boundless army of beasts surged like a rapidly moving dark cloud, overwhelming and majestic. They emanated a fierce aura that sent chills down one's spine. As time passed, the beast army drew closer to Yunzhou City, and the thunderous sound of their galloping became increasingly clear. The sound was deafening, akin to thunder, as if it were shaking the very earth. Each beast radiated a powerful presence that instilled fear. Despite there being only about 20,000 beasts, this number might seem small. However, each beast was equivalent to a first-stage martial artist. Moreover, in the same realm, a first-stage human could not possibly defeat a first-stage beast. On the human side, although there were 50,000 soldiers defending the city, only a little over 3,000 were true martial artists, a significant disparity of 6 to 7 times compared to the beasts. The rest were merely ordinary people, and against the beasts, even dozens of them might not be able to take down a single beast. Thus, for humans to win this battle, they had to rely on the advantages of terrain and the overwhelming power of high-level warriors. After all, from the known intelligence, the highest-ranked beast on their side was merely a 4th-stage beast. As long as it was killed, the remaining beasts would be manageable. Lu Wei gazed at the approaching beast army in the distance and turned to Zhou Muxue, saying, "When the battle starts, you must pay attention to your safety." Zhou Muxue nodded helplessly. "I understand, don't worry, you've reminded me at least 10 times today." As the beasts were about to reach the city, everyone wore a solemn expression and focused intently. Lu Wei slowly drew out his spiritual weapon, a precious blade, his gaze fixed on the endless beasts below, excitement gleaming in his eyes. These were all his attribute points. If he could kill them all, how wonderful that would be. 10 miles was a fleeting distance for the beasts, and soon they were within 3 miles of the city. Just as the beasts charged towards Yunzhou City with bloodthirsty excitement, the ground suddenly collapsed over a distance of more than 1,000 meters from the city, creating large trenches. These trenches were 3 to 4 meters wide and 15 to 16 meters deep, ensuring that once the beasts fell in, they would find it difficult to escape. Moreover, at the bottom of the trenches there were numerous sharp spikes. Once a beast fell in and was pressed down by its companions, survival was impossible. In an instant, a section of the front line of the beast army suddenly vanished. However, these trenches only stopped the beasts momentarily. The beasts that followed had grown wary and simply leaped over the trenches, continuing towards the city gates. Facing tens of thousands of beasts, such simple traps were naturally a drop in the bucket. Nevertheless, Qin Feng had indeed been cautious, digging numerous traps over the several thousand meters outside the city gates. Before the beast army even reached the city gates, they had already suffered losses of over 1,000. The tail-pan snake clan following behind the beasts revealed angry and cruel smiles on their scaly faces upon witnessing this scene. "Once we breach the city, I want my men to devour everyone inside." Suddenly, 4 ordinary low-level wolf-type beasts from the wolf clan appeared behind them. One of them sneered, "Humans only resort to such lowly tricks. Rest assured, Yunzhou City is definitely doomed. Qin Feng will never imagine that we have 4 condensing core realm warriors here specifically coming for him. For someone at the 4th stage to receive such treatment, even if he dies, it will be worth it. Quick, look ahead, what's going on?"
one of the wolf demons suddenly exclaimed.
Several of the demon clan members quickly looked over only to see that a large number of beasts that had reached the city wall inexplicably collapsed in droves. Upon the city wall as a vast tide of monstrous beasts surged forward, the captain of the city guard issued his command: loose arrows. A torrent of shafts whistled through the air, countless unrelenting, blotting out the sky like a locust swarm streaking toward the beast horde with lethal precision. These arrows were specially forged, their tips razor-sharp, capable of piercing even the thickest hides and armored scales of the beasts.
Though the monsters possessed formidable resilience, they could not withstand such relentless concentrated volleys.
One by one the beasts collapsed with agonized shrieks, their blood staining the earth crimson. Yet they did not retreat, instead they charged onward with frenzied determination, hurling their massive bodies against the city wall. Soldiers atop the wall loosed arrow after arrow, but the beasts' numbers were overwhelming, and as time wore on, exhaustion began to dull their strength and resolve. At that moment the captain bellowed anew: catapults, prepare. With groaning timbers and creaking winches, the great siege engines whirled to life, launching boulders the size of millstones high into the air before sending them crashing down upon the beast ranks. The impact was devastating. Beasts struck by the stones were crushed or maimed beyond recovery. Even so, battered and bleeding, they pressed forward without pause. More and more beasts reached the base of the wall. Though lacking siege equipment, they began piling atop one another, human pyramids of muscle and fury, climbing ever higher toward the ramparts. In moments the stack rose perilously tall.
Boiling oil, pour,
commanded the captain. Vats of searing oil heated to blistering intensity cascaded over the edge in torrents. Instantly the scalding oil engulfed the climbing beasts, blistering their flesh and splitting their hides open. Agonized howls tore from their throats.
Fire, now! Torches followed, flung downward. The oil-soaked beasts erupted into roaring infernos, writhing in blinding, all-consuming flame.
Blinded and maddened by fire, the burning beasts stampeded wildly, trampling friend and foe alike.
Then the beasts struck back. First flocks of avian monsters descended upon the archers. Chaos erupted among the bowmen.
These winged predators moved with breathtaking speed and uncanny agility, darting in to peck or claw, then vanishing before a counterstroke could land. Though their strikes rarely proved fatal, they shattered concentration utterly. An archer's momentary lapse could cost him an eye, or worse. Beyond this aerial assault, elite beasts within the horde launched their own offensive. For those at the third realm, a mere Tenzhangi wall posed no obstacle. They scaled it effortlessly, leaping onto the battlements with terrifying ease.
Lu Wei had restrained himself, holding back his formation arts.
The battle had only just begun. The density of beasts near the wall had not yet peaked. Though his fingers itched to act, he remained still. Instead he seized a bow and fired haphazardly into the swarm below. Having never trained in archery, his aim was abysmal, yet fortune favored him. Though he missed his intended target, another beast fell in its stead, struck by sheer chance. Zhou Muxue glanced at Lu Wei in quiet astonishment. She had clearly sensed his aim had not been true, yet the beast lay dead regardless. Feeling her gaze, Lu Wei grinned shamelessly. Well,
my marksmanship isn't bad, is it? Truth be told, this is my very first shot. She replied with a soft, affectionate smile. My husband is a genius. His first arrow finds its mark with unmatched precision. No other soul in the world could match such brilliance. What more could a man ask for when blessed with such a wife? Ding, 1 level 1 beast slain. Recovery yields 0. 3 attribute points. Recover now. Recover. Ding, 0. 3 attribute points credited. Please confirm receipt. With points newly acquired, and his wife's unwavering encouragement, Lu Wei surged with renewed vigor, drawing his bow once more upon the beast horde. Alas, fortune abandoned him this time. The arrow sliced cleanly between two beasts, missing both. Embarrassment bloomed. He just boasted of mastery only to falter instantly.
A slip, a mere slip.
Wait, beasts on the wall. They dare. At that very instant, a third-realm beast breached the ramparts.
Lu Wei cast aside his bow, drew his saber, and charged headlong. It was a white-furred, wide-eyed monkey demon, its pelt snow-white, its eyes burning crimson, radiating savage predatory malice.
Its frame towered over 3 zhang, massive as a hill.
Its arms were unnaturally long, corded with thick, defined musculature that pulsed with raw, untamed power. From its fingertips extended claws over a chi in length, sharpened like daggers, gleaming with cold, lethal light, chilling the very marrow. The moment it landed upon the wall, it moved like lightning, its claws slashing through the air, carving a vicious arc of compressed force. In an instant 3 or 4 guards fell, decapitated before they could even raise their weapons. Blood sprayed across the stone parapet, painting a grotesque tableau of slaughter. Lu Wei lunged forward and struck, his blade flashed swift and certain, cleaving the white-furred monkey's neck before the beast could even register the threat. A colossal monkey head soared skyward, arterial blood geysering several meters high. Ding, 1 level 3 beast slain. Recovery yields 3 attribute points. Recover now. Recover, henceforth recover automatically. No further prompts required. As Lu Wei's command to retrieve was issued, the white-furred Baijid monkey slowly disappeared from sight. Everyone was busy with the war and no one paid attention. Even if someone did notice, they quickly had to deal with the next wave of beast attacks before they could ponder what had happened. The ordinary soldiers had no interest in such matters. Those qualified simply assumed that Lu Wei had collected them into a storage spirit device. As more and more beasts rushed onto the city walls, the losses among the defenders grew increasingly severe. These third-grade beasts slaughtered the ordinary city guards without mercy. Even though there were experts from the human side providing support, there weren't enough of them. Meanwhile, the 5th-grade Zhou Muxue and several members of the Qingling sword sect were unable to intervene lest they scare the beasts away. Lu Wei was tirelessly running along the city wall, ensuring he was the first to charge at any beast that approached. Unbeknownst to him, he saved many soldiers' lives, and the gratitude in their gazes was unmistakable. Lu Wei was increasingly delighted with each kill, for most of the beasts charging in were third-grade, classified as level 3 beasts by the system. With each beast he killed, he earned 3 attribute points. In this brief period he had successfully slain 7 or 8, accumulating over 20 attribute points in total. The beasts attacked the city relentlessly, showing no signs of slowing down. They would continue to assault without respite. Only when they successfully captured the city or suffered too many casualties would they choose to retreat. As time passed, more and more beasts gathered near the city wall. Lu Wei, activate the formation, came Qin Feng's voice from not far away. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei temporarily halted his pursuit of the beasts on the wall and glanced down at the city. He saw the area beneath the entire wall packed densely with beasts, and it seemed that some were about to climb up. Seeing the horde of beasts below, Lu Wei made his decision. He no longer hesitated and directly activated the formation. In an instant, a dazzling white sword light suddenly flashed among the beasts. The sword light moved swiftly like lightning, weaving through the throng of beasts as if it were a realm of its own. With each flash of the sword light, a beast fell, unable to react in time. As time went on, the number of sword lights increased, transforming from a single beam into dozens. In less than a moment, 50 beams of sword light emerged among the beasts, forming a rain of swords. These sword lights intertwined, weaving a dense net that trapped the beasts within. The beasts sensed an unprecedented threat and began to panic, fleeing in all directions but unable to escape the pursuit of the sword lights. The sword lights followed them relentlessly. No matter where they attempted to escape, they were caught and slain. Under the cover of this sword light, the beasts let out cries of anguish and roars of rage. Their blood stained the ground, forming a river of crimson. Meanwhile, Lu Wei stood quietly atop the city wall, controlling the sword lights and relishing the exhilaration of rapidly increasing attribute points. Lu Wei had invested heavily in this formation, utilizing hundreds of spirit stones and 50 spirit devices. With the spirit devices at hand, slicing through the bodies of those beasts was as easy as cutting through tofu. In no time, thousands of beasts in the area below the city wall were slaughtered. Looking at the hundreds of attribute points gained, Lu Wei couldn't help but grin broadly. At this rate, reaching over 1,000 attribute points was just a matter of time. However, the beasts were not without wit. Upon seeing that area filled with sword energy, they kept their distance, daring not to approach. This led to an obstruction in the beasts' attack route, significantly easing the pressure on the guards atop the city wall. Seeing the beasts unwilling to approach, Lu Wei shook his head in disappointment. He casually shut down the formation and continued to slay the beasts that managed to leap onto the wall. Just then, a furious roar rang out as a tall beast covered in scales and looking fearsome emerged from behind the horde. This beast had a green face and sharp fangs, exuding a powerful and brutal aura that sent shivers down one's spine. It stepped into the battlefield, faced the city wall, and opened its mouth wide, releasing a plume of thick black mist. The mist spread rapidly like ink, enveloping the entire battlefield. Within, the black fog seemed to linger endless danger and malevolent power, inducing a sense of suffocation and terror. Those atop the city wall saw this scene and their expressions turned extremely grim. They realized that this beast was no ordinary being. Its appearance could pose a significant threat to the battle. Qin Feng's pupils constricted upon seeing this beast, murmuring, "I've been waiting for you, you finally showed up." Saying this, he leaped down from the city wall, charging straight toward the beast. Lu Wei, witnessing this, did not hesitate and jumped down as well. There were too few beasts capable of scaling the wall, and earning points was too slow. It was far more enjoyable to leap into the horde of beasts.
Seeing Lu Wei jump down, Zhou Muxue followed suit. As soon as she landed, a large group of beasts charged towards them. With a long knife in hand, Lu Wei moved like lightning, sweeping horizontally. The flashing blade instantly severed 4 or 5 charging beasts, blood splattering everywhere. Although these beasts were of a lower grade, they came in overwhelming numbers, surging endlessly. However, this was a boon for Lu Wei, as the rate of increase in attribute points was far faster than when he was atop the wall. Meanwhile, Zhou Muxue, dressed in white, resembled a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. She stood there quietly, her fingers gently waving, and beams of swordlight swiftly darted around her. Wherever the swordlight passed, beasts fell, and in the blink of an eye large swaths were slain. Lu Wei watched this scene with envy, feeling his teeth nearly ache. Though Lu Wei had grasped the essence of his knife technique, his skill level was simply too low. In contrast, Zhou Muxue's swordsmanship was both elegant and powerful, making him feel utterly inferior. With the thought, Lu Wei secretly resolved that once this matter was over, he would definitely learn a higher-level sword technique or skill. No matter how profound the cultivation of a low-level skill, it still had its limitations. Of course, he could not neglect the low-level techniques. He still needed to upgrade his knife intent, which required learning hundreds of low-level knife techniques. "Wife, slow down a bit, don't steal my kills," Lu Wei said as he watched Zhou Muxue beside him clear out the beasts, leaving him with hardly any to slay, causing him to scowl. What was she doing causing trouble? Wasn't this counterproductive? Zhou Muxue looked at Lu Wei in surprise. She was trying to help, so why wasn't he pleased? Was she concerned about tiring herself out? She smiled sweetly at Lu Wei. "Don't worry, I'm not tired." "You're not tired." "I feel exhausted. I pay my respects to the Demon Lord." Several miles away from Yunzhou City, a man in black kneels on one knee on a desolate mountain, respectfully reporting something to the person atop the mountain. Before him, a tall and imposing man stands at the mountain's peak. Clad in a flowing black robe, he resembles a ghost in the night. He gazes quietly into the distance, his eyes deep and indifferent, as if he can penetrate everything. He is the infamous Emo Xingjuan, the leader of the Shiyu sect in the northern region and a master of the 6 realms. His appearance is handsome and alluring, with high cheekbones and slightly upturned lips. He reveals a hint of a rebellious smile. His hair cascades casually over his shoulders, adding to his wild and untamed allure. At this moment, he is intently observing the fierce battle occurring far off in Yunzhou City. His expression is calm and still as an ancient well. Behind him, dozens of black-clad assassins stand in formation, wielding sharp blades, their expressions grim and exuding a strong aura of killing intent. "Is everything arranged?" Emo Xingjun asked lightly. Reporting to the Demon Lord, "It has all been set up." "Then let's begin." After saying this, Emo Xingjun leaped off the cliff. The assassins behind him followed suit without hesitation. Soon the group arrived at the base of the cliff. They entered a valley where at the end there was a concealed cave. Emo Xingjun led the way inside. The cave was long and inclined downward. After about a quarter of an hour of walking, they finally stopped. Before them was a vast underground space with a smooth stone floor at its center. The stone was covered in dense and intricate mysterious patterns, making the entire underground area resemble a colossal array. At the center of the array was a pool several dozen square meters in size, into which a steady stream of red blood was flowing from the surrounding underground space. "Get in." Emo Xingjun waved a hand toward the pool. The dozens of people behind him jumped in without hesitation. Meanwhile, Emo Xingjun approached the center of the array, placing spirit stones one by one, using over 1,000 spirit stones to fill the entire array. As the last spirit stone was placed, the entire space trembled instantly. With a buzzing sound, a blinding red light erupted, illuminating the entire underground space in a blood-red hue. If one were to ascend 100 meters above this underground space, they would find themselves directly above the fiercely contested Yunzhou City. The blood of the slain beasts and human soldiers flowed continuously through the ground, seeping underground and eventually into that pool. At this moment, the fighting on the ground had reached a fever pitch, and no one noticed these subtle changes. Qin Feng charged directly in front of the Taipan leader, striking down with a blade without hesitation. In this strike, Qin Feng exerted all his strength, ensuring a fatal blow. However, he did not expect that the beasts would spend considerable resources targeting him this time. Surrounding the Taipan leader were 4 beasts at the golden core stage. As soon as Qin Feng made his move, they all launched a simultaneous attack. The timing of their attack was impeccable, choosing the moment when Qin Feng's strike had already been executed, leaving him unable to defend. As for the Taipan beast leader, it was merely a sacrificial pawn. No one cared whether Qin Feng would kill it with a single strike. Had it been the old Qin Feng, he would have undoubtedly died without any chance of survival.
After all, the opponent had 4 Golden Core experts, and with a sneak attack even a later-stage Golden Core practitioner might not withstand it. However, the current Qin Feng had long since transformed, his strength having increased more than tenfold. Especially after consuming the body-cleansing pill, his power surged dramatically. At this moment, Qin Feng was nearing the midstage of the Golden Core realm, his strength far exceeding that of ordinary Golden Core practitioners. However, no matter how strong he was, facing a sneak attack from 4 enemies of the same realm made escaping unharmed impossible. After all, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, especially when facing 4 Golden Core practitioners. Thus Qin Feng could only choose the least harmful way to evade this attack. With a roar, he drew his sword, and a fierce sword energy shot forth, seemingly tearing apart the air ahead. The 2 beasts launching a sneak attack were taken aback by the ferocity of the sword energy, their expressions changing dramatically. They did not expect that Qin Feng had actually broken through to the Golden Core stage. They could only choose to temporarily evade the sword's edge. At the same time, Qin Feng's figure flickered as he rapidly retreated, avoiding an attack from behind. However, he could not dodge the final strike. Boom! A massive bear paw crashed down on Qin Feng. At the same time, a golden light burst forth from Qin Feng, triggering the protective talisman that absorbed most of the attack. As for the remaining force, Qin Feng could only choose to endure it. With a loud bang, he was sent flying several dozen meters away. Although he sustained some minor injuries, at least he escaped the encirclement. However, this was only temporary safety. The 4 beasts would clearly not let him off easily. They moved swiftly, quickly closing in on him and encircling him. Lu Wei was in the midst of killing, his eyes nearly bloodshot from the fray. At this moment, he had only one thought: to kill and earn attribute points. In just this short time, he had nearly earned 1,000 attribute points. It was simply a windfall, and it was foreseeable that after the war ended, his strength would surely experience a qualitative leap. At this moment, Zhou Mushues suddenly interrupted Lu Wei. "Husband, don't kill Uncle Qin is in danger." Hearing this, Lu Wei reluctantly looked up, only to see 4 towering beast figures surrounding Qin Feng. One was a giant bear, another a wolf beast, a third a tiger, and the last a white ape. The 4 beasts were massive, the largest bear nearly 10 meters tall, making Qin Feng appear as small as an infant in front of it. Seeing this, Lu Wei did not hesitate and charged forward with his blade. Although he had some issues with Qin Feng, he could not stand by and watch, especially for the sake of Qin Xinyu. As Lu Wei approached Qin Feng, the humans and 4 beasts had already engaged in combat. Just as Lu Wei was about to assist, a tall figure blocked his path. It was the Taipan leader. "Little bug, you belong to me." The Taipan leader glared at Lu Wei, a cruel smile on his lips, drooling as if Lu Wei was already his prey. Seeing it, Lu Wei narrowed his eyes. This was the monster that had breached Yangzhou City, causing the population to dwindle to nearly none. Of course, the main issue was that it had nearly caused him to starve to death. If it hadn't been for the fortuitous awakening of the system, he might have become the most pathetic of transmigrators. Thus, seeing it, Lu Wei was filled with hatred. "You want to eat me? Today I will knock your teeth out one by one." The Taipan serpent demon was instantly enraged by this. How dare a mere ant speak such wild words? It roared, "I will tear your corpse apart and swallow you whole." After saying this, it swung its massive palm, lunging directly at Lu Wei. Lu Wei stood still, his eyes cold and resolute, seemingly ignoring the gigantic beast before him. He waited quietly, as if he had already anticipated what would happen next. The Taipan serpent demon's palm drew closer to Lu Wei, yet he remained motionless as if frozen in fear. However, at that moment, the Taipan serpent demon suddenly noticed a flash of white light in its peripheral vision. It had no time to think and continued lunging at Lu Wei. Just as its palm was about to touch Lu Wei, a crisp sound rang out. The Taipan serpent demon's hand suddenly fell to the ground. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering onto the ground. The Taipan serpent demon stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what was happening before it. After a moment, it realized its hand had been severed, and intense pain made it cry out in agony. Staring at Lu Wei, its eyes were filled with fear and rage. Lu Wei smiled brightly at the Taipan serpent demon, saying, "Didn't you want to eat me? Come on. Continue. Not coming? Then I'll come to you." Saying this, Lu Wei quickly disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Taipan serpent demon. The serpent demon looked at Lu Wei in terror, instinctively retreating. However, it found that its legs had mysteriously been severed. With a thunderous thud, the Taipan serpent demon crashed onto the ground, staring in disbelief at its legs severed cleanly at the knees. Crimson blood gushed from the wound, staining the earth scarlet. A shrill terror-stricken shriek tore from its throat, piercing the battlefield, chilling the marrow of all who heard it. With its sole remaining hand it scrambled backward, frantically begging hysterically, "No, don't kill me." Blood and tears mingled on its face, dripping steadily onto the soil. Lu Wei stood cold and unmoved, his gaze as frost-laced and merciless as the deepest winter. He spoke calmly, "Spare you. How then shall I honor the souls you devoured? How shall I answer for the millions of Yangzhou's people? Did you in that moment of slaughter ever show them mercy?" His words struck like a blade, shattering the serpent demon's last flicker of hope. Swish! Lu Wei brought down his blade in one fluid stroke. The razor-sharp edge sliced through the air with a shrieking howl. The massive serpentine head tumbled free, rolling across the blood-soaked ground. Its face remained frozen in raw terror, as if refusing to accept the finality of death. As the head struck the earth, a thick coppery stench of gore bloomed, nauseating all nearby. Yet Lu Wei did not pause. He continued hacking, rending the serpent demon's corpse into unrecognizable fragments, to ensure no resurrection, no lingering trace of malice could endure. These Yao tribes were treacherous, their arts steeped in deceit. Lu Wei would leave no foothold for regret. Having slain the taipan, he immediately turned toward Qin Feng. By then Zhou Muxue had already arrived to reinforce him alongside Tang Xingro and Luo Wei. The battle had stabilized into an even 4-versus-4 standoff. The hidden Yao masters had not anticipated such formidable human reinforcements. A sudden dread settled over them. Was this a carefully laid human trap, baiting them into self-destruction? That thought alone flooded their minds with peril and sapped their will to fight. They began plotting retreat. But Lu Wei would grant them no such reprieve. He closed in behind the wolf demon, locked in combat with Zhou Muxue, and cleaved downward with his blade. The beast had assumed humanoid form, a towering 2-meter-tall warrior bearing only faint vestiges of its bestial nature, yet unmistakably Yao. It retained those features not out of inability to fully transform, but by choice. Bestial traits were emblems of pride, yet deep within they yearned for humanity. Thus they existed in limbo, neither beast nor man. As Lu Wei's blade descended, the wolf demon's eyes flickered, not with fear but disdain. To it, this puny human was little more than an ant, crushable beneath a casual paw. A mere second-realm martial artist daring to ambush it. Nothing short of suicide. Effortlessly evading Zhou Muxue's swordlight without even glancing back, the wolf demon swung its massive palm toward Lu Wei in contemptuous retaliation. Yet at that instant Lu Wei's long blade shimmered faintly, emitting a pale silvery radiance so thin it verged on invisibility, yet humming with razor-edged intent. Its instincts, honed by centuries as a nascent soul-level Yao, screamed danger. This blade carried lethal potential. Instantly abandoning its open palm strike, it twisted mid-motion, claws erupting, instead aiming to rend rather than slap. But to Lu Wei the shift was laughably clumsy. In cultivation realm, yes, it surpassed him by several tiers. Yet in martial artistry, he had mastered the Tao of blade. It lagged behind him by a full 10 leagues. True, against overwhelming power even the most refined techniques falter. But Lu Wei possessed both substance and style. Though his realm was modest, his strength rivaled the elite. With power and mastery, few could match him in close-quarters combat. The wolf demon never even saw the change. The motion seemed preordained, as if its own palm had willingly rushed to meet Lu Wei's steel. A soft, sharp shhhk. The blade pierced palm center, carving horizontally through flesh and bone until halted at the elbow. Lu Wei sighed inwardly, the blade's intent still too faint, its lethality limited. Otherwise he might have bisected the beast outright. Aff! The wolf demon roared in agony, staring at Lu Wei in utter disbelief. How had this human wounded it? In a single exchange, one arm lay ruined. Fury ignited its roar, a deafening sky-rending howl, as its body swelled violently. In the blink of an eye it transformed a colossal silver-furred wolf 7 or 8 meters long. Its pelt gleamed like burnished armor, every silver strand catching the sun, shimmering with arcane luster. Its monstrous head bore twin crimson eyes, brimming with savagery and cruelty, while jagged fangs jutted from its maw, freezing onlookers in primal dread. Its limbs were pillars of iron, thick-corded, anchoring its immense frame. Each footfall trembled the earth beneath it. Alas, one forelimb hung shattered, cleaved cleanly from paw to knee, blood gushing freely. Yet for a nascent soul-level Yao such injury was grievous, but not fatal. It sealed the wound with Yao energy, then bared its maw wide, launching a colossal crescent of condensed Yao force straight at Lu Wei. Cunning and battle-savvy, it knew Lu Wei's blade was unnatural, and wisely refused melee. Instead it unleashed ranged assault. Yet it underestimated Lu Wei's speed. These past days had not been idle. Whenever his spiritual energy held, he trained nothing but movement.
The phantom shadow art had reached master level, his velocity now bordering on the invisible.
The wind blade screamed through the air, streaking toward Lu Wei with lethal precision.
This was one of its signature techniques, blindingly fast.
Slower opponents had no choice but to endure its impact heat-en. In its estimation, this youth was merely a second-realm cultivator. His blade may be uncanny, but surely his speed could not match. This strike would end him, without question. And so it appeared. The wind blade spun viciously across the youth's torso, cleaving him cleanly in two before he could react.
The wolf demon exhaled in grim satisfaction, thinking too easy.
If time permitted, I'd have tortured him slowly. But then it noticed, no blood spilled from the halves.
Too late.
Lu Wei was already beneath it, poised like a shadow beneath the moon. A sudden icy chill pierced its belly, as if something sharp had slipped inside. It tried to leap away, but its abdomen burst open, spilling entrails like a breached dam.
Strength drained from its limbs in an instant.
It staggered, turning its head, only to see the youth it had just split in two now holding its own Yao core aloft, studying it with quiet, curious fascination. Looking at the wolf demon lying on the ground, Lu Wei squeezed the demon core in his hand, feeling that it was a bit soft, not as hard as he had imagined, like a stone. He casually placed the demon core into the system space while reminding the system not to reclaim this wolf demon just yet. Now the 5 attribute points seemed somewhat insignificant to Lu Wei. He had other uses for this demon core.
Watching the remaining 3 condensation realm demon beasts, Lu Wei pounced forward again.
The 3 demon beasts were not foolish. Seeing one of their companions dead, they dared not stay any longer and turned to flee. Condensation realm demon beasts are impossible to catch when they run unless there is a significant difference in strength.
Relying on his speed, Lu Wei managed to catch one while the other 2 ultimately escaped.
With their escape, the remaining severely injured demon beasts could not hold on any longer and began to flee as well. Lu Wei chased them for over 10 miles until all the demon beasts had disappeared into the deep mountains before he had to give up. The siege battle against the demon beasts ended in just one morning. Although it was brief, the consequences were extremely tragic. On the human side, out of 5,000 people, nearly half were dead or injured. Aside from a small number of warriors, most were ordinary people. Ordinary people truly had no way to fight against demon beasts. However, despite the heavy losses on the human side, the situation was not much better for the demon beasts. Among the more than 2,000 attacking demon beasts, only a small fraction managed to escape, leaving nearly 2,000 demon beasts permanently behind. These demon beasts represented a valuable resource for Yunzhou City, capable of nurturing more warriors. However, these matters had little to do with Lu Wei, who was currently looking for a place to enjoy himself while staring at the attribute points on the system interface. What are you being silly about all alone here? After searching for a while, Zhou Mushua finally found Lu Wei in a corner and curiously asked.
He, my wife, I've struck it rich.
Lu Wei joyfully picked up Zhou Mushua and spun around.
Quickly put me down, don't let others see.
Zhou Mushua blushed and gave Lu Wei a light slap.
We're already an old couple, what's there to be shy about?
Lu Wei replied with a grin.
I'm not as thick-skinned as you.
Alright, let's head home. Xiaohu and the others are still waiting for us.
Okay, let's go home.
By the way, Uncle Qin is looking for you. He asked if you took the corpses of those 2 condensation realm demon beasts. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei naturally replied, of course I killed them, so why shouldn't I take them?
Should I leave them for him? I think he's the one with the thick skin.
As soon as Lu Wei finished speaking, an angry roar came from behind. You little brat, who are you calling thick-skinned?
Today I'm going to teach you a lesson for being so disrespectful.
Lu Wei, upon hearing this, showed no fear and immediately shouted back, come on, are you really that scary?
Let's see who can beat whom.
Seeing that the 2 were about to fight, Zhou Mushua quickly intervened. Alright, you 2 stop arguing, don't let others see and make a joke out of it.
Hoof.
Naturally, the 2 would not actually fight. After all, Qin Feng was Lu Wei's father-in-law, and Lu Wei would never resort to violence over such trivial matters. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was worried about losing the fight. If he were beaten by his son-in-law, he would lose face. After a noisy exchange, the group returned to the city lord's mansion, where Qin Feng went to hold a meeting to assess losses, compensate soldiers, and reward merit. Lu Wei returned to his own courtyard in the backyard. At this time, many people had already gathered in the yard. Yang Xiuhu had gathered all the family members left behind by the city lord's mansion together for protection.
Seeing Lu Wei return, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. How did it go? Were you hurt? Yang Xiuhu stepped forward, concerned. Qin Xianyu also looked Lu Wei up and down with worry, checking to see if he had any injuries. Lu Wei smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. How is everything at home?"
Qin Xinya shook the qilong spear in her hand proudly and said, "A few little thieves tried to come in and take advantage of the chaos, but I dealt with them. Everything else is fine." Ever since Lu Wei gave her the qilong spear, she had been looking for an opponent to showcase her spear skills. This time when the opportunity of a demon beast siege finally arose, she thought she would finally have a chance to shine. Unexpectedly, Lu Wei had arranged for her to guard the house, leaving her feeling quite frustrated, but the arrival of those little thieves allowed her to scratch her itch. Unfortunately, those little thieves didn't even last a single move against the qilong spear.
It's good that everything is fine. Everyone can go back to their own affairs now. The demon beasts have been defeated and life should be back to normal tomorrow.
After hearing Lu Wei's words, everyone dispersed to busy themselves with their own matters.
"Young master, I will go prepare water for you and the madam to wash up."
Lu Ruyan said this and hurriedly went to boil water. Lu Wei nodded. After a day of fighting, he was covered in blood and indeed needed to wash up.
After washing up, Lu Wei returned to his room, instructed everyone not to disturb him, and opened the system interface.
He was going to start allocating points to enhance his strength. With a total of 1863 attribute points, it was indeed a bountiful harvest, proving that nearly 2,000 demon beasts had died directly or indirectly at Lu Wei's hands. This accounted for almost 1/10 of the total number of demon beasts that attacked the city. With so many attribute points, Lu Wei naturally needed to plan carefully where to allocate them for the best effect. He reviewed the options several times. First, he ruled out martial skills and techniques. His current martial techniques and sword intent were sufficient for now. Moreover, there was also space for skill practice, so he need not worry about the speed of improvement. There was no need to waste attribute points on skills. As for the proficiency of techniques, there was no rush. They increased too slowly, and even with the allocation of points, their current effectiveness would be limited.
Next, he focused on a few attributes and his cultivation. Since he would soon leave Yunzhou for the next destination, Jizhou, he might encounter unforeseen circumstances along the way. With so many people in his family, he needed sufficient strength to ensure everyone's safety. Moreover, Lu Wei had a premonition that this journey would not be peaceful. Therefore, Lu Wei decided to enhance his strength first. Otherwise, relying solely on cultivation, even after a year of training, he might not achieve as much as the more than 1,000 attribute points he could gain. Lu Wei first spent 939 attribute points to elevate his physical training to the 3rd level Iron Willow Dragon Tendon. His vitality and physique surged by over 18,000 points, more than doubling. Now his vitality and physique had surpassed 30,000 points, making him stronger than even those at the 6th level of humanity. In other words, a 6th level expert would not necessarily be his match in close combat. Of course, this excludes factors such as magical treasures and spiritual power. After enhancing his physical training, the next step was to improve his chi training, which cost another 449 attribute points, raising it to the 3rd level condensed do. The enhancement of the physical training realm rewarded him with 30 attribute points, and the chi training advancement also granted another 30 points. Thus he had 553 points remaining. After some thought, Lu Wei spent another 500 points to elevate his cultivation by 1 level, reaching the 4th level Frost Transformation. Advancing his cultivation realm not only increased his spiritual power but also enhanced his physique and vitality. However, it was not as much as what the Jade Bone Golden Body scripture could provide. At this level, Lu Wei could hold his ground even against a 6th level opponent. He allocated all the remaining 53 attribute points to strengthen his mental power. With that, all his attribute points were spent and Lu Wei's strength underwent a tremendous transformation. This level of strength, even some elders from major sects would find it hard to match. What Lu Wei lacked now were some powerful skills. The martial techniques he currently possessed were mostly low-level, suitable for beginners. However, they became insufficient after reaching the 3rd level. Looking at the disciples of the Qingling sword sect who could easily summon flying swords with just a flick of their fingers, he felt that wielding a knife to strike seemed too lowly by comparison. Therefore, next Lu Wei planned to cultivate some combat skills. He had already mastered the body technique Shadowless Phantom, which had reached the master level and was sufficient. He was still lacking a defensive technique. Although his body was strong enough to withstand general damage, it was better to avoid using his body for defense. One misstep could lead to disaster. Having a defensive technique would be more secure. Additionally, Lu Wei intended to practice artifact control, whether it be sword or blade control. With a plan in mind, Lu Wei closed the system interface. He got up and left the room, heading to the adjacent room of Zhou Muxue. At that moment, Zhou Muxue had just finished bathing and was sitting at her dressing table, allowing a young maid to gently dry her damp long hair. Upon entering the room, Lu Wei couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart at the sight. He waved his hand to signal the maid to leave, then walked behind Zhou Muxue taking a towel and gently drying her hair. "When are you leaving?" Lu Wei asked softly. Zhou Muxue lowered her head slightly, and after a moment of silence she slowly replied, "Tomorrow." Her voice carried a hint of melancholy and sadness filled with reluctance. Sensing Zhou Muxue's emotions, Lu Wei extended his hand to gently stroke her hair, softly saying, "Don't be sad, I promise you at most in half a year I will come to find you." His gaze was resolute yet tender, filled with hope for the future. Zhou Muxue lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Lu Wei, softly saying, "I know, but I still can't help feeling sad. We just got married not long ago and the thought of being apart for half a year makes me feel very wronged." Lu Wei embraced Zhou Muxue tightly, whispering, "I also can't bear to part with you, but this is only temporary. Once I handle the matters here, I will immediately come to find you. Trust me, we will reunite soon." Zhou Muxue leaned against Lu Wei's shoulder, tears sliding down her cheeks. She nodded and softly said, "I believe you, but you must come to find me quickly. Don't worry, no matter what happens I will return to your side as soon as possible. I also need to trouble you to take care of my parents." "Don't worry, they are also my parents." "Wait, it's not dark yet, what are you planning to do?" "To have a son." Meanwhile, in the underground space outside Yunjiao City, Imo Xingjun looked at the diminishing blood entering the formation's perimeter, his expression gradually turning grim. "Go see what's going on," Imo Xingjun's cold voice rang out. A shadow swiftly disappeared into the underground space. Not long after, the shadow returned, standing behind Imo Xingjun to reporting to the Demon Lord, "The war has ended, so there is no new supply of fresh blood. Isn't Qin Feng supposed to have broken through to the condensed core realm? How could the city be breached so quickly?" Replying to the Demon Lord, it was the beastmen who were defeated. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Imo Xingjun's eyes, not expecting that the ones to lose would actually be the beastmen. Looking at the blood pool, which was just a step away from success, he could only sigh inwardly. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. It was destined to be this way. What can be done? Nevertheless, it was still barely enough with these dozens of 5th-level experts who shared a common spirit and were fearless of death or pain. Even ordinary 6th-level opponents would have to think twice. The next morning, outside the city lord's mansion, Zhou Muxue and Yu Yang along with 3 others were preparing to leave for the Qingling sword sect. "City Lord Qin, brother Lu Wei and everyone, thank you for your hospitality during this time. Yu Yang takes his leave. Should there be an opportunity to visit the Qingling sword sect, I will certainly treat you as honored guests." City Lord Qin cupped his hands. "You are too courteous, envoy Yu. We must also thank you for helping us defend Yunjiao City. Such grace is beyond words. I will certainly pay my respects in the future." "You are too polite, City Lord Qin." Lu Wei also cupped his hands. "In the future, Muxue will still rely on all of you seniors for care. I thank you all here." At the time of parting, a small gift was presented. "I hope you all will not find it lacking," Lu Wei said, waving his hand to signal Lu Ruyan to bring it over. Lu Ruyan approached, carrying a tray with 3 jade vials on it. Seeing this, Yu Yang hurriedly declined. "Brother Lu Wei, what is this for? Mu Shui is our junior sister. Even if you don't say anything, we will all do our utmost. There's no need for this. It's just a small token of appreciation, not anything precious. Brother Yue, please don't overthink it. If you regard me, please don't decline." Hearing this, Yu Yang had no choice but to accept it, although he did not check what it was. Tang Xing and Luo Wei saw their senior brother accept it, so they followed suit. "What kind of elixir is this?" Tang Xing asked directly after opening it and finding he did not recognize it. Although Yu Yang felt that it was not appropriate to inspect the gift in front of others, he was immediately astonished when he discovered what the pill was. This is the Ascension Pill." Lu Wei smiled and nodded. "Indeed, it is the Ascension Pill. It's of no use to you seniors, so it can be kept for the younger generation. It's just a small trinket, not worth much." "Brother Lu Wei, this is too precious," Yu Yang said, somewhat embarrassed. This pill, not to mention its effects, could fetch a considerable sum if sold for spirit stones. "Oh, what's so precious about it? Brother Yu Yang, there's no need to refuse. I have matters to discuss with Mu Shui, so I will take my leave first." Although the Ascension Pill was precious, it was nothing significant to Lu Wei. Compared to the Cleansing Pill, it was even less significant. The Cleansing Pill cannot be gifted, while the Ascension Pill is not so valuable that it would seem like a slight. It's just right. As Lu Wei spoke, he did not give them a chance to refuse and pulled Zhou Muxue aside. He then took out a piece of talisman paper and handed it to her. "Remember, in any situation, if you encounter danger, prioritize your safety. This talisman can be used in critical moments, just tear it apart."
Zhou Mushui nodded gently at his words, not asking what kind of talisman Lu Wei had given her. She naturally believed him 100%. You must take care of yourself too. Zhou Mushui looked at Lu Wei with tearful eyes.
Don't worry, don't cry. Trust me, we will see each other again soon.
Zhou Mushui walked away, and watching her retreating figure, Lu Wei felt a pang in his heart.
But life is always filled with such helplessness. Only by continuously growing stronger will this helplessness diminish.
Returning to the city lord's mansion, Lu Wei and the others began to prepare for their departure. According to the plan, for the first stop, Lu Wei would go with Yang Xiaohu to search for Yin water. The location had already been found, they just needed to defeat the guarding beasts to obtain the Yin water. Then they would proceed to Jizhou to consolidate the assets of the Yang family. After that, they would set sail from Jizhou, heading east to leave the chaotic lands and reach the northern region to find Zhou Mushui. However, before leaving there were many preparations to be made. For instance, given the long distance, they would surely need a carriage. Since he was skilled in artifact refining, Lu Wei planned to forge a few carriages for the long journey, ensuring that they were both safe and comfortable.
Don't misunderstand, these women are meant to be bound and returned after the system upgrades.
After all, after such a long time, the system would definitely upgrade several times. Each time the number increased, they couldn't just find people on the spot, so it was best to prepare in advance to avoid being short-handed later. Thus, for the next few days, Lu Wei secluded himself in a secret chamber, publicly declaring that he was in closed-door cultivation. However, those who were unaware thought he was heartbroken over Zhou Mushui's departure and were all very worried about him. Because aside from giving each girl something every morning as usual, he did not come out for meals at any other time. It wasn't until 5 days later that Lu Wei, looking disheveled and dirty, finally emerged from the chamber.
Yang Xiaohu, seeing Lu Wei's appearance, felt both heartache and anger. Is this self-torture useful? I just realized how weak you are. Mushui left and we could just chase after her. Do you really need to be this despondent? Lu Wei blinked and smiled. You misunderstand. Aren't we preparing to leave? I had to make some arrangements. The sooner we prepare, the sooner we can set off. I rushed to finish it all just in time. I'll go to the market to buy some things later and we can set off tomorrow. Ah. You're preparing things. What are you preparing for?
Yang Xiaohu finally understood that she had misunderstood, feeling a bit embarrassed, and quickly changed the topic. Lu Wei smiled mysteriously. Today I will give you an eye-opener. As he spoke, Lu Wei waved his hand and a massive object suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Yang Xiaohu was startled by this sudden appearance, and upon closer inspection it turned out to be a long box. This box was over 20 meters long, 4 to 5 meters wide, and over 3 meters high, with many wheels at the bottom. The box reflected a metallic sheen adorned with various runes and mystical patterns. What is this? A carriage. Yang Xiaohu asked, a bit uncertain. Bingo, you got it right. However, this isn't just a carriage. I haven't thought of a name yet. How about it? Better looking than your carriage, right? Lu Wei proudly boasted about his creation. This was designed based on the vehicles from his past life. However, this carriage did not run on gasoline or electricity, so it certainly couldn't be called a car. It was powered by spirit stones. Calling it a spirit car would be too inauspicious. Forget about the name for now. This vehicle had consumed countless efforts from Lu Wei and could be considered his proudest work. For long-distance travel, Lu Wei did not want to suffer, so a comfortable and safe vehicle was essential. Therefore, this vehicle was not only spacious but also incorporated many features based on modern cars. Yang Xiaohu, upon hearing this, was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. 5 days and you produced something like this? Lu Wei pouted. You're just uneducated. My carriage has many magical features. For instance, this formation for shock absorption ensures that no matter what kind of road you want, feel a bump. There are also defensive formations and materials that even experts at the 4 realms cannot break through in a short time. Before Lu Wei could finish, Yang Xiaohu interrupted. Wait, before anything else, I just want to ask, how many horses do you plan to use to pull such a large iron carriage? Or do you plan to catch a massive bear to pull the carriage? Lu Wei chuckled. You think I didn't think of that? Just watch. After finishing, Lu Wei placed a spirit stone into the steering wheel at the front of the carriage and then sat down. Next to Yang Xiaohu's astonishment, the large carriage actually started moving on its own. What do you think? Amazing, right? Lu Wei looked at Yang Xiaohu with pride. Yang Xiao, who looked at Lu Wei both amused and helpless, and said, "I don't know if it's amazing or not, but I do know that using spirit stones to power a carriage is something only a spendthrift like you could think of.
TCH, you just don't understand enjoyment. Qian Yu would definitely agree with my creation. By the way, where is Qian Yu? I haven't seen her around."
"Someone from the Qingling sect has arrived and Qian Yu was called by Uncle Qin." Lu Wei's brows immediately furrowed at this, who was so impressive that they need my wife to meet.
"I'll go take a look." "What? You say Qian Yu is married? Such a significant matter, why wasn't I informed?"
In the hall of the city lord's mansion, an elderly man with graying hair and sharp eyes glared at Qin Feng and questioned him. This old man is named Zhang Denian, an elder of the Qingling sect and also Qin Feng's master, a martial artist of the fourth realm. Such martial artists are those who, having no potential in the Qingling sword sect and with no hope of advancement, choose to retire at the Qingling sect. Zhang Denian is one such case. Having reached an age where his vitality is waning, he remains a martial artist of the fourth realm with no hope of advancing to the fifth realm in this lifetime, reduced to being an elder at the Qingling sect. However, this fellow was quite fortunate to have taken on Qin Feng as his disciple.
As Qin Feng's cultivation reached the fourth realm, he benefited greatly in return.
Now that Qin Feng has entered the fifth realm, at the very least he is destined to become the sect master of the Qingling sect, with even greater chances of entering the upper sect, the Qingling sword sect, where he might advance further. At that time, the benefits he could reap would be even greater. Currently, Zhang Denian walks with pride in the Qingling sect, looking down on others as if to say he has broken through to the fifth realm. His visit to Yunzhou City was not only in response to Qin Feng's plea for help, but also to showcase his authority as Qin Feng's master in front of the elders and the sect leader. He wanted them to see that even if Qin Feng had broken through to the fifth realm, he must still show utmost respect to his master, thus elevating his own status within the sect.
Qin Feng was somewhat bewildered by Zhang Denian's imposing demeanor.
Nevertheless, he forced a smile and explained, "Master, it's not that I didn't want to inform you, it was just that the situation arose suddenly and the journey was long, so I couldn't make it in time.
I plan to bring them back to visit you in due time."
Zhang Denian snorted coldly. "Humph, it seems you don't regard your master highly."
"No, I do not consent to this marriage."
"How could a mere bodyguard be worthy of my disciple? Qian Yu should be separated from him. I have already selected the best son-in-law for her. The sect master's prized disciple Lingyan is exceptionally gifted, having reached the third realm of martial arts at just 20 years old, and he even has the opportunity to cultivate in the upper sect. Originally, Qian Yu had the chance to be his legitimate wife, but now that she is married, she can only be a concubine."
"Humph, even being a concubine is better than being a legitimate wife to a bodyguard."
Not only Qin Feng and Qin Xianyu, but even the same sect members who came with Zhang Denian felt speechless. However, this was their family matter and they could not interject. Qin Xianyu, unable to hold back her anger, stood up and said, "There is no way I will separate from my husband. Since you think so highly of Lingyan, why not let your granddaughter marry him instead?" Zhang Denian's face turned red with rage upon hearing this. He thought to himself, his granddaughter, not only is she overweight and unattractive, but she is also somewhat dim-witted. How could Lingyan possibly be interested in her?
Impudence. Is that how your father taught you to speak to your elders? You have no manners whatsoever. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your father." Zhang Denian was nearly consumed by anger. Qin Xianyu's words were a direct challenge to his dignity and authority.
Moreover, in front of so many fellow disciples, if he did not properly discipline Qin Xianyu, who would respect him in the future?
How would he continue to benefit?
As Zhang Denian was about to take action, he was a martial artist of the fourth realm, while Qin Xianyu was merely at the third realm, and she would certainly be no match for him. As for Qin Feng, no matter what, he did not dare to confront his master. Otherwise, it would be said that he was betraying his master, and for them as righteous cultivators, such a crime would lead to being hunted down by everyone, far worse than any demonic sect. Just then a voice suddenly rang out, "Which old dog is speaking nonsense here?" The crowd turned to see a figure appearing as if summoned by a ghost, moving with lightning speed. As soon as the words were spoken, a gust of wind swept past, and before anyone could react, a crisp sound of a slap echoed as Zhang Denian was sent flying with a single blow. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. No one had expected someone to dare strike at Zhang Denian at this moment, and so decisively. Only then did the crowd realize that a young man had somehow positioned himself in front of Qin Xianyu. Looking at Zhang Denian, he clutched his bruised face, coughing out a mouthful of blood mixed with a few teeth.
"You, who are you?" Zhang Denian looked at Lu Wei in fear.
This person was able to slap him away before he even had a chance to react. His cultivation level was undoubtedly far beyond his own.
"You old dog, how dare you disrespect my wife? Today I will take your head."
Lu Wei declared as he drew out a long knife, stepping closer to Zhang Denian. Seeing this, Zhang Denian's face turned pale. He had felt the speed of Lu Wei's earlier attack firsthand. Although he had been on high alert after the previous words, he still found himself without the power to resist. If Lu Wei wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Lu Wei's gaze was cold and resolute, the long knife in his hand glinting with a cold light as if it could fall at any moment. Zhang Denian felt an invisible pressure descending upon him, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. Lu Wei, stop. He is my master and also Qian Yes Grandmaster. Hearing this, Lu Wei scoffed. Your master is your master, not mine. Why should I care? If he dares to disrespect my wife, if I don't kill him, won't everyone think I Lu Wei am easy to bully? With that, he kicked Zhang Denian to the ground, stepping on his back. Old dog, in your next life keep your eyes open. With that, he raised the long knife high. Zhang Denian, pinned to the ground by Lu Wei, attempted to struggle but found it futile, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. No matter how he fought, he couldn't budge an inch. Filled with shock and fear, he wondered what kind of figure this king of hell was with such terrifying cultivation. Moreover, he spoke of killing without giving any chance. Seeing Lu Wei raise the long knife, he was so frightened that he lost control and urinated in his pants. Husband, he is after all father's own master, surely we must spare him for the sake of respect, if not for his own merit. Upon receiving a silent signal from her father, Qin Xinyu reluctantly stepped forward and gently grasped Lu Wei's arm. Lu Wei paused, then lowered the long blade in his hand with a cold snort. Humph. Were it not for my wife's plea, I would have slaughtered this old cur on the spot. Now get out, never let me see your face again, or I'll sever your dog head without mercy. So saying, Lu Wei delivered a sharp kick that sent Zhang Denian sprawling to the side. Turning back, he took Qin Qianya's hand and smiled warmly. My dear, don't let that wretched old man spoil our mood. Come, I shall show you something extraordinary. What extraordinary thing? And a carriage that runs without horses. Namely, after Lu Wei and Qin Xinyu had vanished into the distance, did Zhang Denian dare rise cautiously from the ground. His dignity lay utterly shattered, not only before his peers but even before his own disciple, humiliated beneath another's boot while begging for mercy. The shame burned so fiercely it nearly made him grind his teeth to dust. Qin foamed. Who was that young man just now? He showed not the slightest reverence for elders or compassion for youth. At these words, the onlookers nearly burst into laughter. What an absurd invocation of respecting elders and cherishing youth. Qin foam offered a wry smile. Master, you saw it yourself. To be frank, even I do not know his full identity, but I can tell you this: his background is formidable and his cultivation strength is staggering. Just 2 days ago, during the demonic beast siege, he alone drew his blade and in a single stroke beheaded a 5th-ranked demonic beast. Tell me, could I possibly dare provoke such a man? At this, Zhang Denian paled, his face turned as green as decayed jade. None stroke, a 5th-ranked demonic beast slain. What was he then but a chicken awaiting the butcher's knife? No wonder he trod upon my back as though I were nothing more than a turtle, leaving me utterly powerless to resist. And you, rebellious disciple, why did you never tell me your son-in-law was so fearsome? And regret flooded Zhang Denian's heart, so deep it curdled his very entrails. And had he known Qin Xianyu's husband possessed such might, he would have knelt and licked his boots until they gleamed. With such a patron, he could stride arrogantly even into the most prestigious sects. Now, instead of forging an alliance, he had earned only enmity, and bitter consequences surely awaited him. Master, you gave me no chance to speak. The moment I mentioned Xianyu's marriage, you erupted. You didn't even grant me a breath to explain. But now is no time for recriminations. Please flee at once. If he sees that umbrella, your life will hang by a thread. At these words, Zhang Denian's face twisted in alarm. He needed no further urging. Without a word, he whirled and fled, resolved to retreat into seclusion within his sect, never to emerge again. And the outside world, he decided grimly, was far too perilous. The world beyond was simply too damned dangerous. And meanwhile, Lu Wei led Qin Xianyu back to their courtyard and proudly presented her and Yang Xiaohu with his extraordinary carriage. It stretched nearly 20 meters in length, partitioned into several functional chambers, bedrooms, a study, guest rooms, a kitchen, and even a lavatory. Virtually every convenience found in an ordinary dwelling was present. After all, its total area approached 80 square meters, easily accommodating a two-bedroom, one living room layout, or even 3 modest bedrooms. Though elongated, the carriage maneuvered with astonishing agility, and most remarkably could briefly lift into the air and fly, rendering terrain irrelevant. Its frame weighed scarcely a few hundred jin, so light that even a single horse unaided by spirit stones could draw it at breathtaking speed. Yet this marvel remained merely a provisional vessel. Lu Wei's ultimate ambition was to forge a legendary flying skiff capable of sustained aerial travel. Such a grand spiritual artifact, however, surpassed his current mastery of spirit forge arts. He would need to elevate his craftsmanship before attempting such a feat.
Husband, this carriage is truly magnificent, the finest I have ever seen.
Qin Xianyu gazed at Lu Wei with undisguised awe, raising her thumb in heartfelt praise.
Ha ha.
Only Yu Qianyu possessed such discernment, unlike certain others utterly devoid of appreciation. And Yang Xiaohu shot him a withering glance. Enough chatter, when do we depart?
And Lu Wei pondered a moment. This afternoon I must attend to some matters, let us set out tomorrow. And what matters? And Yang Xiaohu asked idly.
And Lu Wei smiled faintly. Since we embark on a long journey, we ought to prepare provisions, else the road will grow tedious indeed.
And Yang Xiaohu nodded. Very well, but there's no need to over-prepare.
I've already gathered sufficient food, clothing and essentials for our entire journey to Ji province.
And understood. Then I'll procure other necessities.
Don't wait for me for dinner, I may return quite late.
With that, Lu Wei waved farewell and strode off. Lu Wei brought along 2 servants familiar with Yunzhou City and summoned several carriages before departing.
And young master-in-law, where shall we go? And Lu Wei replied bluntly, to the human market, to buy people. And yes, sir. At once the servant flicked the reins and the carriages surged forward. Within less than a watch they arrived at a vast trading emporium.
Lu Wei descended and beheld a scene of overwhelming bustle. Deafening clamor filled the air. Young master-in-law, this is Yunzhou City's largest slave market. And let's go inside and take a look. And with that, Lu Wei stepped through the gates.
The moment he entered, a nauseating stench assaulted his senses, so potent it made him recoil, wrinkling his nose in disgust. It reeked worse than any livestock bazaar. Along both sides of the path stood countless men and women, clothed in tattered rags or entirely naked, each gaunt, sallow-skinned and unkempt. Lu Wei scanned the crowd. People of all ages were present, but the majority were either elderly or children. Few were in the prime of youth, and not a single comely face met his gaze. After surveying the market thoroughly, Lu Wei found no candidate worthy of approval, not one who met even the most basic criteria, let alone those demanded by the system. He finally asked aloud, are there no beautiful young maidens in this market? And at this the 2 servants exchanged uneasy glances. This young master-in-law truly possessed audacity beyond measure. Having married their young mistress, he dared openly seek beauties elsewhere, courting death itself. None servant ventured hesitantly, young master-in-law, such maidens do exist, but are you certain you wish to purchase one? As for the young mistress, and Lu Wei waved dismissively, that is none of your concern, just lead me there at once. And with no choice the servants guided him to a licensed brokerage house. Young master-in-law, only establishments like this carry refined young maidens, and even then availability is unpredictable. Shall we inquire within? Lead on. Without hesitation Lu Wei strode across the threshold.